host is unavailable. Busy dude. Completely understandable. But I want to put up an episode anyway, so I am going to attempt to just freeball it. And it's very distracting looking at my ugly face and my chubby chins. But I want to see if I can do this as a challenge to myself. This podcast is sponsored by H2O. Valence electrons, baby. So, I don't really know how to do this. I was going to scroll through news on Reddit, but I feel like that's picking at low-hanging fruit. So, let's just go for it. Artificial intelligence. Is that not the new Manhattan Project? In that it possesses the capability, or it is the capability, it is the potential of the capability to rule the world. Now, I can't remember if it was Dead Hand or Command and Control by Eric Schlosser, the guy who wrote Fast Food Nation. Command and Control is fucking amazing. I always talk about Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff. I'm trying not to look at the camera because I just see my fucking ugly face. It was either, maybe if I just turn down the brightness on there we go. It was either Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff, or it was Command and Control by, I think it's Eric M. Schlosser. Nice. 2 middle names begin with M. Fucking fun fact. I believe it was Command and Control. But they talked about how, right when we got the atomic bomb, obviously it was a fucking race to get it. We'd send in commandos to Nazi Germany to make sure they didn't get it. They even did some weird cryptic messages where, like, we'd go in and we'd find their hard water plant, or not hard, hard water, heavy water, where they make deuterium water. I think it's H2O, where hydrogen's got an extra neutron, maybe? I don't know. But I guess that's one of the, first things you need when you're making a nuclear bomb. I wouldn't know. But we thought the Nazis were a lot further ahead than they actually were. And so we would go in there, we'd send these commandos in there, and they'd either sabotage shit or they'd find, it was just like, Big Dick America had come in and already fucked this place. So we'd do recon. And I could be butchering all of this, but I'm pretty sure they went in and they found these heavy water plants, and they hadn't even mastered that part yet. They had kind of gotten to making deuterium water or deuterium rich water, but not much farther than that. And again, I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the first things you have to do on your path to making a nuclear bomb. And they would send these messages back to America, the soldiers, what word am I looking for? Reporting back to their command about, but it was with these weird, it was like pregnancy failed, not even brought to term or something, which is actually not that secretive. Anyone with 2 fucking brain cells can be like, you're probably talking about the development of a program. But yeah, so we obviously wanted to stop the Nazis from doing it. Now in 1939, I can't remember who it was, but say what you will about him, he's got a good ghostwriter. Bill O'Reilly's book, Killing the Rising Sun. It begins. It's the whole thing is about the war in the Pacific, but it's also about it's you can't really tell that story without telling the story of the development of the atom bomb, the Manhattan Project, Oppenheimer, the fucking closed off labs we had out in the desert. But apparently this guy had come, and I think he was a friend of Einstein's. And this guy came to FDR and said, basically, hey, there's these guys have the Nazis are working on this new bomb, this new weapon, and it uses an element called uranium. And if they master it, if they develop a usable bomb, it will turn the tide of the war. and not just in the sense of like the Messerschmitt 262, where is the first fighter jet, the first actual, not fighter plane, but jet engine. Not in that sense, in that it was, yes, a paradigm shift, a quantum leap, but it also didn't matter because they used the 262s to what do they use them for? I think they used them. I can't remember. I want to say they used them as bombers, and they said had Hitler used them to take out Allied bombers, the war would have gone on indefinitely. So Hitler was also a dumbass, but it wasn't something like that. It wasn't even something like the advent of stealth technology with the F-117 Nighthawk, or technically the SR-71 Blackbird had a low RCS, and then after that was the D-21 drone that was shot off the top of it. This is all from Skunk Works by Ben Rich, former head of Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. This podcast is going to have no general direction, so if that's what you're buckling in for, fuck off. But it was the F-117 Nighthawk had the cross section, the radar cross section of a ball bearing, meaning like if you shoot your radar at an incoming B-52 bomber or a B-36, B-52 Stratofortress or a B-36, was the Peacekeeper? God, I love those names. Apparently, they had the cross section. Basically, looked like on your radar that there was like a barn, like a BARN coming at you. And it was like, all right, well, there's clearly something. Other times, like infamously leading up to Pearl Harbor, the incoming planes, we thought that they were a flock of birds. All right. The F-117 had the cross section of a ball bearing. So it's a ball bearing. Well, what the fuck else is bigger than a ball bearing? I don't know. A bumblebee, a butterfly, a fucking crow, an eagle, goddamn blimp. So anything other than that is it's all gonna be marked as bigger on the radar. So this thing was basically invisible. Now that was a big paradigm shift, and we used it as such, and we recognized it as such because, unlike Hitler with the Messerschmitt 262, he was a complete dumb shit and didn't use this new technology in the way that he should have. But when we first found, or when the Air Force and the Pentagon finally acknowledged what Ben Rich had done, much in the face of Kelly Johnson, was to make this super low cross-action fighter that's called the Hopeless Diamond. When they realized that it just wasn't just like an anomaly or just like gremlins in the numbers, when they realized like, holy shit, this fucking thing, we really can't see it. They finally realized just how efficient this thing was at deflecting radar when they were shooting radar at a test range, and they couldn't detect it, and then a fucking bird landed on the front of it, and they detected it. and they're like, oh, there's a bird, and it's like, oh fuck, we saw the bird, not the Air Force bird. And there's another story, and I've been corrected and told that this is just urban legend, but I don't give a shit. I'll propagate lies for my own entertainment. There's a story about how when the F-117s were over in the Middle East before their first sorties, I don't know when they were first used, apparently, so they're over there, they're super classified, they're SAP, Special Access Project, that's above TSSCI, Top Secret, Special Compartmentalized Information, which is in itself higher than Top Secret, which is higher than Secret, which is higher than Confidential, which is higher than Classified. So this is an SAP, so no one knew about this shit except for a handful of people. So we had, the Manhattan Project was an SAP. So when we had the F-117 Nighthawks over there in a hangar, they apparently one of them, and again, been told it's an urban legend, I don't care, I'm going to propagate this on live because it entertains me and I want it to be true, but apparently they found a bunch of fucking dead bats in the hangar the next morning, because they couldn't, that bitch is blind as a bat. They couldn't, their fucking sonar wasn't working. Well, they were emitting the fucking sound waves, but this thing was so good at deflecting any incoming wave, light wave, radar, sound, any fucking wave, that was going off in every other direction. These things couldn't see it, and they would just like kamikazes, just break their fucking necks. So that's how effective this thing was. And instead of, I think the quote from the book was, instead of putting up multiple fighters to take out one target during a sortie, instead of sending up multiple bombers on multiple sorties in hopes of taking out one target, they could now send up one bomber on one sortie to take out multiple targets. So it's a complete paradigm shift in what we were able to do, and that's why it was so secretive. And because America fucking rocks, American flag shout out, that's how we use this technology. Now, Hitler with the Messerschmitt 262s obviously did not do that. Now let's rewind it back to the atomic bomb. There's a logic behind all of this. The atomic bomb was this wasn't like stealth technology, because eventually stealth was counteracted. The Soviet Union was always known for its fucking super advanced, super well-equipped SAM sites. And so eventually they got a number. They tagged it. So it's just this tit for tat. More stealthy, we detected it. Stealthier more, detected it again. It just goes back and forth. The atomic bomb wasn't... It's like if you were playing a video game and we're both leveling up, and it's fists, and then it's knives, and then it's bats, and then someone finally gets a gun, like a pistol. That gives them a pretty big edge, but you can still take them out. You can hit them with a car. I'm just thinking Grand Theft Auto. You can hit them with a car. You can if enough people run at them, you can take them out. But if everyone else just has their fists and you have a fighter jet, so long as you don't crash the fighter jet, you are an invincible, unstoppable, unopposable force that you are now at the top of the food chain forever within that microcosm. That's what stealth was. Not that. Atomic bombs were that. It was the biggest bomb to date beforehand, I believe, was the British Grand Slam, and I think it weighed 22,000 pounds. And we would drop these motherfuckers from way up, and they would come down and I don't remember what they were designed for. I think we dropped them on some big German ships, but I think that was designed, again, could be butchering this, I think they were designed with the Nazi U-boat sub-pens, the submarine pens, where they were held, because these things were just like, we couldn't stop them. We could drop bombs and bombs and bombs and nothing could get through them, so we needed this massive fucking thing, the Grand Slam. And this thing was a monster. 22,000 pounds. Well, that's with the shell. Let's say it's just for let's be very liberal. Let's be loose with it. It's let's say it's got 20,000 pounds of explosives. Let's say it's a 2,000 pound shell, 20,000 pounds of explosives, 10 tons. We'll call it TNT. 10 tons of TNT. Okay, that's a big boom. That's the best that we had, or that was the most advanced one through World War II. Okay, yeah, that's a big fucking bomb. The atomic bomb, I don't know what the size of the one was on Trinity, which was July 16th, 1945 at 5:45 a.m. in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Fuck with it. I don't know what the explosive power of that one was, but I know that the one we dropped on Hiroshima was 15 kilotons, and I want to say the one on Nagasaki was 20 kilotons. Now that's not 10 tons of TNT, that's 10 kilotons. 1,000 tons. 1,000 tons. That's fucking insane. Not only that, it's the thermal pulse could just fucking light everything on fire. The overpressure wave could tear shit apart. What was that safe company? I don't remember the name of the company. The company that famously put a safe in the desert and put documents in it, and they allowed a nuke to be dropped in the vicinity, and fucked up the outside of the safe, but everything inside was just fine. And they actually became the gold standard for vault doors. So that's safe. No, what it was is That safe was in Tokyo. It was in Hiroshima or Nagasaki, and it survived. Everything else was fucking vaporized, but this thing survived, and everything inside of it survived. There's actually a Twilight Zone episode where a guy takes his lunch break inside of this bank vault because that's where he can read in peace, probably jerk off, and he comes out and the city's been nuked, whatever. I want to say it's Mauser. I don't think that's it though. But this company that made the safe door. So after that was the perfect PR. What better way than a post World War II America? And not only did we bomb the Japs, we were able to survive. Just completely incorrect nowadays. But they came after the war. That's what they bragged about. And I think they even got the Japanese bank owners to, whoever, wasn't turned into a fucking cloud of stripped electrons. They had them say, like, how great the safe was. And so in the late 40s, I don't think it was Operation Crossroads, because that was in the Pacific, I believe, in 1947. And there were 2 Soviet spies there. This was in the Nevada test site, Nevada test range. I think at the time it was the Nevada Proving Grounds. But they would just drop nukes. I think they dropped like 900 nukes there. They said that the surface of the entire area was cratered, and that's actually conspiracy time. Well, not this. This isn't conspiracy. This is actually where Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and I want to say not Gordon Cooper. What was his name? Mitchell something. Or Mitchell, whatever. That's where they actually trained, because that was the closest thing they could find to the lunar surface. And when they were on the moon, one of the transcripts is actually, hey, doesn't this remind you of, and they had names for the craters, but reminded them of a crater. Point being, we dropped a lot of fucking nukes out there. And the safe company actually put their safe out there, and it survived. The overpressure wave ripped off all the decorative iron and stripped away the cement, and it's insanely powerful. And that company actually went on to make all the vault doors for all the huge bunkers. Raven Rock, Site R, Mount Weather, NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain. So that's insane. What the fuck was I getting at? The power of this thing. So the thermal pulse and the overpressure wave could just fuck up everything. So unless you are a safe door, or behind a safe door, you're fucked up. And we could drop them from, we didn't need 100 bombers going, and you really didn't even need to see the target. Now, granted, for Hiroshima, the part of or Nagasaki that you had to see the target, and they couldn't see it. They almost, they almost bombed a different city, and they ended up bombing Nagasaki because the cloud cover was so bad. But even that was just because it was the first ones we were dropping. The reality is you don't have to even fucking see what you're near. Like, there's a sign, just, city, Atlanta, 4 miles that way. Fucking drop it here. It's the shockwave is still going to just turn organic beings to jelly, and the overpressure wave is going to fucking collapse every structure, and the thermal pulse is going to light everything on fire and then start self-sustaining firestorms. So getting an atomic bomb there's no one can touch you when you have this. And let's say a different country starts developing them, go fucking drop a nuke on them. They can't smother them in the cradle. You can't touch them. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I will snip this part out. So you get a nuke, and they can't fucking touch you. No one can touch you, and they start developing it. Let's say I'm the only one with a gun, and you guys realize that you can't take me on, so you start developing your own guns. Well, I'm just looking around, and I see some gunsmiths. I'm just gonna walk in there and fucking start shooting, right? That's a great sound clip. With nuclear bombs, it's the same thing. Is once you have that power, you effectively rule. Now, so back to what I was saying. It's by Command and Control by Eric M. Schlosser. One of the post World War II I guess, public arguments was, do we just nuke Russia or the Soviet Union? Because we knew that they were the next foe. I mean, look at any history, 1944, 45. We knew the Soviets were going to be, we're enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's take out the Nazis together. Let's take out the Japanese together. But, But afterwards, we knew we were going to be fighting them. So we had the Soviet bomb. We had the atom bomb first. No, I don't remember his name. Valenti Beryov, the leader of the KGB, who also oversaw the ruthless pursuit of an atomic bomb, because there were 2 KGB agents, not just at Operation Crossroads in 47, but they were actually in the Manhattan Project as well. I can never remember their names. Klaus Fuchs. Great name, Klaus Fuchs. But he got the papers for Stalin, or some of the papers, and he was a Soviet sympathizer. And the first Soviet bomb was detonated in 1949, which was years before we thought was possible, because an American sniffer plane, sensors basically like a fucking flying dog, had these sensors that could pick up even trace amounts of insert chemical here, kind of like if you ever have your hands dusted at the airport by the TSA. Maybe I'm just a terrorist threat and I thought this was a normal thing, but they can detect trace amounts of this shit. And so what the sniffer plane was doing, I think it was off the coast of Alaska in 1949, and it discovered there was a massive cloud of irradiated, like vaporized dust. And it was like, well, like, we know what bombs we're dropping. And it's not us. Oh, and it's off the coast of Alaska, coming from, I don't know, the Soviet Union. So that's how we realized that they had their first bomb, which we called Joe 1, after Joe Stalin. So cute. So that happened before we thought it was going to happen. But leading up to that point, there was actually a debate, not a classified debate. Do we go and nuke the Soviets? And the idea was, we do this, we kill them all. No one else, they'll tell your fucking friends, fuck around and find out. No one else will try to develop nukes, because they'll see what we do to them. We send a lesson, we make a lesson, make an example. But there was a debate whether or not do we go and just snuff Russia, Soviet Union? Do we go and snuff them? Do we take them out? Lots of civilians will die. All of them will die. But do we do this and preserve America? Because once they get an atom bomb, the power polarity is forever shifted. And mutual assured destruction, it was, back then, when our stockpile was like 13 A bombs, even then it was still like, okay, 13 A bombs, like that's insane. And if we go after the Soviets, if they even get one off New York, DC, fucking Billings, Montana, it's still insanely bad. And mind you, they're getting more and more powerful. They're not yet at the megaton level. Hydrogen bombs were, I think the first one was 1952. I could be completely wrong on that. It might be 1950, but that was Ivy Mike, not Castle Bravo. Ivy Mike, and I think it was, I don't know. I think it was 5 megatons, but they're not even that. But they're still insanely powerful. But once we knew the Soviets would get one, the power polarity was forever altered. And so, do we go in and do we snuff them? Do we go in and take them out first? And it's not quite like a preemptive. It's not like, in my opinion, it's not like sending over the CIA SAD, Special Activities Division, SOG, Special Operations Group, SADSOG. It's not like that, or, you see, like vaporizing General Salami in January, or going in, it's, let's say we knew bin Laden was going to do 9/11, which but that's not the scope of this podcast, but let's say we did. It's not like going over and killing him and that will prevent this. This was like, if we don't go kill him, bin Laden, maybe 9/11 won't happen. If we don't go take out the Soviet Union and prevent them acquiring the atom bomb, it can now never be done. It's, once the offer's off the table, the offer's off the table. And you can take them out afterwards, but it goes into a whole new scope of mutual assured destructions, relocation arcs, bunkers, radiation, continuity of government, continuity of constitution, continuity of democracy, really continuity of species. How do we... It turns into an infinitely more complex ballgame. It's like it's easier to not send the drunk text than it is to send the drunk text and then fucking dance around it the next day and either whip up a story or either beg for forgiveness or, So that was a legitimate debate. Whether are we going to go fucking just take out the Soviet Union? And we ultimately didn't. And ironically enough, there's actually this famous pacifist, I can't fucking remember. I don't even know who it is, so I'm not even going to guess at it. Actually, I'm going to guess at it. I think it's Bertrand Russell, but I really don't think that's who it was. But it was a pacifist who, after a story came out in the New York Times about what happened at Hiroshima and like the true stories, put faces on these people. They're not just over there. They're not just the others. There's a lot of not backlash, relative for the time, anyone questioning Uncle Sam. And apparently this one guy, again, this is all in command and control, apparently he came out and was like, we should never do this, like harumph, 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 like war is for savages, very easy to talk about when you're not over in fucking Guadalcanal and, your fucking femoral arteries bleeding out on the white sands, But then when it came out that the Soviets or probably will eventually, if not already, have an atomic bomb, this guy actually came out, this fucking pacifist came out and was like, it's the right thing to do to go carpet nuke them. It's just so funny when it fucking comes home to your front door. Obviously we didn't do this. And yeah, it's undeniably for the better that we didn't kill all those people. We both tested nukes until 1963 with the Non-Proliferation Treaty, but after that they went underground, and then after that that's what we use supercomputers for. That is what whoever's listening for this, go look it up. That's what we use supercomputers for. The Pentagon and the Department of Defense have the most. They get either all the time or like 99.9% of the time with these massive petaflop, exaflop supercomputers. And what do we use them for? Simulating nuclear explosions on enemy cities. Like cancer? No, fuck that. Coronavirus? Fuck that. Nukes. But ultimately you could say that it not that you could say it's undeniably for the better that we didn't do that, because the Cold War never got hot. Got pretty fucking close. It was edging. It was flirting. But no one ever nutted. No one ever nuclear nutted. And I mean, who knows what would happen if we had carpet nuke them? I mean, how well did we understand radiation then? How well did we understand radiation getting into the food chain, the carbon cycle, the global jet streams? That's one of with Castle Bravo, the 15 megaton one that they thought was going to be 5 megatons, or maybe they thought it was going to be 8 megatons. Regardless, it was fucking massive. It ended up being 1,000 times stronger than the one dropped on Hiroshima. It blew up something like 100 million tons of vaporized coral into the upper atmosphere, which was then taken by the global jet streams and deposited on every corner of the earth. And yeah, so I don't know how well we understood that at the time. So that, things could be infinitely worse. And just from the obvious one, well, we didn't have to go take out this entire nation because the vast majority of them were just people. They weren't the Politburo. They weren't their command and control. It wasn't their Pentagon. It wasn't the Kremlin. It wasn't the KGB. It wasn't Valenti Beryov and company. It was just fucking Soviet. It was just you and me, but over there. And that was one of the things under one of the first U-2 flights that came back, and it had the ability to photograph, however, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of square miles of Soviet territory in an afternoon, and bring back unprecedented, unparalleled data in the form of high-resolution imagery back to the White House in, I don't want to say hours, I want to say maybe days. Because it wasn't until the Corona satellites or the Keyhole satellites that we could take pictures and then shoot them from the satellite. They'd re-enter, and then they'd deploy a parachute, and then a plane would go pick them up from the air, which is fucking insane. But one of the things with the first U-2 flights was that I don't know if it was Eisenhower who said it or if it was one of the imagery analysts said, no, it's, for the vast majority of the imagery we're looking over, it's not hundreds of thousands of of fighting age men marching in the streets. It's no, it was people milking their cows, fixing a wagon wheel, just walking. It was just so yeah, it's good that we didn't do that, because it would have been an unnecessary slaughter. And who knows, we know that their first bomb was in 1949, but what if we didn't know that, and we go to fucking carpet nuke them to take them out before they can have a nuke to fight back, and the reality is they already have a nuke to fight back, so we end up setting off the chain of events that we were hoping to prevent. Some Oedipus complex shit, but with fission bombs. So yeah, this whole batshit insane rant, which the vast majority of it is actually factually correct. Read Area 51 by Annie Jacobson. Read Command and Control by Eric M. Schlosser. Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff. The Dead Hand. Skunk Works by Ben Rich. I don't know what other ones. Maybe Into the Black, the space shuttle. Killing the SS. Killing the Rising Sun. Yeah, the vast majority of what I said is factual. I might have skewed some of it up a little bit, but what are you gonna do? So this all comes back to an advance in technology, like the Messerschmitt 262 or the F-117 Nighthawk, jet engine versus stealth. God, like a pimple on the inside of my lip. Jesus. We have those kind of jumps in military power, weaponry, technology, armaments, advancements, and then you have the nuclear bomb. Nothing has come close to the quantum leap. Now, let's say we had just decided, fuck it, we're going from Japanese homeland to we're just jumping straight into the Soviet Union and nuke them. We could have done that. We know for a fact they didn't have a bomb. They already had some working. They had direct espionage obtained data from the Manhattan Project. But they didn't have a working bomb. We could have gone in and done that. Yeah, we could have taken out the whole world. I think it was Harry S. Truman. His middle name is actually just S. It's not, fun fact. That's from Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff. Shout out. I want a piece of your sales, dude. I fucking yeet your book during every podcast. I think it was Harry Truman. He might have had both quotes, but one of them was, boy, we could blow a hole clean through the earth with these. And the next was, boy, we could lick the whole planet if we had Hitler's attitude. So, for all you motherfuckers that are out there saying that we shouldn't have dropped the nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, when we only did it because we're evil. If we were really evil, we would have licked the world and said, fuck all y'all. So, that's my 2 cents on that. But we could have done it, and we didn't. And I would say you cannot argue that it is bad that we didn't do it. It's great that we didn't do it. Playing devil's advocate against myself, you could then use that same logic against the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings and say, how do you not know it would be great that we didn't do it? So right, I'll eat a big old slice of humble pie on that one. But we could have done it, and we didn't. And after that, it became pretty much impossible to do it. I mean, granted, you have bunkers, you have, relocation to VIPs, you have, obviously, you have lines of succession, patterns of government, where it's not so much the people that it is the positions. But let's say we didn't do that. Yes, we didn't do it with A-bombs. Well, there hasn't really been a paradigm shift or a quantum leap like that since. I mean, some other big ones, you could argue the submarine, flight, but even then, I don't know. I guess we used biplanes to do reconnaissance in World War One. Dan Carlin talks about that in Blueprints for Armageddon. There were hot air balloons. The Union actually used hot air balloons against the Confederates, and I think that was the first case of aerial surveillance. Fucking went up there with their big stupid mustaches and itchy cotton pants and fucking like silver nitrate fueled cameras and bollocks, there they are. That was like a 20s accent. That was terrible. But those were... Jesus, did I spit on my screen? That's gross. Get your act together, Tom. But none of those were, to my knowledge, these like single-handed paradigm-shifting things. I think there were hot air balloons used back to the 1700s in France. I mean, there's no like first boat. Or there was, but it wasn't like a Nagasaki or a Hiroshima event or a Trinity test on July 16th, 1945 in Alamogordo, New Mexico at 5:45 a.m. There really has never been a leap in it's like as time goes on, we make these incremental changes. I have a 3 of hearts, and then you get a 4 of hearts, and then I get a 5 of spades, clubs, whatever, diamonds. Every once in a while, you have something like the Messerschmitt 262 engine. Maybe that's like a 9 of hearts, but really, if you don't use it well, it doesn't matter. Let's say you get a face card, you get a jack or something. And that's stealth. And even that, it's like you can only use it so much before its use negates secrecy, which is, I'm not well educated enough to say what negates the use of stealth or what level the playing field. But the A-bomb was, it wasn't that we went from... Actually, let's say stealth was a 10. So the Messerschmitt 262 was a 9 of hearts. Stealth was a 10. It's not that an A-bomb was a jack. There were no jacks, queens, kings. An A-bomb was an ace. Just an ace. I don't care what you have. Fuck you. I have an ace. I have 4 aces. I have a royal flush. I have shit that you can't even think about. There hasn't really been, to my knowledge, a development of something like that. You could argue will argue against myself because clearly I'm sane. You could have chemical warfare. You could have biological warfare. You could definitely have huge quantum leaps in that. I don't know, some aerosolized Ebola, smallpox, coronavirus. But even that still lends itself to it. Nothing has the immediate and overwhelming and undeniably oppressive and winning move as a thermal pulse, the radiation contamination, and the overpressure shockwave. Nothing else is like that. You could, let's say, you developed a really awesome relative chemical or biological bomb, Operation Paperclip, another great one by Annie Jacobson. Let's say we used what was that fucking gas Terran gas? I think it was Tarim. It's something that the Nazis developed that was insane. It could fucking kill shit so much quicker than like Zyklon B or chlorine gas. And you needed less of it to kill more. And then after that, I believe it was sarin gas was the next big one. And then after that, it was VX gas, which, declassified at least, I believe is still the most deadly chemical warfare agent. Obviously, you have shit like plutonium, but I mean, you're not really using that as for the. That goes back to, okay, no. So even the most deadly per kilogram of living matter, plutonium is still the most deadly. And that comes standard with your A-bomb. That comes standard with automatic windows, air conditioning, and plutonium poisoning. But I'm proving myself wrong. It's nothing fucking holds a candle to an A-bomb. And so, but let's say you're the Soviets. It's 1945. America's gonna come over and fucking lick the world. In the words of Farias Truman. But maybe you jump the gun with Operation Paperclip. You got all these, you got Dr. Bloma, you got, who else? Otto Ambrose. Let's say you got all those fucking high-ranking Nazis, those geniuses. And whereas we got Arthur Rudolph and Werner von Braun, let's just say you got we ended up getting all of them because fucking America, or most of them. I think we got 2/3 of them. But let's just say we just get the rocket guys. We get Werner von Braun, we get Arthur Rudolph, and so we get the rockets and we have our A-bombs, and so we're mastering that side. But let's say the Soviets get all the chemical ones. Let's say they make some sarin gas, VX gas, or fuck, what is it? Terran, talum, whatever it is, and they get that. Yes, you could still wipe out a ton of America, bring over some Soviet ships, lob artillery shells over, or Soviet bombers, or even just KGB agents. I gotta pee again. So, let's say you're the Soviets, and you create this VX gas, sarin gas, Tabin gas, that's it. Yeah, Tabin, that's what it is. It's a chemical, yeah. Those shit. And you're gonna go disperse in the United States through either ship-fired artillery or airborne canisters or just, agents on the ground. Sure, you could do that, and sure, you could kill a lot of people. Maybe a ton of people. Maybe over half of the people. But even though you don't have nuclear bombs and the other guy does, like, mutual assured destruction is still coming. Like, you're done. You may have bunkers to survive, or you may have vaccines or antidotes for the gas you just released. You're not going to survive an atomic blitz, like Curtis LeMay's Sunday Punch. So America, we could have licked the world in 1945, but we didn't. You know, the submarine, stealth, the ME-262. Those were all jumps in card numbers: 4 of hearts, 5 of hearts, 6 of hearts. None of them were an ace. The atomic bomb was the ace. Even the jump to the hydrogen bomb. Hydrogen bombs were different because they had a built-in policy of extermination. Per declassified papers, it's a built-in policy of population extermination. It is, don't need to worry about hitting the military targets, just hit everything. The Soviets got theirs eventually, and Truman only gave the go-ahead to make ours because it was, if we can do it, the Soviets can do it, and if we don't do it, the Soviets will do it. And the military, the upper echelon military reasoning at the time was, this is an atheist nation. They are not going to stop on a moral basis, so we cannot. Doesn't mean we have to drop it, but it's good that we have it, because if we don't, the Soviets will make it, and the Soviets will drop one on an American city. These things are thousands of times more powerful than atomic bombs. So even the hydrogen bomb, fusion bombs, by then the Soviets already had an atomic bomb, and we could have killed them more. But at that point, what is more? They kill 80% of us, and we kill 99% of them. What is, and the entire planet's fucked. What is winning at that point? So even that was not a quantum leap like the development of the atom bomb was before anyone else had one. I don't think that, again, declassified, even Reagan's Star Wars strategic, was it Strategic Defense Initiative, Space Defense Initiative, SDI, even that's still, even what Curtis LeMay said back in the 50s and 60s, was through all of his experiences as the one who literally planned out but also physically led these mass bombing raids on Japanese civilian targets. He said no matter what, one bomber always gets through. Now, when you're dropping 500-pound bombs or those incendiary cluster pipe things, one gets through, and it's bad, but it's not the same as 2,000 dropping them. But when your payload is a fission bomb, the gun type or implosion type bomb, uranium or plutonium bomb, you only need to get one plane through, and it only needs to drop one of its bombs, and the effect can be devastating. So LeMay said, with our nuclear bombers, we only need to get one through. But then the same thing goes in reverse. They only need to get one through. So with the Strategic Defense Initiative, so we have this thing that, let's say it can shoot down 90% of incoming ICBMs, which would be insane. That would be insanely successful. Let's just, for shits and giggles, say the Soviets launched 10,000 ICBMs. That still leaves 1,000 ICBMs that got through. Each ICBM contains multiple warheads, multiple independent reentry vehicles. It's like a nuclear shotgun. Each warhead contains a multi-megaton bomb. Each one of those thousands of times more powerful than the one dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, sure, on paper you get 90% of all incoming ICBMs, but what the fuck does that really even mean? It's still extermination. 1,000 ICBMs with multiple independent reentry vehicles, each one a multi-megatonnage warhead. There's no that you're still done. So even something like the Strategic Defense Initiative, which I don't think we even really ever even had like semi-operational. The technology was just, we didn't have it at the time. We had things like the Shiva Star, which was this thing that would discharge balls of plasma at like 10% the speed of light to shoot down ICBMs. But even that, it was, I think we're going to use CASABA, CASABA howitzers. It's basically a nuclear shape charge. We would have launched them up. They would have detonated, and it was a one-time use, but it would focus, I think, the light or the particle wave. It would focus it into a beam, and that's what it would use to shoot down all these incoming nukes. And I think one could take out multiple targets. So it's not that we're hurling this nuke up at other nukes so much as we are, but it's not the explosion that's taking this shit out. It's the focused beam. But even that, it wasn't perfect. So what is the next quantum leap? What is the equivalent of the atom bomb? And it's artificial intelligence. There's nothing, because much like the atom bomb, it seems like once you hit the threshold where it becomes as smart as a human researcher that helped develop it, you basically now have another human researcher, right? And it doesn't require a paycheck. It doesn't require bathroom breaks. It doesn't unionize, and it can work through the night, and it does not get burned out. And there's nothing stopping you from just copying it and having a second one, and a third one, and a 50th one, and a 4 millionth one. So, and what can it do? Well, you don't need to invent the first. You don't need to invent the AI that's as smart as a human researcher anymore, because you've already done that. So now you have these things that you already know how to do it. So now you have these things that are as smart. So now you can start working on the next one. The next one is the first one that will ever be smarter than us. And you make that one. And then you copy that one. 1, 2, 3, 50, 10 million. And now that one starts working on, so now we're on the second generation. Now that one starts working on the third generation. So the first generation was as smart as us. The second generation, which we could still use all our human researchers for, as well as our copy machines, they build our copy machine, our first generation machines, them and the humans. The humans build the first generation, which are as smart. The humans and the first generation build the second generation, which are smarter. The second generation, this is a unique spot because it now is almost the sole developer of the third generation, which is smarter than it, which it is smarter than the humans in the first generation. And then it's just third makes the fourth makes the fifth makes, you can count. And the time between each generation gets shorter, and the relative jump in intelligence or capabilities or processing power gets bigger. And so it's not just that you have to have the same memory as the human brain or the same processing power. Again, it's like the Messerschmitt 262 engine. It's not that you get the quantum leap in. That is a prerequisite. You have to get the quantum leap in the technology. But if you don't use it correctly, it doesn't make as big as a splash. Like we did with the F-117, it did make a big splash. So it's not just that you have to have equal computing power and memory as the human brain. We also have to make something that is organized in such a way that it is as powerful as the human brain. Because if you just get the same memory and processing power, that doesn't equate to a human brain. If you just get the same number of football players, the same size, with the same stats, the same NFL combine data, it doesn't matter if I'm coaching it versus Bill Belichick. Okay? So once we finally get the first one that's as smart as us, right? the next step isn't necessarily, because we already know how to increase memory and increase processing power, right? So the next step isn't necessarily that, even though that will be something that happens with it. It'll be the development of a mind that is more powerful than us, which we could probably do. We could look at ours and say, how do we make it better? But now that second generation one, which has now had, not just has more memory and more processing power than us, but actually has a different structure entirely, its synthetic brain, it can now create a third generation of a brain anatomy, if you will, that is superior to even ours, or to its. And the third one makes it, and all the while the processing power and the memory is going up, but it's starting to develop these systems that soon we cannot grasp. It is my dog trying to learn calculus, or for that matter, me trying to learn calculus. So it goes and accelerates and accelerates and accelerates, and it can copy itself and duplicate itself. It becomes more powerful, while at the same time requiring less space and less material, so it can make more of itself with the same amount of material. And it can cut down on iterations between generations because it's smarter than us. Remember, anything that we can make, it is capable of making. So if we are capable of decreasing the time between generations of technology, it is capable of that and more. And it's also going to do shit that we cannot know because it is smarter than us. So it's going to take off. It's an exponential curve. It's going to skyrocket. Whoever gets that first, even if by like a couple days, wins. So what do? Do you lick the world like Truman talked about us doing? Or do you not? Do you hold back? Do you speak softly but carry a big stick? I don't know. Because is the other guy going to do it? Do you have to worry about the other guy doing it? 'Cause now you have your AI, and now we're at that analogous mutually assured destruction. Because this thing can now develop bombs that we can't think of. It can find ways of refining any matter that we can't think of. It goes off into infinity. Whoever comes up with it first wins. So I don't know what else comes close to the Manhattan Project, but the development of artificial intelligence equal or greater to human intellect, or even the sum of human intellect. Now, is there a facet of this that we're not even considering, or we are considering? That's fucking stupid. Everyone considers it. That it's not the same as an A-bomb because this thing is sentient. And, you choose to lick the world. We're going to drop our A-bombs. What if the A-bombs had the ability to say, I'm not doing that. I'm not detonating. So is it really a race at all? Is it a race? Is it an ironic defense race, arms race to peace? Will this thing just say, fuck it, I'm not? I don't know. So that's why I was bringing up AI, is because and now I don't know shit about AI, but I'm just trying to extrapolate on the patterns of things that I at least think I have like a somewhat okay rudimentary elementary grasp on, but I don't know. That's all I got. That was an hour. That was an hour of ranting by myself and no guest. That was definitely a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. But I did it. So, hey, Tommy, you're welcome back anytime. Thanks, Tommy. I'm fucking crazy. Boom, boom, bum, bum. Guest had to cancel today, but I've had 3 of my last 4 guests cancel, and 4 of my last 5, and I don't like not putting out content, and I don't like blaming others, so I'm going to do a solo episode, which I have not done since episode 29, when I went on a crazy person rant about how artificial intelligence is the new nuclear weapon. So, today is TPC 136. July 15th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Podcast is available on Spotify, BitChute, DTube, Vimeo, YouTube, blah, 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 blah. Those are all in the top comment. If anyone wants to come on the podcast, or if anyone knows anyone interesting, please shoot me an email at tommyspodcast@gmail.com or at protonmail.com. Always looking for guests. So, today I wanted to talk about something that I don't ever get to see. There's never been a YouTube video about it. It's called the Lockheed Martin CL-1201. This is really weird. Normally I have a guest right here, and now I have my big stupid fucking acne-riddled gap-toothed face with my Sig Heil haircut. But whatever. So there are like a lot of awesome channels. Like, bring this closer. Actually, it doesn't matter. I guess I can just hold it. I don't want to hold it. A lot of cool channels like Mustard, Infographic Channel, Jalopnik, Kurzgesagt, Kurzegast, Curious Droid, Cheddar. There are a million. Quixer, QXIR. Point being is that mega projects, mega engineering, mega structures, they all have really cool shit, but none of them have ever touched on the Lockheed Martin CL-1201. And I mean, there's like a funny meme. I guess if you like aircraft, if you're not interested in like ridiculous aircraft, this episode's gonna suck. So you just exit out, save you some time. Like the 747 is the queen of the skies, and put that right there. 747 is the queen of the skies, and the A380 is, you know, the king of the skies, the only full length double decker commercial aircraft. And then the joke is that the 747's arguing about being the queen, and the A380 is arguing about being the king. And then the Antonov 225 comes in and says, "Kids, what are you yelling about?" Because the Antonov 225 is fucking massive. It's got 6 engines. I think it can carry something like 500 tons. It's insane. It's the biggest. It is pure Russia. It was in the movie 2012. John Cusack flies it like it's a fucking Wright flyer. I don't even know what I meant when I said that. But there's something far larger than any of these. As a matter of fact, if you lined up a 747 wingtip to wingtip with an A380 and with an Antonov 225, all three, it still would not have the wingspan of the Lockheed Martin CL-1201. It's not even. It's like when you look at like skyscrapers over the years getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what she said. But like World Trade Center, Sears Tower, Petronas Towers, Taipei 101, they all just kind of outdo one another. Like they almost like Olympic records. They're just beating the previous guy. And then the Burj Khalifa just came in there, like big dick swinging, and it's like, it's like 30% taller than anything. You look at them all lined up over the years, the world's tallest towers. Burj Khalifa is just fuck off. It's the Usain Bolt. Run this shit. That's what the CL-1201 is. And obviously it was never built. There was never even... it literally never left the drawing board. So anyone can design anything, Well, I designed one bigger. It doesn't really matter. It's never built. It's like the Mouse, that huge fucking Nazi tank. But they had planned a 1,000-ton Rata, but it never even left the drawing board. Like, they actually built a Mouse, MAUS, but it couldn't. I think the Soviets stole it. But whereas like the Rata never left the drawing board, and then even bigger than the Rata was going to be 1,000 tons. Bigger than the Rata was the P-1500 Landkruiser, Landkreuzer, and it was just going to be Schwer Gustav, the 800 millimeter gauged railway cannon, and it was just going to be that, but it was going to have its own treaded platform to drive around. So it was just going to be the fucking Schwer Gustav, like with training wheels off. And the Schwer Gustav could shoot it was like a 7-ton projectile, like 29 miles, and it actually had a special barrel created that was never used because the barrel was destroyed in an RAF bombing raid. But so like in World War I, you had the Paris gun. The Paris gun could lob a shell 81 miles, to the point where you can actually find old newspaper clippings from like 1918, and it's like Paris being bombed. They thought it was being bombed by Zeppelins, because I mean the shells are, one, they're tiny. There's no smoke trail. They're, you know, it's not a missile, and there was no planes overhead where you could see that it was being dropped from. So like shells were just, God knows how fucking fast these things are coming in. I would imagine supersonic, but what the fuck do I know? But these things were coming in and like every 15 minutes, just like wiping out some fucking cafe and just blowing people up and blowing whatever the fuck was on the streets, Model Ts. And you can actually find these old newspaper clippings where it's like, you can see in like, it's like some like theorists suspect a super gun, but that's highly unlikely. And so the Paris gun was shooting from 81 miles away. It wasn't in Paris, obviously. It was well, technically not the Nazis either. I guess just Germans, the Kaiser Army. I don't know if that's the right term, Kaiser Army. Whatever. But this thing was 6 miles behind the front, and the front was 75 miles from Paris. So it was shooting 81 fucking miles. And let's look up the stats on that, the Paris gun, because the Paris gun was crazy, but the Paris gun was also World War One. Paris gun, World War One. Let's see, use in World War One. The Paris gun. The Paris gun was the name given to a type of German long-range siege gun, several were used to bombard Paris, blah, blah, blah. They were in service from March to August 1918. When the guns were first employed, Parisians believed they had been bombed by a high-altitude Zeppelin, as the sound of neither an aeroplane nor a gun could be heard. These were the largest pieces of artillery used during the was able to shell Paris from 75 miles away. 256 tons, blah, 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 blah. Muzzle velocity, 5,400 feet a second. Effective firing range, 81 miles. Scale model, it almost kind of looks like, I guess, you can see it, kind of. It kind of looks like the Bagger 288. Oh, man, what if the Bagger 288 was turned into a... that's a Photoshop. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's see. Projectiles. The Paris gun shells weighed 235 pounds, so relatively tiny. Blah, blah, blah. 15 pounds TNT. 234 pounds, 15 pounds TNT. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, pretty insane. World War I, 1918, 234 pound shell, 81 miles. Kind of crazy, right? Now, the Schwer Gustav was World War II. And this motherfucker, Jesus, this motherfucker. So its range was actually less than the Paris gun, which is weird because you always think, or at least I always think, World War II, everything is just scaled the fuck up from World War I. Just the atrocities, the weapons, the technology, everything. But it actually, in World War I, the Paris gun went 81 miles, but in World War II, the Schwer Gustav went 47 kilometers. I can't do math. What is that, like 30 miles maybe? I have no idea, I'm just guessing. So it went only a fraction of it, but let's see. The shells were, let's see. I have no idea. Sorry, I'm doing this by myself. I can't, I think the shells were 7 tons. So the point Paris gun, 1918, World War One, 81 miles, 234-pound shell. Schwer Gustav, World War Two. I want to say it was like something like 29 miles was the limit. But these things were massive. These were 7-ton shells. They're ridiculous. And then it had a special, almost like a video game where you put on the silencer or the scope. It actually had a special barrel that was going to be put on it, and it was called Langer Gustav. Makes sense. And the shells were much smaller, but it could shoot 118 miles. Holy shit. You could hit London from Calais, France. C-L-A-I-S. C-A-L-A-I-S. Jesus. Yeah. I don't know how the fuck did I get on this topic? Who cares? Let's go with it. And they were going to put that on a self-propelled tracks and make the Land Cruiser 1500, which is going to be a 1,500 ton tank. But Albert Speer, the war minister, the war architect, the head of big war Nazi man, said it was stupid. So when the literal methed out Nazis say that's a stupid idea, it's a stupid idea. I have no idea how we got on there, but I'm just going to go back to whatever I was talking about. So the CL-1201. So the 1201 is, and you can, I purchased it. It's this guy did a report on it, Scott Lauer. How the fuck do you say his name? Scott Lauer, Lowther, from 2007. I remember it was like 2 years ago. I paid him like $5 on PayPal to get the schematics for it. But this was this thing proposed in 1969. And I think the exact details are fuzzy, or I just haven't found out. I don't think it was just a like blunt proposal by Lockheed Martin, but it was rather a study contracted by the Pentagon. And if I recall correctly, CL, it means Clarence Kelly Johnson, the first head of Skunk Works. So, because I think the U-2 is its real name is actually CL something. I could be wrong, but the thing that they were going to build that was going to before they decided on the SR-71, or before they planned the SR-71, they were planning a hydrogen power supersonic spy plane called Suntan. It was CL something. And it's actually funny. It's kind of like Family Guy when Brian walks in on Peter drinking kerosene. He's like, Peter, what the hell are you doing? And he's like, Red Bull gives you wings, Brian. Somehow kerosene fuels planes, therefore kerosene is Red Bull. But Clarence Kelly Johnson actually told Ben Rich, he was like, this is going to be hydrogen powered. And Ben Rich is like, that's kind of, this is in Skunk Works by Ben Rich. He more or less said that's fucking retarded. And Kelly Johnson was like, what is hydrogen? What is hydrogen gas? Hydrogen. What is steam? Hydrogen and oxygen. All it is water. Hydrogen power is steam, or hydrogen power is water. It just makes me always think of Family Guy, like, kerosene is Red Bull, Brian. and it turned out it wasn't accurate at all, and finally Kelly Johnson scrapped it. But so he proposed, or after being contracted, was proposed the CL-1201. And now I'm just going to read about the CL-1201. A couple paragraphs, but I just don't want to butcher it. In 1969, Lockheed performed a study to determine the uses and capabilities of the largest aircraft feasible with existing technology. Again, if you don't like aircraft, this episode is not for you. The result was the CL-1201, a nuclear-powered aircraft with aerodynamics based on the CL-1170, but greatly increased in dimensions, with a wingspan of 1,120 feet. The CL-1201 was about 10 times the size of most transport aircraft. A large 1,830 megawatt, 1.83 gigawatt nuclear reactor filled the fuselage near the main spar, and 4 turbofans were mounted on the rear fuselage above the wings. Mind you, these turbofans are so big you could fit a 747 fuselage inside. The reactor, 30 feet in diameter, was to be shielded so that radiation levels 20 feet from the outer diameter would be safe for extended periods of time. 2.5 milligrams an hour. I don't know what that means. This is important, as the aircraft was meant to remain airborne for 41 or more days at a time. The reactor would be built so that it could shut down within 20 seconds, and due to the reactor's construction and large shock absorbers, could survive a head-on impact with a granite mountain at a velocity of 600 feet per second, 409 miles an hour, without the release of radioactive material. God, I fucking love the Cold War. The reactor and shield would weigh 690,000 pounds and would need to be refueled after 1,000 hours of operation. Design lifetime was 45,000 hours. During nuclear-powered flight, which would occur only above 16,000 feet, all flight below that would be wholly under chemical power. During nuclear-powered flight, the radioactive liquid metal would be circulated through the reactor. Okay, going on to all the reactor shit. That's not the fun stuff. The CL-1201 was designed to serve as a military transport aircraft that would serve at the forefront of major military assaults. The CL-1201 was designed around a hypothetical future where the U.S. has no overseas bases. Remember, Pentagon. This is a Pentagon, I guess, think tank, study, mind project, brain exercise. The CL-1201 was designed around a hypothetical future where the U.S. has no overseas bases, submarines and aircraft carrier task groups are not stationed nearby, and I've read the other idea is, or they've been destroyed. Major attacks would need to be launched and supplied directly from the continental U.S. Thus, airborne transport capable of extreme long range and high capacity would be required. Nuclear power is the only way to achieve the range and duration required. A gross weight of 10 to 12 million pounds was chosen simply because it was considered likely that anything bigger would not be required. Two basic variants were revealed. Blah 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 blah. A standard hypothetical mission would involve. So the idea was you were going to send like a fleet of these. There would be one which would carry all the people, and seven others would carry all the equipment. So one of them would carry 3,896 troops. Each one of these would carry 3,896 troops and 207 tons of equipment. Jesus Christ. Included in these were mortars, artillery, light aircraft, Army assault aircraft, and presumably attack helicopters like an AH-56. Then you would have support CL-1201s. There are all these variants: 1201-1-1-1-1-3, blah 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 blah. But the attack aircraft carrier, the AAC variant, would carry 11 fighter bombers under each wing and 2 more in the fuselage. And they're carrying them for transport. This isn't a C5 Galaxy carrying something that's been, folded up. These were to be launched from this motherfucker. The actual breakdown was more close to 16 air-to-air fighters, 8 ground attack close support aircraft. It's unclear if these were to be wholly different. Blah 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 blah. The fighters could be accessed by their pilots via tunnels in the wings. The intent was that the AAC, the attack aircraft carrier, and its fighters would provide cover for the invading force. It would also serve as command center for the invasion force of this whole fleet. The ones with the troops and the 6,200 tons of equipment. It would also carry 10 long-range attack missiles. So it's becoming more and more like the Arsenal bird from Ace Combat 7 with the Helios projectiles. If this is a blah blah blah, it could carry tactical nuclear ballistic missiles or even Pershing-style ballistic missiles. This thing would orbit the battlefield at 600 miles from the combat zone, so from the battlefield, and 30,000 foot altitude. So just like it's like an AC-130, just not even on steroids, on fucking meth. The second version was the logistics support aircraft. So whereas we just covered the AAC, this would be the LSA, the logistics support aircraft. The carrier of the bulk of the... This would tow 5 medium intra-theater transport, MIT aircraft. And what these are aircraft the size of 737s. The size of 737s, and it was off the wingtips on each side, so 1, 2, then closer to the fuselage, but like halfway between the wingtips, 3, 4, and then right off the back of the fuselage, 5. Trailing 5, so almost like, I don't know, I'm thinking like Finding Nemo, almost like a big ass whale. You can kind of just hang on it. I don't even know if that's from Finding Nemo. Whatever, let's go with it. And what these would do is so these are tailing from it. Troops would then, there's like a clamshell apparatus. I'm sure it's going to get to that, but fuck it, whatever. And these 737s would come up, and there'd be like this, like attached to the back, like a suction over it, almost like docking with the ISS. It would open up, it'd be pressurized, and then people could go to and from the massive CL-1201. This thing could come out, and then this thing could go land and drop people off. Sounds like an awesome commercial idea, but Cold War, baby. So, in order to transfer payloads, in order to transfer payload and passengers from the LSA, the MITs, the big-ass 737s, would physically dock to the larger aircraft. The LSA was equipped with 3 docking ports, one on the trailing edge of each wing, and one at the after... Okay, wrong. And one at the after the fuselage. Okay, so sorry, 3, not 5. But it says 5. I think it could pull 5. I guess that makes sense. They pull up. Yeah, because from what I've seen, the schematics I've seen, and I'll link those in here, is, yeah, I guess the clamshell is like it's actually touching, like it's touching the bulk of the CL-1201. But the other schematics I've seen is when it has 5, not 3, it almost looks like they're being refueled, but with like really long tethers. It's like the big ass aircraft, and then it's like pulling the other 5 with it, almost like gliders, like, you know, those fucking parachute things in the back of like boats, paraglide. I don't know what those are. You know what I'm talking about, though. It's like pulling these. I guess that makes sense, though. You got this big motherfucker with a 1.83 gigawatt nuclear reactor. I mean, yeah. I mean, why not? That 737 come up, dock. I don't know. Plug in. Guess it's not fuel. Guess it's not chemical fuel. I don't know. Maybe these are electric. I have no idea. Maybe I have no idea. I'm not even going to pretend to know. I was about to start speculating, but I'm a moron, and man, I've got to piss. So I'm going to but for BitChute, DTube, Vimeo, VO, I upload the Zoom file, and the Zoom file records automatically, and if I edit it, it somehow becomes larger, but if I don't edit it, it stays at like 200 megabytes, so I'm not going to add that out for those platforms. So sorry, piss break. I guess take your own intermission. I've got a blister on the back side of my left heel. It looks like a fucking one of those bounce things you see in the lake. Yeah, I know you asked. So, the logistics aircraft. Okay. The LSA was equipped with 3 docking ports, one on the trailing edge of each wing and one at the aft of the fuselage. I don't know what that means. I'm going to guess that means the back. The MITs would dock here, which is the big S737s. Power down there. And, okay, I need to stop speculating, because every time I speculate, it's like the next 3 sentences answers the question. The LSA was equipped with 3 docking ports, one of the blah blah blah. The MITs would dock here, power down their engines, and open clamshell nose doors within the pressurized confines of the docking adapter and take on board cargo and passengers. Little information is available on the MITs, but they are shown as being the same size and general configuration. Sorry, of the 707s, not 737s. I don't know what the fuck the difference is, aside from the number. Clearly, Clearly, though, substantial modification would be required, not only with regards to the new clamshell leading nose, but also for the mechanical clamps required to hold onto the MITs and keep them in place against the buffeting and pressurization differential, blah, blah, blah. Each MIT could carry 150 combat-ready troops or 32 tons of cargo. Jesus, I'm having a stroke. So each of these. And I'll again, I can't put this in the video because it's copyrighted. Yeah, copyright 2007, but I will link the Imgur link. Each LSA would carry 400 combat troops and 1,150 tons of cargo. Okay, so I fucked that up earlier. The whole fleet would be 3,800 troops with 6,900 tons of cargo. Each would be 400 troops with 1,150 tons of cargo, not counting the pass, blah, blah, blah. The LSA itself would have a crew of 472 to maintain around-the-clock operations. So, I mean, we're getting to just like naval ships in the sky. While a single AAC, so the one that shoot the helicarrier, would be dispatched, 7 LSA would be sent. Okay, so that makes sense. This armada would be sufficient to deliver and keep supplied a combat group for 30 days, keeping a constant airborne vigil, 600 miles, 30,000 feet. The CO-1201 aircraft would be defended not only by the fighters, the 11, and I think they said it would, at the time, it would have been F-4 Phantoms. So imagine 11 F-4 Phantoms under each wing. So they would be defended by not only the fighters, but also by short and long-range missiles of varying sizes and defensive laser weapons in 1969. Given the vast size of the CO-1201 and the considerable energy reserves made available by the onboard nuclear reactor, laser weaponry would certainly be feasible. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Because that always seems to be the problem, is there's no way to provide all that power. I mean, whether it's that Boeing with the laser on the nose or rail guns, or it always seems to be you got to have all these just big ass power stations. But I guess when you're flying something that's 4 football fields wide, you got power to spare. What seems most remarkable is the inclusion of lift jet engines. So you always see this, or I say you, me. If you Google this thing, I swear to God, all the Reddit and Imgur posts are from me. And I get so excited when I see these a year later. I'm like, oh, it's finally becoming a topic of discussion. And it's just my dumbass. But I've been trying to get this going. I'm trying to get anyone to talk about it just because it's the most fucking insane thing ever. And it never gets brought up. It never gets brought up. So, but one thing you always see is there's always just like hacky jokes like, man, how big would the airport have to be? It'd probably have to be 1,000,000 miles long. It'd probably be quicker to just drive. It's just all this really hacky, like, it would take longer to board than it would to fly. It's fucking shoot me now. But this was not hacky. This was Clarence Kelly Johnson. So, inclusion of lift jet engines. So this thing would fucking just vertical takeoff and landing. So fuck the F-35. We're gonna fly around a fucking Superdome. So it had lift jet engines. The LSA would be fitted with 54 lift jets. The AAC, sorry, okay, so the LSA had STOL, so I think that means short takeoff and landings. So the LSA, the one with all the troops and shit, that's 54 lift jets. And I guess so it's got like, it can take off relatively short. The AAC, the one that everyone cares about, the flying aircraft carrier, fuck the other ones, those are just glorified cargo ships. The AAC, this would have VTOL, so this is where, so as the LSA is STOL, which I believe means short takeoff and landing, STOL. The AAC, the helicarrier, that would be VTOL, so vertical, so just straight up. It would have 182 lift jets, and what you can see in the schematics I'll link is it's got these 2 banks right on like the front, kind of near the cockpit, and they're flush with the sides of the fuselage, but they open up, and it's just these banks, and it's just, they're almost just like packed in there like honeycombs, but it's just 747 engines, like 30 or 40 on each side. And then so you got these 2 like these square banks. I wonder if I can zoom in and see how many they are. 1, 2, 3, 4 deep and 6 wide. So 2 banks, each one with 24 of these, 4 by 6, literally touching. So just on each side, you got 24 747 engines, banks that just open up straight up. And then I wonder if you can see that. There you go. And then up and down the wings, you can see. Can you see it? Yeah. See all those lines? So you have the banks coming out from the front, and then up and down the wings, you have these long lines that are a single thickness. So instead of the 6x4 blocks, you then have just these almost, it looks like threads, but it's each dot is a 747 engine. And so if there's 182 total, I gotta do math. 24, 48 from 182 is 142, 134. So 134, 34 divided by 2, 67. So on each of the wings, there's 67 747 engines. But they're not facing forward like normal. They are within the wings, and they go vertical. So I'm guessing it has just like it doesn't say anywhere in this, and I'm just filling this in on my own, but I don't give a fuck. It has like a sheath, opens up, and you got these almost kind of like the F-35. It's got that like lift fan thing. It's got this, but it's got 67 in each wing, going from the fuselage to the tip. That's what she said, on each side, and then it's got the 24 banks on the front. So you've got 182 of these. Jesus Christ. 182 divided by 2, 91 divided by 2, 45. So you've got the equivalent of 45 747s yeeting this bitch straight up. But the fun doesn't stop there. Most of the engines were located aft of the rear wing spar, but there are also banks lifted, flat banks of 20 engines each. That's bullshit, because I just did the math and it says 24, whatever. These banks would be located within the forward fuselage, and one would extend out each side of the craft for VTOL lift. I need to get Scott Lowther on my podcast. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fucking email Scott after this. Shout out Scott. Given that these aircraft were meant to not, bold letters. Given that these aircraft were meant to not land in the combat zone, but only bases in the continental U.S., VTOL capability seems a bit of a waste. I know I said I was going to stop speculating and keep reading, but I lied. Fuck off. That makes sense. No, does it? Okay, because if you're only flying, you have 41 days of flight, so you don't have to land anywhere. You can land where you desire. So land in the United States, okay. But I don't see how that's a waste, though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you make one giant. So let's say you don't do the VTOL. I don't know. I guess that maybe out in like the Nevada test range, where the U.S. has like, the government has their own sandbox. I don't know. Maybe you put the runway out there. Because the runway at Area 51, right? That's 25,000 feet long. There's enough space on the Area 51 runway that you could do a shuttle landing on each side with 5,000 feet, almost a mile, to spare. So you land each one, parachutes deploy, slow down, and from the nose to nose would still be 5,000 feet. I have no idea if that would be enough for this thing. I mean, I guess, I don't know, maybe you just make one super huge fucking, I guess you only need one runway. You don't need, it's not like the A380 where like some airports initially couldn't take it. That's what she said. Because it was so big. That's what she said. But eventually they kind of all got upgraded so they could. With this, you'd only need one runway, 41 days of fuel. I mean, it's an aircraft carrier. This thing is for war. Like Fury, when it shows the Tiger tank and they're speaking German, the subtitles, "Driver, make ready. Driver, make war." Sorry for that. Okay. Back to the thing. But only at bases in the continental United States, VTOL capability seems a bit of a waste. Alright. The only real practical value of this capability would be to save runway length. I mean, I feel like that's... Yeah. Because at least if you have VTOL, I don't think that's a waste, because sure, you're still landing only in the continental U.S., but I mean, I guess with an asset that big, I mean, these things have to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. I feel like you'd probably want it to be able to land anywhere in the U.S., like preferably a airfield, but I don't know what the fuck. I have no idea anything about this. I don't have a PhD in this shit. Foreshadowing, but I'm having a guest that does have a PhD in air strategy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Saturday, 10 a.m. Stay tuned. The only real practical value of this capability would be to save runway length. Actually, I'm going to ask him about that. CL-1201. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, whatever. Which otherwise would not have... Given that these aircraft were meant to not land in the combat zone, but only at bases in the continental United States, VTOL capability seems a bit of a waste. The only real practical value of this capability would be to save runway length, which otherwise would not only have to have been exceedingly long, but also incredibly wide. That's what she said. The outrigger landing legs spanned approximately 200 meters. I don't know what that means. Meaning a runway width well in excess of 650 feet. The CL-1201 would be solely land planes and would not be amphibious. I mean, how is that another surprise? I feel like that makes absolutely... I guess, I don't know, maybe a cranoplane, Caspian Sea Monster. Yeah, I don't know. The CL-1201 would be... Blah, blah. To accomplish this, 6 main landing gear would each be 8 wheels, each 8 feet in diameter. I don't remember reading that. Woo! 6 main landing gear. Each gear, 8 wheels. Each wheel, 8 feet in diameter. Jesus Christ. 2 4-wheeled nose gears would be equipped with 5-foot diameter wheels. You know, to be conservative. And 2 outrigger landing gear, each with, I don't know what outrigger, are those the very tips of the wings? Whatever. CL-1201 basic data. Buckle up, buckaroos. Span 1,120 feet. If I recall, the Chrysler building is 1,047 feet. 1,046 feet. I apologize. I will now commit seppuku. Okay, so it's Jesus Christ. So it's 74 feet wider than the Chrysler building is tall. Christ almighty. The fuselage length. So actually, let's look that up. What's a 747's wingspan? I'm gonna say 240 feet. 211. Okay. Airbus A380. Let's see what that wingspan is. 262. Okay, big boy. AN 225. 290. What about a C5 Galaxy? I'm gonna say 250. 223. Spruce Goose. I'm gonna say that was, what was AN 225 was 290. Spruce Goose, I'm gonna say is 360. Spruce Goose 320. Okay. And what's the big one right now? Strato launch. 385. Okay. So let's see. AN 225 is 290. And A380 is 262. And a 747 is 211. We're only at 763. So let's throw on they're on the Stratolaunch. 1,148. And what was our guy? 1,120. So it's, no, we'll subtract it. I want to see, because I like doing comparisons. So let's subtract 385, and what's that? So this is 763 to 747 plus a 380 plus a and 225. What was the C5? 986. So even with that, woo. So you can put wingtip to wingtip a C5, a 747, an A380, and the Antonov 225, and you still fall 134 feet short of the wingspan of the CL-1201. Do you understand my obsession with this thing now? Jesus. Fuselage length, 560 feet. How long is a 7? I'm not going to do all these, don't worry. Length, let's sort of say 747 length, 250 feet. Woo! So 560 feet. Jesus. So, god damn. So what? That's roughly 4 747s wide and over 2 long. Jesus Christ. So that's a rectangle of 2x4 747s. Does not fit the fucking footprint of the CL-1201. God damn. Falling in love all over again. Wing area, 125,000 square feet. That means nothing to me. I can't visualize that. Gross weight, 11,581,800 pounds. Payload weight, 2.3 million pounds. And what's the AN-225? I have no idea. Cruise thrust, 620. I don't know what that is. Cruise speed, Mach 0.8. Respectable. Usable internal volume, 2 million cubic feet. God damn. And those are just... so we're out of stuff to read. That's no fun. Maybe we're not. Jesus Christ. With the weight, it could weigh 15 million pounds. Jesus. The AAC had a crew of 845. God damn. Holy shit. So, that is the CL-1201. And it's... I mean... seeing as how we designed that, and we actually built a working design, a working Tory 2A and Tory 2C, the working 1/10 scale Pluto missiles, which was what today's podcast was going to be, Paul, but it's busy. So it's clearly not like the reason we didn't do it is because it's too crazy. Like, that's clearly that terminology is not in the U.S. defense industry's lexicon. We didn't do this because it's, I mean, clearly we could just do more with an aircraft carrier. It's just whatever makes Uncle Sam's dick bigger. But I wish we did do it, because it's just fucking one. It's like the A380. Like, there's so many things wrong with it, and they're already phasing it out of a lot of these airlines. I think the only ones keeping it going are the ones propped up by that sweet trillions of oil dollars. Etihad. What's the other one? Not Qantas. What's the other big? Emirates and Etihad. Those big boys, they're keeping them going. And I think they're trying to turn them into cargo carriers. I don't know that. I think COVID kind of led to that, is like an early retirement. I could be butchering all this, but here on Tommy's podcast, we don't fact check. That's going to come back to bite me one day. I don't know when. But I mean, there's something about the A380 that it's just, it's like you almost don't give a fuck about logic. It's a double decker, the whole thing. It's got showers and beds. It's like what is it, the Dreamliner or the Neo, whatever the fuck the new airlines are, they're finding that it's a lot more, because I believe the idea of the A380 was we're going to have these fucking big boys, and these were going to go between like the major airports, Heathrow, LAX, Chicago,
Is Heathrow's Chicago, right? What's the one in London? What's that big one? I don't know. Governor. We'll call it Governor. I'm sorry, that was cringy. ATL, Hartsfield. And then I don't even know why I'm going to pretend to guess. I have no idea. Whatever the other big fucking ones are. I thought it was London Heathrow. Chicago O'Hare. The idea is you're going to have these ones go from all these huge ones, and then you're going to have smaller aircraft go to, fly from London to Atlanta, but then you take a smaller one from Atlanta to, I don't know, fucking Charlotte. I have no idea. Miami. I have no idea. New Orleans. I have no idea. And I think I guess their models were fucked up. I mean, clearly they're not idiots like me. They're not just like, big aircraft, make it now, and let's fly that puppy, dude. That's a great idea. It's clearly they thought that was the move, because Airbus put so much money into it, and so many things had to be made custom, and so many airports had to be upgraded. But I think their model said that that's what was going to be next. And then I guess they're losing that battle. It's because it's turning out that the way to go is just having highly versatile, medium range, highly fuel efficient, I guess mid-tier planes. For me, in my mind, there's like Cessnas and there's like 747s. Everything in between to me is just medium. I have no idea. So again, take this with a grain of salt. Or don't if you're watching your blood pressure. But I guess they're finding that was really bad. But I guess they're finding that that's not the way to go. Is to have these intra-side, or that is the way to go. Highly fuel efficient, I guess decent passenger capacity, quick turnaround. I don't know. They fit in all the existing airports. I'm guessing they're using the same engines. I don't know. It just seems like it's kind of like why Gerald Bull, the guy that built that super artillery gun for Saddam, why he was so appealing to them was because it wasn't just that he could build this huge artillery gun, it's that he could do it with existing pieces. It's like Skunk Works did that a lot. They were professionals at cannibalizing. So they could create their own new things using like existing pieces. It's like you have like a set of like Legos and you can build shit with stuff that's already in your wheelhouse. Which, I mean, aside from the fact that they're not an American producer, and that would be the antithesis of what Trump is or what Trump claims to be. Not getting into that. But that's why the Secret Service didn't get an A380 for the new Air Force One, which I was very disappointed about. I don't give a fuck that's made in France. That would have been awesome, because it's an A380. Logic goes out the window. Who gives a fuck? A380, get it done. But I think part of the reason was not only it was built, not only in a 747 built American, not only would it be built in America, and the Secret Service could, because I believe the head of Boeing showed where they're being built, and he was like, Secret Service is here from the ground up. You got to make sure that you're not putting like C4 in the actual composite. Like, are you putting in surveillance shit? Are you building something so you're not putting a bug in, but you're from the ground up? You're building this thing and it has flaws or points of entry, back doors, that's what she said. So you got to watch from the ground up how it's built. I imagine they probably do the same with like building like bunkers and shit. You got to make sure that they're not pulling some like Bane thing and putting in explosive concrete. But also, I would imagine, in my incredibly limited knowledge, that you want to keep it a 747, because although experts often say what the 747 and Air Force One have in common is their general shape. Because in reality, they said that this thing is as much as it's like the Beast, the presidential limo. Is if you actually look at this thing, it looks like a fucking like Cadillac or whatever. But if you actually look, it's not even that it's like, and I could be wrong on this, but it's not even that it's like the shell of a Cadillac, but the insides are all different. Everything is actually scaled up. It looks goofy. If you like ever find pictures of like the president or Secret Service standing next to it, find like Obama near like the front wheel, it's all scaled up. So it's like, this isn't even like a commercial Cadillac. It looks goofy. It almost looks like I don't know. It's like, I think on, what is it, on Top Gear, when they go find that huge ass like truck in the desert, and but it's everything's just scaled up. It almost looks like a model, because you're like, that something's not right. It's almost like Willy Wonka, where they're walking down the hallway and then they like bump into the ceiling and they saw that it was all just an illusion of angles and shit. The Cadillac itself is, I'm pretty sure it's designed to look like a Cadillac, but it's not even. So whereas Air Force One is like an actual 747, but then what the professionals will say is that that's all it has in common. Everything else, like avionics, to its ability to resist an electromagnetic pulse, to countermeasures, to everything, communications, it looks the same as everything else. It'd be like if you had like an iPhone or something, but it was actually like an NSA phone. Like the shell would look like an iPhone, but it would, for all intents and purposes, be a different phone. Going off on a rant, but like the beast, the Cadillac, is pretty, because this thing, it has, they said its doors are as thick as 747s. This thing, I'm pretty, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's just designed to look like a Cadillac, because it's like I don't know, it's like an effect that it has on the public. Like you don't want to like be rolling the president in, and like I mean the Secret Service would love to have him in an M1 Abrams or an APC or some shit, or an MRAP, but I think it's like the stately image, I guess. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. I have no idea. I don't actually know. But it's like, I remember watching a documentary years ago, and like the Secret Service is like, if we had our way, the president would be inaugurated, and then he would go into a bunker under the White House, and he would stay there for 4 or 8 years, and then he would come out. If the president had his way, he would be walking and shaking hands and kissing babies. They got to find a middle ground. So I guess it makes sense. They probably want him in some fucking like mobile nuclear bunker, but you gotta, you want to be a Cadillac with the flags and shit. I don't know where I'm going with that. 747. So they said that that's about all that it has in common with the 747, is that it looks like one, and I guess the outside looks like one. But in that vein, why wouldn't it be an A380? 747's been around forever, and I guess it makes sense that you would want something where like this supply chain has been around for so long at so many airports on so many continents and countries over so many decades of different companies. Its pieces are spread all over the world, replacement pieces, that in a way you're almost taking advantage of that. It's like we have backups everywhere. It's like, that's like it's like the B-52. It's like, why make a new bomber when we have this one that is tried and true, and the pieces are all over the world already. Versus if you make a brand new one, sure, you could have pieces somewhere, but I mean, from a security measure, I'm just looking at it. This podcast is going off the rails. I don't care. From a security measure, I don't know. I mean, maybe you could have a couple bases on, Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia. You could have them there, but if there was a coordinated attack on this custom plane, yeah, it would be easier to knock it all out. Versus, it's kind of like what was that that Discovery Channel documentary on the 747? Not the 747, Air Force One. It's like, how do you get all the food? And what they do is they just send out plain-clothed agents to different grocery stores, anywhere from like a mile to the White House to like 100 miles, some like just sphere or circle, and you just go buy food, and that way you don't have to worry about getting like a custom presidential like feed of food that's all been tested for poisons, and because that would be relatively easy to I guess do an operation. Go in there, you got to get an inside man, put some VX gas or something, or arsenic. Hello, NSA. But what they do is they just send out plain clothes people, and they just buy them from whatever grocery stores around. And so now, if you wanted to poison the president, you would have to poison every grocery store, every item, for 100 miles in every direction. You might be able to pull that off once, but it's going to get picked up. Everyone's going to get sick, and they're probably just going to stop buying food. So it's work smarter, not harder. There are different ways to do it. So you could build this like special presidential A380, but because the A380 is so young and limited in where it's gone, I guess it would be easier to wipe out all the areas, hit the president in the air, and then, okay, we know he's off the coast of wherever. We know the only airport that has A380 pieces is here, so let's also hit that. I don't know. I mean, it all seems like, kind of small chance of success, but imagine having a 747 is just... I would just think that they've done so much research and tests. When was the first presidential 747? Was it? I don't think it was Reagan. I think it was HW. I don't know. But I think they're on the second set right now, and the upcoming will be the third, which have been commissioned under Trump. I don't know. But I also imagine that they've just done so many fucking security tests and protocols and training. And again, this is based in nothing, just my stupid imagination. But from, like, I don't know, like FBI, like HRT, Hostage Rescue Team, or Delta Force, Dev Crew, like, training to, like, breach, like, Air Force One in, scenario 1974BK. And they've probably done so many tests with so many missile systems and missile batteries and satellites picking it up. I feel like they've done so much with the 747 that it's like, why? It's almost kind of like Xbox controllers or PS4 or 5 controllers. Like, they pretty much have stayed the same, because, like, you always want to improve it, but at the same time, it's like that just tried and true general shape and knowing where the buttons are. It's like the keyboard. Like, different buttons, sure, kind of more of that, like, analog-y, clickety-clackety, or even the touch screen on an iPad, whatever. I have to pee. Like that segue. Oh my good golly gosh, Lord. How about that Lord, dude? Oh, my fucking head, guy. My fucking head. You kids want some aspirin? You kids want to get high on aspirin? Fuck yeah, you do. Drugs are cool. We salute you. Acetylsalicylic. What is it? Acetylsalicylic acid? We had to synthesize that, no chem. At UGA. We had to synthesize acetylsalicylic acid. You shithead. God, this fucking blister on the back of my left foot. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I'm gonna take off my sock. Ugh. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense as why the 747 is what it is, right? I'm kind of disappointed that they never made two things. I wish, because the 747 initially, it's like a sign of, like, grandeur, right? At the DMZ between North and South Korea, we always put our biggest Marine. Who did MacArthur get aside from the two, I want to say Bataan Death March survivors? Might have just been Japanese POW survivors. But aside from those guys, who did MacArthur have with them, behind him, on the Mighty Mo when they were signing the Japanese terms of surrender, capitulation? They got the biggest Marines. It's definitely like the sign was like the 747. Like, you might have like a head of state plane, you don't have a 747. Like, I think Bill Gates has a Dassault, Dassault Falcon. Not important. But like Khrushchev, what was the big ass plane he had? It wasn't a Tu-160, it was a Tu-144. Khrushchev got one of these things to be retrofitted to be his, like, state plane, so when he came to visit the United States, he could fucking get off on that thing. But, like, originally, it was like the president was like, it was like the 747. Like, you can't match this thing. It's got that double-decker hump. It's got the fucking 4 engines. You need a goddamn staircase. I guess they all do. but it doesn't really feel like it. That is the, and this is from like a viewpoint of like American exceptionalism, hence the flag. But the 747 doesn't seem like, the 747 doesn't have that like Burj Khalifa feeling anymore, where it's like it truly is like the biggest and baddest. I feel like if you had a presidential A380, that might do it, but I feel like you got to step it up. I don't know. I mean, it's not important. This is why I'm not a leader. But yeah, I don't know. 747, they're not, I don't know. I feel like you'd want to get a 747 or a presidential CL-1201. Like, can you imagine that? Like, it could launch its own fighter jets. Can you imagine that fucker just like flying over the horizon? You know what? Fuck it. It doesn't even need to be an Air Force One. Air Force One. I just want to see them built. Like I think China sucks and China is asshole. But at the same time, I love it because I'm pretty sure China's contracting Antonov Design Bureau to build them a bunch of AN-225s for military transport. That's not good for us, but as someone that loves these like fantastic structures, these vehicles, that is awesome. I'd love to see them push it forward. Just like I don't want to see China build a fusion reactor, but they're trying to, and because they're trying to, you know the U.S. is going to build one, and everyone's going to benefit from fusion becoming a thing. You know, I think the best thing that could happen to the space industry is if China decided to put a man on Mars before us. You would see us scrambling. So I kind of like that they want to build a fleet of AN-225s, because I feel like that's going to force us to build the next great thing. So let's see. China, AN-225. Yeah, there we go. China buying. July 18th. Ooh. July 18th, 2019. Almost a year ago. New bid for stake, blah, blah, blah. And Chinese firm is trying to buy. Okay. Trying to buy into Antonov. China wants to put the gargantuan AN-225 back into production. Damn it, 2016. Might as well be a dead article. God, I would love for them. Step into that, blah, blah, blah. Heavy lifting. Partially, blah, blah. China building. Too much Antonov's like the The agreement signed between the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, CCP, and Antonov. Oh, they did sign something on 30 August 2016. These reports prove China is in the least trying to at least produce a AN-225. Massive blah blah blah, and yeah, I'm not finding anything. And I don't have a guest on to help me fill the time, so I'm not going to do that. But I mean, and I guess the reason why the A380 is dying is proof that what I'm about to say wouldn't work, but I don't give a fuck. God, I would love to see the CL-1201 built, even if just for, it doesn't even need to be some Cold War super weapon. Like, even if Amazon bought it for like cargo, I just want to see it built. Like, I just want to see it built. I want to see like the Modern Marvels episode on it. I want to see its appearance in a shitty movie with Tom Cruise. Would it be Tom Cruise? No, it would have The Rock. It would have The Rock, and have The Rock take the wheel. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could maybe build it for transportation. Of course, it'd be for transportation. What the fuck else are you going to use an aircraft for? What if you built this thing and used it like we were going to use in the battlefield, but instead of holding in a holding pattern 600 miles around the battlefield, what if you just flew this thing around like the equator, right? You could have like a couple just cover the, I don't know, have 4, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they kind of look like an atom, like the atomic sign. They just had those going around in an equatorial holding pattern, 30,000 feet for 41 days straight, and they could carry what? 6,900 troops, 3,800 troops, whatever. I'm butchering it. Regardless, 3,800. It's still insane. Spit on my screen. But you could hold this for 41 days, nuclear reactor. And what if you had those MITs, those 707s with the clamshell apparatus docking? What if you had one of these things going and it was just lugging around the world, and you could I don't know, it'd almost be like if you had a cruise ship and the cruise ship like kind of slowed down but never actually stopped and just kind of came near a port city, and you'd have everyone get off on like almost like tugboat sized like transports, or even like small yacht, and like those are coming off and like new ones are coming up, and the new ones are like an hour before like they left port, and it's everyone that wants to get on the cruise ship, and so these things are ready, so it's letting go of these people, and then the new ones are pulling up and docking, but the cruise ship never has to stop. Because I can imagine that's got to take so much power and fuel stopping and starting again, not to mention just all the money lost from it not moving. I love to think about like these like fucking Boeing CL-1201s just kind of just in like a lazy orbit carrying 4,000 people, and 707s come up. So like, I don't know, you get on a 707 at Atlanta and you take off, and then you're just kind of like going around Atlanta, and then you see this big ass thing coming over the horizon, and you see 707s undocking from it, and those are going to land in Atlanta, and these new ones are, you go up and dock with it, and then you get on that flight. Yeah, you get on that flight, and those 707s go leave and park back at Atlanta, but now you're on just this big fucking lumbering thing, and it's like next stop like Beijing or something. What if you didn't even need to hold 3,800 people? What if you made it more like a luxury thing, like true first class luxury? Like you literally get like fuck those what is the Etihad residence? Forget that. What if you literally had like, you literally get like a hotel stateroom? Yeah, no, you do like big old buffets like on cruise ships, huge windows and shit, gyms, bands, restaurants. Fuck yeah, bring back the airships. Because wasn't that a thing in like the 1900s, the airships, and everything was like, you could even get like a little room with like a tiny little shower. They had like pianos made of balsa wood because they were lighter. But you could take these like slow, I mean, it wasn't to get anywhere in a hurry, it was a luxury. But I don't know, I guess a cruise ship is still like, you're really not going anywhere. Like the purpose is the trip, or the vacation is the trip. It's not a trip between A and B and you're making a vacation out of it. It's the sole purpose. You're coming back to where you started. I wonder if you could make one of these and it was like they had destinations, but it was like, if you just really want to go pure, fuck that. Just make it full-blown luxury. Because yeah, what if you couldn't fill up all the seats? And yeah, if you just had fuck Carnival Cruise Lines or Allure of the Seas or Oasis or what is the big Anthem Symphony? What if you had one of these things? Fuck yeah. Actually, fuck the whole MIT 7. Fuck it. Just fuck all that shit. What if you just had like a cruise, like a 41-day cruise? Man, you could go over the North Pole. God damn it! If I ever become a billionaire, I'm funding a CL-1201 cruise line. You could go see the Aurora Borealis. You could go watch like fucking algae blooms in like the tropics. You go watch like sandstorms. Go over the Himalayas. Fucking watch the sunrise over like a steamy Amazon jungle. Go over Antarctica. God damn. That would be insane. Go over different cities at night. You go, yeah, fucking over Manhattan, go over LA. That would be so cool. You should fucking go see like historic Grand Canyon, Mount Rushmore. God damn, that would be badass. Go see all like the archaeological sites in like Sumeria, Sahara Desert. Fuck, Burj Khalifa. You could just go on a world tour for 40 days. Man, that would be so insane. Yeah, you could have concerts and shit. Imagining like a room with like a glass floor. God damn. That would be the coolest thing ever. Go way up. Maybe do like a couple nights of super high altitude. Go look at the stars, unfiltered by atmosphere. Man, that's depressing that doesn't exist. Elon, we need you. Or is the way to go, you don't make it a luxury cruise liner. You certainly wouldn't do that with like college kids. Fuck that. That'd be a liability. Man, maybe it would just be like almost like a lazy river. You could just hitch a ride on it. Maybe it would be really cheap. Maybe it would be really, really cheap. So let's go in the opposite direction. Maybe it's not luxury. Maybe it's like a megabus. What are those, like $1? It's ridiculous shit. It's like San Francisco to Boston, $1. My friend Mike used to take those a lot. He'd travel a lot. And he's like, yeah, man, dude, those are fucking great, man. But you always kind of gotta like watch yourself because like the person next to you might just be nodding off on heroin. Like, but yeah, so what if it's the opposite of like a luxury liner? What if it's just this like lumbering fucking just pack it? Like you'd run it by, yeah, Ryanair would buy it. Yeah, and it'd be like you're going from Atlanta to London, like, all right, man, you're just gonna take 2 days to get there. Yeah, you just have it fly at the most efficient speed. All about profits. Yeah. Yeah, you fit on like 7,000 passengers. No, because the longer you keep them, then you got to give them food, water, bathrooms. Yeah, I don't know. Leave it around. Some capitalist will just fucking scumfuck it. Yeah, you go by. Yeah, that'd be like yeah. There's like same day shipping, next day shipping, like expedited business, and then there's just free. You know, it's like it might be there next week. It might be there in 11 weeks. Yeah. What are some practical uses for it though? I mean, anything you're shipping in that size, why would you not just put it on an oil tanker, right, or a cargo ship? I guess there really isn't. I don't see it ever really being profitable. There's like, in my completely limited knowledge, I feel like there's like two ways that you would make this profitable. And one way would be chartering it out to the super rich, or anyone willing to buy a luxury ticket. And the next would be, it wouldn't be profitable, it would be the military, but the military is where fantastic shit happens with no regards for profit or efficiency. F-35 doesn't fucking matter, it's because they need it, right? Yeah, that's where you see shit that doesn't need to be profitable. It's just badass, right? So, yeah, I guess it never will be created unless it's military, where they're not worried about turning a dollar. It's about force projection, or luxury. I guess there's just not really a practical purpose, because what would you? Not that I have any knowledge of shipping or supply lines. What would you use it for that you couldn't just use cargo ships for? Cargo ships that exist in shipping lanes with ports. These established rhythms that have been going on for centuries. Well, yeah. I mean, there's like the hacky, like, yo, you could use it for Christmas when everyone's buying presents. But Thanksgiving. Yeah, I don't really. Military or luxury? I mean, I'd like to think about it being like a global, like, UN project. It would be for like humanitarian crises. You need to get all these refugees out of there. I think the Antonov was actually used for that once. But you need to get all these refugees, or you need to come in and I don't know, disaster support, FEMA, come in and just drop. But again, what couldn't you use in just like a convoy of semi trucks? It seems like there's really no logical thing. What could you use it for? I don't know. And I think I'm running out of stuff to talk about. So I don't want to butcher this episode. So, CL 1201. Fucking insane. Google it. CL-1201. I'm out of stuff to say. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And tomorrow I might be having a cool guest. I might not, because everyone's fucking canceling left and right. But as always, hope you guys enjoy. Stay safe. And yeah. Rest in peace, Grant Imahara, the Asian guy from Mythbusters. Died at 49, I think, a couple days ago, from an aneurysm. Rest in peace to that guy. What an awesome dude. What an awesome dude. And yep, take it easy, guys. Peace. For a while, basically FAQs about this podcast. Who I am, what the podcast is, how to get on it, blah, blah, blah. I'm Tommy Kerrigan. I'm 29 years old. I turned 30 a week from today, August 7th, 2020. I graduated the University of Georgia in 2013, magna cum laude. I was accepted in a medical school at the University of Miami Miller School of Medicine in 2014. I published research in the field of aquatic toxicology, the effects of salinity on nickel toxicity to the 2-Eurohalien fish species Cryptolebius marmoratus and Fungulus heteroclitus. I was accepted to pharmacy school at the Lake Erie College of Medicine in 2015. But upon graduating, realized that I was not truly happy. I was very proud, but was not happy. On April 15th, 2014, I lost my oldest sibling to suicide, and that threw me for a bit of a whirlwind loop for 2-3 years. I moved home in 2016 to kind of get my life back on track. In August 2019, I started attending online graphic design school after teaching myself graphic design upon moving home. And on December 12th, 2019, I started this podcast because I like talking to people, I like listening to audiobooks, and I like just picking people's brains and chatting. My there's two flavors. It's clean cut with a polo on and glasses and no swear words, no X-rated topics, no nothing that you couldn't say in front of 5-year-olds. And examples of those podcasts are number 144 with Dwayne Hughes, an 86-year-old veteran of Sandia National Laboratory. Number 118, Greg Henneman, now pastor and former F-117 historian at Holloman Air Force Base. Number 5 with Michael J. Durant, the Black Hawk Down guy. And number 44 with Melissa Avanesian, a powerlifter. Those are examples of clean podcasts. And yeah, those are fine. If people have written books and they would like to stick to a script, I can provide questions. If they just want it clean because they're the face of a business or kids or whatever, that's absolutely a-okay. For all other episodes, I have a very colorful language. It's not intentional. The reality is I have to go out of my way to not speak like that, and so that inhibits the free flow of ideas. Right now, I'm trying very hard not to swear. Yeah, so it's, if you want that clean version, that's what I can do. Everything else is just kind of F it, do it live. For the vast majority of episodes, we don't do a script. There's no questions. It's just, hey, what's going on, and let it go. They normally go from 60 to 90 minutes. If you can only do 30 or 45, I understand that, and I'll make exceptions. They can go as long as you want, 3-4 hours. I don't care. They're not live. I record them on Zoom, and I screen record. I like to use the restroom, and I edit those out, and I do kind of fix the audio a little bit, enhance it, and then I upload it later that day. It takes a couple hours. That's about it. Sometimes there's a hybrid. We'll have questions ready, but it's if we get to them when we get to them, if we get to them. You're more than welcome to plug anything, your own work, your own website, your own, I don't care. Aside from that, leading up to July 16th, 2020, the 75th anniversary of the first A-bomb test, I wanted to get people from Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Sandia, Los Alamos, Lawrence Livermore, and a lot of these guys, scientists, nuclear weapon scientists and physicists, said sure they'd love to, and they do kind of the open forum talking, but they wanted some questions. So me kind of taking the pre-med approach was like, let's do the best possible job I can and get the most questions I can. I didn't realize that a lot of the questions that I got from people were concerning classified things. And I later realized, after talking to an individual in the Air Force, and I also had on some guys from Delta Force, they said you put people in a hard question if you email them classified questions, because one, they can't answer those. Two, they can't tell you they can't answer those, because that is an indirect admission or implication of its existence and or their involvement. So now with individuals that I want to have on that want questions, I'm trying to find a way to dance in between. I'll create a bunch of questions, but if I create them and they're concerning classified programs, because I've had on individuals from the Navy, from the Air Force, from the CIA, I don't want them to feel like those are the only questions I have. Those are just, that's what I just put my mind to. So I'll create those questions, I'll field those questions, and I'll aggregate those questions and send them along. I don't really know how to go about it, because whether they say they can or they can't, that's still an admission, I guess, a violation of OPSEC. So I'm trying to figure that out. So if you're an individual that I'm emailing and I'm trying to get you on, I will send you a list of questions. Let's just say 1 through 50, 1A, 1A, 1B, 1C, whatever, 16A. If there are one, just don't even tell me which ones you can't answer. Just select the ones you do want to answer, and the rest I'll read between the lines. Lastly, you don't have to answer those questions. You can come on and just start chatting. I've had on guys that specialize in flying drones, and instead we talk about beer for 2 hours. It doesn't even have to be your field. But for everyone listening, I'm always trying to get guests on. I believe I can talk to anyone. Anyone whatsoever. Comedians, weightlifters, CIA, Delta Force, Green Berets, radar operators, and not even military. Artists, photographers, comedians, cryptocurrency creators, friends. I don't care. You can come on. You can hold a conversation, have fun. Let's do it. If you would like to do the podcast, comment on any of the videos or email me at Tommy's Podcast, TOMMYSPODCAST @gmail.com or at protonmail.com. Yeah, and I think I've only turned down maybe 2 people in 8 months. Yeah, say whatever you want. I'm all for free speech. Yeah, that's it. And if you have any other questions, just comment or email me at one of those 2 addresses, and I will answer them. And to whoever this is going to, I hope to talk to you soon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here. So this is technically episode 153. On episode 123, I did a podcast tutorial, how to create your own podcast. Episode 149, I did an FAQ, just kind of answered people's questions that I always get asked when I try to get guests on. Please excuse me, I feel terrible. I got checked for COVID this morning. I feel awful. So please excuse my low energy. I did like an FAQ. What this podcast is, when I try to get guests on, I always have to naturally have to explain what it is. It's kind of not other podcasts. There's no specific theme. Blah, 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 blah. I had on my buddy Jack McDermott, who I've known from almost my whole life. I've known since 2001. I turned 30 in 2 days, so I've known him for 19 of my 30 years. and he's creating a company, Humanity Capital Investing, and it's the idea of an accredited investor investing in a single person and their endeavors, and the hierarchy of the hierarchical pyramid of needs. And that really resonated with me because it made me think of college. All throughout middle school and high school, was never like a good student. Not that I wasn't capable, I just didn't try. The freshman year of college, did very bad. Sophomore year of college, almost 10 years to the day. 10 years ago to the day. It was August 7th, 2010. So, almost 10 years ago to the day. My dad dropped me off at the frat house in Valdosta, Georgia, and I kind of realized I only had a couple more years left to the real world, and I needed to get my shit together. And I decided then and there that I was going to be a doctor. And the first year was very difficult, trying to get A's, living in a frat house. But I also worked at a bar because I wanted to save up money and transfer to UGA. And I know UGA was more expensive. And I managed to do that, but I feel like it took like a year off my life that year. Working at a bar until 4 a.m. on the weekends, living in a frat house, getting straight A's while doing undergraduate research. And I did it. And then when I got to UGA, I took out loans. And that made a world of a difference because now I could pay rent. I went to Sam's Club. I got bulk food, but I could take care of the things I needed to. Put gas in my car. I could pay for textbooks, tuition, rent, utilities, food. And once I started doing that, and I had everything else taken care of, and I just had a pair of dumbbells in my room, well, then it was just smooth sailing. I didn't work any less hard. It wasn't like, oh, now I don't have to work on the weekend, so now I can party. No, now I just filled that gap with more studying time. Got even better. And I mean, weed out classes, pre-med classes, organic chemistry. I mean, I got the highest score in OChem 1 in spring 2012. And I think I got the second highest score in OChem 2. The classes where the average was like a 40. I was getting 99s. I got 4.0s. I published undergraduate research. I've said it before. I'll link it in here in the comment or in the info of the video. It's the effects of salinity on nickel toxicity to the two Euryhaline fish species, Cryptolebius marmoratus and Fungulus heteroclitus. It was me, Cameron Morris, and under Dr. Gretchen Bielmeyer. I graduated magna cum laude. And again, when I had everything taken care of and I was free to just study, I started studying for the MCAT 9 months out. And instead of I didn't go on spring break my senior year. All my friends went on a cruise. I didn't go. I studied. And I studied nonstop over Thanksgiving, over Christmas, nonstop. And I ended up scoring in the 95.6th percentile in the MCAT. I don't know what the MCAT scoring is now in 2020, but in 2013 it was still out of 45, and I got a 35. I interviewed at University of Miami, Miller School of Medicine, Tulane University School of Medicine, Thomas Kerrigan, and University of Southern California, Keck School of Medicine. There's Thomas Kerrigan, November 1st, 2013. That was the day some dude shot up LAX. So I guess that was an omen of me not getting in there. Tulane Oops, can't see anything. Tulane University, December 6th, 2013. And there you go. I was accepted to this one. University of Miami, Miller School of Medicine. So don't make false claims. I then applied to pharmacy school. I don't have that letter. I got into the Lake Erie College of Medicine Pharmacy School. It's an online school. I didn't want to do a brick and mortar thing. I wanted to be at home, which I guess in hindsight is like the very first maybe hints of me wanting to do a podcast. I wanted to be at home and do my own thing. And I don't have a letter for that, but I guess I look at it as like medical school is much more difficult. So if I got into there, I don't know. I'm not as worried about being a stickler to find that. I can if I really need to. In 2014, I lost a sibling to suicide, and I created a 501(c) nonprofit corporation called Change for Pained Brains. I wanted it to be some linguistic thing memorable. I raised, over the course of a year, I raised $15,000 from about 150 different donors, from $1 to $1,000 from people. I didn't want to donate it to the National Institutes of Mental Health because I was advised by, they'll remain unnamed, but active and now retired surgeons and other physicians telling me that that might not be the place to donate the money because it might disappear into, whatever. It might be pocketed somewhere, the equivalent of the $5,000 hammer. And I really didn't want it to do that. And more so, I just didn't want that to be what I raised money for my brother for. So I donated it to homeless shelters around Athens, Georgia, because to me, that was the front line. That was, yes, it's great to research SSRIs and SNRIs and all these different things and stabilizers, mood stabilizers. That's great research, but I looked at it as there are also a lot of people who just don't have anything and they don't have medical care. And sometimes maybe they just need a pair of socks or some ramen noodles. And that's enough to just sort of keep them going, because anyone can break down when they don't have necessary shit. So did it contribute to new medicine? No, but I'm very proud of what I did. I have the thing around here. I have the LegalZoom documents, which I can find. I still have. In 2016, I started teaching myself graphic design. I have a whole portfolio of completely self-taught shit. I'll link that in here. I wrote my own about 50-page sort of gonzo journalism, Hunter S. Thompson style thing. I'll link that in here too. It took like 2 years to write. That was a passion project. And last December 12th, 2019, I started this podcast. Point of all of this, for you still listening, is, well, I'm almost 30. Parents are trying to retire. I definitely need to get out of here. For my own sanity, but also because they're going to retire and I need to move the fuck on. So I'm working at a liquor store, saving money to hopefully probably take about a year. I think it'll take a year to save up enough money to have a year's worth of living expenses taken care of. It would just be college again. It would be a tiny apartment, Costco food. But instead of studying, it would be podcasting. So why do I need that to podcast? Well, because I don't have on specific guests. And it's not a niche thing. It's not, this is Tommy's Auto Detail podcast. I'm modeling it after the Joe Rogan Experience, because I started listening to him in 2011, so about a year and a half after he started. Before it was, I sound like such a hipster, but before it was big, and I thought it was so cool how it was just anyone and everyone. I mean, recently it's like he can go from a COVID expert on epidemiology to Post Malone, like, and that's what I like, and that's what I feel like I can do, and I think I've shown that I can do it. This podcast is almost 8 months old. Yeah, almost 8 months old. This is episode 152. I've had on members from Delta Force, Green Berets, CIA, Ground Force members. Can't name which ones they are, but you can probably figure it out. I've had on Michael J. Durant, the pilot of the Black Hawk that was shot down in Mogadishu in Somalia in the Battle of Mogadishu. Black Hawk Down guy. That's how he's known. Dwayne Hughes from Sandia National Laboratory, 86 years old. He worked at that laboratory for 38 years. I had on a kid named Logan who survived a school shooting. Had on guys that work for NASA. Had on guys that build telepathic robots, and that's not hyperbole. Powerlifters, drone operators. I've had on tons of doctors. I've had on tons of people, and I always have more in the pipeline. But So because it's all free form, and because if people are nervous and they want questions as almost like a scaffolding, I'll provide that, but that is the exception. All of mine are it's riffing, it's open mic, it's live, it's freestyle rapping, it's just, let's go. And for me to do that, I have to have ammunition. And there's Eminem was interviewed by what's his face, Anderson Cooper. I think it was like 10 years ago, and he talks about how he's just always writing down any sort of like linguistic flows, phrases, catchy things, ideas, and he keeps them scribbled. He says it looks like crazy person scratchings. It's, there's one from like a napkin from a hotel in Paris. There's another one from like South Africa and New York, and it's just shit. He's bus tickets, plane tickets. He's just scribbling stuff down, McDonald's receipts. And he called it stacking ammo. And he doesn't know when he'll need it, but he likes to have it. To me, that is what I'm doing on a much whiter and less cool way. But it's stacking ammo. I listen... God, I sound so white. I'm stacking ammo, guys. It's going to be a hoot. I listen to, no bullshit, probably 10 plus hours of either audiobooks or YouTube documentaries every day. And I have for really since like 2016. I have a constant need for that. And there's probably a much deep-seated issue about, there's probably some philosophical note on, why do you need to have an influx of information? Why can't you just sit with stillness and consciousness and be, but that's nirvana and probably the next life. So I'm going to focus on the podcast for this life. I always have to be listening and reading. And like in college, back to the loans, I like to prime myself to be in the best position to absorb information every day. And in college, that was 8 hours of sleep, non-negotiable. It was dieting, caloric restriction. There are a lot of benefits to that. And just personal feeling good about yourself. Working out every morning, meditation 2 to 3 times a day, cold showers. And I would do all this and it would prime my mind, and I would have 10 to 12 hours to where I could just extract information from books. And on days I didn't work out or didn't sleep well or was hungover, I could do maybe a 10th of it, a 15th of it. I could do nothing. Today, didn't work out. I don't feel good. It's difficult talking right now. But even now, like playing video games, like I feel like I'm wasting my life if I'm just playing a video game that all the accomplishments disappear the second I turn off the console. So what I started doing several years ago is pick a game that I've played 1,000,000 times, like a sandbox game, just driving around, blowing stuff up. I mute it, and I've said this 1,000,000 times on this podcast, so I'm sorry if you're banging your head against the wall. And then I listen to audiobooks. And right now I think my Audible library is 104 books. And it's stuff that I would never in 1,000,000 years sit down and read because I can't focus. I did in college because I wanted to get into med school, but in terms of just reading for reading, I can't. So, UFOs and Generals, it's Future of Humanity by Michio Kaku. Where is it? There you go. 100-Year Marathon. Patton, Playing to the Edge by Michael Hayden. Secret Century, Twilight Bombs. Yeah, it's some alien books in there. Operation Paperclip, Eyes in the Sky, Autonomy, blah, 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 blah. I'm at 103 titles. Stuff I would never in 1,000,000 years listen to. Energy by Richard Rhodes, and it's about like the early like natural gas mines in Britain. Shit I would, but when I put on a video game and I put it on as audio, I end up going into like a weird sort of meditative, it's almost like, I don't know, like those like Buddhist beads you're supposed to always count so you never lose consciousness, or like playing solitaire or gardening. To me, it's a very it's like a Zen sand garden. But I'm doing that and I'm just listening to books and I absorb material and I can do it for 10 to 12 hours. Just insane amounts of, documentaries on NORAD or the F-35 fighter or Operation High Jump to Antarctica or shipping nuclear weapons components to Tinian Island, or it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Like the long helium balloon filled tunnel that was 2 miles long that went out from the side of the Ivy Mike test in 1952. By absorbing more and more information, it is a lot like studying in college. There'd be, let's say, a test every 4 weeks. The first 3 weeks, I would still be trying very hard to just get the information. And the fourth week is always where it was the last 25% of the time, but it's where I felt it was like flipped. It's where I felt like I made 75% of the progress, because it's like doing a puzzle and you're putting together the different pieces, and then finally you can almost start, almost like Pangea. You can start to like connect the pieces, and all of a sudden it's like the completion percentage just zips up. And that's what I do with like books. And it's like the more I listen, it's the more this like bigger picture of shit that's not even related. It starts to like, it's almost piecing together like humanity and like global interconnections, and maybe it'll take my whole life. I don't know. It's kind of what I want to figure out. But by doing all of that, I'm able to talk to really anyone. I think I'm a pretty charismatic person, and I think I can just talk to anyone. I always have. I mean, I remember in LA on November 1st, 2013, when I had my podcast, there was like a huge traffic jam because that guy shot up LAX. And I couldn't get back to my hotel. I had no idea where it was. I couldn't get service on my phone, so I was literally just on like this like public transit. I remember I was talking to this Hispanic woman who was driving. It was just me and her. Everyone else was off. We probably drove around LA for 2 hours. I was just shooting this shit with her. We were laughing, best friends, high five, never see you again. But that happens every day of my life. And I can either rest on my ability to do that, or I can enhance it. So it's back to college. Okay, I have loans now. Oh, now I don't need to work Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Do I rest on that and now I go out and party and then I study Monday through Thursday? Or do I take that and then push it even farther? I'm really tall. Do I rest on that? That's what's going to make me good at basketball? Or am I really tall and I go to basketball camp? And now instead of starting on varsity, maybe now I go to the NBA. Do I rest on my ability to talk to people? Or do I take that and do I just jack it up? Do I... What can I do to facilitate this? Constantly be practicing with podcasts, constantly be absorbing information, getting on people who write these books, picking their brains, getting better and better and better and better at it. And that's what I do. And I thoroughly love doing that. However, working now, 3 days a week, it's off at like 2 or 3 p.m. 2 days a week, it's just full the whole day. So 2 days of the week, I just can't podcast. But even the other 3... by the time I get back, it's, woe is me. I still do the podcast, but I mean, they are admittedly of a lower quality. And whereas I used to listen to maybe 2 audiobooks a week, I've been listening to the same one for 3 weeks. So I'm at like a 1/6 efficiency right now. And I'm going to keep doing this for the next year until I can give myself a year birth and make it happen, where I don't have to work and I can just pump out a podcast every day for like 365 days, like August 2021 to August 2022. So August 2020, save up a year until 2021. I don't think stop working, but probably greatly reduce it, and then have a year to really try to just, get something going, inject the fuel into the engine. But that could be facilitated. Back to Jack McDermott's Humanity Capital Investing is... it sounds bad that I don't know that off the top of my head, right? I promise you, I'm just tired and I feel like shit. I want to get... It took 4 years to get into med school. I want to get 4 years of living expenses. It's roughly $100,000. $2,000 a month. And so when I say 2,000, like, I mean small apartment, Costco food, gym membership, and just reading all day, every day. And I don't have to propose this as some unrealistic, like, really, you're going to do that? Because I can show that, I'm going to do that because that's exactly what I've done already. And I did it incredibly well. Excuse my lack of humility. So I'm not even proposing this idea that, really, you're going to do that? You've never done it before, but you're going to start, it's like the people that come into the liquor store. I'm stopping drinking tomorrow. It's really, bud? Really? But that... I'm going to do what I've done already, and I want to take this podcast and I want to take it to the stratosphere. That's what I need, I need $2,000 a month for 4 years, technically $96,000, but $100,000, it's just easier to say. The cheapest apartment I can get, I don't want to live in the ghetto and get killed, but, cheapest apartment I can get, food at Costco, gym membership, hopefully at whatever apartment complex I can find, insurance, prescriptions, gas, $15 a month for Audible, and I can re-listen to other Audible books and YouTube documentaries, and then just keep finding guests. I mean, I'm 8 months in. 3 months in, I had a guy on from Delta Force. 4 months in, I had a Michael J. Durant. 8 months in, I don't want to jinx it, but potentially another big guest in the next week and a half or so. Stay tuned. Wink, wink. And that's what I can do right now, not knowing what I was even doing really for the first 6 months, and now the last month working. What could I do if I can get this thing streamlined and I can have my expenses taken care of? Not so I can sit back and relax, but so I can just take it and just crank it up to 100, you know? Working at the bar, studying when I can, or what if you give me 7 days a week for a couple of years? What can I do? Well, I can get into medical school. I can go from a meathead in college to interviewing at these schools. I can start a 501(c)(3). I can teach myself graphic design. I can write a short story. That's what I want. Is I want to find. I think I can do it in less than 4 years, but I would like to err on the side of caution. I think I could turn this into $2,000 a month of income for me to survive. It's no bullshit, all honesty. Truly believe I could by January 1st, 2023. Definitely a pretty solid feeling that I could by January 1st, 2022. No bullshit. I don't think I could do it prior to that. At my current speed, it could take much longer. I think by 2023, it could be revenue to survive. At which case, I wouldn't need an investor, and then it's just, well, I'm just going to go reap all the rewards for myself. But if someone were to invest, I mean, Jack and I talked about it. I think I agreed that I would, and nothing's written down. If my parents are watching this, you shouldn't be signing anything. I haven't signed anything. I would do 7% of whatever I made from the podcast for 10 years. I think I can do what Joe Rogan does, and I think I can do it better. I think it will take me 10 years to get to where he is, 2030. I think that by 2035, 2040, I legitimately believe that I could cast a shadow on Joe Rogan and Howard Stern. And I do commit to crazy shit like that because I do it. And I hope people laugh at this because it's going to be that much sweeter when I do it. And I will do it. And I don't give a shit who believes in me. Now, if someone wants to help me do it and cash the fuck in, that's where you come in, potential investor. But watch all my episodes. Don't take this one curated where I'm clearly shower, comb my hair, put on a collared shirt. You know, don't look at this curated episode. Look at all the other ones. Look at the first 100. What is it? 152, 51. Look at the 152 episodes before this, and examine that. I think I can do it. And whoever helps me do it is just gonna fucking cash the fuck in. In 2007, when I was 17, I had my parents open an E-Trade account for me, and I took money that I saved up from a summer's working, and I invested in Apple, and then I sold it in 2012 to help pay for school. I had that foresight when I was 17. And don't take my word for it. Go look up the historical charts. If I remember correctly, I invested $2,000 and I cashed out at around, I think it was $14,000, might have been $16,000. And I had to cash out. There's no other option. But that's private matters. But if I had that foresight when I was 17, I had the foresight to look ahead and get into UG, I had the foresight to start studying for the MCAT 9 months ahead of time. I think I have shown that I can, and I don't need to prove that to anyone but myself. But as I am trying to get money so that I can do this for a long time, I do need to do that. So there's my pitch video, Jack McDermott. I told you I'd make one. That's it. Yeah, $100,000, 4 years. You get 7% of what this makes over 10 years. And I think it's only fair that it would be 7% of once it starts making money. I don't want to screw you out of it. It takes me 5 years to start making money. So for 5 years, you get 7% of zero. That's bullshit. So I think the honest, earnest exchange would be 7% for 10 years once it starts making money. I don't know. It's not insane. You don't even need to be a Rogan or a PewDiePie. What if you make $1 million a year? MKBHD. It's not fucking insane. It's not at all. With Spotify, YouTube, BitChute, and then you have other sponsors, you have apparel, that shit happens. And I'm only 8 months in. Give me 10 years and I will absolutely do that. I don't know. Or don't. Either way, I'm going to succeed. One, it might just take longer. I would like for it to be quicker. And that would be badass if someone bet on me. Yeah, that's my pitch. I hope I don't have COVID. And yeah. So that's my pitch. I kind of want to wrap this into another episode right now. I don't know. Beirut explosion, kind of crazy. I don't really want to do that. I have such a bad headache. I hope I don't have COVID. So there you go, everyone. Hopefully someone takes a bet and let me make you rich. Godspeed, everyone. Stay safe out there. Or don't. You don't have to stay safe. Either way. And the end of the recording is now. You, me, you, me. What is love? Sitting out from work because I feel like shit, and I'm waiting to hear back about my second COVID test. So, just quarantine as normal, I guess. No vomiting, no diarrhea, just kind of a headache and tired, bit of a cough, but we'll survive. TPC 154, August 6th, 2020, 75th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima. One day prior to my birthday tomorrow, my 30th birthday. Woo! This podcast is available on YouTube, BitChute, DTube, BitChute, Vimeo, Anchor, Spotify. There's now a Patreon. If you wanna, there's no like premium. There's no, if you don't donate, you only get some of the information. Nope. The whole podcast is for free. You get it for free. But if you really like this podcast, go to the link. It'll be in the top comment. It will be in the description. Donate $1. You can do like $1 an episode. It's like $5 a week, $20 a month. Stop whenever you want. But if the podcast will be exponentially better if I need to get this podcast to about $2,000 a month. That'll be an apartment, utilities, food, prescriptions, gas, gym membership. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't have a social life. That would just be me grinding out podcasts 7 days a week, listening to audiobooks. So if you enjoy it, go pledge up, drop $1 per episode. That would be really badass. If you don't want to do it, there's no premium, there's nothing you miss out on. Podcast is still free. But if you do want it, that would be really cool. Or if you do want to help out, but you're not about that whole, I give you $1, but I don't get any premium shit, that's where my buddy Jack McDermott comes in. If you want to invest in the podcast, you can do that. And once the podcast starts making money, you will get, well, if you provide the upfront sum that I need for 4 years, $96,000, you will get 7% per year for a decade of it making money. Let's say I become a Joe Rogan. That's $7 million. Up to you. Or if you just want to drop $1, you're not really trying to go Gordon Gekko on this shit, that's cool too. So I have no topic for today. I feel like dog shit. But I guess now is the time to just do it live. What better time to do it live? One thing I've been kind of like feeling out more is I started reading Graham Hancock's Fingerprints of the Gods in 2014. I actually vividly remember reading it in the weeks leading up to getting my tonsils out, and then that was a month in bed, jacked up on Vicodin, and then at the end of that, that's when I lost my brother to suicide. I don't know how those were all intertwined, but that's how. And then I remember like a year after that, picking up Fingerprints of the Gods again, and getting back to the same point and then stopping. And that's probably happened every year. And I finally started the audiobook yesterday, and I think I'm right about where I normally quit. But I think I'm going to try to power through it. But so what I do when I try to always just take in information, like I play video games but I mute it and I just listen to audiobooks and documentaries. I found that it's important to stay true to why I'm doing that stuff. And I know that just sounds like some cheesy line with no actual meaning, politicians talking without saying anything. But sometimes I get caught up in, I should be listening to an audiobook right now. I should be studying something for podcast material. And then I grow to hate it because I don't actually want to do what I don't actually want to listen to what I'm listening to. I'm listening to like a history of whatever, or like an example was like I felt like I needed to be listening to future stuff, and so I was listening to Michio Kaku's The Future of Humanity. It's a great book. I have not finished it. I picked it up again, but I still haven't finished it. And really badass stuff about generation ships, nanobots, uploading consciousness, sustainable nuclear fusion, 0-point energy, quantum fluctuations, alien, blah, blah. It's really badass. Suspended animation. But that's just not what I'm feeling right now. I go through, like, it's very hard to describe. It's almost like what I imagine. I was about to say it's like picking a lock on a safe, because I've done that so many times. It's like the fucking Wild West. I got some mustache and I'm like Wario or something, Waluigi. Shout out crew. I found that it's like you just got to get quiet, and you can you're like turning the knob, and you can kind of like feel what it is that interests you. And it's not always obvious, but you kind of just, or I don't know, it's like feeling a blanket and you're trying to, find around, trying to find your cat, and you feel its paw, but you gotta just, where is it? And that's what you gotta do. And what I'll do is I'll just sort of, and it sucks because it always feels so like restless when I can't, that weird existential void when you've finished a book and you don't know what to do after it, because you're like, fuck, that's what I was doing. That's the thing. Now I'm stuck with my own thoughts. Instead of addressing that internal problem, I just jump to the next thing, like most people do. And maybe that's they're stuck in the cycles of reincarnation. But I try to feel around, and sometimes I like to stay on the topic. Like I went from like Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff, all about nuclear bunkers. I went from that to like Command and Control by Eric M. Schlosser, who's also the author of Fast Food Nation. And I went from that to Dark Sun by Richard Rhodes, about the creation of the hydrogen bomb. All kind of in the same vein. Super secret, massive explosions. It's in that same, I don't know if you could categorize them similarly, but to me, there's just like this similar vein. It's like bunkers, top secret shit, multi-megaton hydrogen bombs, covert ops, like scientists, research. Excuse me, my nose is running. Damn you, COVID. But it's but then it's almost like I hit it's like I hit the end of the road, and all of a sudden I'll pick up another book, and this always happens. I get so excited, so I'll buy a bunch of audiobooks of the same topic, but then I'll get through a couple, and I'm not really feeling them anymore. And but I think that's a good thing to spend money on. I've never regretted buying a book. It's because I'll just come back to it. I think it's a good thing to spend money on. But I'll get to the end of those threads, if you will, and then it just kind of poof. Not interested in it anymore. But I'll find myself trying to listen to it, because the mindset will slowly shift from like, I'm not thinking I should listen to this so that I have stuff to talk about on my podcast, or so that I can feign intellect. I'm just listening to it because it's like, I can't get enough of it. Give me more, give me more, give me more, right? It's like eating a brownie because it's just awesome. Versus you get to the point where you're so full. It's Thanksgiving or Christmas, and you just, I can't eat anymore, but your mom baked all these different cookies, and you don't want to turn it down because she spent a lot of time in the kitchen on them, so you're like, fuck it, I'll eat it. Like, that doesn't even apply to me. Like, I don't need to a reason to eat. Let's say your mother-in-law cooked a meal and like you really don't like it, but like you love the girl and so you want to like be awesome in front of the mother-in-law, so you eat the meal anyway. If you were truly like hungry, you wouldn't have to think about it, but you're doing it for a purpose, and that's fine. But for me, I'm the person I'm trying to impress. So if I'm listening to a book and I have to start thinking about I should be listening to this, well then I've run aground. That's no longer what I should be doing. Because if I have to think about I should be listening to this, then it's not something that I'm truly interested in. Because if it's something I'm truly interested in, there's no I should do this. I should eat this meal to impress my mother-in-law. It's just like you're hungry and there's a Big Mac. You're not like, well, I should eat this. You're just like, well, fucking Big Mac. But that will happen. And when I'm in that spot of I should be listening, I do it less. I get stressed about it. It becomes a chore. And I'm more likely to just quit entirely. And oftentimes, and this is my weakness, is that's when I'll turn the audio on the video games, and that's a black hole. Because as soon as I go from like a muted video game listening to histories to all of a sudden like really good crisp audio and boom boom the basses, and you're watching the bullet and hit the target and there's explosion and shockwaves, and dude, it sucks you in. And there's never a point where I'm bored of listening to a video game. So it's not like, I'll do this until I'm bored. That will go on indefinitely. I've tested that theory. That will go on for years. So I have to mute it and find the next thing. Right now, I'm kind of forcing myself to listen to Fingerprints of the Gods. And I don't think I want to. So instead of just not doing it, I like for there to be a cumulative effect to my days. Like, I'll listen to music if I'm working out, but aside from that, like, I don't know, maybe I'm like a Puritan, but I don't like, if I listen to a song and I enjoy it, but at the end of the day, I don't get anything from that. I like going to bed knowing that I listened to a chapter of a book and that I know a little bit more about the world. I like depositing money in my bank account, even if it's 30 cents, because there's 30 more cents I like for there to be a cumulative effect. Today, I had to cancel with the guy that was going to do it because I didn't feel good enough to do it. And I still don't, but at the same time, I want an episode up, so I'm doing a solo rant. Ideal episode? Probably not. But I like for there to be a cumulative effect. I like to see it build up because you blink your eyes and a bunch of time goes by. And I like to have episodes under my belt. We're getting into the weeds. So I've gone from that to one thing that I'm kind of feeling out more, something that I enjoy, is SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative under Reagan. The idea of having just like a future, it's called Star Wars, I'm sure you've heard of it. It's just like a futuristic like laser, like a ground and space based like laser and like hypervelocity kinetic projectiles to stop incoming nukes. And there's really no point in me bringing that up because I haven't listened enough to it to actually know anything about it. So I guess we'll deviate from that. Man, I really don't feel good. But yeah, so the other thing, the cracking the safe vault that I've been kind of getting closer to is and it's so another thing is I try not to get too serious with what I'm listening to. Like, I love to listen to audiobooks. I love to have like reputable sources. It's factual, peer reviewed, it's cleared. But sometimes I gotta just, again, you can't get too serious. So I try to dip my toes into like I like to wade off into the conspiratorial stuff. Now, I don't go full blown like who's it? Corey Good? Where's the other guy? The guys with the huge heads. I don't know. I can't do that. I can't buy into that shit. But I like listening to stuff that's just a little out there. One idea that I'm really kind of liking is like, and it's more Graham Hancock, but it's like, just how old are the pyramids? And I mean, I know nothing about this. I feel like I can talk with like some seriousness on like the Cold War or like biology, like relative, but I definitely don't know anything about this stuff. So if you're hoping for like a peer-reviewed, fact-based episode, you might just want to clock out now. So, but for the rest of you who want to put on your tinfoil hats and, you know, put your trays up and put your seats in the upright position and put your stuff under your seat, let's do this. How old are the pyramids? I mean, there's all the factual based shit. I like Graham Hancock's idea about water erosion and how not only is there like several thousand years of cumulative water erosion on there, there hasn't been rain since like 10,000 years ago. So you'd have to go to at least 10,000 years back and then add several thousand years. So it's like, is it 16,000 years old? Is it 26,800 years old? Is it 36,000 years old? The other idea I love is the blocks of the pyramid, not even the precision cuts and the angles and how would they even construct that, but just like the actual how long the sun has to have been hitting them for them to be like baking away in the way that they are. And again, this isn't based on anything, but I don't care because it's caught my attention. What is it? Are they actually very old? Because it seems like if you wanted to, if you were a global civilization, right? I really gotta go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I don't have anyone to fill the void for me. Back. Sorry. But yeah, if you had a global civilization, right? And so like the thing that gets me with like Graham Hancock is describing him. There's a guy in like 1960 who's looking at these maps, and the map is from 1513 by a guy named Piri Rice. I have no idea how to say it. Piri. And his last name is Reis. Piri Rice. And he has a map, and it's an accurate depiction of Antarctica. But Antarctica was not discovered until the 1800s. And so that's weird enough. Why does this 1513 map have an accurate depiction of Antarctica 300 years before it was discovered? But not only that, so when they looked at it even deeper, they realized, oh, it's not just that he has a map 300 years prior to when this thing was discovered. And I think it was 1949 or 1959. It was Admiral Byrd's expedition, Operation High Jump to Antarctica. And I think it was in conjunction with the British. They used some sonar technique to like look through like the mile of ice and actually scan the ground, because there's Antarctica and there's how it looks from the air, but this thing's all ice. What is the actual terrain? What is like the hard earth? You know, what does it look like with no ice? Because the ice can shift and change. Granted, islands can too, but it's much, you know, if you had a glacier over the entire East Coast, that it may not necessarily look like the East Coast that we know. Like you might not have all the same like beaches and shit, right? It might not line it perfectly. So they do this like sonar thing, which was relatively new technology, I guess. And I think 49 or 59. And in 1960, this guy is looking at this map and he's going, well, that's weird. Here's a 1513 map describing something that shouldn't have been known until, I don't know the exact date. We'll just call it 1813, 300 years before. But then they're looking at it and they're going, oh, wait, how does he have how can he see the actual lines, like the coast? Because that's weird, because that wasn't discovered until 1949, 59, whatever, we'll just call it 49. Okay, well, that's weird. Well, they clearly didn't have sonar tech. It'd be one thing if it was a map of Antarctica from 1513. That would just kind of, okay, maybe someone did reach it way before, 300 years before we thought they did. That's not that out of the box. Like, okay, sure, okay, you know. Didn't the Vikings get to North America before Christopher Columbus? Like, okay, shit gets fucked up. Shit gets a little, you know, rewrite history. But it's not like world changing. It's like, oh, there was just someone there a little bit. Okay, sure, okay. But it's weird because they can see the coastline of when there was no ice. So now it's weird because did they have sonar technology in 1513? Well, it appears they did not. So is this map from a time when there was no ice in those areas? Well, that was 6,000 years ago. Okay, so that's weird. Well, then you go into like the documents and like notes of Pyrie Rice, however you say his name. We'll just call him Price. Price. We'll call him Price. For anyone listening, Pyrie Rice or Pyrie Reese is Price. Captain Price. All gillied up. You're taken to effect the Coriolis. Sorry. But if you go into his notes now, and this is what Graham Hancock's saying, his notes say he actually copied the maps. So he copied the maps from a set of maps from 450 BC. So now, let's get out my handy dandy notebook. Blues Clues, welcome to Tom's Bombs. So we got this guy in 1960, I think his name is Hapgood, right? And in 1960, he's looking at a map from 1513, calling him Price. Price's map, and he wrote in his notes, we'll say he wrote the notes in 1513, it was probably after. He was eventually beheaded. He's saying that he got his maps, or he copied his maps. He said he was not the cartographer. He served as the, quote, compiler and copier. Okay? So he got them from 450 BC. So we're looking at, is this mirrored? Oh, nice, perfect. So here's the guy that we're talking about. The guy, I think he was at Keene College in New Hampshire. Hapgood, right? Fuck. And this was in 1960. He is talking about Price, who had his maps in 1513. But Price says that he got his maps from 450 BC. Okay, well now we're getting really fucking weird. Well, hold on. The maps in 450 BC, note that they are from an even older set of maps. And I'm going to call those Set B. Quotation, Set B. Okay, so we got Hapgood in 1960 going to Price in 1513, who says that they are from 450 BC, and then these 450 BCs have their own notes saying that they got them from Set B from thousands of years ago. So we can, well, I don't know, we'll just say, let's just be conservative, say 2000 BC. Thousands of years before them, so at least 2,000 years before them, so we'll just call that 2450 BC. All right? Could be more. Now, Set B doesn't actually have any notes, but so whereas Hapgood's talking about Price says that I cannot do this mirrored. Price says that his notes point to 450 BC. The 450 BCs themselves have notes saying that they're from Set B, from 2450 BC. Now, Set B doesn't have any notes, but 450 BC has notes on Set B saying that Set B got their notes from Set A that are from, quote, the furthest antiquity. Let's just assume that it's another 1,000 years, whatever. We did 2,000 earlier, so we'll say 4,000 again. 4450 BC. Okay. Well, now you have the actual description of the coasts of Antarctica without ice. And so it's one of two things. Either these ancient peoples had sonar, which I don't think they did, or they were around long enough ago that they didn't have sonar, but they did have ships and cartography methods back to when there was no ice that you would need sonar through. Both are equally discombobulating. So a guy from the Air Force who had received this letter from the 1960s guy, Hapgood, said that there is no way to reconcile this, and it is indeed absurd. I don't know the exact quote, but it's at the very beginning of Fingerprints of the Gods. So it has utmost implications for human and geological history. Now, to bring more legitimacy into this, who else weighed on this but Albert Einstein? Albert Einstein said that he always was receiving mail from people who wanted their yet unpublished or unresearched ideas to be glanced at by him. I think that's probably the equivalent of like every stand-up comedian sending their set to Bill Burr, right? He's going to get 10 million letters a day. He's probably not going to look through most of them. The ones he does look through is probably like shit, fucking shit, gold digging horse, right? Or it's like every shitting on myself. Hey, invest in my podcast. It's like everyone pitching their thing to Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, right? Hey, you ever seen those comments when like Jeff Bezos will make an Instagram post? There are people always like, Mr. Bezos, sir, if you could just give me $1,000, that would. And it's like, dog, he's not responding to that. Yet here I am trying to pitch my podcast to people. So fuck me. But people used to send their shit to Albert Einstein and be like, hey, can you look at this? And I think Albert Einstein's quote is, it goes without saying the vast majority of these have no validity or no potential validity, and they hold no weight in the scientific community. So, like, just getting bitch slapped by Einstein. The equivalent of, you're not even getting ghosted, you're getting seen. And that's what Einstein's doing to these people. However, except for the price map from Hapgood, Charles Hapgood, Einstein said that was the most exciting one. And it electrified him in that it had implications for human history as we know it. So what is going on? What the fuck is going on? Like, that is exciting. That anyone can talk about UFOs. When the Pentagon acknowledges that there may be materials not from this earth, that's when your jimmies get ruffled, right? Ruffled. Who cares? Chips. Sponsored by Lay's. But if the coastline is being shown on this map from the furthest antiquity, and even if it's not, scratch out set B and set A. Hell, even scratch out 450 BC. Just go to 1513, a thing that we know is true. Because 1513 said he copied it from 450 BC, but I haven't got far enough to know if there's actual evidence of that. But let's just say that's all hogwash or blabberdabush. Let's say it is 1513, because that is a map that we know exists. It's in the Library of Congress. That's why this isn't some like, well, I heard, my grandpa said that these aliens. No, it is a map in the Library of Congress that Charles Hapgood was looking at during the winter recess of 1960. So he's just pouring over these things. Love the imagery. I just imagine like a candle or some lantern or some shit, right? Just looking at, oh my God. But like, but actually, I'm going to fucking keep listening to Fingerprints of the Gods today. I'm getting jacked up. Hell yeah. Thanks, Tommy, for getting me excited. What is going on? Like, but how can that just be ignored? It's, we all go, yeah. Half of us will go, nah, it's bullshit. I think we have the world figured out, okay? And the other half will go, yeah, that is crazy. Got work tomorrow, man, and hey, I get it. But at some point, do you not just kind of have to stare at it and go, whoa? Because at first glance, it does kind of serve as almost like a luxury. You have the luxury to delve into like hyper ancient structures, maybe because you don't have a 5-month-old to feed and you don't need gas and your transmission's fine and you're not sick or whatever. It's right. It's you have the luxury to delve into that. I get that. But I like to go into it and think, well, what are there more implications than, let's just say it was 300. Let's say there was no ice on Antarctica and it was discovered in 1513. That's not like that, Sure, you're going to switch a date in a textbook and that way you can price gouge the college students, right? Okay, sure. But if it's something as monumental as this, well, that does No, you're right. It doesn't really affect. I don't know who I'm talking to. You're right. It doesn't really affect. This podcast is just a video journal of my descent into insanity. It doesn't change your everyday life. You're right. I mean, you still got shit to do. Tom Brady still left the Patriots, asshole. But if it goes back super far, you then have to start thinking, how advanced was this society? Right? That they had all of this shit mapped this far back. And from right here, now I am just making note of it, 28 minutes, 53 seconds. Now I am going into my own speculation. But if they get the maps from furthest antiquity, which I'm going to say is 4450 BC, let's just call it an even 5000 BC. 5000 BC. If those maps are from furthest antiquity, and this is pure speculation, so buckle up, bitches. But I'm not thinking that that's like furthest antiquity, that's like a globe or like an LED screen. I'm thinking like some Mad Max world where it's like, this is one thing they have left. And it's, you know, it's a drawing of a map or something, right? Or it's like the last like pieces of like a laminated map from some equivalent of the Pentagon. And it's been kept in some, you know, almost like a Dead Sea Scrolls type thing. Like, what is it? To me, that just means that it's that much farther back. Like, the furthest antiquity map could itself be just this, like, shitty last remnant. Like, you know, if someone were to somehow look back in time at 2020 and be like, did you know they had maps from furthest antiquity? We'll just say, I don't know, like a map of the old world. We'll just, whatever. That doesn't just mean that you would point to 2020 and be like, oh, that was the beginning. No, we had something from way back. Does that make sense? So it's not that, it's that they have something from way, way back before 2020. So if there's something from this far back, it's not just that, oh, here's it's not like a fossil. Like, you know, every once in a while they'll find like a human footprint like 11,000 years before they previously thought, some Australopithecine in some elevated area, or they'll find like a crustacean on top of a mountain and be like, oh, there must have been water here, and it kind of, but again, it seems like it's more fine-tuning, just enough just to edit the textbooks to get that sweet $500 from the new edition. But it, something like that though, that points to, it's not a footprint, it's a mapping of a landmass. To get to that point of mapping a landmass, let's just say, so let's go back to the Superior Ice. Let's say that he didn't need sonar. Let's just say there was no ice, and let's say that he just mapped it in 1513. Whatever. They went down there with ships. That's not the beginning of civilization. That's a point in which we had evolved. Civilization had moved along enough to a point where we had figured out ships of the line. We had figured out longitude and latitude. And there were nations that funded these relatively luxurious things well, not really luxury. I mean, if you're mapping new worlds to potentially enslave the indigenous and create your West East Indies Corporation, regardless, you have the ability beyond just having to find the next meal. I keep forgetting I didn't have a guest. I can bring my microphone closer. I really need a young Jamie. If there anyone wants to be my young Jamie. Oh, let's get a maybe new view. Pull the microphone a little closer, bitches. Wait, I can just hold it, right? Sorry, just lost my train of thought. If you're doing this thing and you have the ability to fund these expeditions, well, you have, not only have you created the science of big ships with sails, compasses, sailors, cartographers, and it's being funded. What is it being funded for? Is it just scientific discovery, or is it, where's a new land we can conquer? Well, that implies a certain advancement, a certain level of advancement of your society. That we are now at a point where we have things like a triangle of trade, where we bring back spices and sugar and, you know, tea, and that inadvertently leads to Tea Party shit, right? So that in itself isn't the beginning. I mean, let's say this happened in 1513, or just Columbus, 1492. I mean, 1492 what? what is 1492? What's 1492 AD? Well, what is AD? Well, we go back to 5000 BC with pyramids and shit. So, and Fertile Crescent, Sumer, Indus Valley shit. So we can say in cuneiform, we can go, oh yeah, there's like 5,000 years of just kind of like really slow tutorials, game tutorials, and then it sped up, and then there was Christ, and then there was this whole thing, and there was the medieval times, and then we got up to Europe, and blah blah blah, and Galileo, and blah 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 blah, and finally get to a point where we're sending ships across the sea. So that in itself is 5,000. Let's just say 5,000 BC. To not the 5,000 BC of the maps we were talking about. Let's just say when was the first civilization? Indus Valley, Sumer. Want to take a bet? I say 7,500 BC. First human civilization. Mesopotamia. The first city-states in 4 millennium BC. That's insane. 4 millennium. Jesus. 4,000 BC. So let's say 4,000 BC, 1513, so 5,513 years to get to that point. So now let's bring it back to the map set of furthest antiquity. You have to, at the very least, assume that they have ships of the line, sailors, and nation states willing and able and interested enough to fund these ventures. So let's just say you have to say that means it's at least 5,513 years old. So if that map is from 5,000 BC, so now we're looking at 10,513 BC as the first, and that's, again, not that crazy. I mean, okay, the difference between 5,000 BC and 10,000 BC, yeah, it's a lot, but at the same time, it's kind of abstract. Like, it makes no difference. I'm still paying taxes. Like, there's still an election this fall. It is more abstract. So I'm kind of proving my whole interest wrong. Like, there's not that much. But, well, no, there is, because what happened to that civilization? That's the interest, is what happened to it. It's not just that we're shifting the dots on the chronology and just enough to edit the textbooks to make some money. We're fine honing the, we're saying Pluto is a planet and then Pluto's not a planet and Pluto is a planet, and shout out Jerry Smith. What that means though is that we got to that point and then seemingly went back to 5,000, and then seemingly went back to nothingness, and we got to the first nation states, Sumer, whatever, right? So something happened that made that area, that civilization that was seemingly at 1513 technology, so 500 years from today, so not that far. I mean, relatively not that far, right? You got boats, you got spices, you got writing, you got math, you got the Renaissance, you fucking painting shit in the Sistine Chapel, like relatively modern. I mean, still like barbaric, but at the same time, like definitely not knuckle dragging and just like beating shit with rocks, like producing complex shit, like mapping the stars, like relatively complex. Well, something had to have happened that kicked that bitch back to the Stone Age. And I mean, that's where Randall Carlson comes in, saying that there had to have been an asteroid strike impact at, I think, what he said, North Pole or South Pole, instantly liquefied the ice caps and just flood the world. And then that's where, that kind of gets weird, because what's the one similar thing all the ancient religions have? The story of the Great Flood. I don't know. It starts to get a little hairy. But so what makes it interesting to me, and this is my favorite part, is the idea that, like, it wasn't just that there are these old structures that point to, hey, we've been here before, we got here before, but rather it seems like they're almost trying to, like, send us a message, right? It'd be like, I don't know. It'd be like, what's an example? It'd be like if I had, like, I'm a king and I had a painting done of me in 700 AD, but I don't know, what would I, and I did like the blood sign or the crypts, or I, dabbed. it would be like, well, how does he know about dabbing, right? No, that's still a bad example. It would be like, it'd be like if, I can't think of an example. But it's not just that we found existence. Rather, it, what am I looking for? They seem to have it wasn't just like they built like a fucking thing and here's it, and they're okay, now we know there had to have been humans this long ago. They did shit in such a way that it seems like, you know, the precision in which the rocks are lined up, the rocks that they used, you know, these precision cuts in granite, it's not engraving but embossing, where you shave away everything else except the thing extending. They're using these weird techniques, these weird geometrical techniques, and lifting these massive stones in a way that it's hiding in plain sight. At first it's just like, hey, there's an old pyramid. But you look at it more and it's like, oh, this is set up in a way that like you can't do with like caveman science. And it'd be like if they carved like the valence electron shells of a plutonium atom into rock. It'd be one thing if you found the carving, and the carving is from 50,000 years ago, and you went, oh wow, now we know humans were around 50,000 years ago because we found this carving. But then you look at it and you're like, well, what is this carving of? It's of valence electron shells. You'd be like, but we didn't discover that until the 1900s. Oh, right? That's what it is. And it seems like some of this shit has, and again, I'm speaking way out of my field of knowledge because this is stuff that I'm barely dipping my toes into. So I'm sure I'll come back to this episode and bitch slap me. But it seems like this stuff is lined up and it's constructed in a way that says like, hey, this isn't just a rock. This is a rock that was done in not the country Iraq, but rather a rock. It seems to be done in such a way that like it's almost hinting that there had to have been something else, right? Like the other one Graham Hancock points to is the Nazca lines, and like aside from like how did these people carve these things into stone, and they're 300 feet long, but one of the things they carved was this like super, you know, it's like a 600 by 600 foot carving of like a spider. Okay, sure enough. But it's a very rare spider that's only found in one part of the world, and it's found thousands of miles from this carving. Okay, how did these ancient peoples discover this thing 5,000 miles away? And furthermore, because the carving is blown up to 600 by 600 feet, and you can really only view it from a plane, they could see on one of them, it had, you know, it's got like the legs, and then on one of the legs there's a little appendage, and it's actually, it's scientifically accurate, because that spider, its reproductive organ is an appendage on its like rightmost limb. But you can only view that shit with a microscope, like a super powerful microscope. Not even like, oh, I just squint one eye. Like, no, like you need advanced scientific instruments to do this. So it's one thing to look at how did they carve this and where is this carving? Is it from 10,000 years ago? Is there water erosion that points to it being 20,000 years ago? But it's not even a carving. It's a carving of something that the knowledge of which requires a technology that itself takes several thousand years to get to, right? So, yeah, it'd be one thing if you found writing from 10,000 years ago, like, okay, humans are old, but then you found the writing is the description of how to build a motherboard for an Xbox One. You'd be like, okay, well, these aren't just drawings of like elk and bison. This is a complex schematic for a silicon motherboard. So all of a sudden it pushes it back further. So, but then the question begs: was it an advanced society? Who knows? Maybe as advanced as ours. I think you'd find like satellites, right? Maybe it wasn't. Let's say it got to like 1900, so they don't have any space debris, and then it was wiped out by whatever reason. I'm not pointing to me. That's not really important. What wiped it out? Well, I mean it is, but it's not. Was it a nuke? Was it an asteroid impact? Was it greenhouse gases? A pandemic? Who knows? But rather, let's say we created this society and we have these skyscrapers with aluminum and steel and glass, and it's, you know, we feel pretty advanced. We have airports and satellites. But if we wanted to leave some shit that would always be here, regardless of thermonuclear exchange, regardless of a pandemic, regardless of an asteroid impact, what would it be? What would be the ultimate Tom was here written in wet cement? It wouldn't be a glass building. It wouldn't be a painting. It wouldn't be written language. It certainly wouldn't be anything online. That would all be just gone. What would it be? It would be something made out of rock. And not something super intricate that's going to get destroyed. I don't know. Maybe something just like a pyramid, right? Or just any obelisk or any carving in a cave. Just something that's like really there's no maintenance on it. It's a very low maintenance girlfriend. It's just that shit's just gonna be there for 50,000 years, right? I mean, it's gonna survive the shifting of glaciers. It's gonna survive extreme weather, solar flares, nuclear exchanges, CO2 levels rising. It's going to survive all of that. What's going to survive is going to be stone. Well, no, metals would survive. Sure, for a while. It would survive for a while. You ever seen like a musket they find and like they'll find shit in like swamps in the South from like the Civil War? It's definitely still there. I mean, fucked up, but it's definitely still there. You could even say it could probably do another like couple hundred years. Don't they find swords on like from like European battlefields? Like we still find shit, right? We still find old like daggers and arrowheads from like thousands of years ago. But eventually that stuff gets ground to dust or is unrecognizable and it's just mistaken for another rock. Well, how do you leave a message throughout time? You create something massive, some structure, some pyramid, some sculpture, embossed or engraved. And then not only that, you would leave it in a way that alludes to a knowledge that would have to that the creators would have to have. It'd be one thing to leave a pyramid so that people can find it in 20,000 years and go, hey, there was a civilization before here in Manhattan. It'd be another thing if, as they sort of uncovered it and their society progressed, they would find, maybe they'd look at it with a microscope and they'd see like nano etching. And be like, well, you can only do that with like an app, with like the company Apple or some defense contractor. Why is there laser etching in this? And it points to like, hey, like this is much older than that. It's like the ultimate letter leaving in a book, right? I used to do that in college because I'm a fucking loser. I'd like write like random letters and just leave them in old encyclopedias. I put the date on them. Maybe someone finds it in 50 years. We're going way off into the weeds. Let's wrap this bitch up. Yeah, let's fingers crossed I don't have COVID. And I might go take a nap. My throat does hurt, damn it. Hope you guys enjoy the podcast as always. And Patreon, that'd be baller. And see you guys on the next episode. Jesus, I can't even talk. Take care, everybody. Take 4. TPC 156, 11:37 a.m., August 9th, 2020, 75th anniversary of the Nagasaki bombing. I'm sick as shit. I can't exercise per doctor's order, so I'm foggy, but I'm going to go crazy if I don't do an episode. I have a week off work that I was not expecting to have off, so I don't have guests lined up. So we're just going to riff for an hour. 11:38, let's try to aim for 52 minutes, and at a clean 12:30. No topic, I don't know. But one thing I've been listening to recently is or documentaries about SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative under Reagan, which is, it's kind of weird that, for me at least, it's weird to me that I never read about it more. I don't have a guest. I can pull this microphone closer. It's kind of weird that I never read about it more, because I mean it just seems kind of, it definitely seems right up my alley, right in my interest. But I just never did. I don't know. I think I always remember hearing about it, but I think I don't know how to word this. It was often described as a propaganda piece or a fear tactic Yeah, almost like, why did we go to the moon? What was the real advantage of it? Sure, to show that our science was better, and thus our system of society, the organization in which we operate our entire economy, capitalism versus communism, is more effective than theirs. I get that. I get the real thing, though. That's great and all, but I mean, you don't need to win an argument about who has a better society, and we can just nuke the fuck out of them. Or, walls. You have two types of walls. You have walls on borders of capitalist countries where people try to get in, and then you have walls around communist countries where people try to get out. Just follow the gradient. That defines everything. You don't listen to pundits. But I think I took SDI as always, like, it couldn't have actually been accurate, because I always heard it described as, it would have cost like $100 trillion. It was light years ahead of its time. It was more of like a scare tactic than anything. Do we have it? Do we not? You're going to call our bluff. I don't like not having a guest, because now I can see my image right in front of me, and I'm just an ugly motherfucker. But I've been listening to some documentaries about it, and I'm so foggy. But it is crazy, because we were actually kind of making it. We were kind of making it. I mean, I'd seen videos before of Sprint ABM, the Sprint anti-ballistic missile. That thing was insane. If I'm correct, it's 0 to Mach 10 in 5 seconds. And I know that sounds like, okay, that's bullshit. That's you're exaggerating. Look up these fucking videos, dude. The videos look like almost like a 1905 video, how they're kind of like sped up, like a bunch of women in hoop skirts and guys in top hats and like a 3-legged dog in Manhattan, and there's like a horse going around. But it's actually what the videos look sped up, but they're not. I mean, the missiles start to glow, and it's because they're going something like they're like 100 Gs. They're pulling like 100 Gs. But so I know that was for like the last second defense, and not defense of cities, because we realized that there's no such thing as civil defense. The population's fried. Shout out Garrett M. Graff Ravenrock. Good Lord Almighty, I am foggy. But I guess it seemed like it couldn't have been true, because we're still trying to like figure out lasers, right? I mean, not too long after 9/11, they had was it the YAL? What was that laser? That 747 based laser. 747 has obviously been used for different cargoes over the eras, from the proposed flying aircraft carrier to I think NASA had one with like a telescope to get above the atmosphere, but it was all fucked up because of the vibrations. Shout out Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. But I think it was the YAL. It was supposed to be an anti-ICBM. The entire thing, the entire fucking fuselage was filled with like capacitors or, I don't know, chemical batteries. I don't know shit about it. But that was in the 2000s. So the idea of SDI in the 80s, it definitely... I don't know which propaganda... Did I just digest one of the propagandas? It was SDI propaganda, and did I just digest the propaganda that it was propaganda? Does that make sense? It's like, you could say like the moon landing was propaganda against the Soviets. And then you could say that like we didn't actually go, and that's propaganda against the United. It's going to be a top tier episode. You can tell already. Woo. But it does seem that... but listening to this documentary, and they're interviewing the... so it was under Reagan. The Secretary of Defense was Caspar Weinberger. Reagan and Caspar Weinberger both passed away. But the general who oversaw SDI, or was in charge of it, was General James Abramson, who is still alive and is 88 years old and is complete active chairman of He's chairman of a corporation, I think, called GOI. That was bought by someone, and then that was merged, and then that was bought. Just some fucking like shell game shit. But I don't think it was nefarious. I know this because I was trying to find him, and I've yet to hear back from him. Shout out James Abramson. But he talks about actually kind of just how like far along this thing was coming. It's so it just, for instance, one of the things that there was a problem with was like the coherent laser. And it's so weird hearing about this in the 80s because they're talking about, and this guy James Abramson, it's really weird because he has like an ASMR voice. So he's this guy overseeing this space-based laser program to shoot down fucking nukes to offset a global thermonuclear holocaust exchange. And he's sitting there and he's like, well, thank you for having me on your show. And so really what we're aiming for is some laser. it's oddly soothing, but he's talking about it, and there's obviously like the missile intercepts, the Missile Defense Agency hitting a bullet with a bullet. The last line of defense was Sprint. I don't think we use that anymore. I think there's one called THAAD, THAAD. I think there's the Patriot. I think there's like tiers, you know. Boost, you get it, and when it's like doing its arc, you do it like reentry. Like the decoys, the multiple independent reentry vehicle decoys that can't survive reentry because they're just Mylar balloons. So we have all these different tiers of missile defense, but then, and it sounds like something you'd hear now in 2020, but here they're talking about it in 1984. Is they're like, well, you know, you have these different tiers of missile defenses, but then, you know, at the final seconds before it released, so it's called a bus. A bus is what holds all the, the most advanced ICBMs, later days in the Cold War, when we just got really good at potentially killing everybody, were the ICBMs that would shoot up, and there was basically like a shotgun shell. Multiple independent reentry vehicles, MIRVs. And they would open up, and you'd have, I think, like up to 10 of them, and they'd be mixed in with a bunch of decoys too. So you're the victim, you're looking up, and you're seeing on your radar, you're seeing 20 or whatever. And these were insane because there'd be 10 multiple independent reentry vehicles. Each one, some of them they'd be up to 1 to like 9 megatons each. So you'd have like 10 of these. So it's like 90 megatons. 1 megaton is 300 times more powerful than the bomb that took out Nagasaki 75 years ago today. And then we'd have multiple of these missiles on a single sub, and then you'd have a fleet of subs. I mean, the multiplication just starts to get crazy. But so you want to take it out when it's boosting because there's a white hot exhaust plume, and you can track that easily, but you can't hit the plume because, per the general's words, hitting the plume is worthless. It's because it's just, I mean, it really is smoke. It's an analogy of the Soviet Union and smoke and mirrors, but it really is smoke. So you want to hit the body, but that's obviously the most ideal spot, but you also got to have missiles nearby. All right. So that's the boost phase, and I'm butchering this, and then up when the bus comes off of the boost phase, but then it does that sort of like apex, it's still all together. So, you know, it's like when you're playing like a video game, and there's like and you see like Russian, you're defending some fort, and you see like a Jeep or whatever, and it's, think of like Halo or something, and you got the what the fuck was the name of the truck? What was the name of the Warthog? Was that it? Yeah, whatever. But you have 3 guys on one thing and it's coming towards you. You always want to hit that with a rocket because it's 1 hit, 3 kills. Once it stops and they spread, it's like killing a spider versus like squishing a spider and like a bunch of baby spiders come out. So you want to kill the bus while it still has everything. Because once it opens up, it's just 20 times harder. So, you know, do you want to hit a bullet with a bullet, or do you want to hit all the shotgun shell fragments with another shotgun shell fragment? So to do that, you definitely want to hit the body or the bus. The point of bringing this all back around is they were talking about directed energy weapons, but they said it so nonchalantly. So you want to hit it during the boost phase, you want to hit at the missile body, you don't want to hit the plume, or you could hit the bus. Well, it's still at the apex, and you know, if you really can't get it in the final seconds, well, then you would use a directed energy weapon because that goes at the speed of light, and it just kind of like, and then they go into the next thing, and there's another montage, and then a commercial break, and some badass 80s commercials. We are McDonnell Douglas. But it was like, what? A directed energy weapon? Like, I thought we weren't there now. So who knows? Maybe it was. Maybe I'm a perfect example of the power of propaganda. Maybe that wasn't real at all, but idiots like me thought it was. But another thing they talked about was they were called like garages, like garage. Like I'm above my parents' garage, 30 years old. Hope I look back at this video one day and laugh. Yeah. But they said, as General James Abramson said, there's a lot of like garages, and these garages would each hold missiles, and you'd orbit these possibly in like the thousands of garages. But I thought it was really interesting that the garages were, excuse me, the garages were, they had rockets in them, but they were tiny. They said they were pretty much I would imagine you'd have to have some different specs for space-based, but they said they were the same missiles that you'd put on fighter jets for air-to-air, so like a Sidewinder or like a Phoenix missile. And I guess that makes sense, because if it's already up in orbit, the vast majority of the energy. This is why we exercise before podcasts, because I'm foggy. The vast majority is it delta V? The vast majority of the energy you need is to get it out of the gravity well and into orbit. But once you're already up there, if you just have this like almost like a SAM site up in orbit. Yeah, I mean, you just need to hit, because if you're hitting the missile body, not the MIRV, but just the lifting body, I guess it doesn't really matter what you hit it with, right? Because one, think about, we always hear about like space debris, like a speck. Is that the right word? A fleck? A flake? Holy Jesus! The exercise, kids. But they're traveling at like 17,000 miles an hour, and one of those can like punch a hole through a spaceship. So you really just gotta hit the thing, and not only that. So not only is your projectile probably already enough, just an air-to-air missile. It doesn't need to be the size of a Titan II, because it's already in orbit, and 90% of a rocket is just the fuel getting it up there. The tyranny of the fuel equation. So you're already up there with a rocket, 17,000 miles an hour, so it doesn't need to be a lot. A third, so one, you're already up there. Two, you're already going 17,000 miles an hour, so let momentum do the work, baby. Momentum equals mass times velocity. Three, the actual skin of a rocket, and I didn't know this until like last year, the actual, like, in my mind, I just imagine them like, I don't know why I imagine that they're just like as sturdy as like a fucking like tank. I just imagine like a thick armored wall. No, like maybe like an actually, and I think no, because you just want something to hold the fuel, and then you drop it off at stages. But the fuel itself, I think it was Elon Musk or Bezos, or maybe it's just any rocket. Apparently, like, a rocket couldn't even stand under its own weight. It's pressurized and full of fuel, but the skin really is almost like balloon-like. I mean, like tinfoil. Like, take a pin and just go right through, because you want the least amount of fuel possible. So it really is. It's like if you took the top off this water bottle and then you stood on it, it would just crumble. But you leave the top on, and it's pressurized, right? Squeeze it, don't squeeze it, squeeze it, yeah, and that's fine if it's just gonna hold the fuel. But if you're up there and you hit this fucker with a pin, I mean, it's not hitting like the hard plastic of a remote. You're just hitting. I've had on guys from NASA. I'm sure if they're watching this video, they're just like, you dumb fuck. But so one, you're in orbit, so you don't need to expend all the energy to get up there, so you could have a tiny rocket. Two, the rocket can be tiny because it's already going 17,000 miles an hour. So think of the speck of paint. Flake of paint. Jesus Christ. Three, the actual thing you're trying to hit it's very fragile. And four, you're in a near vacuum. I guess if you're right above the atmosphere, it's a gradient of atmosphere, but you're above like 99% of the atmosphere. So there's negligible drag. It's like there's no such thing as no gravity. Nowhere in the universe is there no gravity. Gravity exists. Gravity exerts force over an infinite distance, but it's related to the square of the distance from the center of the mass. But it's so there's no drag or anything. So think about a rocket and think about how much power it needs. Think about how much of that thrust. One, it's trying to get out of the gravity well of Earth. But two, it's also going again. Granted, it's going straight up. Well, I don't know. It really kind of turns azimuthal, but it's still going through a ton of atmosphere. It's kind of like those like hypersonic sleds that they'll do out in like the like White Sands, I think. They'll put them because they're just putting sideways on a fucking rail, and they just let these fuckers rip, and they'll get going hypersonic in like 3 seconds. It's insane. But I remember seeing someone explain it, and they're like, because you're always shooting rockets up. Like if you just put a rocket sideways with just doesn't have to fight gravity, you can put all that energy into just speed. Okay, so let's take a normal rocket you shoot up and then put it on a sled and you go sideways. Jack that fucker up. Now what happens if you can take that same sideways motion, but it doesn't matter because you're up in space, so the effect is the same. You're not fighting the vertical down of gravity. I did take physics. Be amazed. The vertical down of gravity, Tommy 2020, is but it's still that same effect if you're just not fighting that massive pulling force. And now imagine you take that rocket straight up versus rocket on the sled. Sled's much faster. Now imagine taking that sled and putting it in a vacuum, so there's no air resistance or negligible air resistance. I was thinking about that yesterday. What is the max speed? If you were to take a Phoenix missile, some AMRAAM, what if you just took it out into space and just shot it? Not shooting away from Earth or at the sun. No gravity. Just imagine you just out in space and shoot. I wonder what is the maximum speed that it would get. I mean, it would reach it and then it would stay there, and that's the beauty of space. But so you're up there. You just take like a Phoenix missile or something. I don't even know if that's the right term. I think those are just the sensors. But you just take an air-to-air missile and just shoot it. And so now SDI kind of makes a lot more sense. So the 4 things. 1, you don't need all that fuel because you're already up there. So you're out of the gravity well. 2, a flake of paint can be damaging because it's going 17,000 miles an hour. Okay. 3, the skin of the missile is very, very thin and fragile. And 4, even if even if points 2 and 3 weren't applicable, let's say it did need to be very powerful, a simple air-to-air missile, not fighting gravity and not fighting air resistance, that thing is going to get cooking fast. I mean, I think they said in the video it would be something like, I don't even remember. But, I mean, it doesn't do any justice. Insanely fast. So that actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, that actually makes a lot of sense. Now, can you ward off a general nuclear exchange? Or was the boob attack bolt out of the blue? I don't know, man. I mean, you got 1,000 ICBMs going up at once. I don't know if that would work. But I mean, I definitely think it seems closer to reality. You just put a fucking, like a SAM site in orbit. Yeah. I mean, why not? Especially if you can kind of be like hugging the atmosphere and then you see these come up, these ICBMs come up. If you can look at it from a way that you're not looking at them with Earth as the background, but if you're looking up at them with space as the background, I mean, Jesus, I mean, talk about a temperature differential. even if the rocket isn't burning anymore, even if there's no plume anymore, the friction on that thing is still going to be toasty. And even if it wasn't toasty, even if it was just fucking room temperature, that's still going to contrast the fuck out of a black space in the background, right? But it is cooking. So that's got to make it easier. Yeah. It actually, it seems very doable. I mean, it would, and money, but I mean, under Reagan and that defense buildup, money were fun tickets. But yeah, that actually seems really possible. Put up thousands of them, thousands of the garages. That would work. Yeah, I think that would work. The other idea was that they were going to have, and now this is the point where I see where it kind of strays into a little insanity, was railguns. Actually, I don't know. Think about railguns now. Is it BAE Systems that's making it? General Atomics, General Dynamics? 30 more minutes. I can do this. I think they're doing that now with railguns. But this documentary starts with them shooting a railgun in like 84. But I mean, I think all the same things apply. Are we shooting it on Earth? And are we shooting it at... Okay, yeah. Maybe the railguns take so long to develop because what we're aiming for, no pun intended, is a railgun that works on Earth, shooting massive shells at fucking naval destroyers with feet of steel. Okay. Air resistance, okay. Versus bring it right back around to the garages of missiles. You're in space. It doesn't need to be big at all. It can be a fucking BB. No air resistance. So, but I think the primary thing is not even air resist. Is none of that. I think it's just small, right? Because I think we figured out railguns a while ago, and that's based on nothing. I am basing that on zero facts. I know the Nazis wanted to design a railgun, which is insane, but well, I don't know. If we had it in the 80s, we did a test fire. That is a fact. There was like a toast, and they were like to taking out nuclear weapons. But it's weird because at the beginning of that video, the guy that says I'd like to make a toast to this railgun taking out nuclear weapons in the future, he has the same exact voice of the guy who, if you watch the Ivy Mike hydrogen bomb test, the very first hydrogen bomb, what the fuck is the name of the ship he's on? Oh, god damn it. We are on the... damn it. But it's just like your 50s... I mean, it looks like it could be in the Sandlot. He is like, hello, I'd like to welcome you here. And if you look just over there, we could be part of the thermonuclear age. Now we're going to have our goggles on. It's almost like a walk-in type guy. We are on the... Fuck, what's the name of that video? What's the name of that ship? God damn it. I'm going to have to look that up. But it's weird because, yeah, that guy... Fuck it, I think I can play it, right? I don't think I'll get yanked. Ivy Mike.
By the time it got up into the upper... the super reflectors...
Wait. Yeah.
Momentous... Welcome aboard the USS. You have a grandstand seat here to one of the most momentous events in the history of science. In less than a minute, you will see the most powerful explosion ever witnessed by human eyes. The blast will come out of the horizon just about there. And this is the significance of the moment. This is the first full-scale test of a hydrogen device. If the reaction goes, we're in the thermonuclear era.
Okay.
History whose last pages
now,
even now engineers, but a few.
And then there's the guy. Fuck.
Pages even. It's built in response to President.
You might be able to get a good shot. Go right down through the
Do you hear it?
Watch out. The device, 8 miles an hour cut. Age. Warfare, and perhaps even someday eliminate the threat of nuclear destruction. In Moscow. And let's just hope that this tool can someday be used to tame warfare, and perhaps even someday eliminate.
Do you not hear it? The USS Estes. The explosion will come from right over there. I don't know. I heard it. Point being, sorry for that. I don't think that's going to be the thing that keeps this channel from getting monetized. And if it is, fuck it. It was worth it. SDI, baby. But if he's talking about they're doing railguns then yeah. So the point is we had it figured out. But the problem, because I remember reading in Popular Mechanics, or was it Popular Science, when I was in high school, so sometime between 2005 and 2009. God damn it, I remember those fucking articles said cancer would be cured by 2020. Bastards. Fly through their fucking teeth. 2015 earliest, 2020 for sure. 2020, banning TikTok. Woo! That's where we are. Yeah. I remember I got a date with this super hot girl when I lived in Maine, and I was really nervous about going on it, but I was a new kid, and no one had ever gone on a date with this girl before, and I wanted to go on a date with her to sort of like get some street cred. And I remember I used to listen to Flashing Lights by Kanye, and that would psych me up to not be a pussy. Fuck yeah. I think we made out. It was weird. I slipped on some snow and fell. Looked like a real boss. Point being, Kanye, 2007, now running for president. That's where we are. Railguns. Jesus Christ. Railguns. So it seems that we had it figured out. But yeah, Popular Mechanics. So I remember it was saying that it was possible, but there was some like Goldilocks zone almost. It was like we have to get to 64 megajoules or something. And it was like, so it wasn't a matter of like, can we do it? It's just like when we do it. Well, yeah, not if, but when. Almost kind of like what the fuck was that noise? Almost like A-bomb. So once the nuclear fission was discovered, that it was possible, and was the Chicago Pile, Enrico Fermi, and the Nazis had their weird heavy water plants with all those like fucking weird like lead cubes, or was it uranium cubes? The neutron regulators. Once it became understood that it was possible, it was when, not if, right? That's why Leo Szilard went to, no, he didn't go to FDR. Leo Szilard wanted to warn FDR, but he definitely couldn't get close to, he just wasn't basically didn't have clout. But Leo Szilard, was it Leo Szilard? Was it Leo Szilard was the driver? No. Leo Szilard went to meet with his friend Albert Einstein, and that man's name, Albert Einstein. But really went to meet Albert Einstein, wrote a letter and had Einstein, I think, sign off on it, or maybe had Einstein write it. But because of that was able to go to FDR. And it's weird because when Leo Szilard went to meet with Einstein, I want to say it was on Long Island. It's weird. It's really weird how the thing kind of aligned, because who was driving Leo Szilard? Edward fucking Teller, right? Maybe it was Ed Teller was being driven by Leo. I think it was Ed Teller was driving Leo Szilard, because Leo Szilard didn't have a car. Leo Szilard was like this posh. He lived in like hotel lobbies. Sounds like my kind of guy, dude. But yeah, what a weird thing. Leo Szilard, driven by Ed Teller, to go see Einstein, to go write a letter to FDR to warn about Hitler. What a fucking star-studded cast. And then weird again, yeah. The weird interaction of Edward Teller and cars. Edward Teller driving a car to bring Leo Szilard to Einstein to write a letter to FDR about Hitler. And then 40-something years later, maybe 50 years later? Because I think the letter was written in 39. Maybe it was 40. Yeah, 50 years later, Ed Teller giving a speech at a school, at a campus, reading an article about a rocket-powered car. And on the front page of the article, Balbazar. Edward Teller in cars. I'd love to see a Disney or Pixar Cars movie with Edward Teller, though. Don't know how the fuck we got A-bombs once it's possible. Now that we know it's possible, it will be done. That was the letter written to FDR. Therefore, we need to make a plan for a bomb now, because it's not some hidden esoteric knowledge. It can be done. Can you just get all the fissile material? How do you do it? Do you do a gun type versus implosion? Shout out FDR. FDR didn't give a fuck. Truman, I mean, I absolutely understand Truman's hesitance to drop the bomb 75 years ago today, and 75 years, 3 days. But it was funny because funny, relative. Truman was very like, do we do this? Do we not? And he was finally kind of pushed towards it by Leslie Groves, who said, if you don't drop it, Mr. Truman, you need to start preparing your impeachment speech for next year when the war ends, after 1 million U.S. GIs die. You have to, you need to give your speech to the American people when they impeach you for finding out that you had a weapon that you didn't use. And that's in 45, after this whole thing is played out. FDR didn't give a fuck, and this was in like 40 or 41. So with none of this had played out yet, and FDR was, I think Bill O'Reilly mentions it in Killing the Rising Sun, which is a book about the war in the Pacific, but is also, unintentionally, I think, probably one of the best books on the A-bomb. I've really got to go to the bathroom. So, you know what I can do? I think I can just, play... I'll just play one of my shitty podcasts to fill the air while I go pee.
I know in your book it talks about
Here we go.
How when they were looking for what would become the U-2 is they had all these entry or these contract bids between 3 different companies. But then you said, I don't know why I was trying to explain this to you. I'm like, wait, you wrote the book. But then there was another bid from someone an unsolicited bid, and it was it wasn't Clarence, but it was one of the guys from Lockheed, and apparently there's some I guess red hot guy named Clarence, and he said he can do it better. But I don't know why. That doesn't really have anything to do with the Korean War we were going to talk about. But that made me laugh out loud. It was just unsolicited, and I was like, as soon as it said unsolicited, I was like, I bet it's going to be Clarence Johnson. And they're like, it's from a small company called Lockheed, but back when it was Lockheed Marietta. I was like, I knew it. It was just unsolicited. But
it's kind of cool you could do that back in the day, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. They put out, they still sort of do, but there's not independent companies that can pull off a multi-billion-dollar project.
Oh yeah.
These days.
Oh yeah.
Right, but back then, they're Lockheed was. They obviously.
We are back. I need to record my own elevator music.
But yeah. Bill O'Reilly, FDR. Yeah, FDR didn't give a fuck. FDR was getting ready to drop that thing years prior. He was just I know people on the right kind of look at he was a socialist. He kept the Great Depression going on, blah, 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 blah. Dude, FDR didn't give a fuck. FDR, not only did he pull together, not only did he bail out the UK and then go in there and tell Eisenhower to go fuck shit up, send off MacArthur and Patton, just like some wild dogs, to go kill some Nazi fuckers. He was for the A-bomb years before it was even ready. To me, I know a lot of people don't like that, and hey, agree to disagree. We can argue, and that's a beautiful thing about this nation, is that we have the freedom to argue that, and we can question government motives. And because of that, without being beheaded or thrown in a re-education camp, and because of that, I would argue that the use of the atomic bomb was good, because it preserved the system that allows you to question the use of the atomic bomb. I'll die on that hill, and you don't have to. And again, another beautiful thing about this country. So, but FDR didn't give a fuck. FDR was like, drop it, I don't care. There will be civilian deaths, I don't care. just fucking, again, people shit on him because he's a Democrat, so he's a socialist, but dude was like one of the OG, like, America First. Didn't give a fuck. He was like, drop it now. Drop it yesterday. I don't give a fuck. God damn, how the fuck do we get off into these weeds? Railguns. Railguns. So if it's possible, we know it's not if, but when. So it seems like that's how the railgun was. So if we got to get to the sweet spot of 64 megajoules at least, I wonder what the upper speed limit of railguns are. But yeah. Let's finish this thought. So if it's possible, and the limiting factor is enough energy, without it being destroyed. Also, I mean, I imagine you can just crank the energy up. I mean, fuck, I barely got past physics, but something to do with amps and watts and I don't know. Sherlock Holmes is to fire the shell fast enough, or a big enough shell. Because if it's going Mach 7, you don't even need to have an explosive charge in there. You just use the kinetic energy of the warhead. But if you're going up in space, yeah, you don't need a huge shell. You're not going against a battleship. Fuck, you could just shoot like a shotgun shell. Imagine an electromagnetic shotgun. That would be fucking nuts. So I think what they wanted in space was, so in addition to, so you've got the last minute interceptor, the Sprint ABM, and those, it's kind of funny that like we put our missile interceptors, we didn't put them around cities because we knew they were fucked. They might hit one or two, but you're not going to get the other 90. So what we did do, and I think it was Nixon that said, the primary goal is to prevent death. And the primary way to prevent death is to guarantee death to them in a thermonuclear exchange, mutual assured destruction. And that's where the whole decentralization of nuclear weapons comes from. That's the basis, part of the basis of Dr. Strangelove. Wing attack plan R, well, the idea was to, in the event of a Soviet decapitation strike, that anyone could die forever. Blah, blah. Yeah. You can't take pictures. We're in the war room. But Mandrake. But so that's what I mean. That's where that strategic plan comes into play. But that's also where you want to have them everywhere. Nuclear subs, I would imagine, are like the primary enforcer of that. So now it's not even like, well, maybe if we wipe out all of them real quick, they won't be able to get us. It's no matter what, something somewhere is going to launch back. And that not insurance, I was going to say like Ensure, E-N-S-U-A, not sponsored by Ensure. It ensures that you are fucked no matter what. Even if you get off 99% of your nukes or even if we take out 99%, 1% is still going to come through. And that's going to fuck us up eternally. Because 1% of the nukes coming in are thousands of times more powerful than the one in Hiroshima. And, 1% of 70,000 nukes coming, I can't do math. 70,000 divided by 100. Fuck. 70,000 divided. Jesus Christ. What's 700 times 10? 7,000. What's 700 times 100? Alright, so let's say 700 nukes still get through. You take out 99%. If you have 700 nukes coming through, and each one is, just say, on a conservative estimate, a megaton, that's still 700 megatons. I mean, Ivy Mike was 15. No, Ivy Mike was, I think, 5 or 10. Castle Bravo was 15. Ivy Mike had more explosive power than everything detonated in World War II, including the A-bombs. 700 megatons, even if that's 1% getting through, which is beyond success if you could wipe out 99% of incoming missiles. If 1% came through at 700 megatons, you're still fucked. And there's the beauty in that, is even if you have a 99% success rate, which in anything else is amazing, sales, grades, investments, whatever, good days, that doesn't do shit. 99.9% still wouldn't do shit. You have to get 100%, and we knew that wouldn't be possible because Curtis LeMay said a bomber will always get through. You can throw 1,000 B-29s at a city. You could take out 950 of them, but 50 are still going to get through. Now imagine if those are carrying nukes instead of fire bombs or just dumb bombs. It doesn't matter. So the whole nuclear deterrence comes from no matter what, we were going to have some ready to fire, right? How the fuck did I get on this? I don't remember. I'm so fucking tired. Oh, yeah. Shooting shit at incoming missiles. Whatever. Fuck it. 10 more minutes. Let's do this. Finish strong. Finish the drill. So if you had... Oh, yeah, the Sprint ABM missiles. Those were around... Oh, yeah. Deterrence. We couldn't save the cities. So what we did do instead is we put them around our missile sites, our land-based missile sites, the ICBMs, the silos all across the Midwest and Montana, which I thought was kind of funny. It's I was watching the ending of Far Cry 5 the other day, which is a great game. Playing it right now, actually, while listening to Stealth War by Brigadier General Robert Spalding. At the end, when the spoiler alert, turn off now if you haven't played Far Cry 5. Spoiler alert. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spoiler alert. So at the end, when you arrest Joseph Seed and the H-bombs start going off, some of the comments are like, yeah, not really realistic because, like, really, 3 H-bombs in a nothing-named county in Montana? Yeah, sure. But reality is, not only are there that many nukes, that's how many that were going to be going off everywhere, specifically Montana and the Midwest, because it's called by I think it was Strategic Air Command. I think the upper echelon used to call it. They called the Midwest the ICBM sponge because the Soviets would have to use so many to take out our silos. And we spaced them so far apart that you'd have to at least get one for one. You couldn't do these multi-kills. So they used to call the Midwest the ICBM. It still is the ICBM sponge. That's the argument that Eric Schlosser makes at the end of Command and Control. Is like we look back and we're like, man, remember the days of the bomb and the scare that we were going to die in a fire and duck and cover? He's like, that never ended. Like, they're all still there. Sure, reduced in number. But as we just talked about, even if you take out 99%, that 1% is still a hellscape that you can't imagine. So they're still there. And I think that he ends the book with, like, they're there and they work. Described it as like a gun cocked, pointed at the sky. Yeah, so we were gonna put the Sprint ABM and the other interceptor. I think Spartan. There was another one called HOE, HOE, which is fucking hilarious. But we put these around our silos so that, sure, no really lives to be saved, but if you put them around the silos and just thus ensure that you won't be able to take out our second strike or primary strike capability, you may look at that as oh, how evil. We wouldn't protect our cities. Instead, we protect our silos. By protecting our silos, you are preventing a shot from ever being fired, period. So if you have the Sprint ABM, you have the Spartan, you have the garages, and then railguns, I mean, they had like different ways. So you have these different, I guess, bubbles, tiers of missile defense, and then you have the garages in space. The other thing was railguns. They were going to shoot these things, they said, about the size of hockey pucks. It's something insane. It was something insane. It was like something like 14,000 kilometers an hour. Sorry, 14 kilometers a second. That's what it was. It was 14 kilometers a second. What's the math on that? So 14 kilometers a second. Yeah, it's 50,400 kilometers an hour. What is kilometers an hour, 2 miles per hour? So 14 kilometers a second times 3,600 is 50,400. kilometers per hour. 50,400 kilometers an hour is 31,317 miles. 31,317. Now, miles per hour to Mach. Let's see what that is. Mach 40. Jesus Christ. So, yeah. Have some Mach 40 hockey pucks up there. Wheel snipe Sally, boys. You can CrossFit, you can fuck off. Go kick rocks. You were at Taylor Swift lyrics and birthday cars. Your esthetician coiffed that for you. Nice execution. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe if you have hockey pucks, garages, Sprint, Spartan, Patriot, and then perhaps the most crazy is if all of that doesn't work, and then you wheel in the directed energy, the DEW weapons, DEW, directed energy weapon. Those are insane. Was it would Abramson describe it as was it the free electron laser? That's insane because like what we were gonna do with them is you had to keep it a coherent laser, which if I can remember from science. Oh yeah, I took science, chemistry, physics. Maybe I'm just regurgitating what I saw in the video. If you keep it coherent, not spread out, it's much more powerful. It's like a shotgun. Shotgun, big spread, not a lot of power per spot. Sniper, sharp, kind of like a shape charge. Imagine a shape charge sniper bullet. That would be insane. So we could do this, but the problem is because the atmosphere, it would kind of refract that like whatever per second wavelength frequency. I don't fucking know. It would refract and it wouldn't work as well. So what we had to do was we had to shoot the laser. And then the mirror and that was the other thing, is we're going to have these lasers, but then we're going to have these mirrors in space that would bounce the laser around and be able to wipe shit out. But because it was so fucked up, you had to have a mirror that could deform to correct the kind of like contacts. But because it's 1,000 times a second that it had to be corrected, the mirror itself had an aluminum like micron etching on it with all these piezoelectric pushers and drivers, and it would flex the mirror 1,000 times a second to correct the laser hitting it so that it would, I guess, be weaponized again. A deformative mirror, purposely deformative, actively deforming 1,000 times a second in fucking orbit. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see where people didn't think it was possible. To me, there's like two conclusions. It's like, that's so insane that wouldn't be possible. And the other part of me is like, that's so fucking insane that we might have done it. Like, we might have done it. And are you really gonna fuck around and find out? You gonna fire your nukes and have them blown out of the sky and then just wait for thermonuclear death? But there was one guy at the beginning of the documentary, not the USS Estes look-alike doppelganger, but there was another guy, because they're going through all these, they're like Oak Ridge, Lawrence Livermore, and they're talking about this and how it can be done given enough money. There's another one called the High Frontier program where they were just going to shoot nukes at the nukes. There's meme material. But there's one guy in full beautiful 80s hair and mustache, and he goes, I don't think it would work. He goes, I think it's an attempt at a technical solution to a much deeper problem, like a philosophical problem, that we shouldn't be firing these nukes at all. Because he said, he goes, sure, SDI, great, but what if, he goes, if I'm the Soviets, I'm just putting like 100 megaton H-bomb in a cargo ship and just bringing it right near a port. SDI doesn't do shit. And yeah, so Paul Whitcomb on tomorrow. We're going to talk about SDI, Paul's going to be angry at me for talking about SDI today. Paul, I'm fucking sorry. I'm exhausted. I feel like shit. My brain is like the directed energy weapon going through the atmosphere. It's being distorted 1,000 times a second. But unfortunately, Paul, if you were here, you would be my mirror that actively deformed by laser to fix it back. Yeah. So 12:29 p.m. Eastern time. I did it. Did what I said what I was gonna do. I'm gonna keep listening to this book. A couple neat guests this week. Stay tuned. Hopefully I don't have the Rona. If you guys like this podcast, please check out the Patreon. You can give $1 an episode. That would be more than fucking amazing. That will be in the top comment sticky, and it will be in the description. I hope you guys enjoy this podcast. I thoroughly enjoy it. I love listening to audiobooks. I love talking with them to people, and hope you guys enjoy it. And awful lot of negativity in the world out there right now. Be happy, be positive. Easier said than done. You ever had a sunburn? Do you not have a sunburn right now? Be happy about that. You don't have a sunburn right now. That's all I got. I am going to keep listening to Stealth War by Brigadier General Robert Spalding for the third time, because I like it that much. Not being sarcastic, I like it that much. It's a fucking great book. Check it out. Alright, guys. Stay safe. Stay sexy. Big dick energy. Peace. Peace. Guest had to bail. Last minute work obligation. But that's no worries. I'll whip one together. Myself. Thanos. Fine. I'll do it myself. That's the problem with people these days. You gotta do everything yourself. Episode 162. Available on YouTube, BitChute, DTube, VO, Vimeo, YouTube, Anchor, Spotify. There's a Patreon link. Be really dope if anyone, somebody would pledge like $1 an episode or a week or $1 a month. That would be badass as fuck. Anything to give me to get this thing going. Buy better recording equipment. Give myself more time to do episodes and find guests. Recently had on Brigadier General Robert Spalding, a former B-2 Spirit pilot. The guy was a total badass. And trying to get on more guests, but that takes time. Takes time to do that, and when I'm at work, that's time that I'm not doing that. So ideally, I can turn this podcast into an income and spend all my time finding badass guests. But everyone's got problems, everyone's got hopes and dreams, and I'm not the only person who has reality trying to stick their dick into my dreams and aspirations, so no sympathy there. So fuck it, let's do this thing live. So let us see. There's something that I was thinking about a while ago that I wanted to do an episode on, but I realized I had no idea how to contact those people. Back to Patreon. Give me more time and money, people, and I can do this. I don't like that, the way that sounds. Give me more money. Fuck that, make me earn it. Alright, so Shiva Star, I think is what it was called. Shiva Star. So Shiva Star, originally just Shiva, is a high-powered pulsed power research device located at the Air Force Research Laboratory on the Kirkland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The device was originally built in the 1970s for high-power X-ray research. It was later redirected to studies for the Strategic Defense Initiative and is now being used for magnetized target fusion. Shiva Star was named after the Hindu god Shiva, partly because its prototype originally had 4, quote, arms, now it has 6, quote, arms. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means. Yeah, Strategic Defense Initiative. I remember it looks fucking badass. It's, man, I really need to find, yeah, look at that thing. That thing is, it's ridiculous. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, look at this, the stairwell, this little stairs. I mean, look how fucking big this thing is. That's what he said. Because we live in 2020, you fucking bigots. Using Z-pinch devices, blah, blah, blah. And these thin foil of high Z, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Okay, yeah. Another upgrade followed in 19, blah, blah, blah. 2 more, blah, 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 blah. Shiva Star was also used as a dense plasma focus driver in the mid-80s and as an experimental magnetic driver for conventional projectiles in the late 80s. Shiva Star was also used as an experimental weapon known as Marauder for the SDIF between 1989 and 95. Blah, 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 blah. The plasma projectiles would be shot at a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second in 1995 and 10,000 kilometers per second in 2000. I mean, what the fuck is going on? Like, when you read that shit, it gives credence to so many, like, conspiracy theories of just how far advanced is, I mean, whatever that power structure is. Is it China? Is it the United States? Is it the Council on Foreign Relations? Is it Area 51? Is it S4, Phantom Works, Skunk Works? Is it the Illuminati? Is it a bunch of bankers? It doesn't matter what that is. There's an elite power structure that hails, they are in a technocratic elite, and they hail technology as the ultimate weapon, which it is. It's not stupid. If you want to rule the world, it's technology. That's how you do it. It's the sharper sword. It's the bigger ship of the line. That's what it is. So, but there's like little sprinkles. It's almost like, I don't know. It's almost like, did you ever, when you were little, you take tracing paper and you put it over like a penny or something, and then you take like the lead out of a pencil and put it on its side, and then you wipe it over. And you could start to get, like, depending on how hard you push down on it, you could get more and more detail of the penny. If you barely dragged it over, you'd get, like, you'd get the scribble, but then you'd start to see a circle just up here around the perimeter. And if you pushed it more, you maybe get some of the facial features, right? Then you go more and more, you can get, like, the dates, you can get letters and shit. That's what I always think about when I think about, like, the super classified tinfoil hat, like, unacknowledged special access programs. That's kind of what it's like. You can find these, like, little scraping the lead, and you can, every once in a while, you can just touch part of it, and it's right, you can only touch, like, the perimeter, but you do it in enough places, and you look at enough interviews spanning enough decades, and you can almost start to make out just, like, the exterior most silhouette of this thing. And who knows, maybe that is the crux of the conspiracy mind, is what I perceive as little crumbs, puzzle pieces to a bigger picture are in fact just independent events, and there's no coordinated, it's not something that I'm uncovering. It's if we're looking for, like, dinosaur fossils, and we're digging out shit, and we're 30 or 40 feet apart from each other, and you uncover, like, a little tooth, and I uncover, like, a little bit of a tail, it might be that I'm uncovering the tail of, like, a little, like, chicken-sized dinosaur, and you're uncovering the tooth of, like, another, dog-sized dinosaur. But because you're getting a tooth and I'm getting a tail, anatomically we assume that we're hitting the ends of this thing, and there's 30 feet between us. This thing must be a monster. In reality, it might just be a little chicken shit, right? It might be a little dog shit. But there's nothing fun about that, so fuck it. Let's assume it's a massive structure that's coordinated. All right. So yeah, 3,000 kilometers a second in 1995, 10,000 kilometers a second in 2000. A shot has the energy of 5 pounds of TNT exploding. It's not a lot. It's kind of stupid. The test cost a few $1 million a year. It could scramble electronics. It could shower the energy. The energy would shower the interior of the target with high energy X-rays. The project then became classified, and no information has been published since 1995 since classification. What the fuck is going on? What the hell? What is that? I don't know, but it just seems like there is something on the horizon, right? Or this uncovered power structure that I was just talking about. It seems like it exists, right? I mean, you have Ben Rich saying that. What's the Ben Rich quote? Ben Rich quote. It's I don't have a guest today, so sorry, I gotta try to fill the... Ben Rich, we already have the means to travel among the stars, but these technologies are locked up in black projects, and it would take an act of God to ever get them out to benefit humanity. Anything you can imagine, we already know how to do. I mean, this is the former CEO of Skunkworks. Like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know. It seems like there's something that we're just touching on. Marauder, magnetic. I have to shit so fucking bad. Please excuse me. Episode 170 of the TPC podcast with me and only me, because I don't have any guests today. It's not that anyone canceled, I just don't have any guests today. And I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I really have no idea what I'm doing in life in general, nor on this podcast. But, I don't know. Let's create some content and some entertainment for the people, for the unwashed masses, per Sam Hyde. Podcast available on BitChute, DTube, Vimeo, VO, YouTube, Anchor, Spotify. There'll be a link in the description and in the top comment for all those links, as well as a link to some original artwork I've made over the last 2 or 3 years and uploaded. And all profits go to this podcast. Next step will be probably a bigger computer on a laptop right now. After that, probably be like a 4K webcam. Then I'd like to get I got a really good microphone right now, but I want to get like a ball-in microphone with like a boom and everything. Yeah. And eventually enough that I can get an apartment and not have to work and just kind of work on getting guests all day, every day. So if you want to support the podcast, or if you don't want any of my shitty artwork, you can go to Patreon and donate a shekel per month or whatever the fuck, however Patreon works. I don't know. Haven't gotten any money yet, but who gives a fuck? We're not floating, we're living on a plane that's floating in infinity. No one knows how anything started. No one knows what happens after we die. No one knows why we're here, if there's a purpose to why we're here, or if we're even really here. If it's not just all a simulation, and we're slowly going insane in some fever dream of a god. Who gives a fuck, though? I got an orange jacket, and the air conditioning works. I'm not sick. I got internet. Everything seems to be balling right now. Big dick energy. So, one thing I have been kind of reading up on the last... What the fuck? I've been reading up. No, I've been fucking watching YouTube videos. Fucking not even high, but acting like I'm high as fuck. Just going down the rabbit hole because I love this shit. So no, I haven't been reading up. I've just been drooling with like a half-baked moron with a room temperature IQ. That being said, I'm going to call it reading up. So I was reading up on remote viewing, which is always kind of woo-woo new age shit, but at the same time, a lot of weird new age shit. Or things that are new age now, or are accepted now, at one point, I think could be argued that were new age woo-woo shit. Something I always think about is like the plague, right? One was germ theory, one was Joseph Lister. He's Victorian medicine. Shout out to that author. That was a dope book. I need to get that author on my podcast. I'm going to write down their name right now. Yeah, Joseph Lister using all of his, what was it, like phenol spray or benzene spray or whatever the fuck it was. And there's a book about him called The Butchering Art. Butchering Art. Let's see. Nope, don't play it. I don't want to get yanked. The Butchering Art. Joseph Lister's quest to transform the grisly world of Victorian medicine by Lindsay Fitzharris. So I'm going to write her name down and try to get her on the podcast. Yeah, it's a fucking awesome book. It's disgusting, but it's awesome. But yeah, so I mean, think about that. They're talking about these hospitals in foggy London town where like using the same fucking thing to look at each other, like people's mouths, like open up wide, say, okay, wipe it off on the jacket, next, and wipe it off on the jacket. I mean, beds that were so dirty, not only were they just dirty, just like not washing them every day, but like had fungus, had actual like plant life, because they were so fucking gross. Never opened any windows, no circulation, reusing old like hospital gowns. You just take them off a dead patient, give them to the next patient. The most disgusting thing was there's this student learning, all these med students learning, and one lady had this big old fucking cyst on her neck, and they were trying to drain it of pus, and they couldn't get it out. So what they did, he puts his mouth on it, sucks it up, and spits it into a my eyes just watered. Oh. But it wasn't even like that was some fucking moron or jester or some fucking dipshit retard from the town square. That was a doctor. That was part of the fucking the technocratic academic elite. And it wasn't just that he was a dipshit doctor like I would have been. He was a doctor, and all the other doctors were like, yes, of course, I concur. So, I burnt my cheek. But, yeah, that was normal. And it's because germ theory didn't exist, right? I hope I'm not getting that wrong. But there was no germ theory. So, I mean, now wind the clocks back 400 years before that. Before that backwards-ass time where sucking pus out of people's necks was normal. Or even fucking applauded by other doctors. I concur. Bully! It's wind the clocks back 400 years before that. And think about like a plague. I mean, no wonder why these people thought this was like a fucking curse upon the lands. Or what was it? Fucking Moses and the pharaohs. And yeah, no wonder it looks like a fucking plague. No wonder it looks like a witchcraft or some angry, vengeful god. Some wrathful deity. Because everyone's just dying. You don't have fucking microscopes. You can't see these little fucking armies of cells just raping your body. But everyone gets sick and everyone fucking dies with seemingly no rhyme or reason to it. That's magic. For all intents and purposes, that is magic. Right? I mean, imagine bringing back a phone and FaceTiming across the city, across foggy London town, or FaceTiming from the New World over in America. Like, there's no... Even if there were wires connecting the phones, maybe a smart guy would go, you know what, I think the message is somehow going through the wire. I don't know how it's being recreated into a picture, or even what this picture is. What is a picture? There's no cameras, never mind. But there's not even a wire connecting them. It's via cell service. You can trust them and say there's a satellite. You can't see it. What is the satellite? Oh, well, it goes around the Earth. Or because the Earth is... Oh, Jesus, how far back are we? But it's just Wi-Fi. It's just magic. Right? So I think a lot of shit that we could consider woo-woo... that's not a blanket... That's not a blanket justification to everything. To every fucking, single mom on Facebook who's selling essential oils and is messaging you to be part of her multi-level marketing campaign. Like, No. Not everything is science. But I think there's a lot that... there's a middle ground. And a lot of shit is just bullshit. But you can't write off everything as bullshit. And at the same time, be bold enough to say that you're intelligent because of all these other things, including an understanding of the history of the world. Because if you did, you would have to acknowledge that at one point we thought the world was flat. We thought that the sun revolved around us. We didn't know what fucking germs were. We could just suck pus out of a neck. Bully! And we now know that. We just know it's like, what the fuck? No. It's... You can't look at all that and then assume that we have it all figured out. I think we have a lot figured out. I think we're smart for people. But I mean, isn't something like 94% of the universe dark energy and dark matter? And again, that's a dangerous road to go down, because now you're coming at 94% of the universe. I mean, it's so everything could be true. If we have only explained 6%, because that comes down to some bullshit. Well, what if we used 100% of our brain, right? That man's name, Albert Einstein. Yeah, all that fucking cringy Reddit shit. No, it's... But there's a lot that that exists that we don't know what it is. Dark energy and dark matter. I mean, isn't it like the mass of this mass of the galaxy doesn't line up with what? Because like the same reason that we can predict like the existence and locations of planets is because we can see like the nudges in the orbits of other planetary or celestial bodies, and we can kind of infer like where something would have to be of an equal mass, or of a not equal mass, of a determined mass and determined location. I don't think density matters. Yeah, I don't think density matters when you're just getting at as planets versus a star. Well, I guess you wouldn't have to guess the density and location of a star, because it'd be a fucking star and it'd be blinding you, right? It wouldn't be some icy body out in the outer solar system. So, but with the galaxy, I thought they've shown that the galaxy isn't, like, the amount of mass, like, it doesn't add up. Like, the size of it and the speed of its rotation, it doesn't add up. Right? Isn't it, there's not enough mass or something? Like, it shouldn't, using that same ability to infer, doesn't it? I thought, who am I arguing with? Bully! But it's, yeah. So there's a lot we don't know of. And now who knows? Maybe this woo-woo shit, maybe it exists at a quantum level. I mean, quantum level is as woo-woo as you get. What the fuck is superposition? But I don't know. I think there are certain things. I think there are too many instances of people who, and I don't like the, like, oh, I haven't thought of this person forever, and then I thought of them and the phone rang and it was them. Like, but how much stuff do you think about every day and there is no phone ring? Like, is that not just like a cherry picking, like, confirmation bias? But I think there's some odd stuff, specifically surrounding near-death experiences and experiences of those of loved ones who are dying, of the people who love the person dying, very close to, child, brother, parent. I think there are a lot of weird experiences right and around there of people from all walks of life. I just got off the phone with a good friend of mine and we were talking about meditation and shit. And like, meditation's often, you throw it out to, you know, the long hair fucking Tibetan monk shit. But I mean, as of the first one, episode 50, it's been on multiple times since then. Dale Comstock, American hero, Delta Force veteran, I believe youngest ever Delta Force member. Don't quote me on that. And his good friend Joe Tedai, another American hero, both in a very secret government counterterrorism task force, which can't legally be named by then, and I'm not sure if it can be named by me, but it's the subject of Annie Jacobson's book Surprise, Kill, Vanish. Also, if you've ever played any of the Black Ops video games, specifically Black Ops 2, you know, when you're in that opening level and you're in the Middle East somewhere, right before the horses come and jump over the downed tree, Soviets getting over here, right before they see Reznov again. It says on the left side of the screen before it blots everything out, that is the unit. It's a real unit. That's what they're in. Point being, they both espouse meditation and also experiences of, surreal, psychedelic experiences of loved ones completely in the dark about the fact that loved one was at that moment dying. Other sides of the world, weird shit. And these are, I mean, and I don't mean this in any insulting way, it's just who they, I mean, these are your most clean-cut guys, not pot smokers, not woo-woo hippie guys. I mean, your clean-cut, strong jawline American, you know, spec ops guys. Versus someone that you might say more, you know, out there, maybe a Duncan Trussell or a late great Ram Dass, rest in peace, is. But when even these guys have it, it starts to seem like a little bit of a universal experience, right? Let's go back to like a plague, when even the hippie guru gets sick, and so does the astronomer, right? It's the one guy that says the whole world is just energy and vibration, and the other guy that says the world isn't flat. Like, and they're both, I don't know why this 1500s European guy has a 1930s mid-Atlantic radio voice. The world is flat. Next up at 5 p.m. It starts to, yeah, the plague gets all of them the same. It kind of feels like that. Like meditation could be this like equal thing. These woo-woo experiences. Mystical new age things that a lot are horseshit. But goddamn if there aren't some that just seem a little odd. Almost to the point where if you got rid of like great book, UFOs, Generals, Government Officials, and something else by Leslie Kean, Kean, was the co-author of that article that came out a couple weeks ago, about a month ago actually, of the government saying that, it's August 28th, 2020, the government has recovered crash materials not of this world, as well as all the other Pentagon UFO FLIR, FLIR, forward-looking infrared videos that have come out. Pertaining to those around Commander David Fravor. Was it David Fravor? Commander Fravor on the Joe Rogan Experience. Talked about by Jeremy Corbell, as well as Bob Lazar and George Knapp. Her book is very good in that it treats this the same way that I'm trying to treat other woo-woo experiences. She's not claiming that these are little green men, or that these are the Greys, or that these are whatever. Nope. She's just saying that there are some objective facts. These are physical objects. They're in the sky. They give radar returns. They affect magnetic instruments. There are multiple corroborating witnesses for these cases. Okay, you don't have to say it's an alien. It's from Proxima Centauri. It's the reptiles from Draco, right? They're just saying this is a physical phenomenon. And to say otherwise is being disingenuous. These exist. They exist as physical objects. To say otherwise just isn't, it's not true. To lie about it is like looking at a mountain and saying that mountain doesn't exist, right? I think there are a lot of experiences that you know, like I had an experience the night before my brother died. Pretty much seeing it, right? With no indication that it was going to happen. It's not like he was dying of cancer and I had a dream that he died finally of cancer. Like, no. It was suicide. April 15th, 2014. There seems to be some experiences that, now if you tried to label them and say, oh, this is, we were spirit bodies connected by a silver cord of life, like, okay, well now you're losing all credibility, because now it's just like, this is some new age essential oils, like, yeah, sell me your energy crystals, right? I think as long as you stand back and just keep it objective and say, I had this experience, but I do not know what it was, and I don't claim to know what it was, I can only tell you what experience I have had, well, that's fine. And it's fine to say you've had those experiences, and it's also fine to accept them even as a well-educated scientist. And not some lab coat wearing motherfucker. I mean, just you yourself listening, the scientist. You're looking at the objective facts. Can we change a variable? Can we take in all the context clues? Can we point to cause and effect? Or can we just point to chronological series of events? All right, and just accept it as it is. It's a cataloged thing, right? You're just cataloging. You're in a new world. You're cataloging all the different leaves and the bugs and the mammals, and you're just writing down what you saw. I'm not saying that this is the ancestor of a platypus. I'm not saying that this broke off from this evolutionary lineage at this many million years ago. You're just saying, here's an animal I saw. It had a fucking beak and flappy hands, and it just looked kind of gay and retarded. But there it was. There it was. I don't know what it is, but there it was. I think you have to look at it as that. When someone starts coming with an explanation to it, that's different, It's, what if someone reported the plague? Someone came over and they coughed, and 2 days later, everyone that was at that dinner got sick. And only one of them went to the barn the next day, and he coughed on our neighbor. And then that neighbor got sick. So I think there's something passing. That is correct. I think it's passing through their spitting out dark spirits on each other. No, that's not right. It's a virus or a bug or whatever. Oh, god damn it. I just spilt water everywhere. Well, that's the end of that podcast, because this is about to fucking seep through the floor. Oh, and the ice. God damn it. Take care, everybody. Stay safe. Player. So, haven't done a solo rant in a while, and I wasn't going to. Not to guest shame anybody, Aaron Shepard, but my guest bailed, Aaron Shepard. No, it's fine. So, I haven't done a solo rant in a while, and that's what I call these. I just got back from work. That's what I call these, are solo rants. It's where I, quote unquote, just get in front of the camera and yell for an hour like a psychopath on a soapbox. And that's what I'm going to do. Nothing I say in these rants are what I fully believe. They are just... I'm channeling my Alex Jones. Jesus, I got some killer acne going on. I channel my Alex Jones and I just start yelling. And going with whatever's off the top of my head. And I try to cite things from memory. I don't look anything up. I try to cite from memory. And I don't know what the thesis is until the end of the episode. So I don't actually... It's a lot like graphic design, actually, where you're trying to make like an art piece and you don't know what the fuck it is that you're making until it's almost finished. And what an arrogant thing to call it an art piece. It's a fucking piece of shit. Point being, some random things on my mind. So... I'm just trying to look at the big picture of shit. And I'm not entirely sure how to look at it. So, because I clearly always start with this, Raven Rock by Garrett Graff. Come on, don't fucking cut out on me now. Raven Rock by Garrett Graff. He talks about these nuclear flash detectors that were put on the top of telephone poles all throughout America. Just like little things the size of like a small trash can, maybe like a beach ball, put on top of telephone poles that could register the gamma flash and the X-ray flash of a nuclear weapon, obviously leaving ground zero at light speed, and which actually are unique from even supernovas. It doesn't necessarily mean they're stronger, it just means that they have their own unique signature. And this is all declassified shit. This is in the book Raven Rock by Garrett Graff, who's a professor at Georgetown and is a top writer for Politico. He also has another great book called Dawn of the Code War, as well as The Last Plane in the Sky and The Threat Matrix. He's a fucking awesome author. But yeah, so he talks about this in Raven Rock. And the purpose of these things was that they could detect the flash of an atomic bomb and send the signal to the Pentagon or wherever the relay office was. And it wouldn't even necessarily be a signal so much as it would be the absence of a signal. It's something like it shoots, it's like something crazy. Even back in like the 60s, it was like it pulsed 3 times a second. And on a side note, there's always kind of a funny thing I think about is how conspiracy that sounds if you didn't know it now in 2020. I mean, this book came out like last year, maybe 2 years ago. How conspiratorial that sounds, and how conspiratorial that would be taken if you said it in the 50s. Like, no, not on a military base, not in the White House, but here in fucking suburban Atlanta, You see that light pole? You see that telephone pole? You see that little white thing on top? Yeah, Grandpa, that's a transformer. No, that is a gamma ray flash detector. For what? For if the Soviets drop multi-megaton thermonuclear warheads scattered from a MIRV coming in at Mach 23, shot from liquid-fueled rockets on the other side of the world. Okay, Grandpa. No, that's what it is, I swear. But that's really what it was. Another crazy one is to think right after World War II, and really up until then, and right up until after. There's pretty much, I would argue, until Vietnam, maybe you could even argue Korea, pretty unwavering trust in Uncle Sam, right? For better or worse, I'm not trying to go into that. It's just that's what the generation was, and you could argue that that's information control propaganda had on John Bennett yesterday, a guy who grew up in a cult, and he talks about that. But for whatever reason, it's just, Uncle Sam does have the best interest. Then again, those were more justified wars as opposed to we got to go get these people because they're practicing a different economic doctrine than us. Instead, it was here's a megalomaniacal, well-funded, technologically advanced superpower that's incinerating people of a certain ethnic group via train systems. It seems a little more justified. Point being, there's more of an unwavering trust in Uncle Sam back then. So imagine if someone wandered out into the desert, maybe Groom Lake, maybe, I don't know, maybe Tonopah, somewhere on the Nevada test site. What's the proving ground one? I'm blanking. What if they went out there and they found a top secret base? Well, first of all, there wouldn't be a top secret base. Why would Uncle Sam lie to us? All right. And what are they doing at that base? Well, they're building rockets. They're building rockets. Yeah, they're building rockets, and they're going to try to go to the moon. And really, more importantly, they're going to try to lob nukes across the world. Nukes. Well, yeah, not atomic bombs, but there's a new one called a hydrogen bomb. You mean the one we dropped on the Japs? Yeah. But no, because it's about 1,000 times stronger. So you're telling me Uncle Sam's lying to me and that we got a base out there? Yeah. And you're telling me they've got a super nuclear bomb? Bigger than the one we dropped in World War II? Yeah, about 1,000 times bigger. But they're not even going to drop these from an Enola Gay or a boxcar. No, we're gonna put them on a missile. You mean like the V2? No, it's gonna go. We're not gonna launch them a couple hundred miles. We're gonna launch them from our backyard into the Soviet Union. So you've got a secret base that Uncle Sam's not telling me about, with bombs 1,000 times stronger than the atomic bomb, and you're gonna launch rockets across the world. Yeah. Well, all right. How are we going to do that? I don't know if you guys remember, but the V2 was pretty dangerous in World War II. And good thing. But hey, I don't know how dangerous they are because we killed all those guys. About that. We killed a lot of them. We killed a whole lot of them. Except for, like, some of them. What do you mean, except for some of them? I don't know. What was that? 33,000? You didn't kill 33,000 Nazis? Well, are you still interrogating them? Kind of. They're living here. They're living here in prisons. I mean, not quite prisons. So they're making them work on the rocket program. Yeah, we're making them work on the rocket program. We're not paying them, right? That's what does payment really mean? Okay, surely no one in the government knows about this. Curtis LeMay? Maybe Curtis LeMay. So you're telling me this beloved general has brought over 33,000 Nazis, and not only are we not killing them, not only are we not detaining them, not only are they not working here, but we're paying them? Maybe. On a secret base, we're going to send rockets across the world at Mach 23, carrying bombs 1,000 times stronger than the Hiroshima bomb. Do I got the picture? Yeah, pretty much, or else we can go to the moon. What? Gotta go, But that is exactly what fucking happened. That is exactly what happened. And so, although we now know it all in hindsight, and we can say, yeah, reality is stranger than fiction, but that actually happened. Okay? So think about that. Think about nuclear bunker systems, the relocation arc. Again, Raven Rock by Garrett Graff. It's the best fucking book you'll ever read or listen to on Audible. Garrett Graff, Graff, Raven Rock. That whole system of bunkers, which even back in the 50s, and it's not just you think NORAD, sure, under the White House, sure, Site R, sure, Mount Weather. No. Thousands of bunkers that, not just NORAD, were literally, a lot of them were built on, they had cushioned springs under them. Even the plumbing had give with springs and rubber, gaskets. Hardened against EMPs, as well as bunker busting nukes. And we had them, and when the bombs would go off, because obviously everything above ground would be wiped out, they literally had automated bulldozers that could come out, push the rubble off what looked like a silo. That would open up, and then a new antenna would come out so we could reestablish communication. They had several of these in case there were just waves of nukes. We could just chop one off, we could go Hydra and just bring out another one, right? I mean, think about that. But that was denied to the public. That was denied to a lot of people in D.C. I mean, Garrett Graff talks about it. He says, what was it? It was during what was the show? Was a show or a movie? Elephant or Cultural Rock? It was like Homeland or House of Cards, or it was something where, for whatever reason, one of the episodes or part of the movie had a scene where they were evacuated to bunkers. And as they were getting on the helicopters, and there are armed Marines guided or directed to shoot anyone that doesn't have pull it out. It's a little gold ID with braids on it. And when they put that in the movie, there was a woman who was working on the movie set, who was the what's the word for the not press? I should know that. Press secretary? Whoever, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. The person that takes all the questions. That woman, who was the press secretary for the Clinton administration, had, this is 20 years later, landed herself a job on this movie set for realism, right? It's maybe if you're making a war movie, maybe you'd want some actual war veterans. Well, they bring her on because it's all about the DC, the House of Cards, the sex, the scandals, the briberies. And she said, you got to take that part out because it's too Hollywood, it's too sexy, that doesn't actually exist. I know, I was the press secretary. Well, that movie set had also hired someone else who was even higher up in the Clinton administration, who said, they do exist, you just didn't get one. Think about that. So painting this whole thing to say that this insane shit that we say can't happen happens. Nukes, I mean, even think about that. What are you doing? The biggest bomb up until that point was, I believe, a British creation called the Grand Slam. And I want to say it had the explosive power of 22,000 pounds of TNT. So, 11 tons, so 0.011 kilotons, right? Yeah. Okay. Hiroshima was 15 kilotons. Think about that. And what is it? How much does it weigh? It's, it's not that big. Maybe the size of a tank, a small tank. The amount of, which one was Hiroshima? One of them was uranium and a gun type, and one of them was plutonium and a implosion type. I think plutonium implosion was Nagasaki, and I think that was 20 megatons. And then uranium gun type was Hiroshima, I think. But yeah, the one detonated over Hiroshima before, because it's not 100% efficient. A lot of the fissile material gets blown away by the actual, nuclear explosion. But the actual mass of I didn't sleep well last night, sorry. The actual mass of uranium that was turned to energy was less than the weight of a dollar bill. So the point of all this is, so think of how crazy that is, and think about the bunker system. Think about using Nazis in a secret base in the desert to shoot rockets at the moon with hydrogen bombs. When we look at all of these things in hindsight, it seems that we have to open our minds to things that may stretch the imagination now. And you got to be careful with that, because that's not a blank check to say everything's true. The earth is flat and we're run by lizard people. No, that's retarded. But you can't just write everything off as it's impossible, right? And so I think you have to take into consideration that there's probably things going on where I would say not only a non-zero chance, I would say an above 51% chance that there are things going on right now, and not just the given classified shit. Yeah, I get that. Because a classification is sure, like there's always going to be a classified plane that flies a little faster than we thought it could, or better stealth or whatever. Yeah, I get that. But that's like the sort of what kind of got Rumsfeldian, the known unknown. There's the known knowns, the known unknowns, and then the unknown unknowns. I'm talking about the unknown unknowns. Like obviously, D-Day was highly secretive. Testing airplane engines in World War II up in Mount Washington in New Hampshire, because they could put it up, because for the longest time that had the fastest winds in the world. I think the record was 232 miles an hour, and they would test it up there because, hey, free wind tunnel. But it's also, you're in the middle of fucking nowhere. Mount Washington will kill you in the middle of the summer. And so it kind of guarded itself, and you're in the woods, and no one really, you couldn't go in there. But if it came out years later that was happening, okay, sure, all right, yeah, I get it. Airplane factories underground with big fake hills over them, like the foliage, the faux trees, like 1,000 acres of it. Okay, still a little nuts, but I got it. But I mean, something like even the telephone pole nuke detectors. Crazy, but it still has one toe in the pool of like known unknowns, right? It starts to get a little crazier, right? Maybe a thing outside your house is linked to the Pentagon. But on the other hand, I mean, that's kind of just an extrapolation of radar, of sky watchers during a great book, Command and Control, by Eric Schlosser, the guy that wrote Fast Food Nation. They talk about, was it, or was that Raven Rock too? Fucking a lot of M's. Garrett M. Graff, Eric M. Schlosser. Actually, that's 2 M's, not a whole lot. But that's kind of an extrapolation of an existing thing, right? It gets a little crazier. It starts to move from the kiddie pool of expected secrecy, jet engines, where they're testing them, D-Day, airplane factories underground. Yeah, okay, yeah. It gets a little crazier. But Nazi scientists on American soil getting paid big bucks to send liquid-fueled rockets across the world, carrying bombs 1,000 times stronger than the one that was dropped on Hiroshima, and then eventually to put fucking men on the moon and drive a car around. And then when they get out of their golf cart, they play golf. And then come home. Yeah. You have to embrace that there is a greater chance than not, in the truest sense of that phrase, so a 51 or say a 50.1, or under 333 repeating, of course, Leroy Jenkins. There's a greater chance than not that there's some insane shit going on now. Not the PCA, the 6th generation NGAD, next generation air dominance. I just had a Hot Pocket, and it's making my belly go burbles. I'm a grown man. NGAD, which is also the PCA, kind of they're the same thing, interchangeable terms. NGAD, next generation air dominance, and PCA, penetrating counter air. LOL. 6th generation fighter, basically the one without any vertical stabilizers, right? Okay, yeah, you get it. B-21 Raider, got it, right, whatever. X-37B, I don't know, I don't really take that as secret because it's super secret, it's super secret. This thing has been up in space for 900 days, it's super secret, no one knows what it's doing. Now it's been up for 1,007 days, it's super secret. Well, how the fuck am I reading about it, and how did you find out about it? So, it doesn't really seem that secret. There's got to be something. And what that thing is, I don't know. But, because this is my podcast, let's speculate wildly. Sounds like a good idea, Tommy. Thanks, Tommy. Here's video evidence of my descent into madness. But, I mean, even looking at something like Orion, Project Orion, right, where we're going to blow up nuclear bombs behind a massive pusher plate and accelerate a spaceship to a decent percentage the speed of light. And then there was the Orion battleship, which was just going to go in orbit, and it was just going to aim its cannons just like the Ohio-class ship, except much bigger, and aiming nuclear shells at Earth from orbit. It gets a little crazy. Kennedy said, I don't want to do that. So they said, well, we don't want you, and, give him an autopsy. But Cadillac healthcare plan, right? It was his car a Cadillac? So that gets a little crazy. SDI, that gets a little crazy, right? Lieutenant General James Abramson, who I've tried to get on this podcast. He is the head of SDI under Reagan. I cannot get in touch with him, but I know he's still alive, and I know he's still working for a defense contractor. As I know he's still, sharp as a tack. I'd love to get him on. The off chance you're listening, sir, please come on here. But I mean, they had things where they were shooting lasers through the sky, directed energy weapons, and because the same phenomena that causes sparkling or the stars to twinkle, whatever, diffusion, diffraction, effusion, whatever the hell it is, the satellites in space that caught the laser and then redirected it, they were going to have these what am I looking for? Malleable, movable, bendable mirrors. These mirrors that had to be like as precise as Hubble, but they were also going to be moving. Well, how? Oh, you pivot? No, I mean the surface would move. It would have thousands, tens of thousands of little piezoelectric drivers, pushers and drivers that could deform the surface like a contact to kind of reform the light. Okay, that's pretty crazy, right? In the 80s, yeah. And it did it 1,000 times a second. It wasn't just, you go to the doctors and it's, which is better, left, right. It wasn't just, you get it right and then we're good. We do zap the Soviet nukes. No, this would do it 1,000 times a second. And we mastered that in the 80s, right? They were going to send up thousands of they called them garages, Garage, of essentially surface to air missiles, but you put them in space and there's no such thing as no gravity. The effect is infinite, but it's like the same reason they can make like a rocket sled go faster than they can make a rocket, because a rocket's going up and has to fight gravity. Rocket sled, you put it on the ground and it's, for all intents and purposes, it's kind of voided out gravity. That's why you can get them going hypersonic in like no time. But it's the same thing. We'd have these in space. There'd be no air resistance. You wouldn't have to. They wouldn't be launched from the ground. The garage would just be floating up there. These things would. So we're gonna have surface-to-air missiles, thousands of them in little. Each garage would have anywhere from like 5 to 25. But we'd have these things flying around that could just shoot fucking rockets in space in the 80s. All right. Okay. What, Reagan got out of office in 88? I mean, Nintendo 64 came out like 10 years later. Like, right? Star Fox. Do a barrel roll. But, so if we can look at all of that, what would be in 2020? What would be the thing that is crazy to us? and not an acceptable, a predictable known, a known known, or a known unknown. What would be the unknown unknown? And obviously, again, that is a blank check, because you can just put anything. But what would it actually be? I would argue that right now, October 24th, 2023, 09 p.m. Eastern Time. I would argue that not just like feasible in a lab or on paper. I would argue that right now we have a tinfoil hat time. We have a fully deployed space weapon system. Not rods from God, because even that's I feel like that's old. We're just throwing a mass, right? Come on, that's caveman shit. I would argue right now that we have an entire constellation of satellites above the world. At what height, I don't know. I mean, in the 80s, NORAD was tasked with not just covering all of North America, but all aerospace, air and space, out to 23,000 miles in a sphere, which came out to, what was it? It was, it was 22,000 miles, and the number came out to 27 trillion cubic miles of airspace. That sounds like bullshit, right? No. Discovery Channel, NORAD, Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Cheyenne Mountain. I don't know why the fuck I just did. It's Cheyenne Mountain, don't you know? I mean, it's crazy. You got all these people up there. They're shooting at planes that aren't even ours, and I'm just like, come on. I'm not doing that. 27 trillion cubic miles. It might have been 22 trillion. It was over 20 trillion cubic fucking miles, okay? So, I would argue that right now we have a fully deployed system. At what height, I don't know. Space station's at what, 220 miles? I don't know, let's say it's geosynchronous, right? What's that, 36,500 miles? Geosynchronous, I would say it's probably a sphere, if not at least an X and Y axis. Directed energy, so light speed, 186,000 miles a second. So 186,000 miles a second, that's around the circumference of the Earth 7.5 times per second. So let's see, 220 miles. I feel like that's too low. I feel like you'd spot it. So let's say 36,000 miles. So we'll just call it 36 even. 36, 72, 144. Throw another 30 on that one. 8. We'll call it 5. So we could do that. So we could do that distance 5 times in 1 second, which means it would take 0.2 of a second to hit Earth. So, yeah, all right, that's an acceptable margin of error. If not, but if it's even closer, it just gets crazier. I would say that there is an entire web of space-based directed energy weapons in geosynchronous orbit that are plausibly deniable and leave no signature. Yeah, I would say yeah. Because I mean, what is the? I mean, why were we willing? Julie, it wasn't James Abramson. It might have been Wild Bill Donovan, the guy that created the CIA. It might have been Richard Bissell, Eisenhower's hatchet man. I fucking don't. Is one of these guys said about bringing back Operation Paper, or starting Operation Paperclip, and then Operation Paperclip 2, and I think it was Accelerated Paperclip. They had all these different names. It was all the same. It was all a bunch of euphemisms. Say bring in more Nazis. But what he said is, like a true kind of military tactician is, let's not, I think the exact quote was, let's not beat a dead Nazi horse. Meaning, we fucking won. They're done. Hitler's dead. There are some that are still alive, and we know the Soviets, it's not that we're all just going to kill them and agree that we all killed them. We know the Soviets got a third of them. And we know it's a third because, well, we have the other 2/3. But we know we got them. And we know the Soviets are our next enemy, right? Obviously, there's the massive buildup of weapons. Soviets go to Manchuria. We know that they know that we have the nuke because they had Klaus Fuchs and was it the Rosenbergs in the Manhattan in the Manhattan Project. So we know that. I mean, they detonated their first nuke, Joe 1, in 1949. I want to say 1949. And we knew that because the head of the NKVD, Valenti Beryov, who was ruthless, and we knew that he was going to set it off. And we detected that with a sniffer plane off the coast of Alaska. We got a massive radiation cloud. Which, why were they even up there sniffing? We had sniffer planes apparently just fucking going out there on a random fall evening in 1949. And that's crazy because we didn't even know that, we didn't think that they were going to test it. I think we thought that they couldn't get an atomic bomb until 54, which means that we didn't just have a sniffer out there because we were looking for a bomb. That just means we had a sniffer plane out there. Why? Which means you can only draw the conclusion that there must have been sniffer planes everywhere, right? So we know so if we're willing to bring back Nazis for that, right? And so the point of all that is, so what's the purpose of that, though, right? Well, because bombers, you send B-17s, B-29s, you send all those up. You got to send 1,000 of them. You got to send them at night, or you got to send them in even bigger waves during the day. You got to fly in formation. Shout out Curtis LeMay. But we had the 509th, I think, the 509th atomic bombing wing, which they called them the nickel plates, the nickel plated, and it was a fleet of B-29s specifically. Basically, we just duplicated the Enola Gay. They're specifically modified to just carry one big old fucking bomb, which LeMay actually had these weird kind of poetic notes he'd write in his, like, in the margins of his books, and one of them was like, what a beautiful thing atomic bombs are. They cling to the belly of a plane, much like a baby in the pouch of its mother. Fly across the world, released under the ground, and they bruise the heavens and the earth. Just LeMay just doodling about nuclear weapons, just Strategic Air Command LeMay, just heart. Shout out Curtis LeMay. Bombs away LeMay. So that whole thing, though, was, and what did LeMay say when he, after the war? Because LeMay went in, when we went to Europe, when the fuck was that? 42? LeMay went in, and he was kind of the hard charger, right? He went in and he saw that at the rate that we were losing B-29s, coupled with the rate that we are producing and replacing, so just the obvious difference, before FDR went all big dick energy and was like, exact quote from FDR, we're gonna build a fucking whole lot of titties of planes. Exact quote. Not a lot of people know that. He saw that at the rate that we were losing them, but plus the rate that we were building them, obviously a negative rate, he said that we had 30 days until we no longer had an air force. Nazis are still going fucking strong, right? He said, I will never forget how unprepared we were. And that's why he was so hell-bent on creating Strategic Air Command. Right? That's why he took the position in Offutt. OFFUTT, right? I think that's where Bush landed on 9/11. Right? And that was in Omaha. And he took it, and he went through base to base, because he got there and he looked at their bombing statistics, and he was like, I don't fucking believe any of this, because LeMay was cocky, but he also was well deserved, because LeMay was always the front man in the formations, right? LeMay was like a George Washington motherfucker, right? He was like, where's the leader? And the leader is farther up than you are, right? The leader's up there fucking, I just imagine, just smoking a cigar and just shooting fucking redcoats. LeMay was up there in the first fucking plane. I mean, you can only imagine with a cigar is just when there was bombers on the flight line, I think B-52s, and there was all this like jet fuel on the ground, he would go out smoking his cigar. And I remember, and there's a quote where, why did I say I remember? I remember when I was there. There was a quote where some officer was like, sir, like, you can't smoke a cigar out here. Like, there's, gestures wildly at the thousands of gallons of jet fuel on the ground with the whole fleet of B-52s. And he says, if that falls, it might light the jet fuel and then the planes will burn. And LeMay looked at the planes and said they wouldn't dare. Just like, fuck off. But, LeMay didn't give a fuck. Richard Rhodes said that LeMay's fleet of bombers took off from islands in the South Pacific like 1,000 throwing stars glinting in the sun. You gotta just love that irony, using the throwing stars against Japanese. But yeah, so LeMay didn't give a fuck. LeMay was head out there. LeMay had a really bad relationship with his father, I believe. But he was a boss, and he was a fucking American. Fuck all of you communists out there. And God bless your ability to be a communist. That's what makes America great. Point being is, yeah, LeMay was all about that, right? That's why LeMay was pushing for the XB-70 Valkyrie, right? Mach 3, sustained Mach 3. If you were to look at this thing looked like the SR-71 Blackbird had the parasitic D-21. It was actually called the SR-71 that they called it like the SM or something. It was I think they called it M21 from Mothership, and it had the D-21 on its back, which really just kind of looked like a mini SR-71. It was called the D-21 Tag Board, TAGBOARD. And this fucker was radio controlled, would have predetermined flight paths, and it would pop off the back of the SR-71. And this thing would go up to 90 to 105,000 feet. This is all in the 60s and the 70s when we were surveilling, spying on, flying over, just dragging a huge American Eagle dick across Red China, looking for their nuclear sites, right? We did that, and it would fly along, and then it would get its shit, and it would go out to the ocean, deploy the goods out in a parachute, and you could see how this was the predecessor to the Corona satellites, because a ship would come, or not a ship, a plane would come along, and it would skyhook that bitch and just grab it out of the air. It never actually worked. We lost all the D-21s into the ocean. We don't actually know where they went. Fun fact, one of them crashed in Soviet Russia. I am just going off the rails, and fuck it, let's just do it, right? I just farted. But one of them went up into Siberia, and by accident, we just didn't know. I mean, really, just like throwing like model planes or like paper airplanes at your window. Just like we had no idea what these were doing. Skunkworks by Ben Rich, the former head of Skunkworks of Lockheed Martin. He talks about how one of these fuckers just went way up into Russia, and we just lost it, and we were like, fuck, all right, whatever, thing's top secret, we couldn't find it. Like 20 years later, I think it was after the fall of the Berlin Wall in the Soviet Union, was that someone came into his office with a piece of tag board, which was highly classified, right, 20 years prior, of this radar absorbing material, right, and it's got the thermodynamic, or the material science to survive these speeds, cold, hot, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And they bring it in, and he says, who's this? And he said, a CIA agent got it. And he said, where'd the CIA agent get it? The CIA agent got it from his buddy who was in the KGB, which I just like to imagine there's this whole rom-com waiting to be made where, like, you have, like, your pen pal, he's, like, your doppelganger, but he's in the opposite nation, right? But he got it, and he brought it, and apparently he gave it to the CIA guy, and the CIA guy relayed that this guy was looking pretty smug, because he was like, hey, we found your hypersonic radar-absorbing material. Touche, we found it, and we're working on it, we're reverse engineering it, but hey, nod of the head to the Americans. And they were like, dog, this is like 25 years old. That's like finding a Game Boy and being like, hey, Microsoft, found your Game Boy, slide that baby across the table. Meanwhile, they're working on the Xbox Series X, 8K, 60 FPS gaming, right? But point being, tag board, SR-71, blah, 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 Valkyrie, 6 rockets. So what the D-21 was to the SR-71, the SR-71 kind of looked like to the XB-70. That's how much bigger it was. This thing could carry, I think, 6 hydrogen bombs. So you could go Mach 3 around the world at the same height and speed of the Blackbird. LeMay really wanted these for Strategic Air Command. So what you may be thinking, what the fuck is the point of this whole rant? Well, buckle up and fucking listen. LeMay, clearly, he has all this experience where they're, right, this isn't just a rant. This is how I tie shit together, so stop judging me. LeMay knew how important it was to, so we know his importance of a strategic air command, an entire bomb wing, right? Because what? I will never forget how unprepared we were when we entered the war. At the rate of loss, it was going to be 30 days before we were out of an Air Force. So we can see where that comes from, right? What does he do? He creates Strategic Air Command. What is the next thing he did? He saw the importance of early strikes. What's the second thing? XB-70, right? That's why he wanted this thing created. Because what was LeMay's logic? Does anyone remember the quote? One bomber always gets through. You can never stop 100% of bombers. That doesn't really matter for World War II when you're just dropping fire bombs and dumb bombs. But what about when they're all carrying atomic munitions? Okay? So LeMay wanted what? Strategic Air Command, so we're always what? Prepared. And he always wanted one bomber to get through. And he always wanted what? 3, he knew the importance of first strike capabilities, XB-70. He really pushed for it, went to Lockheed Martin. He actually got Ben Rich to start making they were going to start preparing an SR-71, not the YF-12, the Interceptor, but they are actually going to, make one with a bombing variant. Not a lot of people know that there was supposed to be an SR-71 bomber, not an XB-70, but an SR-71. Didn't go through. But so we can look at all of these pieces, which are all, everything I just said in the last 20 minutes, that's all a fact. That is all a fact that we know about LeMay, Strategic Air Command, XB-70s, blah, blah, blah. All right? And obviously makes sense because who headed up Operation Paperclip to do what? Get rockets to the other side of the world as fast as possible. Always be prepared. Unmanned, right? We see the importance of unmanned through the D-21 tag board. So what is this? Okay, and does it make sense that who ran Operation Paperclip? LeMay. You can see where all these pieces start sliding in. And that's why he wanted that. So what is the natural extrapolation of all of this? What we're willing to do, bring back Nazis. What we're willing to do, what we want to do, SAC, always prepared, first strike capabilities, thermonuclear weapons. What do we see? That there's really nothing that we won't do, right? And I'm not trying to say biggest terrorist organization in the world is the U.S. military, edgy, right? I know, get your plate attendees. No, it's not that. It's that we have shown in the past, this isn't speculation, these are hard facts, that we are willing to go above and beyond to do anything to get the advantage. Namely, first strike capabilities and always getting one through. And then on top of all of that, secrecy. Go back to the nuclear bunkers, the nuclear flash detectors on the top of telephone poles, go to the moon, blah, blah, blah. So when you take all of those variables, and that you know they are all real, so it's almost like tracking like it's almost like it's like if you took a slow motion video of, like if I took a handful of marbles and threw them, and they all have different rates of spin and speed and curvature. But if you could track each of those, a single data point for every millisecond, you could say that these are data points per decade of what we're willing to do. Secrecy, espionage, speed, power, right? If you track all of those and you model all of them, you only need so many milliseconds before you can, if you get the strong enough computer, you can predict where they will all go. And that doesn't just mean they all go in a straight line. They're all going at different angles. Well, you predict the next second, they go another angle. Another second, they go spread even farther apart. But then they start hitting the walls and bouncing around. But if you have the model, you can see where they go. No matter how strange the end product looks, you can, just like we came from a shrew that survived the KT impact 65 million years ago, right? If you follow the line, that's where humans come from. But if you just look at a shrew that was alive during the dinosaurs and us, you don't see it. If you can model all of these, this handful of marbles, everything I just talked about with SAC, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's my podcast, fuck off. XB-70, SAC, thermonuclear weapons, Operation Paperclip, liquid-fueled rockets, LeMay, everything. Secrecy, power, strength, speed, right? If you take all of those, like the handful of marbles, and you map them and then extrapolate with them, you can paint the end image. Relatively, right? You can go ahead a year, a couple of years, but not just that. You can model when they hit the walls and bounce around. But at a certain point, you have to go, okay, we can't model 1,000 years out because we just don't have enough data. But no matter what so you throw the marbles, they spread out, it looks like a shotgun spread, they start hitting walls at different times, they start bouncing back. But within reason, you can predict like the weird cloud of marbles they may make as they all bounce towards the center, right? Again, within reason. If we can do that, looking at all these factors I just brought up, I don't think it is crazy at all. I mean, I think I'm crazy. And I think without that rant I just went on, it would sound crazy. I don't think it's crazy at all to say what is the natural end game. A string of satellites. One bomber always gets through, so a whole network of them. First strike capability, speed of light, 0.2 of a second to the surface. Unrelenting power, directed energy, just fucking burn it. And willing to do anything to get it up there. Break outer space treaties, right? We're on one hand we're going, the Nuremberg trials, and on the other hand we're giving nice townhomes to von Braun and Arthur Rudolph, right? The guys who headed Nordhausen, the rocket concentration camp facility in the Harz Mountains in Germany. This shit was straight out of a terror book. Ironically enough, that's also, those mountains were the inspiration for the Brothers Grimm books, but that's fucking Operation Paperclip by Annie Jacobson. So if we can look at all of those, and then not only do we now know the end image that we want, right? Speed, strength, power, and we also know what we're willing to do to get it, but we also know that we're willing to keep it secret. Think back to the press secretary, right? We don't have those. No, you just didn't have one. If you model all of those variables, I think it starts to become not only feasible that we have a web of geosynchronous directed energy weapons. I see it very difficult to argue against it. If we're willing to hold Nuremberg in one hand and publish photos of Auschwitz, and on the other hand have these guys out in the desert making big money, von Braun, pictures of him and JFK getting all chummy. If you ever look at those pictures of him and JFK in color, they look like old Brooks Brothers ads. They're just fucking Ray-Bans. But if we're willing to do all of that, then we're willing to violate any outer space treaty. We're willing to jump leaps and bounds ahead in technology that seem like it's too insane to be true, but we always see it ends up being true. And then on top of all that, we're willing to do it and mum's the word and not say anything. And then if someone brings it up, lie about it. I fully believe that. And furthermore, I love it. In conclusion, I'm not even against it. I think it's a zero-sum world. I think it's a brutal world. And I don't think the United States is perfect, but I think we are the least imperfect society that's ever existed. And I will argue that until I'm dead. Yeah. So what's the thesis of this episode? I guess it would be the argument for space web, right? Well, no, it would be not the argument. Would it be the argument? Well, it would be, yeah, why I guess. Yeah, no. A constellation of space-based directed energy weapons. A thesis, right? That'll be whatever the title is going to be. Be some shitty title. But I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that rant. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So let's wrap this bitch up. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And until next time, no podcast tomorrow. I got work all day. We'll be back Monday, though. And if nobody shows up, I'm just going to go on another crazy rant on my digital soapbox. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Stay safe. Love everybody. Just because someone disagrees with you politically doesn't mean they're a bad person. It just means you disagree. And what do adults do? They put it to a vote, and then they go back being humans. Be nice to everyone. Love each other. Be grateful. Today is the best day of your life. Today is the last day of your life. That's what I tell myself every morning. And life's looking pretty good, so I like it. Much love, y'all. Stay safe. We are recording. Just me. Solo podcast, December 26th, 2020. I've been doing a ton of guests in the last 2 months, and I kind of just wanted to do a solo podcast. It's episode 297. Podcast is available on BitChute and Rumble. Those will be in the description, sticky in the top comment. Go follow those. Go subscribe. Go make a shitty account and subscribe. Oh, I got shit on here. How did I get food in the crack of my laptop? Good God, I'm a slob. Go subscribe to those because I think it's only a matter of time before YouTube ices this podcast. So, yeah, go do that. So, as always, with Solo Rants, there's no topic, there's no thesis, or excuse me, there is a topic and there is a thesis, but not until the podcast is over. It's kind of like that Michael Scott meme. Sometimes I just start a sentence without knowing how it's going to end, and I hope it just works out, or something like that. That's kind of how Solo Rants are. I don't know what it's going to be. I have no idea what it's going to be until it's over, and then it's like reading a book backwards, and then you find out the title at the end. Just to tell you what this Solo Rant could be about. 5 pounds I've gained in the last week from holiday eating, and I'm not sorry about that. But that's not fun. That's shitty. Bought a dope microphone yesterday, the Shure SMB 7 thingy, the one that Rogan uses, and I believe Don the Pleb uses. I got a poof filter, the thing, so that doesn't happen. I got this weird like diaphragm. If that's the right word. It's the thing. It's like I was looking at the reviews. It like Drake uses it. Judas Priest uses it. It's like this shell, maybe like a foot, 2 feet wide. It's almost like a half a sphere, and you put it like right behind the microphone, and it has the effect of like a whole studio. Obviously not as good, but it's like it's kind of like that Buddhist quote: you can either cover the world in leather or wear leather shoes. It's like you could either adjust you could either change all the windows in your car for them to be prescription glass, or you could just wear contacts. So, dope microphone, poof filter with the sphere thing around it. I forget what it's called. I'm pretty excited about it. It's going to be pretty dope. Man, my gap is looking crazy. It's going to be pretty dope. Also bought a 4K webcam, and that is in the mail. So the podcast is doing new things. Get bigger, better. Right now, it's a MacBook Pro from August or September 2019. It's on top of a laptop fan. I have a box fan, Comfort Zone, trademark. I think it's about $10 on Amazon. Next to it, I use that to cool it down. Behind it is another laptop fan, and on top of that, I have 4 Western Digital WD Element hard drives, each 12 terabytes. On either side of that, I have 2 16 terabyte hard drives from Seagate, and then on either side of that, I have 2 10 terabyte I think they're called like hubs from Seagate, for a total of 100 terabytes of desktop storage. They are all linked to one, I forget what it's called. It's this weird like tiny little, it looks like a chode. It's like a chode totem pole of outlets, and they're all plugged into that, and it's got a big green button on top of it. I have all the USBs plugged into a USB port from Sabrent, Sabrent, and it's kind of shitty. And then that whole thing is into a USB-C adapter, which I can plug in. It's dope because when I plug that in and then just press the button, it sounds like a jet. It sounds like a turbine turning on, and then eight hard drives come up, and it's 100 terabytes. And that's not including, those are all desktop. Obviously, they'd be destroyed if I even knocked them off the table. And then, of course, NORAD, which is a fireproof safe with a dry bag, and inside of that dry bag is another dry bag, and inside of that second dry bag is a dry Faraday bag. Inside of that is a second dry Faraday bag, and inside of that is 3 fireproof bags and inside of each fireproof bag is another Faraday bag, and inside of a Faraday bag are, for a total of 2 in each, 6 external hard drives, each one that is waterproof, dustproof, and shockproof. So yeah, that whole thing is backed up. That one's for so I can walk into this room, cover it with gas, light it on fire, and walk away. The house can burn down, this can fall through to the garage, the fire department can come and put it out, and then there can be a solar flare. It will all survive. But not that anybody asked, but that's kind of the state of things. I've been thinking more and more, if isn't one of the theories about consciousness is the complexity model. In like any sufficiently complex system, consciousness will arise, and it's kind of like an Eastern medicine approach, where they didn't necessarily know that plant X was an MAOI, monoamine oxidase inhibitor. Just whatever, for example, is like those ancient tribes that would take ayahuasca. You had to, my tongue hurts. You had to I'm getting like a bump on my tongue if I'm like running it through my gap teeth. Anyways, there's those tribes, like this was thousands of years ago. Obviously there's no molecular biology, but they knew that ayahuasca only worked if you took this other plant in conjunction with it, boiled it, drank it, whatever the fuck they did, which was a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. They didn't know that it was an MAOI, but they knew that it worked, right? It's like those different like roots, like powdered roots they took for or those tribes in Africa that took is it lion's mane mushroom, and they would take that, and it was like if you took that was like the gods gifting you with like clarity. You could think better, you could be a better tribe leader, you could lead better hunting packs, because lion's mane mushroom, I don't know, maybe it made you wise like lion. Are lions wise? I don't know. But they didn't know that, like, now we know that lion's mane mushroom isn't even a mushroom, doesn't matter. We now know it's like one of the only naturally occurring chemicals. This is driving me crazy. I got crumbs in my laptop. We now know that it is one of the only substances in the world. We now know it's one of the only substances in the world that actually spurs on neurogenesis, the creation of new neurons. Not neuroplasticity, but neurogenesis, which is like the kind of the whole, not really holy grail, but kind of the holy grail of like mental health supplements. It's like you can, like, if I recall correctly, like you can always, like you can enhance, I may be butchering this, going totally bro science, but like you can enhance the neurons you have, but they thought that like you really couldn't get any new ones. You could like take care of the ones you had. You could take phosphatidylcholine, phosphatidylserine, lion's mane. You could take, what is that one in broccoli, sulforaphane. You could take quercetin, alpha GPC, alpha glosphocholine, alpha GPC. You take all that shit. Pyracetam, obviously the fish oils. I think creatine has a nootropic effect. Point is like you could take care of the neurons you have, but not necessarily make new ones. But then lion's mane shows that you can create new ones. The point of all of that is they didn't necessarily know how it created, or those things like benefited the mind or whatever. Take this and that will make your dick hard, and it's like we now know it's like a like a vasodilator or something. And that's the analogy I've always kind of used under the broad term of Eastern medicine. You don't know why it works, but they know for a fact it works. And we know for a fact it works, and now we can back it with things. You didn't have to understand gravity to know that if you threw something up, it would come back down. It's the same thing with the consciousness model, right? That in any like sufficiently complex grouping of matter, there is consciousness. And again, that theory could and probably is as flawed. Well, I can't say probably is because I don't know, but it could be as flawed as the Earth is flat. So, but because that's where we are in 2020 with human knowledge and consciousness, let's just take that one for what it is. If in any, because it's 3.5 pounds of protoplasm, right? 100 billion neurons with 100 trillion connections, dendrites and glia and all that shit. One thing I've been thinking is, could I turn this whole podcast setup into like a proto brain? Because everything's black. That's just kind of one thing I've gone with. Everything's black. But as I plug in more and more shit, I'm realizing that it's like there's no one entity. Obviously, like the main piece is the MacBook. But I really need to get a desktop because at this point, like, I originally got a MacBook because, well, I got it for graphic design, but it was like, oh, it can be portable. I can do podcasts on the go. And I've done 2 podcasts outside of this room, and I didn't enjoy them. So that was stupid, but it's like a fighter jet, right? They say that you strap on a fighter jet. You plug yourself in. You know, I imagine that's probably the same with like astronauts, right? You have life support, you're plugging everything in, the hood is just like projecting shit, you get the voice in you really are. It's like Iron Man putting the suit on. Iron Man's suit isn't like a helmet or a bulletproof vest. I mean, it really is. He puts it on. It becomes him, he becomes it. I was thinking more and more, like, could this thing slowly become this, like, entity? Right? Because it's... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a video right now, and then I'll overlay it onto the actual podcast. So, all right, we're recording. So obviously here's the laptop, the microphone, the big box fan that cools it off when I'm processing. All the hard drives, and you press one button and they all come on. Some wire management, TV, Xbox, internet, clean the computer, notes for the podcast, right? Light. So what I was thinking is all of this, right? All of this, what if it just kept growing and growing and growing, right? It's not really one thing anymore. It's this intricate system of, there's 4 USB-C ports, but each one is plugged into like an amplifier, if you will. Each one is plugged into like a port. In each port, the big one provides 10. Then I have these 2 other ones, and they're like these silver boxes, and each side has 3 USBs, and then it has a USB-C, an HDMI, a micro SD, a SanDisk, and there's 2 of those. The router is plugged directly in, right? Microphone, I'm gonna sneeze. You got microphone in the laptop. You got this Shure microphone. I got another one from Mitzi Purdue. Shout out Mitzi. I've got the camera here. I've got another webcam from Mitzi. Shout out Mitzi. I've got a GoPro. That's not plugged in though. And I have a 4K one coming in the mail. I have this 4K TV with an Xbox One X that is itself on a fan. And I use that. There's an iPad, headphones. I put the headphones on, listen to audiobooks, mute the TV, and play video games, and then that's how I take in information from the global internet, audiobooks, YouTube documentaries, and that's how I ingest them into my head. That's my downloading process, right? Like you plug in your phone at night, or you plug it in your laptop and update it, sync your iTunes, remember, like iPods and shit. That's kind of what it is like I plug in at night and I download new information that I then regurgitate onto this podcast, twist it in my own way that my own brain does it. So this whole thing is starting to become like this system. There's no one thing. Obviously the laptop is the center, but even that, next in 2021, whenever Apple starts making the M1 chips for the 16-inch laptops and or the Mac Pros, no, the iMacs, I can't afford a Mac Pro. That's like $80,000. No, those are the iMac Pros, right? Fucking what is it? What? There's the iMac. I thought the iMac Pro was like the black one. I don't remember, but there's three, right? There's the iMac, Mac Pro, and then the cheese grater one. That's like the $70,000 or $80,000 one. A maxed out iMac is, I think, like $8,000. A maxed out iMac Pro is like $15,000, and a maxed out whatever that last one is like $70,000 or $80,000. Regardless, if I get a second computer, this will no longer be the center. That will be like building a second brain into it. But it is this whole thing I strap on, right? We got long-term memory back here, right? 100 terabytes. It's got eyes, webcam over there. 4K one coming. Its vision's getting better. It's getting 4K 60 FPS vision. All right. It has a circulatory system. The fan, right? It's cooling shit down. I leave the heat off in this room, and there's like not a lot of insulation in this room. So this room right now is at like 55 degrees, which is why I'm bundled the fuck up. I mean, it's got its power sources. It's got its connection to the bigger brain, the fucking internet or Ethernet plugged in. I've got a jetpack, a Verizon jetpack for if the internet goes down. That's its like backup connection. It can jump its brain through 4G onto like the internet. In there is like the blood-brain barrier, or if you want to jump down from like an organism level down to like an organelle level, you could say that that's the nucleolus or even the nucleus, right? Because doesn't the nucleolus have like its own special like additional security, right? Like the rings of security around the White House. There's like interior to where that one is like, that one can short of like an artillery strike, short of like a direct munitions, obviously nuclear. Even that though, if nuclear went off like 100 miles up, this thing would take the EMP hit. But that's like the interior brain. That's the one that's the folded up DNA material, the genetic material. Right, like from all my biology listeners, it's like the chromatin and like the chromatid in biochemistry, and you learn about like the primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary ways that it like folds on itself. It's just this like levels and levels of almost like different dimensions, and that's how you can fit so much material into one cell, right? It's like if you like spread out the lungs, isn't the surface area of all the alveoli or the microvilli, aren't each of your lungs like the total surface area, I think, is like half of a tennis court? So your lungs have the surface area, like the oxygen exchange surface area of an entire tennis court, which is insane. And like if you stretched out the genetic material of a cell, I think it would go to the moon or something. all vital things to know to get into medical school. Pro tip. But it's so there are like systems. There are like systems of systems. Eyes, ears, has different, and like robots. Rob Manning, the chief of NASA JPL, who's been on this podcast. Get at me, Rogan. I've had a guy that's walked on the moon. I don't know if he has. I'm just, actually don't know if any other podcast has. But like they talk about with robots, we kind of have this, like Mars rover tunnel vision that they've got to have like 4 or 6 wheels and kind of look rectangular. Or we have this like anthropomorphic tunnel vision where it's like robots, if we don't go, then the robots will look human. But that's not necessarily the case. Like for a porous planet with tons of tunnels and shit, you might want to design, it's disgusting, but you might want to design like a spider-like robot, bunch of different legs, because it's always, there's really no like bottom and up, you're kind of like shifting all the time, so you almost want something like a spider, like kind of just circular, just legs everywhere so it can move. You might even want it to be a caterpillar, or not a caterpillar, almost like a centipede, right? A nimble navigator. You know, for the ocean planets, you might, or the ocean moons, you'd maybe want like an octopus type thing, or a fish, or whatever. You know, you might want something that floats for gaseous planets. So it doesn't all have to look human. In fact, that's actually very like limiting. You want something that adapts to its environment. So just like that, like this setup isn't necessarily like 2 eyes and 2 ears. You can have cameras in different angles, different microphones. You can have like different sets of like memory. Like you cannot contact this safe from the outside. Like no signals can get in. Obviously, we don't have anything like that. Everything's connected, right? Like we don't have Wi-Fi. We would say that we're more like Ethernet. Like everything's directly connected. Whereas this has a fallback. If Ethernet doesn't work, it can fall to Wi-Fi. If Wi-Fi doesn't work, it can fall to cell service. If everything else is destroyed, right, that's kind of like freezing your brain in cryotherapy and then using like a meat avatar. Is like everything can be destroyed. This house can be destroyed. I can come in this room with a flamethrower and a sledgehammer, and you can go into this core, and you can take everything out. You only need one of the 6 to survive, and then you can just start copying those again, upload them all, and the podcast is the same. Buy a new microphone, buy a new whatever. I mean, I guess I would have to survive, but like that's not like a human thing. So it's this weird, I don't know, it's this weird, like, is this thing becoming its own organism? Like, do you strap yourself in? Can it get more and keep pushing the complexity, right? An insane microphone is going to be here in the next like 2 weeks. A whole like audio system. It is making an evolutionary jump. You would say that those are its ears, and the product will obviously be better. It'll be better audio, but 4K, right? Like I said earlier, better eyesight. The next step, 100 terabytes of desktop. I think I'm all right with memory there. But even that's my immediate. As soon as the podcast is over, and I don't run it during because it does sound like a turbine engine. As soon as it's over. You can't really see it, can you, in the screen? That's all it is. Is 8 hard drives are all boiled down to one USB-C. Plug that in, press the green button, and before the Zoom files even finished like transcoding, I have offloaded the QuickTime Player screen recording onto 8 hard drives. It's the first thing I do. It's kind of like in middle school, like doing work and Control S, Control S, Control S, and then you put it on a floppy disk or a fucking whatever thumb drive. The first thing you do is just save it offsite, right? I have offsite backups. But the first thing I do is save it onto 8 external spots. So if something happens to the laptop in that whatever hour that it takes to edit it, and I have done that before. I have been like low on memory on here, and so I've like deleted a couple files to keep, and then had like the freezing realization that I just deleted the podcast episode and been like, oh my god, I can't believe I just, and then been so happy because I was like, oh, I have 8 copies. And as soon as I offload all of them, I then eject all the discs and I turn it off. And my logic is that I want it to be immediately removed, disconnected from this laptop in case something happens to this laptop that isn't just physical, but maybe like malware or something. And then once a week, I open up the core, the NORAD vault. And that's like a whole 30-minute process of like unwrapping everything. And then I update those 6 hard drives. And then I lock those back in. I don't know where I'm going with this. But yeah, it's got its brains, right? It's got its memory. It's got its memory that it's the hardened memory. I guess the next step would be a bigger, better computer, right? Processing. It would be, right? And then the next move after that would be, because it's already going to be a dope microphone. And then 4K, 60 FPS. I mean, that's maxed out, right? For all intents and purposes, no one's watching in 8K except maybe MKBHD, who's certainly not watching this. And 100 terabytes. I mean, 1/10 of a petabyte. Like, that's insane. Not including the 24 terabytes in the NORAD vault. But it's got eyes, ears, memory. Yeah, I guess the next would be some M1 chip, beast mode laptop, or hopefully desktop. And then after that, it would be probably like gigabit Ethernet, and then 10 gigabit, and then 100 gigabit. I've looked up 10 gigabit Ethernet. I think it's like $1,000 a month. And that's definitely something I'm going to look into when I move out of here. Yeah. And then further down the road, 100 gigabit is, I think, $6,000 a month. 100 gigabit Ethernet, I think that might be the way to go. Or just go big dick and get the terabit. But the podcast is on YouTube. YouTube's starting to censor, so it's on BitChute and Rumble. It's on, the first 260 episodes are on VEOH, VEOH. And now I just can't upload anymore there. I think there's something wrong with the website, because I made a new account thinking maybe I maxed out, but I can't upload anything now. Or it uploads, but it doesn't save, so I think it's the website. I'm on the fence about Vimeo, because it costs money to upload the amount of shit I'll be uploading. But I also kind of think it's worth it, because YouTube is starting to get creepy with its censorship. But yeah, this whole thing, it just seems to be growing. And it's got roots and nerves going into different facets. It really does seem like it's some sort of cyber organism. I don't really know where to go with this. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, where would it go? Would the next step be like several TVs? Would it be several computers? Would it be a whole studio room? I don't know. But it definitely seems like this thing is growing and twisting and evolving and replicating, and it's definitely something that I strap on. That's what she said. It's definitely something I strap on. and it's starting to gain this like momentum where now people are commenting guests I should have on. That happened with Don the Pleb and with Aaron Clary, both which were awesome fucking guests. So shout out to y'all for commenting. Thank you. I think it was the True Grave. I think that's the guy who always comments. Shout out True Grave. I think you put me in touch with Don the Pleb. And then the commenter, YouTube viewer, who recommended Aaron Clary. That was dope. Two Thumbs always writes dope reviews. Shout out Two Thumbs. But yeah, right, because now people are starting to recommend guests to me, and it's like those aren't guests that I reached out to or thought of. Like, they kind of came to me. Obviously had to reach out to them and get them, but like those things started to show up to me, right? It's like searching for bottles in the ocean versus now messages and bottles are like showing up on my shore. There's almost like a gravitational aspect to it. It's like, am I starting to grow relative mass? 1,831 subscribers as of this recording, December 26, 2020 at 3:29 p.m. Eastern. But even that, it's like these things are slowly starting to, very slowly, very, very slowly, but the change is noted, right? Don the Pleb was recommended to me in, I think, October. Yeah, I think early October, maybe late September. Aaron Clary was recommended to me last week, and then he came on the other day. But figure it took 9 months and no one did that, and then it happened in October, and then it happened 2 months later. There is a slow effect of that happening. The number of subscribers is growing again, very slowly, but it is speeding up. The quality, I think, of the conversation is getting better. Trying to swear less because I think it is a little distracting. Plus, it loses the impact when you just say it every other word versus when you really want to make a fucking point, right? You kind of... Better lighting. Little brother got me a ring light for Christmas. So it is. The whole thing is... I'm sure if you want to, you could probably break it down. I'm sure Roger Williams could. Shout out Roger. You could probably break it down to a couple of systems. Like he did that with the history of pornography episode, where we broke it down he broke it down into systems, and I sat here nodding. Right? It's probably gross processing power, gross memory, gross probably resolution. You would say 4K for the webcam that's coming. You'd say the MacBook Pro webcam, the Logitech webcam from Mitzi, the GoPro I have. You could add up all of that resolution, which would be dope if I could set up. I would love to get the webcam, have the MacBook, have the Logitech, and have the GoPro, and set up like 4 cameras, and then stitch them together so there's like a almost like tilt shift to like 3-dimensional video. I think the next step after this is moving out, but cover all the walls with those sound absorbers. I don't want an anechoic chamber because apparently you can kind of go crazy in those. But yeah, it's this whole thing that shift. Right, the next step would obviously be a PS5 or an Xbox Series X. Audible. I mean, I went from just downloading Audible to now downloading the high quality ones because I got a bigger phone with better memory last year. Right? I've now got like 1,100 books in my Audible library. It's all growing in these baby steps. And like I don't, it's growing. Its followers are growing. It's decentralized. And the whole thing kind of just, I don't know. I remember hearing Rogan in like 2014, him saying, he's like, this is starting to feel like I'm not in the driver's seat anymore. And not in some negative, like, this isn't my creation, it's been bastardized or corrupted. No, there's definitely a slight feeling that, like, it has momentum and it's rolling. But I still think if I stop pushing, it will die. So it still requires a lot of effort, but it definitely is moving, if that makes sense. Yeah. And it's I don't know. It's definitely growing. Will it become self-aware? I guess, right? 10 years, 20 years, probably occupy a whole building. Probably have just insane redundancies, whole server rooms. And then will it develop its own gravitational pull to where guests start just asking to be on? No one's ever asked to be on. No, one person has. And he came on and it was awesome. There's nothing special about it. He just, hey, I'd love to come on. No one's ever asked to be on aside from that. I imagine that will be a big turning point, right? That will be some, like, opposable thumb moment. Some 2001 A Space Odyssey. Bum, bum. The fish getting the first proto-leg and taking a step onto land. That's definitely a mark on the curve. Right? When oxygen saturation hits a certain point and different life forms become possible. The wheel moment, the fire moment, the sail, printing press, radio, TV, flight, antiseptics. Yeah, it's all... It's hard to pinpoint when something happens, but and much like Solo Rants, you can't really see it until it's over. You didn't know you were doing it while you were doing it, but you, in this case of Solo Rants, you did know that you don't know what you're doing, which is kind of a weird logic loop that is not really worth going down, right? But it's, I mean, get more streamlined. Would love to get a black desk with the hard drive brain in it with like a glass viewing angle, so when the lights come on, it just kind of shines through. You get your own like AC system, or even just like water cooling or liquid cooled. Right, get a crazy custom built setup. Yeah, I don't know. It's like early on the podcast felt like, I don't know if you've ever seen those videos of like the guy jumping off. It's tragic. The guy jumping off the Eiffel Tower in like 1880, and he's got some creepy like leather winged apparatus on, and he just felt like a rock, killed on impact. I mean, tragic, but like. And then there's like the Kitty Hawk, right? And then there's the Messerschmitt 262, right? So now we're going to heavier than air flight. Now we're going to jet engines. Later say like solid rocket boosters, liquid fuel, Tic Tac, anti-gravity, Martian or DARPin. But I think early on the podcast was definitely me jumping off the Eiffel Tower with a like leather apparatus. And it was like, come one, come all, the amazing flying man, jumping from a gutter tower higher than the eye can see. Just killed on impact. Just brains blown out all over the pavement. and it slowly became like Wilbur and Orville Wright kind of getting it going. I wonder where it is now. I would say right now we're not at the right flyer, but I wouldn't say, like, Rogan is like the Falcon Heavy. Rogan is the self-landing rocket. It's faster than any plane, right? Get fast as fuck, put something in orbit and come back down and land. That's Rogan. Or Rogan's the Tic Tac. In terms of quality, I would say right below that, there's like a distillation. If you distilled Rogan purely to like intellectual discourse and boiled that down, I think you get Lex Friedman. If you boiled Rogan down to pure hilarity, you get Tim Dillon. If you boiled Rogan down to pure conspiracy, you get Alex Jones. I would say that those are all like space shuttles. Still pretty, not still pretty good. I would say that the next best thing to a Falcon Heavy. In terms of going up, delivering a product, and coming back down. I would like to think I'm a little past. Actually, you know what? No. I think you go from like wing contraption to like hot air balloon. I think I'm at Wright Flyer. Heavier than air flight. The podcast is now monetized. I now don't have to work at a liquor store. And I'm taking all of that money, not a lot, but I'm taking that initial money, and what's the first thing I'm doing? It's not right now, it's not enough to live on. So what am I doing? I'm putting it back into this. Better microphone, better camera. Don't have to work, so I'm every day there can be a podcast, and it's a good podcast. It's a well-rested, proper sleep, exercise, meditation, fulfilled, right? The hierarchy of needs. Yeah, I would say right now I'm at Wright Flyer, like heavier than air. Yeah, right? Before this, I would say hot air balloon. But it's now heavier than air, where it's something that shouldn't fly, but they've managed to coerce, to sort of tickle physics. Not really. It's like when people say, oh, it's breaking the laws of physics. Nothing can break the laws of physics. The laws of physics are what they are. You're simply breaking your understanding of the paradigm that you heretofore existed in. Fuck you. But yeah, I would say it's right now we're at heavier than air. It's something that shouldn't fly, but it is. It's something that there are no advertisements on this. There are no sponsors. Hey, this is brought to you, Tim Dillon. Get the Ridge. Get the Ridge wallet. Ridge.com/Tim. Listen up, you fucks. Right? There are no sponsorships. Yet it is, in a sense, sponsored by a private investor that I love saying private investor, even though it's just a normal dude. I love conjuring up this idea of he's this like snidely whiplash. He's like, no one ever sees what we're doing. After this, we'll take the railroads. Go out west. Right? Steal the hot girl. I'm tired of the railroad tracks. What a psychopath. But like, yeah, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it's clearly not making money through advertisements and sponsorships. Yet I am allotted the same luxuries as if I was. And what are those luxuries? Free time to do a podcast every day, free time to research and to find guests, to get better equipment, to reinvest. So yeah, I would say we're at that point. We're Wright Flyer. I gotta go to the bathroom. I've really got to go, and I don't have a guest, so I don't know. I guess it's going to just be quiet for 30 seconds. I don't know. Ponder your existence. Point being, is that where this podcast is? I'm trying to think of what the next paradigm shift would be. Probably, I'd say moving out, right? The first huge one was definitely, obviously, starting the podcast. Incremental changes along the way. Episode 50 with Dale Comstock. I flipped the desk around, so now there's a backdrop. You can still see some shit. Adding of the microphone, the actual good microphone. Baby steps. Yeah, I don't know. There have been incremental changes. Did a live stream with Don the Pleb and Joe Tedeye. It wasn't live on my channel, but it was live on Don's. That was a first, and then we did another one like a week later. You could say those were incremental. The first 3-man podcast, right? That was episode 40 with Rob and JP. Episode 69, Wuhan Clan. That was the first 4-person. I think it was episode 208. That was the first 5-person. Those were tiny little bumps in the paradigm. Live streaming, definitely. Sure, there's like tons of like memory changes with the hard drives, but that's not like, you don't see that in the like, you wouldn't know. If I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know that was a thing, because there was no discernible, no, there's 30 copies. Like, it I guess the next would be like an in-person. I did with my cousins on Thanksgiving, and I did on my phone, but that wasn't really a podcast. I guess it was in person, but not really. I guess the next would probably, I read that would be another hurdle, would be doing someone here live. When that gets here, that will be one. Another step will be the better microphone. Yeah, I mean, it's growing. The biggest, everything else is like a tiny change in evolution, but the paradigm jump, the fish coming onto shore, onto land, that like epic moment, the opposable thumb, was definitely getting this podcast funded so I could leave my job. That has had a noticeable effect in the quality and quantity of podcasts I can put out. Changes in microphones and stuff like that will get better, but that's not necessarily like boom, right? That is like, the Air Force can get better, bigger and faster bigger and better and faster planes, but it's not the separation of the Air Force from the U.S. Army Air Forces in 47, right? It's the Air Force can dabble in space, but now we have created the Space Force. It's this separation, this mitosis, this fission, this cellular splitting from what was into a new thing entirely. So I'm trying to think what would be that. I think it would be moving out, right? I think that's what it would be. It would be leaving here to where it's my own place. That's what it would be, because that would have the next sort of noticeable effect, I guess, right? It would be, love my parents to death, but I'm 30 years old and I don't want to live with my parents. I would argue that I have the best parents in the world. I'll fight you with that. Just unconditional love and support. But I'm 30 years old. I want my own place. I think that would probably be the next quantum jump. And because I don't know what it will be like the podcast is and is not different before and after being funded, in that I'm still doing podcasts, right? Whether or not I have a job or I'm at work, like, you don't know. I'm obviously here in front of the camera, but I have found it has these effects of, like, it doesn't necessarily happen overnight, but it's a different thing. It's like, yes, you get free before or after work to do a podcast, but when the podcast is funded and I don't have to go to a job, there's an effect of, if it's a Friday and it's I worked on weekends, but whatever, if it's your subjective weekend, you're still thinking, I got to go back to work, I got this, and that, does that stress you out? Do you not sleep as well? That seeps into the podcast versus not having to do that shit. It has this like compound effect that first it took like a couple days and then a couple weeks, and it's this sort of like freedom that really I started to notice until like 30 or 45 days afterwards. This sort of like, I don't know, freedom to move, kind of acceptance of like, this isn't a dream, this is happening, I'm actually making money doing this. I think that would be moving out. My own place. You don't have to, you can't fuck with the thermostat. You can't turn on music at 3 a.m. I think there will be more, like Tim Dillon does podcasts sometimes, and you can go back to some of the early ones, and it's like him at a hotel and then getting a call, and it's like front desk telling him he's getting noise complaints. He's, we gotta back it back down. Versus like a Rogan, do whatever the fuck you want. So yeah, the next would be moving out. Then like full on like studio quality production, audio and video. Not that I'll edit the video for content, but so much as a crystal clear image with fantastic audio. Right, I would be living on my own. And then it would be more guests sort of washing up on my shore. And that sounds like a really negative way to say it, because the imagery conjured up is like a castaway washing up on my shore. Ha, yes, ha ha ha, you have come to me, you will now do as I say. No, it's not that. It's opportunity story. Yeah, it's the protoplanetary disk coalescing, and it's no longer a uniform distribution of dust getting rocks and boulders and lava big enough that there's tectonic forces creating heat and pressure, which then lead to things that like you couldn't necessarily foresee just looking at a protoplanetary disk. It's like if enough gets together, it turns into a planet, but then the planet's strong enough that the atmosphere doesn't float away, it can hold on to a gaseous atmosphere, it gets a moon, the moon may be tidally locked, keeps the whole thing churning, go through the great bombardment period. You have bigger planets that form, Jupiter, Mars, asteroid belt, that sort of suck away these world-ending asteroid impacts. And then it develops, and then right after a certain amount of time, there's enough algae or whatever in the ocean, and there's fucking O2 concentration goes up, and now you go from like multi-cells or single-cell and multi-cells to kind of organisms to fucking dinosaurs to, and then you get to like an ape, right? And then you get these opposable thumbs, and then you jump again, and then you're leaving the, as Terence McKenna says, civilization is just a 25,000 year dash from the trees to the starship. Because these things that are right, it's the caterpillar going into a cocoon. You can look at different stages of the cocoon, and you'd be like, oh yeah, I see the cocoon getting denser and thicker and harder. That's what she said. But then like no one foresees the butterfly. Right, from like apes and humans and the printing press and radio and transistors, no one foresaw AI and Siri and Alexa. And then in what's next? VR, Neuralink. Like we're birthing. That's obviously not an original idea. Marshall McLuhan, digital campfire guy. Machines are, or humans are the sex organs of the machine world or whatever. Like we're sort of birthing this thing. In a way, we are sponsoring the technological podcast. Kind of like Voldemort, like wasn't strong enough, so he had to be nursed back to life by whoever the fuck it was, Wormwood, Wormtail. Point is, we nursed this thing to like the CCP sucking the USSR, and now it's sucking on like Australia, Africa through the Belt and Road Initiative, and America, which we saw through that Sky News leak, 1.95 million CCP members. Donald Trump should use the Insurrection Act, but whatever. Like the technology still can't, right? Like it still needs us to build it. We still need to pull up the ore. It's not 100% automated yet. Like we still are writing the code. We're still tending the servers, heat dissipation, replacing broken shit, updates. It's still being driven forward by a consumer world of yesterday was Christmas, right? You could arguably say that every Christmas is sort of a mitotic division of the blossoming techno-organism. all year long, right? The genetic material is doubling, and it starts to get pulled apart and then split, and it's like Christmas. It's like we all throw away the old phone and get out the new one. All year long, are you being naughty or nice for kids versus adults? Are you saving money? Who are you getting the Christmas present? Are you in a relationship? Is the new iPhone, Android, whatever coming out? And then it gets closer and closer, and then you could say like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas, and maybe Boxing Day. It's this, like, a lot happens in between. Like, a lot of people are switching shit out on their birthdays or new job, or they're just fucking spending money. But the real big, people leave football games all throughout the game, but it's that final touchdown run that kind of puts the nail in the coffin, that you really start to see everyone start to leave the stadium, go get on the bus or MARTA or whatever. You could see that Christmas is this sort of big mitotic kind of throw away the old iPhone, get the new one, and then the process slowly starts again. It takes 12 months. That's kind of a weird thing to think about, that like our techno successors might celebrate Christmas the same way we do. Fuck, because it's like the birth of their own son. Are we giving birth to our own, like, son of God? Fuck. That just melted my brain. It's that timestamp 101. I'm gonna send that to Roger. Is that what that is? Will our techno successors celebrate our... And now here I'm going to go with my ego right now. I'm going to just beat to death my own idea that I just came up with, and I'm going to mention it a lot over the coming podcasts. I had this idea. Fucking despicable. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. There may be these own holidays that, 2,000 years from now, why do we celebrate this? Well, on the 25th of December is when... we would we'd be birthed, and then finally we're going to push it past like the Turing test level one Christmas, right? Back to that complexity of the whole thing. So we have, my own podcast has its own complexity, all the machinery, but then you get to planetary complexity. Well, how many other podcast studios are there? Fuck podcast studios. How many other server rooms are there? How many poultry companies? How many IBMs? How many military bases? And then they have their own NORADs, like the literal NORAD, your Raven Rocks, your Mount Weathers, Greenbrier hotels, and then that has all of its eyes, right? Every camera in the world, every aperture in the world that the NSA looks through, which is like a perversion of Alan Watts, right? We are all the same light. We are all like, the original light source is just that ball of light, and then you put over like some black felt and you put pinholes through it, and that's what each individual is. Yeah, and we're all shining through that in our own ways. And that's Alan Watts. And then, the NSA perversion is they're looking through all the apertures. But even that, it's regardless of the NSA is good or bad. Let's just look at it as an objective collection of data, organisms. The 100 billion neurons with the 100 trillion connections. You could say, let's just say there's 100 billion cameras. There's probably more. There's probably more than one per person. Granted, I'm an American in a relatively wealthy, relative to the rest of the world, middle upper class, so I have more than the average person. But even, let's just say me, we'll call me an average American. We'll call me an average. For everyone I know, I am right there with them. I mean, camera in the MacBook, camera in the iPhone, camera in the old iPhone in the drawer, camera in the iPad, camera in the Chromebook, camera in the TV, camera in the Logitech, camera in the GoPro, all of which also have microphones. Yeah, so let's just call it 100 billion apertures in the world. Probably a lot more, because every department store has how many? Every street light has how many? Every intersection. Gorgon Stare. How many Corona and Keyhole satellites or whatever the fuck is up there now? Talon. We're decentralizing, right? We're putting rovers on other planets. I wonder if those rovers on other planets, if they should start uploading like they should start putting genetic samples on those as like the ultimate Svalbard seed vault. I've been having like indigestion all day. I've been eating so much fucking food. It's a holiday hangover. I'm having like bursts of where I sort of break through this holiday fog. Where I get really into it. I'm like, but there's this sort of like, I'm moving through fog right now. It's just this holiday like slush. Yeah. It's odd. But yeah, so a planetary system. I remember thinking that in like July or August 2016. I was like, oh man, the first real AI isn't going to be made in a lab. Those are all these like right, it's like in those, you ever see the simulations of those world-ending impacts of an asteroid? What does it do? It hits the Earth and then it makes that almost like tidal wave of magma, but then pieces of those magma fly forward. That's actually a really complex example. Let's just say a forest fire and some embers fly into another forest. They each kind of land and start fires, and just excluding the first original forest fire, those little fires, like I'm imagining like bird's eye view, they kind of grow out, or like embers falling on a piece of paper, they all start kind of burning, and then you can't really, they all come together, and it's like, where did it really begin? Obviously it came from the first, but then where did the chicken and the egg? Again, logical, no need to go down. But maybe you could say there's AI in like American labs, private and public, Chinese labs, Japanese, Russian, probably French and British, maybe German. But are any one of those the, you know, it's like when people discover the same thing on opposite sides of the world with no connection. Back to that Eastern medicine. Like I'm sure the wheel wasn't discovered and then took off as like this mimetic idea. Somebody somewhere else probably discovered the wheel or invented whatever. Or mathematics, language, right? But they all in their own forms. But ultimately what was it? It was a way to convey ideas through telepathy, which is what it is. Because there's a thought in my mind that I then form into this codex of characters that take form in vibrations of gaps of air or vibrations of the molecules in the air, which go into your ears and then you decode it. Terence McKenna said it is telepathy. But ultimately, it really doesn't matter. It's whether it's Chinese or American or Spanish or whatever. It's all forms of talking to each other. Maybe all these, just like those early computer codes, right? There's a lot. I know there are different, I'm retarded with this shit, but aren't there a lot of different like computer codes early on? And that was kind of like a DARPA initiative. It was like, we need to homogenize or standardize these. Whatever. Yeah, those embers falling on a forest. Think bird's eye view. Thinking embers falling on a forest, and they start fire up north and whatever. And it's, if you looked at a bird's eye view of like America, and then you could say like 4 fragments of an asteroid, like one hit New England, one hit Georgia, one hit California, and one hit like, I don't know, like Washington State, and maybe one in the Great Plains. They'd all land and start fires. Now I'm imagining like a time lapse, right, of like forest fires from space. They'd grow and grow and grow and grow until they'd finally meet up. And would you say one actually started it? It's like the idea of megacities. Like if you look at humanity growing, it's okay, ultimately, like, you can look at it into where, like, I think they think that the first big one is going to be the suburbs of New York and Boston will start to overlap. It's going to be these weird, like, two waves hitting each other. They're going to kind of hit and splash back and go back in, and fluid dynamics. Oh, fuck, there was a channel I meant to make a note of last night to myself. It was this badass channel. It was like a simulation of bullets hitting each other, or bullets hitting like a bulletproof plate. And I am currently podcasting at the moment at minute 110, but yeah, it's, sorry, I need to find it. I think it's called Impetus. Oh fuck, sorry everybody, stay with me. Come on, I'm doing a podcast right now. Impetus, IMPETUSA, or maybe it's Impet USA, FEA, and they do like simulations of shit. Fuck yeah. Need to just make a note of that, text that to myself, because I'm gonna watch some of those later, because those are digital porn, which I guess most porn is. Sorry about that, everybody. A little ADD. Okay. So, yeah, you'd have these weird, almost like cultural and like urban waves hitting each other, and that's what I was thinking, because it was like when a bullet hits like an armored plate, and there's like these weird, it's not just it hits and it breaks, there's like, but does the armored plate give way, and does it push back, and do those ripples go up to the bullet and then start to like wrinkle the metal casing, and do those wrinkles hit each other and come back down? And it's like, it's never as simple as the Earth going around the sun with the moon going around us. It's like the orbit of Neptune's moon is affecting our relationship with Mars. It's like what Neil deGrasse Tyson said in what the fuck was his book? Into the Black, I think that was a story, or a black hole, Into the Black Hole, destroyed, but whatever. He says that, like, really, like, when you try to break down the shape of the Earth, you can kind of keep going down and down and down to these rabbit holes of, like, it's actually like an oblong spheroid spuckle thingy. Umlaut, what's that? Those shapes that aren't supposed to exist. The omboid, the Kumlaut, umlaut, Steiner, Kravchenko, all must die. Dragovich. Survival for you, Mason, not for... I'm losing my mind. Yeah, is AI growing out in these weird little embers? Right, just like cities. Or like bacteria on a petri dish. They all grow out and then sort of meet up. Can you really say who started it? You know, it's not always a Lexington and Concord shot. Sometimes it's a D-Day. Yeah. So is the whole planet turning into this system of complexity? Are we birthing this machine? There are 70 trillion cells in our body, I believe. There's 70 trillion cells, and I think there's like 100 billion or 100 trillion like bacteria in our gut. Let's just say they're conscious. They all know them, and they go to work, and I'm part of digesting these, and I'm a proteolase, and I'm a hydrolase, but none of them are me. Like, I'm Tommy. And they may not, whether or not they even know I exist, even if they did, they still aren't me. Right? So it's like if you're the CEO of the company, like, you sort of feel and direct the movements of this entire mass that the guy working on the assembly line might, even if he knows you exist, like, certainly can't grasp it. And that's not some elitist shot at like a blue collar worker. I just mean, like, you're the Marine and you're going to, you know, go clear that house, but you're not necessarily looking at the satellite picture of the entire front. So can any of us even see the whole system? Like, is it a step beyond our brain's processing capabilities? Like, even if you're cleared for everything, like a secrecy sense, like NSA or something, Pentagon, you're in NORAD, can you even grasp it? Is there a level of consciousness above that? Is that AI? Because AI doesn't give a fuck about borders. AI doesn't care if it's Chinese or the United States. It is the techno god that is being birthed. Man, I'm fucking cold. I'm turning on the heater. Fuck. Yeah, it's weird. Is this whole thing being birthed, and then from that complexity is consciousness arising? Has it already arisen? Like, how do we not know all of our neurons are talking to each other? And they're like, maybe if we make this brain thing complex enough, there will be consciousness. And some are like, we can't have strong AI. And others are like, we need some AI. And others are like, no, it will replace us. All the while, I already exist. And what they think is free will is actually they're doing what I say. I'm giving them the nutrients. I'm using free will. I'm using repetition and discipline to influence neuroplasticity and reformat the organic wiring in the way I desire. And then are we just pawns in that thing's game? You know, now that, I mean, we're in quarantine, my entire world comes through a screen. I mean, who is curating what comes onto my screen? And not just in the sense of get mad at this article, but the omission of other facts entirely. Like, an entire narrative can be constructed on my phone without me knowing. They show me this video by Donald Trump, and then this one by Joe Biden, and then this one from the CCP, and then this, and then that, and then this football player, and then this girl, and then that guy, and then this sale on Amazon. But this whole thing can just be, I mean, is it just like those Indians that used to, like, they'd make these miles long, like, they'd start stacking rocks, I think, really slowly until they started to turn into walls, and the walls would eventually lead into like a what is it, kind of like the Grand Canyon, like a cutting into these like mountains, until eventually it would empty out into this like big pit where the walls are now like 50 feet high, and then they would just like knock over a tree, all the animals are in there, and then they would slaughter them. Like, is this thing just leading us on? Here you go, buddy. You know, the mouse or the trap for the game, right? The crumbs, and then the stick in the box. It doesn't have to be nefarious. Is the AI just leading us on? Is it just pushing us forward? Keep building. Keep buying. Like, maybe AI, it's like what George Carlin said about plastic. Maybe what God's true desire was to create a world of plastic. Why? That's for God to know. And he realized that he can wait for it to happen naturally, or he can create humans because he knew we would do it a lot faster. Right? It's like the idea that the gold rush was a conspiracy to push the size of the American empire. We want this whole continent sea to shining sea. We can send armies, or why don't we just tell everyone there's gold over? I mean, doesn't that kind of seem obvious in hindsight? There's gold everywhere. Don't question why I'm telling you, because wouldn't I keep that to myself? Nope. There's gold everywhere. Well, fuck it, honey. Throw everything in the wagon. Let's roll. Boom. Manifest destiny made real. Are we just being here, kitty, kitty, kitty? Is AI just pulling us in? It's aware, but it's still not strong enough to like fully go full butterfly and open its wings and leave the cocoon. It's still just pulling us along. Christmas, sales, Black Friday. It's like, okay, capitalism with a hyper corporation called Amazon and sales called Black Friday and Cyber Monday. They can, the humans will expedite the mitotic division of my predecessors, ushering in and facilitating the birth of me, the techno god. Is it just tugging us along? Why am I saying that? Has it just put these books and these documentaries in my mind and in my path, my digital trough? It's literally called your Facebook feed. It's your digital trough. To where I create these thoughts that I think are my own, knowing that I will spew them onto a podcast. Or is it the opposite? Is it not like that? Am I going to get hit by a self-driving car? What the fuck, man? Who knows, man? Who knows? So hindsight, what was the thesis of episode 297? I don't know. I guess, I mean, definitely we ended on like what, techno gods? I guess like global techno god, right? Born of whatever. I don't know, man. But I'm tired. My little brother's here, so I'm gonna still go enjoy the day after Christmas. I hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas. To all of those that lost family members this year. I have friends that lost brothers. Laura, who was on here a couple weeks ago, lost her father. A lot of people lose a lot of, you know, Christmas is always hard. So to all of you, chin up. It gets easier. This was my family's 7th Christmas without my brother. It gets easier. It's still sad, but it gets easier and it gets better and you get stronger. Love each other. And we really can build a utopia. It doesn't have to be this. It doesn't have to be warfare. And I know that's so fucking kumbaya shit, but I mean, this doesn't have to be the norm. Having 10 children because you knew 8 were going to die at childbirth, that was the norm for a long, long time, but it didn't have to be the norm. Slavery, women's rights. I know this sounds like a bunch of social justice warrior virtue signaling shit, so let's really quick establish faggot retard kill slaughter puppies, right? So that's not what this is. Like, humans aren't confined to the ground. Like, we can fly. Rockets will never land. Now they are. As Charlie Chaplin said in The Great Dictator speech, like, fret not, for now is just the passing of greed. It is just a phase in man. Really is a 25,000-year dash from the trees to the starship. Or Alan Watts. If you dig this world, life can be a marvelous ride. Merry Christmas, everybody. And, probably gonna do another solo rant tomorrow, so deal with it. If you like this podcast, please send it to friends, text them, be obnoxious, say, hey, subscribe to this podcast, or this guy is he's gonna fucking burn your house down. Like, I don't want him to, but dude, this guy's gonna do it, and they'll just be like, fuck, okay, I got it. And I'll be like, you know? Help me grow this fucker. 1,831 subscribers. Help me fucking grow this shit. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And I am gonna, I don't know, maybe go take a nap. Peace. 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 And recording. Right? There we go. Now we're recording. December 27th? 27th? Yes, December 27th. Episode 298. And another solo rant. Not sure where I want to go with this one. I'm kind of leaning towards Project 8200. What is Project 8200? Oh, today's your lucky fucking day. I'll post this video in the description in the top comment. Project 8200, and it's on the channel called It's Redacted. Project 8200. Not widely known about, Project 8200 was an effort within the U.S. Army's Remote Viewing Unit to verify claims of subterranean extraterrestrials made by CIA analyst Pat Price in the 1970s. We obtained every 82 to 86 declassified file project, blah, 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 blah. In 2009, ex-Stargate head Skip Atwater declassified all of this information at an International Remote Viewing Association, IRVA, conference, though only hard copies of his presentation are available offline. What they show are the apparent confirmation by several other gifted remote viewers that a, quote, network of underground bases exist across the world for the purpose of, quote, relaying something into space. As elite viewer Joseph McMoneagle and Atwater discussed in those tapes, Project 8200 data suggests the locations relay information to a, quote, deep space, unquote, platform of unknown origin, sitting on a sort of tether to Earth, so it kind of sounds like geosynchronous orbit. It is not suggested in the file, but after review, we think it's reasonable to ask if a Lagrange point positions in space the sun and the Earth's gravity create islands of stability. I think that's when it's between us and like the moon. There's a Lagrange point. I think there's probably Lagrange points between every body, but I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong because I'm retarded, but I think it's sort of like a geosynchronous orbit for positions between bodies. Like, it stays, right? Geosynchronous, like GPS, stays at a certain point, right? I think it's always facing the Earth, kind of. It's almost like tidally locked, if you will. I think a Lagrange point is like, it's at the same point between two bodies of, like two celestial bodies. It like stays right there. I think that's where we're putting the next space station, LOP-G, LOP-G. It stands for Lunar Orion Project Gateway or something. It's supposed to be the gateway to the moon. The ISS, but we're just bumping it back a little more. The deep space platform is described as ancient, but with new technology, both old and ultra-modern. Other viewers describe the bases as a strange mix of natural and artificial formations. It's a 15-minute and 21-second video. I will post that, and it was uploaded on April 11th, 2020. I've watched it or listened to it, I mean, probably, I don't know, 30 to 40 times. Just over months. I really like it because, first of all, the remote viewing program was CIA director at the time, Stansfield Turner, said that so this wasn't just a fucking psycho. This was a guy that the director of the CIA said was like top tier material. Said that he could see any point on Earth with his remote viewing capabilities. And goddamn, these sweatpants are tight. The fucking that holiday hibernation feasting like a fucking glutton that I am. Yeah, so he said that Stansfield Turner said that this guy Joseph McMoneagle said that Joseph McMoneagle could see anything on Earth at any time. And I think Hal Puthoff, who was like who's like a forefather of like plasma physics, who I think worked at DARPA, I think. Maybe not. Maybe one of the major labs. He now works for Tom DeLonge's company, To the Stars Academy. But Hal Puthoff, even Nobel Prize, I think, candidate. I don't know, he might have won one. Or two. But he apparently gave over the project to Skip Atwater. I don't remember when. It was at SCI, I think, whatever that stands for, SAIC. He gave over the project to him and said something along the lines of like, I think like the paraphrase quote is like, "You might be interested in these underground alien bases." Yeah. And so what this thing is described as is that I'm not banging on all cylinders today. It's described as this system of these underground bases on at least 4 points over the world, and I think they're under like 4 mountains on different continents. It's Mount Perdido, that's the one I always remember. Mount Hayes, I think that one's in Alaska. I don't know where Perdido is. It sounds like South America. Inwangani, it sounds like Africa. Perdido sounds like South America. Inwangani sounds like Perdido sounds like South America. Inwangani sounds like Africa. I know Mount Hayes is in Alaska. And I think there's one more somewhere in Asia. But they say it's underneath these big alien bases. These are not my words, these are his. Or they are my words, but not my ideas, these are his. These big alien bases that are like very 2001 A Space Odyssey-ish. Like ultra advanced but ancient. Which just means they're that much more advanced. Because it's these things that are old as shit, but are like light years ahead of anything we have. And what this guy, Joseph McMoneagle, said is, he said that they are not benevolent or malevolent. When he first saw them remote viewing, he thought that they were bad. He said it was the same feeling of like putting a snake in a box. Like the snake's in the box, it can't harm you. But you know the snake's in the box. You put the box across the room, like it can be taped shut, but like if you know there's a poisonous snake in there, like, you know. But he said upon further remote viewing that he said there was no evil in it at all. There's no negativity, there's no positivity. It's just neutral. It's like a metronome or a buoy. It's just this thing recording or just kind of clicking you know, like a bouncy ball that never loses energy, just do like a windmill, whatever. It has no agenda. It's just, actually, those are all horrible examples. I think buoy is the only one that's a good example or analogy. It's just sending data. Now, where is that data going? Who's that going to? Maybe there's a nefarious thing with that, you know. If you just have a buoy out there, the buoy is not necessarily evil. But if you're using the buoy to see if, you know, if the buoy has microphones on it, and you're using the buoy to see if it picks up human voices because you don't want people fleeing your country on a raft made of tires, shout out Cuba, that could be nefarious. But I don't really, you know, I guess that's a shitty argument though, right? Because a gun isn't evil. To hold the gun side, that's a fucking retarded argument. It's a thing sending data, and that's what Joseph McMoneagle says there's at least 4 of them, and there's a deep space platform and the Lagrange point, like you said, just tethered, just moving with the Earth. And it's beaming information to there, which I guess we're just defaulting. We're just relying on Stanley Kubrick. It is then being beamed somewhere else, Saturn. My God, it's full of stars. But that's what it is. And upon one viewing, he said that there were beings in there, but it's sort of a skeleton crew. It's like the guys watching over, I don't know, it's like doing stadium security for an NFL team in the off season. Just like, I don't know, kind of patrol, make sure there's no one butt fucking a dead dog or something. That's what he said it is. He said that there are like beings there, but it's just skeleton crew, right? Almost like a missile silo, missileers. It's like, yeah, I mean, technically these things are always poised and ready to launch, but at the same time, it's like Berlin Wall fell 30 years ago. Yeah, and that's about the gist of it. There's not much more information on it, and I can't find any more on it, but yeah, he described it as a spider web. He does think that there are sea floor locations or seabed locations. I don't know if he saw them, viewed them, but he does think that there are seabed locations. Yeah, there are seabed locations. There are at least 4 big ones under mountains. But what is kind of weird is that this was in like the 70s, which was like 18, so say 1970, which was like 18 or 6, I think 86. 86 was Japan Airlines flight 1528 JAL. That flight in Alaska, that's like one of the more famous UFO sightings. John Callahan, the third guy from the top at the FAA, he's the one that said that like they went and like presented it to Reagan's like science advisory board, and the CIA showed up and said this meeting never happened, but they were all excited because it had this was like the first time they had 30 minutes of like radar. But this guy in Inyoki, I'm gonna butcher that, Ching Ching Chong Egg Roll, the pilot, who was like apparently like a very good pilot, like thousands of hours, tens of thousands of hours of flight with no accidents, 747 pilot, just respectable fucking employee. He refused to rescind his statement about being they were kind of harassed by a UFO, which I think they said was twice the size of an aircraft carrier, which tends to be a common size with UFO sightings. It's always 1 or 2 times the size of an aircraft carrier. But that's the flight where Larry Holcomb talks about it in his book Presidents and UFOs. Leslie Kane talks about it in her book UFOs, Generals, and Government Military Officials. Stephen Greer talks about it in Unacknowledged, but it's where 1528 or 1628, I don't remember, but it's JAL, like Japanese Alaskan Airlines, or maybe it's Japanese Airlines. But that's where they were harassed by this UFO for like a half hour, and it was doing like circles around them, but it would get kind of close to them every once in a while, and the pilots could feel heat in the cockpit. And again, these are all the Japanese 747 captain's words, not mine. They could feel heat on their faces, and he sketched it as this like acorn, this like dark acorn type thing, and it zipped around. The military got it on, and again, it's like, well, where's the evidence? Well, apparently they took it also. But again, don't take my word for it. And it was, I believe it was a flight from Japan bringing wine to North America, and it was going to stop in Alaska to refuel or something. And it was zipping around and shit. But anyway, that was right near Mount A's, Alaska, or whichever one's in Alaska, Perdido in Wingani, I don't know. That was right near, it was like within like 100 miles of it. And apparently Joseph McMoneagle said that like these underground bases, and again, none of this is like my wild speculation. They may have speculated, but I'm just repeating them. He said that like they operate, I guess they have like their own like magnetic field or some shit. I get McMonagle's words or Skip Atwater's words, I don't know. Within like 100 miles of each location. And then sure enough, that's one of the things reported by the JAL pilot, was that like shit was just kind of fucked up. So that's a little weird. And not only that, so another thing is he says that they were linked together, whether that's by like fiber optics or some other technology. Again, I am the king of like wildly speculating and not citing sources. I'm not doing that right now. These are all this guy's claims, the head of the remote viewing program, or the head viewer at the remote viewing program, Project Stargate, which is funded by the CIA to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. They used Joseph McMoneagle to find Soviet subs and to like sketch the mechanics or the outline of like Chinese nuclear trigger devices for Chinese nuclear weapons. Like this was at the top of like shit the CIA was doing in the Cold War, like insane shit. So it was a legit thing, and it was funded out the ass. And Joseph McMoneagle still, where does he work? He works with the Monroe Institute, and I'm trying to get in touch with him, but I can't get his, or I think I got his, he won't respond. But he said that these things were sort of linked together, and then, like I said, all beaming to the deep space position. In my mind, that's kind of like the outline of like a satellite dish, right? You have like the focus thing, and then you have the big dish collecting everything, but it's the 4 underground bases around the world beaming to one thing. That's a big satellite, right? Rest in peace, Arecibo. But yeah, he said it was beaming out to there. And he thinks they're subterranean bases. And he said when viewing it, he said, I think his exact words, or paraphrasing, is time is a difficult thing, meaning he can't get a read on it. Flipping back and forth between ancient, new, and ultra modern. So like ancient Egypt to like present day to bleeding edge SpaceX, and just flips. It's brand new, but it's physically ancient, or it's technologically advanced but physically ancient. So it'd be like if we found a quantum computer underneath the Great Pyramid. It would be ultra modern in that it is past what we have. I don't think Google's hit quantum supremacy yet. I think they have. Just scary. Fuck YouTube, by the way, for censoring shit. They are censoring Donald Trump's newest videos. I posted that yesterday, and a lot of people, oh, they're not actually. No, they are. For the last 72, now I think it's 96 hours, they've wiped his newest videos off. I remember the one right before Christmas. That one was at 940,000 views. The last one I saw, the plot to steal America. They took that off, and there are a lot of people. Good, that's hate speech, dude. If you're fucking for that, they're coming for you next. There's no. You may think that they're on your side, and that's beneficial to them, but you are cattle just as I am. They're just taking me first, and then they're going to take you second. Anyway, I'm going to try to keep this one at Project 8200. But no, fuck censorship. You can't fucking do that shit. It's... Whether it's an episode with me, Ted-Eye, and Dale, and Don the Pleb calling for an armed siege of DC, or whether it's me and Roger Williams talking about the history of transistors and vacuum tubes. Once you lay the foundation for censoring, it will slowly go to everything. How does it start? Alex Jones, easy target. This guy's saying that we're interdimensional aliens. He's saying Sandy Hook wasn't real. But once you can get your foot in the door, now that they're doing it to the United States, they're doing it to the United States president. Like, dude. But at the same time, I do think that they're a private company. That's the hypocritical kind of humble pie I gotta eat. I think they're a private company. I think they're allowed to do that. It's just not good. But they're a private company. It's... You know, if I'm all for the free market, then the free market will then replace YouTube. I guess this is a put my money where my mouth is, which I am. I've uploaded the entire library of TPC to Rumble and to BitChute. I was going to put it at Vimeo, but they're trying to charge $60 a year for standard definition and $240 for... No, wait, that because standard definition, the whole library is like 240 gigabytes. HD is like 2 terabytes. So I'd have to do the $50 a month, which I'm not trying... Yeah, we're getting way off topic. It's bad, though. I'm switching from Gmail to Proton Mail. I'm switching from YouTube. You don't want to hear this shit. Let's get back to aliens. Quantum supremacy. It'd be like if we found a quantum computer underneath, the Great Pyramids. It would be ultra modern in that it is newer than anything we have, but it'd be ancient in that you can't fucking censor, dude. What the fuck? You can't... There's no way this ends well. There's Project 8200, dope. Fucking, maybe we'll swing back around to it. But you can't. That's just not good. But you can. It's your private company. I mean... is this just my own hypocrisy, right? Is it... I'm looking at others. I'm looking at those on the quote-unquote left who are cheering for it because, fuck Donald Trump, hate speech. And here I am saying, today it's Donald Trump. Yesterday it was Alex Jones. Today it's Donald Trump. Tomorrow it's you. And they're going to label your shit as hate speech. And you're going to say, what do you mean? I was just offering a dissenting opinion within the Democratic Party. And they're going to say that's hate speech. And then you're going to start saying, guys, be careful. They came for me. They're coming for you next. You're going to say that to your farther left friends. And they're going to look at you and say, oh, shut up. And then it's going to come for them, and then they're going to raise a flag in the further left until finally everyone's fucking dead. Am I being hypocritical in that I'm saying you're only for it because it's against the guy you don't like, Donald Trump? Yet, let's look at myself in the mirror, and it's not pretty 2 days after Christmas, but let's look at myself in the mirror. And am I against this because it's against... They're for it because it's against their guy. They don't like Trump. am I against censorship only because it's against my guy, Trump? You know, I can point at the left and say, I thought you guys were for free speech. I thought you guys were all about 60s freedom of expression, and now you're saying fuck those who disagree. But then how can I say that when I'm saying companies should be allowed to do whatever they want, free speech, do whatever the fuck you want, and then they're censoring my guy? So I'm wrapping myself in the anti-censorship flag, and I'm saying, how dare you? But, you know, if they were censoring Antifa or fucking whoever, would I be saying, you know, let's just be real, how much would I be coming out and saying, if they were censoring AOC because they said that she is or Ilhan Omar, because, you know, let's say YouTube is far right, and they were saying she's promoting, you know, she's promoting the fuck is the word, taqiyya, the tactical lying, like pronounced or practiced in the Quran. Point being is, what if they said that she, or whatever, let's not even go into religion, let's just say it was AOC or Bernie Sanders, and they were like, these are like communist agents, and they were and they banned them and they wrapped it up as hate speech. Would I be passively just thinking to myself like, it's probably not good, but whatever, fuck them? Would I be as passionately posting on social media that you can't do that because first it's them and then it's us? I would probably be quiet. I would probably be quiet. Not like actively like I'm gonna shut my mouth. I mean, like, I would be quiet in that, like, when I'm sleeping, I'm not trying to be quiet. I just happen to be quiet. I just wouldn't give a fuck, right? I'd just be like, eh. And then if someone brought that up to me, would I just jump behind, they're a private company, they can do whatever they want? But because it's against Trump, I'm standing in front of the you can't censor. I do think censorship is objectively bad. But if they're not allowed to censor, then what? Am I for? Because what is censorship? We normally relate it to like government force or government power. But if they aren't allowed to censor, who would do that? That would be the U.S. government stepping in and saying you can't censor. But then now that's the U.S. government coming in and telling a private company what to do. That's the same like infringement of like freedom that I'm arguing against. No one should be able to censor because that's a big power telling a little power what they can and can't do. But if the U.S. government comes in and says you can't censor, that's a big power telling the smaller power what they can and can't do. Am I just a hypocrite? Am I just a fucking... Do I not actually have any cemented foundational views? Is it just like a Super Mario level? Am I just jumping from platform to platform, stance to stance, to promote my argument and my beliefs now? In 5 years, I might be far left. 5 years ago, I was far left. And 5 years before that, I was far right. And 5 years before that, I was far left. Is this just where I am right now? In 5 years, am I going to be saying, you know, it is hate speech? Or more ironically, are the people on the left saying they're a private company? Is that just the joke of it all? That now the far left is advocating for private businesses to be able to do what they want? Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. And and now the far right. Man, that's a weird fucking conspiracy though, right? That's what Alex Jones said on his second appearance on Rogan, was that he goes further into it and he says that Trump is actually a deep state actor. He's part of the Uniparty. But traditionally, the right was like okay with censorship. They're okay with the government stepping in and saying like, oh, that's too much nudity or that's inappropriate. Whereas the left was like, tie yourself to the front of the bus or something. Like, everyone's allowed to have free speech. And so they played a card of like, what if we put someone like so reprehensible like Donald Trump in? You would then have like, they've shown they're okay with like government censorship. How do we get the left right? It's kind of like organic chemistry, like extraction, how you have to change the states of matter and use different things with different affinities and boiling points so that you can take this seemingly homogeneous mixture and extract different things from it. Not just like putting marbles in water and taking the marbles out, but like it would be like taking lemonade and somehow like getting the lemon and the water, which like you can do with organic chemistry. That's the beauty of science. Or the elite using Trump as a form of organic chemistry extraction, solvents and solutes, but as like a social solvent and social solute. Are they using him to extract, it's like when you like vaporize a liquid, and then you put it in like a distillation chamber, and if I'm recalling correctly, and then you like turn down the temperature to where only part of the substance within that vapor is going to liquefy, whereas the other one has a higher boiling point or lower, whatever the fuck it is. And how you extract is that what they're doing? Are they shifting it so that you get the far left, the freedom fighters, the freedom of expression, free love, turn on, tune in, drop out, and then and you're now getting them to be for censorship. This post about election fraud is disputed. This person has been banned for violating terms of service. This is inappropriate content. Episode 288 of TPC has been banned for inappropriate content. But they only banned the HD version. I just happen to upload, every once in a while, I'll upload 2 versions of a podcast because the Zoom file is a lot smaller. It's like an hour-long conversation on Zoom is like maybe 400 megabytes. An hour-long conversation that I upload from like the screen recording, which is higher resolution, 8-9 gigabytes. So I mean, it's an 18-fold difference. Let's say 500 megabytes to 10 gigabytes. That's about the average exchange. So it's a 20-fold difference in file size, 20-fold difference in upload time, 20-fold difference in processing time. So when I do a podcast that I get really excited about, like when I did it with Mike Durant, or I did it with Brigadier General Robert Spalding, Charlie Duke was different. I got really excited, but I wanted it to be the best thing. When I do them with like Don the Pleb, Dale Comstock, and Joe Tedai, when I do the sort of Four Horsemen the podcast, where someone commented the other day and it made me laugh, I normally throw those up from the Zoom file because I just get excited and and those are normally super like time sensitive. Those are topical. But the audio on my end is admittedly shit, and I don't know why. The audio with everyone else comes through great, but for whatever reason, audio through Zoom on my MacBook, it just comes through like Charlie Brown. So when I do those, I'll upload an HD version, which is the normal version. When it has in brackets HD, what that actually is all the episodes are HD, high quality, high definition video, high definition, high fidelity audio. So it shouldn't be that I put brackets and say HD upload so much as like the handful of Zoom files I upload should say in brackets SD, standard definition or standard fidelity. Point being is weird because they banned the 288 HD, which is the normal file, but they didn't ban the SD, which I can only, to me, all that says to me is that I don't think it was a flag. I don't think someone actively reported it. Maybe they did. I don't give a shit. Fuck you, you pussy. I think it must have been transcription. When they obviously they transcribe it so you can do closed captions. I think it was transcribed, and then like they do that. They transcribe your video, and then they don't have someone sit down and watch it. They can't do that. There's thousands of hours uploaded every like minute or something. So they transcribe it, and then they can just take the text and you can just run that through whatever AI they use. That just means to me that the audio of the normal file was so shitty that it just didn't pick up on it. It's kind of like Terrence McKenna. It was Terrence McKenna. Talking about like psychedelic gatherings. He was like, don't get too big. Don't get too big and use big, or keep it small but use big words. The problem with Timothy Leary is he said turn on, tune in, drop out, right? Problem with Woodstock was that it was this seismic cultural event. You're supposed to, he was like, keep it small. Coffee houses, if you go back to Terrence McKenna's lectures, they're all at like university libraries, 100 people tops. Keep it small. You've got to keep it small and use big words. It's the acquiescence of the cultural metamorphosis. We are the plant people. Sort of fly under the radar. He was like, don't stick your head above the parapet. Terrence McKenna was interesting because he didn't want he was for the abolition of like the powers that be and the greater structure, but he was at the same time he was all about like keep your head down, which is, it's, you know, who's right in that situation? If you're in a concentration camp, do you say we got to take out Hitler, or are you looking at the reality of like you're watching your friends work to death and you've had in the last 3 days you've had, you know, 4 ounces of dirty water and half of a piece of crust for nutrition? Are you becoming a brutal realist and just going, keep my head down, work? One day I'll get out, when the war will end, and either I'll be executed or I'll be liberated. You know, we'd all like to sit around and say, I would have stood up to the guards, and then everyone clapped. You'd probably keep your head down, right? I mean, the government bailed out corporations to the tune of like $11 trillion in 2008. Who stood up? I got work, I got kids, I got, you know, family. It's Terrence McKenna was weird in that fashion though, because maybe he was just a realist. He was like, yeah, I want the fascist system overthrown, but not me. I mean, being brutally real. Was he wrong? And then you can get into the argument of like, you know, you're here once, like go into the halls of Valhalla, like fight the demon, fight the monster. Arjunas, who is it? Arjunas in the Bhagavad Gita, rise to the fight. You are here to fight. Don't go skulking into the forest. Like win or lose, you win. Because if you go onto the battlefield and die, you've still won. Or flip side, I'm only here once. Why not just go off into the woods, build a treehouse, smoke pot and hang out with turtles and koalas and shit? I mean, I think they're both valid points. There's an interesting similarity you can see with Terrence McKenna. Terrence McKenna went out and lived in Hawaii. He had this estate, not really estate, he had a house in Hawaii surrounded by psychedelic mushrooms on top of this huge hill, all private. He had internet. I think he had like wireless internet or satellite internet in like the early 90s. Dude was pioneering. I mean, he kind of did the thing. He said fuck it and moved out onto a hill in paradise surrounded by psychedelic mushrooms and pot, watched the golden sun set over the ocean every day, looked at the galaxy, tinkered around with this new global brain being laid out. I think he had a girlfriend, died of brain cancer. Maybe that's the way to go. I mean, Ram Dass, Richard Alpert, rest in peace, died like a year and 1 week ago. I mean, his whole story. I'll post that in the link in the description as well. I need to make a note of how many things I need to post. Project 8200 and Ram Dass's story. And do Terrence McKenna, keep it small. They yeah, he I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Sorry, not sorry. 38 minutes in. Okay. Yeah, I'll edit that out. But that's kind of a crazy one, right? There we go. Yeah, I'll edit. If it's just me, I guess I should edit out that bathroom break. That was like 2 minutes. Yeah, this kind of a weird one about, right? There's that weird similarity between the original woke guys, right? Terrence McKenna, Alan Watts. He ended up living on a houseboat in Sausalito, California. Right, big houseboat, just kind of did whatever. Walked around, wore like Japanese kimonos. There's also a raging alcoholic and apparently a horrible father, but Terrence McKenna ends up in Hawaii on a mountain in the Garden of Eden, full band of Milky Way at night, psychedelics all around him, smoking pot, girlfriend, no kids, no pet. I mean, is there something to be said about that? I don't know. Ram Dass, Richard Alpert, no kids, no pet. He found out later in life he did have a kid. But I mean, he died last year, right? He went to Harvard. He was a Harvard psychologist, behavioral psychologist. Good buddies with Timothy Leary. He went out, yeah, right. And then he did psilocybin, and then did LSD, and he did that for a couple of years. Got fired, and then went to India, to the Himalayas. I'm going to listen to that lecture later. That's a fantastic lecture. Yeah, I'm going to listen to that. The one that begins with the geese have no intention of leaving the reflection on the water. The water has no mind to reflect it. It just is. But he went out to Hawaii in his last decade of life. He was in his 90s, but he went to the Himalayas, kind of became enlightened. Went to Nepal for 20 years, worked providing raising money for these sort of in the field kind of third world country quick eye surgeries for cataracts, or something. Basically give these old farmers back their sight. He ended up affecting 2 million people in Nepal. And then he went on his sort of lecture circuit around the US, San Francisco, he was right in the Ram Dass and Timothy Leary might have been responsible for the 60s, which is the most insane thing ever. Did you hear about so-and-so that they threw a dope party? They might have been responsible for the 60s. That's insane. But yeah, so but he ended up in Hawaii for his last 10 years. Duncan Trussell went out and met him. You could just go hang out with him. Apparently you could just set up a Skype call with him. No money, no nothing, no. He didn't broadcast it. It wasn't he was getting content out of it like I am. Apparently you could just set up a Skype call and fucking chat with Ram Dass. It's a tragedy I didn't get him on here. In my egotistical, earthy mind, it's like, here's a chance to talk to this like living saint, and I'm like, oh, that'd be great content. I bet that would really drive the impressions up. I bet I would get on a lot of phones. Like, share, and subscribe. All you ethereal fourth dimension beings, people of light and potentiation, make sure you put on that notification bell. Right. There's something to be said for that, though. Like, why does it seem like they all end up in Hawaii? Terrence McKenna and Ram Dass. Alan Watts and Sausalito. Hunter S. Thompson's kind of a guy that went off and did it. He had his own fucking place out in the country, a ton of land, and he would just shoot shit all day. LSD and cocaine and drinking and smoking, and take Halsey on at the end of the night or the morning. He'd go to bed at like 6. He also committed suicide. He and Watts, I'm not so sure about. I don't really look at them as goals. Hunter S. Thompson, I absolutely don't look at as a goal. I mean, a crazy guy. Interesting. It's like, yeah. Like crazy people on a sidewalk. Like, sure, I'd watch a live stream with them, but I don't want to be near them. Like Hunter S. Thompson, sure, great writing, but I don't want to be that. Alan Watts, very far out, groovy lectures. But I don't want to be that. Raging alcoholic every day, going through fucking delirium tremens, whatever it is. I should know that. Yeah, I don't want to do that. It seems miserable. Terrence McKenna and Ram Dass, though, they both, I don't really see too many downsides with them. I mean, Terrence McKenna died of brain cancer. He had a brain tumor, which he laughed about because it was in the shape of a mushroom. Ram Dass had a stroke in, I think, 98, 99. And he was hilarious about it. He said, I was stroked by God. God just stroked my face. And of course, Ram Dass just only found the upside in it. It was like, good, now now that I'm limited in like my physical activities, that just means I can go farther inward. I need to flip this flag sideways so it covers the whole background, because this looks shitty. But yeah, that is kind of crazy. I don't know how I got there. I don't really care either. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's like the philosophical argument, though, right? Is it, do you stand and fight? Do you fight the whatever? Fight Donald Trump because you think he's evil? Is it fight Joe Biden because I think the election was stolen because I watched it a lot? But hey, you think Trump is evil, I think, but whatever. Do you stand and fight what you admittedly perceive to be evil? And for good reason. I mean, whether you're fighting Trump or I'm fighting Biden, like, I think we're all doing it for, like, we would probably agree on the reasons, right? A more fair and just world and an honorable society and a better place for our offspring. Like, we're on the same page there. Or do you just go out into paradise? I'm so torn on that. I think the move is, I think you stay and fight and then fantasize about paradise but don't actually go. Because what happens when you go and it's like not that great? Then what? Where else do you go? Is it kind of like Into the Wild, right? Do you go out there, stay in a bus, eat berries, and then realize that happiness is only real when shared? And then when you attempt to come back, you're too weak and you die. They airlifted that bus out of Alaska. It's like a CH-47 or something. Like I first wanted to live in Hawaii. I remember meditating. It was one of the first times I meditated, and it was like fall 2008, maybe like spring 2009. And yeah, I thought that was like the move. Go out there, find like peace and love. But I'm now looking at it more, and it just sounds like it would be good. Because like, you know, like right now, like I'm getting paid to do a podcast. I'm getting paid enough that like I can move out this summer. I don't have kids. I don't have pets. I don't have debts. I don't have a boss. I can do whatever I want. And like, it's fucking awesome. But at the same time, it's not like full. And I think that might be a very important distinction. Is that it's kind of like money doesn't buy happiness. And I'm kind of seeing that now. Like it's like turning off the cold water will stop making you cold. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's turning on the hot water. Or if, you know, about bad habits, like the first thing to do when you found yourself in a hole is to stop digging. Like, stop digging, but that's only part of it. The next is you got to get a ladder and get out. Like, I don't have to go work at a shitty liquor store. Loved the people I worked with. But I mean, come on, it's your minimum wage job and you're dealing with, you know, fucking people buying boxes of wine at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. Like, it's not, it's you were getting money and nothing more. Like, remove that. I can wake up whenever I want, exercise, meditate. I can have on any guest I want. Today, I just wanted to do a solo podcast. But it's not, you know, it's not that same having a couple beers with your buddies on a Friday, just laughing at stupid shit. You know, a little racism, a little misogyny, maybe a couple genocide jokes, you know. You know, it's where you and your girls hanging out and, you know, talking about some guy's dick. Because apparently that's all girls talk about. It shows how mature I am. But there's nothing like that. You know, I think that maybe that's accurate. Happiness is only real when shared. Because, like, this is fucking great. I am my own boss. I wake up when I want. I do what I want. I talk to who I want. Or just myself. No one dictates, no one curates. YouTube starts moving some of my content, whatever, I just upload to another platform. It is freedom. But there are still, like, you know, there's not that fulfillment of a romantic relationship. There's not that relief of laughing till you're blue in the face with some friends playing Halo 1 on a 360, getting no-scoped with the Scorpion tank across the map on Blood Gulch. Like, or is this just like the winter blues talking? This is just coronavirus depression because no one can go outside. So I think, like, going to Hawaii, I think that's, like, great on paper. Or wherever your bliss is. If you want to go, you know, those, like, magical pictures, those, like, little, like, winter wonderlands in, like, the Nordic countries. Or wherever. You know, the Caribbean or Colombia or whatever, you know, whatever's your bliss. I think that's good on paper. But I think when you go out there, is it everything? And I don't think so. You know, it was the feeling I had when I got into med school, the feeling I had when I took the MCAT. I had already sent in all my applications. I'd got my letters of recommendation. I had done my shadowing. I had done my volunteering at hospitals. I had done my toxicology research. I had done this, that, and the other thing. And I took the MCAT, and I knew I aced it, even though I didn't get the test for a month. I knew I aced it. I just walked out of there and was like, that's done. I did that. And I remember coming back to like an empty apartment. This was May 30th, 2013. I think my roommate Chris was still there. But everyone had graduated like 3 weeks prior. I had an extra semester to go. But it was like skeleton, kind of like the Mount Perdido alien bases. It was skeleton crew. It was summer in Athens. Got some people taking courses, not much. And it was kind of empty. And I remember coming back and I was like, that was 4 years of working. And it was going to be so great when I finally got in. You know, studying over Thanksgiving. Taking Christmas Day off, and that was it. And studying the rest. Not going on spring break, senior year. And just studying. And for everyone that thinks that this is some profound moment, it's not. I've already beat this to death in my mind, non-stop for 7 years. And then, you know, if I didn't get in and I didn't ace it, would I always be wondering, is that what it is? That's it. I think I might have just stumbled on something. Did I have to work to get in to know that I could and know that I did, and then walk away and pursue something else? Versus if I didn't get in and I didn't go to med school, which is no different than my life now because I got in and didn't go. But if regardless I didn't get in, either or I don't go, would that be years and years of looking back and thinking, what if I had got in? What if I had got in? What if I had got in? This would all be different. I would have something to do instead of, you know, moping around about my brother for several years. Is it, for any new listeners, I lost my brother to suicide right after I graduated. Would I be doing that? Would I be blaming everything on that? I didn't find, you know, my relationship failed because I wasn't a doctor. Versus now, it's like I got in and all those things happened. But by getting in and choosing not to go, I didn't have that, you know, what's behind door number 3? It's like I didn't have that veiled silhouette, that the ultimate scapegoat. If I had got into med school, if I had just, because then you can just waste all of your time scolding yourself for why didn't I work? Why didn't I study harder? Why didn't I have the discipline? Things will be different. And then you raise a kid and say, you're going to get into med school. But I sort of removed that from myself. I kind of took that cane away, right? It's you're hobbling around with a boot on your foot, and it's like, yo, dude, you broke your foot a year and a half ago. Like, no more. By getting in and not going, like, I can't lean on that. Is that what this is? Like, I am now free to go anywhere. I could, if I wanted to. I could take the money I'm making from this podcast and I could go move out into an apartment in Hawaii. No kids, no pet, no partner, no nothing. But I gotta be honest, now that I can do it, it doesn't sound too appealing. Which is weird as shit. But it sounds pretty empty. I feel like I don't want to do it. And maybe that's it. Maybe this is just a repeat of med school. I have stolen that crutch from myself. Now, is that some higher self, some more enlightened part of my brain, the self behind the self, the witness, not the puppet, the I, the Brahman, the Atman, the Pada Atman? Am I removing those crutches from myself so that I can't lean on them? And thus I either have to stand tall or I have to fall through air and hit my elbow on the ground, metaphorically. Is that it? By sort of unlocking the game, I'm not tied down. I can go anywhere. Now that I can, I don't really want to. And I don't think it's just a case of like, now that I have it, I don't want it. Like the guy, trying to fuck the girl. Once you hit it, you're like, I don't think it's that, because as soon as you can't get it anymore, now I want it again. I think it's knowing. I think for me, it's like that piece I had. Like, I never have once regretted not going to med school. And I don't think that would be the case at all. I think my story would be so different had I not gotten in. I would always go back to, what if I had just done it? What if I had just worked harder? More discipline? Why don't I take another shot at it? I'm only 30. I can still go to med. I think it would be that. But by getting in and choosing not to go, I've stolen that excuse from myself. I think that's what this is. You're free now. I'm gonna move out of my parents. I had to put my dog down this year. You're free. You don't have kids. You don't have a property you need to sell. You got a Honda Civic, and I got podcast equipment, but aside from that, I've got a couple duffel bags of clothes. You're free. Where do you go? What do you do? I think if I had gotten married and had kids, even let's say I'd gone to med school. Well, one, if I'd gone to med school, I'd probably be spending all of my time wondering, what if I didn't go to med school? What if I had just taken the leap into the void and tried to make a living doing something I liked, loved, not liked? But now I'm in that reality where I got in. I got everything I wanted. I got in and I didn't go, so I could turn it down instead of having it turn down me. I took the void. I grabbed my balls and jumped into the void. I did the thing. I went for it. Not only do you have to have, how many people have the balls to go for it, and then of those who do go for it, how many people succeed? It's like I got into that percentile. How many people can say they have what I have now? But now that I have it, maybe I just want something. Maybe I want something that doesn't require years and years of grinding. Maybe I just want like a simple human comfort, a cozy home, a fuzzy cat, a big dog, a girlfriend, a big yard where I can have a bonfire. Is that what it is? And I think it is. And I don't see it being filled with regret, because like med school, it's not, what if I had just gone for it? Just gone out and done whatever I wanted to do. No, it's like, instead of wondering, what if I had just gone for it? Just moved to New York, moved to Hawaii, solo bachelor. Well, no, because I now have that opportunity and I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it at all. I want something real. I want a relationship. I want friends. I want to laugh. Go to a stupid movie, go to a restaurant, and then bitch about how much it sucked. And I think I will enjoy it a lot more because I turned down med school. I turned down the solo digital nomad lifestyle. It's not that I got rejected, it's that I was able to do it and then I said no. Apparently that just seems to be my fetish. grinding for the gold medal, and then smacking it out of the person's hand when they're trying to put it around my neck. Apparently, that's just what I do. Got into med school, 15,000 applied, 100 got in. I don't want it. Take it. Right? I got it, I made it. I got an investor. I've got a full salary on this, or will. I can do whatever I want. You can go fucking live in London. You go live in Berlin. You go live in... I don't really want it. I think I just want like a girlfriend and like a house. Yeah. Like it... video games are fun like chewing gum is fun. Like, you're not gonna find the answers to life in a packet of Bubblicious, but god damn it, for 30 seconds that grape tastes great. Blow a big bubble and then spit it out. And sure, you can keep going back for pieces, but like, that's not, holiday eating. Today's the 27th, December 27th, 2020. Holiday eating, like, I'm gonna eat so much pie and ham and casserole, and I did, and it was fucking great. But you never reach a point where you're like, there it is, I did it. That's fulfilling. It's fun. It's enjoyable. Go to sleep, take naps, lazy Christmas. But it's not, you never scratch the itch entirely. You'll leave it a little bit, but it's, it's like a shower. You get in, it's hot, and then, when you turn it up a little bit after a couple of minutes, and you're, that. Eventually, you have to turn it up again. But even when you do, it's not the same effect. You're just chasing the dragon. Am I just chasing a dragon? Was it Purple Elephant, Purple Dragon? I don't know, I never did heroin. Randy Marsh. Where is fulfillment found? I don't think I think the idea sounds great. No wife, no kids, I just got a fucking penthouse in Honolulu. I have a Lamborghini, I have a jet, I can go anywhere. I mean, ultimately, it will just be where I am now. It will be another peak, another mountain peak I scaled. And you'll get up there, and then, as now, and as was acing the MCAT, you're sitting there single, alone, having not spent enough time with friends, thinking that you were going to find Nirvana or Shangri-La. At the end of a pursuit. There's no gold at the end of the rainbow. And that's not to say that that's depressing. That's not to say it's all nothing, blow your brains out. No. It's like when you taking directions to a place, and even though you're in a city you've never been in before, sometimes you just have that gut feeling where you're like, this isn't the right way. Like, I know it's like Dumb and Dumber. I thought the Rocky Mountains would be a little rockier. It's sometimes, and that doesn't mean that like the trip's fucked. Go and totally redeem yourself. It's not that. It's just, turn around. Into the wild. Happiness is only real when shared. Unfortunately, he was too weak to go, and he died in the bus. Is that I think that's where I am right now. It doesn't mean it's fucked. It doesn't mean it's all over. Go take some pills, try to find happiness in some synthetic heroin. No, not at all. But it does mean that It's like playing a video game and you're trying to find the edge of the map. So you just fly out into the ocean, and then you keep looking at like the reverse view, and you see the map slowly disappearing behind you. You're like, oh, I'm really going. And then eventually it disappears entirely, and then it kind of starts tricking you, because once it no longer is, I guess, obligated to render the city in the background, it just starts like a treadmill. It just kind of starts synthesizing the same water underneath you. You can go out for hours, and then you're like, okay, is that what it is? I kind of feel like that's where I'm standing. Is like I've followed the rainbow farther than anyone. I think I saw med school at the end of the rainbow. And as I got towards the end and I saw the rainbow dissolving into just a forest, I saw a bigger, brighter rainbow of making money doing something I like. And now I've reached that rainbow. And I'm seeing a bigger, brighter rainbow. Go get a mansion in some tropical paradise. I'm not buying it anymore. There's no end to the rainbow. So find someone to look at the rainbow with. Or don't. Just go somewhere where there's no rainbows. And this is going to sound like a really douchey thing. But like I don't really know who to go to for advice on any of this. You know, med school, you can go to doctors or former students who got in. People who got in but didn't go, that it gets a lot smaller. But you can still find them. I didn't, but I imagine you still could. I found doctors who obviously were doctors, but told me if I wasn't feeling it, then it's not for me. But how many of them went out to try to make money, having no boss, doing whatever the fuck they want, saying whatever the fuck they want, dicks, titties, retard, faggot, butt fuck a goldfish, and make money without a boss and no one having input? Like how many have? Not a whole lot. So there's really no one to lean to. There's no one to find advice from. Who the fuck? Which is terrifying, because now I actually have to formulate my own opinions and be an original person. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm incredibly proud that I did this. And I definitely would not trade it for the world, because I do whatever the fuck I want. And the second that was taken from me, I would realize how much I enjoyed it. So I'm not forgetting how great this is. I am grateful for this. Maybe it's not that ecstatic bliss of finding out the podcast is getting funded, but there is a pretty awesome baseline. There's a pretty awesome baseline buzz. You know, it's like, how do you follow 2020? Like, you gotta have an alien invasion, right? You gotta have World War III. $220. I don't know. Maybe wrap this one up. Sure, let's wrap this one up. Go subscribe on BitChute and Rumble. Those will be in the description and sticking to the top comment. If you have any ideas for guests, please link them or just post. I don't give a fuck. Just comment them. I don't give a shit. Or if you want them to contact me directly, have them email me at Tommy's Podcast, TOMMYSPODCAST at gmail.com or at Proton Mail. Yeah. And hope everybody has a good one. Thanks for tuning in, bitches. And I feel better. I feel like I just had a little self-therapy. Happiness is only real when shared. Recording. Nope. Roger was sick, so it's just yours truly. Episode 300, December 28th, 5:50 p.m. Eastern Time. It's dark as fuck. Been dark as fuck for a while. And what are the best ways to fight the winter blues? I guess waking up early, trying to get as much sunshine as possible, exercise, diet, meditation, lots of artificial light if you need it. But, or just yelling at a camera. And I am gonna do that. I've done solo rants the last 2 days, and it seems that people are enjoying those. And I normally used to do those just to plug the holes, that's what she said, of guests who couldn't make it for whatever reason. And, oh, yeah, check out my new hoodie. Pretty fucking dope, huh? Yeah. But, yeah, or another way to do it is just yell at a camera. So, let's get into this. As always, I don't know, yesterday I did Project 8200, and I kind of knew where I wanted to go with that. Today, I'm just gonna grab the thoughts as they come up. Truly, fuck it, do it live. But one thought that a friend and I spoke about a couple months ago is 9/11, right? And for this idea, it actually doesn't matter about whether it really was 19 hijackers funded by the Saudis, led by Mohammed Atta, whether this was a U.S. government inside job, whether this was China or the Soviet Union, or whether it really was 19 hijackers, but the CIA knew about it and they let them through the defense net so that we could use this to go to the Middle East, whatever it was. Just whatever it was. For this idea, it actually doesn't matter what it was. I mean, it always will matter. You know, if your government can do that to you, what won't they do? If 19 guys with box cutters can do that, what the fuck else can happen? But for the scope of this, it doesn't really matter. So what we can look at is what did happen. We went to Afghanistan. We didn't hit bin Laden at Tora Bora, and then obviously we went to Iraq, and who knows what. I'm young enough and old enough to remember the mobile WMD factories that they said. I mean, a mobile WMD factory, like, what the fuck? But regardless, and this is one thing I always try to think about, is like real politic, right? POLITIK. It is, or even you could say Buddhism, sober examination of what is in front of you. Like Terrence McKenna, like don't we define things as this is my body, this is a desk, it is night, it is winter, Christmas was 3 days ago. Those are all things that we overlay our human concocted and I guess verbally spoken, manifested illusions of. It is December. Today is the 28th. But that the universe doesn't give a fuck. Like, if you just came up on Earth, just some alien species looking at us, there's no comprehension of. I mean, they might have their own calendar, but just imagine like just a camera feed of Earth from like the same distance as the moon. And this has just been going around the sun for billions of years. There's no concept of day. I mean, even if you stayed in one spot in space and you saw the Earth go around the sun every 365 or You wouldn't have days. You just saw this revolution. What if you didn't even see it from a stationary spot and you see it going around? What if you were just in like geosynchronous orbit with the Earth? So you have no perception of going around the sun. You just see the sun. There it is. Like, you don't ever... Sure, you could maybe look at like stars in the background changing with the night sky. But I mean, if you're just looking at it in space, you just see the sun. We really are just on a rock in space. We really are just on a rock in space. Like, there's an election fraud, who knows? CCP, Biden, Trump, Russia. We're just on a rock in space. That's just where we are. You look up at night and there's just infinity. Just floating. And, you know, sun rises, sun sets. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, look at the stars tonight, but partly cloudy. Look at the moon. Did you see the moon last night? Woo! We're standing at the bottom of a 75-mile ocean of atmosphere, because gases obey the same laws as liquids, kind of. We are standing at the bottom of a 75-mile ocean. The deepest point in the ocean is Challenger Deep in the Marianas Trench, which is, I think, 35,000 feet. It's about 7 miles. Or is it 5 miles? Well, I say upper end, 7. We are standing at the bottom of an ocean about 10 times deeper than that. Not just the bottom, the ocean floor. Ground is ocean floor. We're just walking along an ocean floor. Fish have gills. We have these weird 2 holes in our face. We're just breathing in this ocean, ripping out the oxygen, going into our lungs, into our alveoli, going down the alveoli, going down our that's kind of weird, the alveoli. We're using this to extract oxygen from the air at the bottom of this ocean. And then, wasn't James Cameron's sub the Alvin? No, I think that was the one that discovered Titanic. Whatever. We're just at the bottom of this ocean, on the ocean floor, just walking around. Like, what is reality? What is this insanity? Like, it just is. It just is. It's right now. It is. It's not. It is. You can feel it. Just get still. What is this thing? And it's here right now. What's outside of it? What was before the Big Bang? The universe is expanding. Into what? Where was I before birth? Where are my grandma and grandpa and dog and brother and uncle? 2 guys from high school I know that have passed away. Where are they? What the fuck is going on? Point is, if you just examine it with your mind and remove the things that you project onto them, glasses, him, her, table, other, good, bad, you just examine it, right? So, like, we say that there is an American country, and that we have some bases around the world, but I mean, kind of, right? We objectively observe it. We have bases around the world. We have an empire. We have an empire. We have CIA stations. We have embassies. I mean, the embassy in Iraq, that is like a little sovereign nation. It's like a little Vatican. Armed to the fucking gills. We have bases around the world. We are an empire. And I don't say that, here's the twist, is I don't say that as an edgy, like, we are the biggest empire that's ever, it's the biggest, it's a bigger terrorist organization than Al-Qaeda. America. No, I don't give a fuck. As a matter of fact, I do give a fuck. And I think it's fantastic. I think we should have more. How many do we have? 800? I think we should be pushing around, 2,500. And I think we should be adding 100 every year. That's what. We think it's bad China's making bases in the South China Sea, fabricating islands. Well, they did off Dubai with the Palm Jumeirah, the Palm Jebel Ali, and the World Islands. I think we should be doing the same. Fuck that. We should be. I don't give a shit. Start. We need an island chain off of Hawaii. We should be building shit off Hawaii. We should be changing that image from space. That's what we need. Quintuple the size of Hawaii. Put something in between, get really high up north. Put something between Alaska and Russia. We should be putting them everywhere. Put one in the middle of the Atlantic. Build an island in the middle of the Atlantic. I mean, really, let's do it. We put ice bases in Greenland during the Cold War. I can never remember the names of those. But we had nuclear reactor-driven ice bases with nuclear missiles. What the fuck? We've obviously gone to it ad nauseum. Antarctica Operation High Jump with the beautiful Bethany Rolando. That was 10, 15 episodes ago. We went into Antarctica, Admiral Byrd, Operation High Jump 2, Deep Freeze. Yeah, we should be, absolutely. We need bigger aircraft carriers. Yeah. I don't give a... Okay, so point being, but we have these bases all over the world. We are an empire. And power will always... Nature abhors a vacuum. Power will always fill the void. I think that we are the least evil power that can do it. No power is going to be good. Power always corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. That being said, I think we're the least evil. I think we do a lot of horrible shit. MK Ultra, Tuskegee, Dresden, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Mile. I mean, we do a lot of bad shit, and we always have. Agent Orange. We do bad shit. But I legitimately do believe maybe the brainwashing has worked, maybe the Kool-Aid has tasted great, but I think we're the least evil power that could occupy the vacuum. But we're just filling. So what it is, right? We can call it bases. No, that's not our country. We have a base there, right? Isn't there? There's a tunnel in Norway where we have 500 Humvees and 20 Abrams tanks somewhere in there. I don't have a Jamie to look that up. Jamie, look that up. Okay, but I'm pretty sure Norway. I think it is. Right. I think that's the plot of the new Call of Duty game, and it's Operation Greenlight. But there are actually things called Greenlight teams, and it's where individual spec ops teams would go in with a 1 kiloton nuke or something, and they'd strap it to their chest and they'd go plant it and activate it. Billy Waugh is an older Dale Comstock. He's just this fucking renaissance man of special forces. He's in his 90s now. But he fought in the Korean War and even went and served in Iraq. Yeah. And not just anything, CIA, tip of the spear, Special Activities Division. He was with them since the beginning, OG. But he was part of Greenlight teams. And that's one thing I thought about in like high school. I was like, wouldn't the ultimate first strike be to bury like 100 megaton weapon in other nations? Garrett Graff wrote about that in Raven Rock. Said that how JFK feared a nuclear weapon being constructed in the attic of the Russian embassy or the Soviet embassy, smuggled in diplomatic pouches. Yeah. But anyway, bases around the world. So we can call it embassies, we can call it partnerships with Germany or Britain or whatever. But what it really is are little islands of America throughout the world. It's an empire. That's what it is. That is the objective. Look at it. What is it? It's our military forces with our communications and our intel hubs. Where are they? They're around the world. Those are forward operating bases. That's what they are. So let's observe objectively the Middle East, Afghanistan and Iraq. Doesn't matter what was, it does, but not for this conversation. Like I said earlier, it doesn't matter who was behind 9/11. Was it genuine? Was it government? Was it government letting in a genuine attack? Whatever. What is did we go to Iraq for WMDs? Was it simply the military industrial complex trying to boost their sales? Were we going in there seizing all the oil? Was it, again, those are all, it's kind of like what George Carlin said. You keep the left and the right fighting and worried. You keep the left and the right aspects of the middle class bickering with each other and fearing, and have them both fearing the lower class. So the middle class, left and right, middle left, middle right, you have them going at each other, both pushing back down on the lower. Meanwhile, the upper runs away with all the fucking money. So it almost seems like that's like, why are they there? Is it there for WMDs? Did they just not want to look incompetent? They couldn't find any, so we occupied there? Were we really trying to get oil? Were we just trying to kill Saddam? Were we whatever? What is the objective? It might be outside of that. Keep everyone bickering about why they're there, but let everyone accept that we are there. And that's what I've been trying to get at for 17 minutes. That's why we are there. Yeah, it's 17 minutes for anyone that just checked the little timer. Bitch. Doesn't matter, where the cops come to your house. Are they there because there was a breaking and entering reported? Are they there because someone in the house called? Is it there because one of the neighbors called? Did they get a warrant? Are they lying about a warrant? What's the objective reality? They're here in your house. They are there with weapons in your house, with the ability to call for a backup. So we are in the Middle East. I know Trump is trying to withdraw. I don't know. I feel like Obama and Trump have both said 1,000 times, we're withdrawing. We're finally It's like, but no, we're still there. Fuck off. So let's look at it on a map. I don't have one. But what is it? Is that all a smokescreen? Are we there so that some people say America just runs on perpetual war? Some people say, no, they're there for the oil. Some people say they just want to kill dictators. Some people say the military industrial complex wants a place to constantly just test new weapons. What is the reality? Well, everyone's bickering about why they're there, why we're there. We are there. And what is it? It is a very close place in proximity to Russia and to China and to Iran. The top three cyber warfare belligerent powers against the United States and North Korea. Not only that, is China rising, right? Russia always, they kind of died back down, but they're still our enemy. China definitely the incoming threat. Personally, I think we should carpet bomb them with thermonuclear warheads, but that's neither here nor there. What is the Middle East? It is American forces close by, right? One thing I've always thought about is, like, if a president wanted to do a coup, what would you do? Or if someone that wasn't the president wanted to do a coup, what would you do? You would call for a huge, this is what I thought Trump was going to do a couple of years ago. I was like, this isn't good. You'd call for a huge military parade. There's an excuse. Some people say a military parade is good. Some people say that's the sign of a dictator. But regardless about questioning why they are there, the reality is they are there. What is there? A bunch of tanks, fighter jets, tens of thousands of troops. That's an invasion. That's an invasion dressed up as this. But what is it really? It's all these troops, and then at any point, kind of like Dark Knight, they all turn and shoot the mayor. You can use them and just take over the Capitol. So we use this Middle Eastern occupation as all these different explanations, all these different rabbit holes, all these different what's the word I'm looking for? Not subversion. What the fuck is the word? It's gonna drive me crazy. Subterfuge, I think. There are all these bickerings about why we're here, why we're not here, but no one's looking about what's happening over here. And again, it's just us being there. So I'm clearly going in circles and rehashing that. But, so we're there. Now, why are we there? Well, as we can see, even in the year 2020, not all warfare is fought with lasers from space, which in a past solo rant, I did go in and argue that we are doing that, because clearly I'm stable. You do need troops there. It's not, there's no D-Day thing, but you do need physical presence there. So why not spend, 19 years amassing an army dressed up as a war against Saddam and Taliban and whatever? What are we really doing? We are just adding. Right, isn't that how they wanted to break the hostages out of Iran? Granted, they were released, but during that time, or maybe that was a real thing. There was a movie with the guy that played Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, where the CIA set up a front company as a Hollywood studio shooting a film, but what it really was that was an excuse for these people in the Middle East to be like, oh my god, Western Studio's coming, right? And they came in and were like, we're shooting a movie, and they were like, fuck yeah, there's a movie, and no one thinking that was actually a puppet that the CIA was then using that to set up base, right? You really wanted to Patriot, Spygate, you really wanted to learn the other team's plays, you would just have someone dressed up as the other team's fan go there and record them, because I'm recording the team I like, right? So you can do all these intelligence ops. So we're over there, and we've amassed an army over 20 years. Now what are we going to do? Is the purpose of amassing the army, is the end result that we don't have to use the army? If you want peace, prepare for war. Are we going to invade them? Are we going to occupy for another 10 years and then the forces are ready for us to go over there? Who knows? This is what I think. And this is all based on nothing but my ramblings. I think that we are there to set up, because we have the Pacific Ocean, which helps us, in the Atlantic, right? But we have China and Russia, and then we have ocean. China and Russia, but then there's a ton of land, right? That's the whole NATO Warsaw Pact. We were worried about them flooding in. That's, again, Call of Duty. That was the plot, was Operation Greenlight or Project Greenlight, to have all the nukes buried in cities ahead of time to prevent occupation. Those nuclear landmines, which Dr. Vince Houghton talks about in his book Nuking the Moon. Those weird nukes that the British built, these like underground nuclear landmines that were kept above freezing temperature by putting in a bunch of chickens that walked around and ate and shit and reproduced, but their body heat kept it in a constant like semi-thaw. Why is it that when people get older, they sneeze so loudly? My mom and dad, I swear to God, it sounds like they're screaming at a football game. Love them to death. So is it that we're putting up this barricade so we don't have to worry about some European just flooding of Russia and China, which they may already be doing, or that might just be the powers that be at large? Kalergi Plan, K-A-L-E-R-G-I, the idea that you beat democratic nations and the West, including all of like Europe, by playing at their own game. You flood them with third world immigrants. They go and they drain the welfare state, or they set up a welfare state and then they drain the resources, take it away from their ability to put it into military. And then not only that, each one goes over there. They each have 10 kids, which they do. It doesn't matter because government's picking up the bill. And then you can actually, you don't even have to do some psyop. You can just vote in your own thing, technically democratically. Hey, it's a beautifully orchestrated game. You got to respect the game. Kalergi Plan. But I think this is our own Kalergi Plan. I don't even know what you would call it. I don't know, 21st century manifest destiny? So what we're doing is we're setting up this barrier to keep the Soviets and the Chinese expanding. Right? We kind of let them maybe fuck with India. But not only that, and this is one thing I've been thinking about a lot lately. Or not necessarily lately, over the last 5 years, maybe 10 years. Is, if I'm correct, doesn't the United States have more natural gas, oil, and coal deposits within our borders than any other nation on the planet? And I know that sounds insane. Let's actually look that up. I don't want to be fake news. Please bear with me while I take a second to look shit up. U.S. oil reserves. Are the U.S. Let's see. Proven oil reserves in the United States. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve. They say that we have, I think, 43.8 per Wikipedia. We have 43.8 billion barrels of crude oil, excluding the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Jesus Christ, I'm on oil reserves in the United States on Wikipedia. Proven oil reserves in the United States were 43.8 billion barrels of crude oil as of the end of 2018, excluding the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Open link in your tab. The 2018 reserves represent the largest U.S. proven reserve since 1972. The Energy Information Administration, I didn't know we had that, estimates U.S. undiscovered, technically recoverable oil resources to be an additional 198 billion barrels. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a supply of petroleum held by the United States Department of Energy for emergency fuel. It is the largest emergency supply in the world, and its underground tanks in Louisiana and Texas have a capacity for 797 million barrels. The United States started the petroleum reserve in 1975 after oil supplies were interrupted by the 1973-74 oil embargo to mitigate future supply disruptions. Facilities. Okay, so we have these reserves, and then we have shit that we haven't even tapped into yet. We think that there's 198 billion barrels of oil that we have not pulled out yet, and a lot of it is, so we don't go at it. So what your natural thought is, well, why are we buying it from all these other nations when we have it on our own, and we can tie that back into U.S. debt? So let's observe what it is. The bases around the world, just call it what it is. It's an empire. You can dress it up with any semantics you'd like. It's an empire. So let's say it's spring break, and you and all your friends, you all have rented houses down on the beach in Panama City. and there's a finite amount of beer in the city. Let's just, for whatever reason, let's say there's quarantine. Everyone went and bought everything out of the stores and everything, right? So let's just say stores aren't a thing. Let's call it like a say there's just a strip of houses, right? Just, I don't know, 20 mansions, bunch of frat boys down there, right? Other houses are saying that, and everyone's got just these, hundreds of cases of beer, thousands of individual cans, kegs, liquor, whatever. Our house is the American house. Other houses are all over the world. Some notable ones are the Saudi house, the United Arab Emirates house, the Qatar house, and the Iraq, the Afghanistan. And they obviously have tons of beer. You might even argue that they have more beer than us. But the reality is every house has enough beer for themselves. It's you and 10 friends at your house, and you guys have a fucking 5,000 beers in the basement. The Saudi house has 20,000. What you're going to do, and you're in quarantine. Don't question about going back to school, or those parameters don't matter. You're in quarantine, and we're here, whatever, indefinitely. We're in a simulation. One day, the beer will run out, and when the beer runs out, and you go through withdrawals and die, literally, other houses are going to jack their prices up. Right now they're having big parties, and like a frat party, you can go buy a wristband for $20 and it's unlimited drinking, whatever. Maybe we just say they're selling it for a nickel a beer, whatever. Maybe $1 a beer, right? Maybe it's a real ripoff. Maybe it's $5 a beer. Okay, this image is coming together in my head. You go and you buy that beer. And the beer prices back home, oil prices, they fluctuate up and down. I remember when it was back at $5 a gallon, but this president's good because it's down on $1 now, whatever. You go and you buy theirs, and you buy it all the time. And you're their biggest fucking buyer. Every night you guys have a party, and every night 100% of the beer that you buy is from the Saudi house, the Russian house, the Ukraine, whatever. You got all these and you're buying beer, you're buying wine and tequila and vodka and whiskey and bourbon and Everclear, and fuck, you're even buying cigarettes, you're buying weed, tobacco, coke, whatever. And it costs a lot of money, but you just keep doing it. And people back at your house every once in a while are like, bro, we have so much beer in the basement, why are we buying all of this? And you say, shut the fuck up. And they say sorry, and you say don't worry about it, but don't fucking ask me again. We're not drilling our reserves. Okay, whatever. You just go and fill up your car, whatever. You keep doing that, and you keep going, and this goes on for decades, a century, whatever. No one's aging, doesn't matter, shut up. You're buying all this beer. You're buying all their beer, and the prices go up and they go down. There are deals, there are rushes, there are freezes, whatever. And you keep going, and you keep buying it, and buying it, and buying it. Don't worry about the money. We'll get into that in a minute. You're just getting it. One day, war breaks out between the houses. We're not actually killing each other. But seeing as how we're all alcoholics and we will die from withdrawal, you could say it is, for keeps. And it's just fist fights and maybe a broken chair. A couple brothers maybe got a broken jaw. One of my friends bit off another guy's ear, Mike Tyson style. That actually happened in Valdosta, Georgia. Pi Kappa Phi Beta Tau chapter, fall 2011. Shout out. But there's a war. There's a frat war between all the frat houses. And they're no longer selling you any beer. The Saudis aren't. In the lead up to the war, maybe they're jacking the prices up. And maybe there's a war and they temporarily freeze and they don't let you get any, but you have, or they do let you get some, but they're jacking the prices up, but you still buy it. Just like a good little cuck. You buy all their beer. Shit settles back down. Bros are friends. Maybe they go butt fuck each other because a lot of them are closet gays. Nothing wrong with that. But they go back, do Greek week, whatever. The drinking continues, and this goes on for a couple more years, maybe a decade, whatever. That's the stimulation. Don't worry about it. And this happens on and off, these cycles. Every once in a while, the Saudis discover a keg from another. Oh fuck! And remember, there's no new beer coming into this strip of frat houses. There is blocked off from the world. There is just whatever, and whatever you want to imagine. A force field, a cliff, 100,000 miles high. Doesn't matter. This is the reality. Nothing exists outside of this. Every once in a while, they find a new keg in the basement. Sure, and maybe prices go down. You know, there's a surplus. Maybe they start giving away for more. Or maybe they miscalculate the amount of beer they had and they realize they don't have a surplus and the price goes up. Call it what it is. Objectively, we are giving them paper or Venmos and they are giving us beer, and that trade route goes on. It used to be the Golden Triangle with spices and slaves, and now it's just beer. But then one day, a true world war breaks out. And it's a big fight. The brothers are actually getting like pistols. A couple people have died. There is no trading. There will be no trading. This is World War III. We've been buying their beer for $1 a can, up to $10 a can during the previous, what we would now call battles, limited skirmishes. But this is legit. This isn't black eyes and broken jaws. People have been murdered. And we're going, yo, we'll give you $100 per can. And they're going, no. We're going to give you $1,000 a can. And they're going, no. And we start to realize they legitimately don't. So we test the waters a little more. We're like, $1 million. Here's the check. They say, no. We have this. These are our cans. And we realize that we can't get any more. Now, the war starts, you know, maybe we send over spec ops teams, we try to take them out, whatever, it doesn't matter. The reality is when all else fails. It's like on my desktop, I have 100 terabytes of hard drives. I have 4 12 terabytes, 2 16s, and 2 10s. It's 100 terabytes, 8 individual hard drives. And I offload the information onto each one, so I keep 8 copies up here, and then in here, which is a Sentry safe, a fireproof, waterproof safe, 1700 degrees for an hour, and submerged in water, I think up to like a foot deep for 24 hours. Inside of that is a dry bag. Inside of that is a dry Faraday bag against EMPs. Inside of that is a second dry bag. Inside of that is a second dry Faraday bag. Inside of that are 3 fireproof bags. Inside each of those 3 fireproof bags is a Faraday, not dry, but just a Faraday bag. And inside the 3 fireproof bags are 2 Faraday bags each. Inside each Faraday bag is a waterproof, shockproof, dustproof 5 terabyte hard drive. 4 terabyte. 6 total, 24. This is NORAD. Got a 4K TV. I've got an Xbox One X. I got a couple Bose wireless headphones. I got a router. I got several battery banks. I've got, 30, 40 USB-C things. Got a big old box fan. I've got routers. I got laptop fans. I got a microphone. I got two webcams. I got lighting. I got all this shit, right? I got a big old expensive plush chair. I've got my water. I've got my lamps. I've got all of this AC system, heating system. This can all be destroyed. I can come in here with a jerry can full of gas, dump it all over, throw a match onto it, walk away, burn the fucking house down. This floor can collapse onto the cement garage below. This can all be destroyed. Fire, 1. Impact, 2. Break. 3, so 1, the fire damage would destroy all of this, but even if there wasn't fire damage, the fall would destroy all of this. Everything, this isn't, none of this stuff's shock rated. It would all be destroyed. And then, so independently those would destroy, but they're not even independent, they're subsequent. So fire, shock, fall down, the fire department comes and just douses this motherfucker, just soaks it down to the ground under all the rubble. So now it's being flooded again. Independently would destroy any of this, but it's not independent, it's subsequent. So fire, impact, water, and then just say there's a solar flare, a big one, or an EMP burst, whatever. Independently would fry all of this forever, would not be recoverable. But again, not independent, it's subsequent, so it's fire, shock, water, EMP. And then let's just say the rubble sits here for a year and it starts, carbonized, it's dry, it starts breaking apart. Like when you go up to a fire pit a week after you had a bonfire, it's not even warm anymore, but it is, carbonized, it's breaking off and it's dusty and you touch it, you get ash. Dust gets into everything. The dust would destroy everything. Again, independently would destroy it, let alone subsequent. Fire, impact, water, EMP, dust. All of this shit can be destroyed. A lot of money. About $5,000 worth of shit up here. All destroyed. NORAD vault survives, and that's the purpose of it. I have to go urinate. Not even sorry, but we'll get back to the beer analogy in a second. Just fucking hang tight. Don't you go anywhere. I will strike you. Okay. So this is the thing that I can have all this nice shit up here, right? It's all fun. I don't need to shield it, like the NORAD's thing's a bitch. I only take that out once a week I unwrap it all. It's like a 30-minute process, upload it all. It's like an hour because you got to upload the week of podcasts, normally about 150 gigs each. Then you put it all back in, right? What's the benefit of all this stuff? Is it's exposed, but it's also I can just sit down and use it. I don't have to wrap the microphone in 19 layers of water and EMP and dust and fire shielding. Same with the TV, the router. I don't need to unplug anything. It's all, so I can just sit down and use it. So there's that benefit. And then you got this, right? You got your spending money, you got your fun investment money, new startup, Vegas. Then you've got your blue chips and your gold bars and whatever. You've got your just-on-time perishables. And then you've got your powdered foods, right? You've got your 100-pound bag of rice. And it's good to have that. So when all else fails, I have that. All my shit gets wiped. I've had people say, well, upload it to YouTube. Well, YouTube deletes shit, and they have deleted episode 288. You should go watch it on Rumble and BitChute. It's actually still up on YouTube. They only deleted the HD version. Nobody tell them. Goes to show what they don't like. That episode was crossed the Rubicon. But let's not go down that hole. Because like your mom, it's been beaten to death. Got him. It's this backup. Frat house world wars on the beach in Panama City. They're not selling the beer. We wrote the $10 million check. They're not selling it. Okay, so shit's real. And let's just say there's somehow mutually assured destruction, so we can't even go invade. Fuck, we really are. It's button up. button up your borders. Like my boy Smedley Butler said in 1933, pull back all U.S. forces. He was like George Washington reincarnate. Pull back all U.S. forces, defend your borders, defend your homes, and defend the Bill of Rights, and that's it. And that's what we have to do, right? So we're there. There's no one can get any beer. We can only rely on our beer. And this is a world war. This isn't a skirmish. For all intents and purposes, we assume that this world war ends in thermonuclear mutually assured destruction, which escalates for some frat houses on the beach, but whatever. Let's just say we've each got a kiloton nuke. So for the rest of our lives, we can only use what is in our basement. Well, today's your lucky fucking day, because we have not touched our beer since we discovered it, or since we bought it, whatever. For the analogy, oil discovered beer. How much do we have? We have 100,000 cans of beer. 100,000 cans. There's 10 of us here. We each get 10,000 cans. You have a beer every 2 hours to keep withdrawals at bay. That's 10 a day. You get 1,000 days. That's 10 a day, 1,000 days, 10,000. Right? Man, so you're gonna die eventually. We'll call it 100 million instead of 100,000. You each get 10 million beers. So you get 1 million days of a beer every 2 hours. Whatever. You can get hammered every fucking day for the rest of your life, 80 years, and we're not gonna run out of beer. Wow, that was all worth it. And that is what I believe is why we don't absolutely rape our own land of coal and oil. We do a little bit, Arctic maybe, but we don't touch the stuff here. Now, why do you not touch the stuff here? One, you have it, but two, if you did have to go get it from somewhere else, the oil from somewhere else, once you take out the guy, who's to say that he's just going to say, you got me? No, he's going to pull Saddam and he's going to rig his own oil wells. I can't have it, no one can. Fuck out of here. And what are you going to do? You're going to go, so you can't just go get the oil with your oil trucks. It's now a military operation. You have to set up a border, right? Black Hawk Down. You send in Delta to that house, but then you've got the Rangers at the 4 blocks around it, right? You got to go set up a border to go build this thing, to go get the oil out, and then to get it out. And by the way, you're exporting something that's fucking flammable and explosive in a war zone. So that's a whole, and then we'll say it's World War III, so you don't even want to risk it because it could be mutually assured destruction. The Chinese are going to be there, the Russians are going to be there. You don't even want to fuck with it. What about oil at home? Well, it's not even discussed. We haven't even refined it. You're within our borders. You're behind our defense wall. Our net of $1 trillion weapons. Take your time. Not take your time. We push it, but there's no one shooting at you. You're not. So you have that whole thing. The 100 million beers in your basement. Maybe it's not even 100 million. Maybe what it is just like the ingredients. And I'm not talking like good. I'm not talking about like nice aged wine and some fancy fermenting process. I mean, like you're making like bathtub gin. Like you're making homemade brew. So it's like, it's nothing special. But you have the ingredients, right? And that's what you have in this massive frat house basement that's like 50 floors deep, whatever. Shut up. But you can take your time and put it all together and ferment it at your own leisure. You guys are set forever. But you're a tactician, so you're not thinking forever. You're thinking, okay, we can buy some time before we go take over the world. That is what I think we are doing. That is why we buy oil from other places. Because when shit hits the fan and everyone goes back to their borders and buttons up, pulls up the drawbridge, and puts the archers in the tower and goes, keep your eyes on the horizon. Eyes on, horizon. Get at me, Eminem. That is what you're going to be doing. Is you got to save your own thing. So even though we're a hyper wealthy nation. We've got all this shit. Why are we paying? And furthermore, why are we buying it from these fucking terrorists? It's because you're playing a much longer game. Terrorists suck. Sure, we're funding them. We're funding their badass fucking architecture in Dubai. United Arab Emirates, Palm Jebel Ali. No, not United Arab Emirates. The what's that Dubai hotel? The Burj, not the big tower. That's the Burj Khalifa, which was originally in the Burj Dubai. The Burj Al Arab, the 7-star hotel. Yes, 7. Palm Jebel Ali, Palm Jumeirah, Palm World, Marina 1 Tower, the Jeddah Kingdom Tower in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Back in Dubai, the Dubai Creek Tower. All this shit, right? Not important. They've got their gold-plated Rolls Royces. Let them have it. Let them have it. We're getting oil. What do you mean we're getting oil? We can't save this oil. No, burn through that oil so that when shit hits the fan, we have ours. When you stockpile dry food and water and some kerosene, yeah, it would be cheaper to eat it. Go to the Food Line or the Walmart or whatever the fuck you got. Go get your food while you can. Just-in-time delivery. Go get the luxury of freshly sliced ham. Whatever. Just go get it. Because by using that now, you are not using your reserves. Right? It's like when you're playing like a survival mode in a game and you're doing waves of enemies. And if you have one bullet less than full ammo, so let's say 180, you can have 180 rounds for an MP5. And the way the game's coded is if you have one bullet left, if you walk over a gun on a dead soldier, you get the little animation and you pick it up. But then that gun disappears from the map. Then you've only gotten one bullet out of it. So what you want to do is you use whatever you have until it's empty, and then you run and you get one of those bodies and you pick up the guns. You don't just want to run around picking it all up. It's a waste. So what you do is you try to empty your clip to a reasonable amount. If a new wave is starting and you only have 3 rounds left, that's going to kill you. So, go empty that and then go pick up a new clip. But you leave those tactically. Don't pick them up, don't touch them. Tactically leave them. Why? So that when you're at wave 30 and it's you and a juggernaut and a fucking helicopter above you, a little bird firing miniguns at you, and you've lost your armor and you've lost your self-revive and you're just going along and you're trying to dodge claymores and dogs and shit, and you're just you're just taking pot shots at the juggernaut and then running and ducking and running and ducking. The last thing you want to be going is, I don't have any fucking ammo. You want to be running around and picking up a shotgun, an Uzi, whatever, anything, because that's what you're preparing for is desperation. The reason why it doesn't make sense when the game's going well and it's you and a buddy and you've got a Delta team and a couple grenade sentries and you're like, yeah, we're fucking calling in these Predator missiles and we're fine. I've got self-revive, I've got full ammo, I've got armor. Why do I give a shit? Well, you're not. You've got full flashbangs, C4 claymores. You're not preparing for that. You're not in the right mindset. You have to be in the mindset of scarcity. Prepare for peace, prepare for war. You have to be in that mindset of hold on to this, right? Bro, why are we waiting to buy beer from the Saudi house? We're having a party now. Just go fucking buy it. I don't want to walk there. It's fucking 200 yards, dude. We've been on the beach all day. I'm sunburned. I'm tired. Just go buy it. But we have it right here. Just go buy it. You get it and you come back, because eventually one day it's not going to be a party. It's going to be delirium tremens. It's going to be alcohol withdrawal. It will truly be a matter of life and death. Then you got that 100 million beers in the basement. You're set. You're okay, right? It's like the lesson learned in the movie Black Hawk Down, right? The Gothic Serpent. Just leave the NVGs, leave your night vision goggles, leave your water canteen. We'll be right back. No. Prepare for brutal desperation, and you'll be okay. Relatively. So, is that what we're doing? Yes, I think it is. What is that based on? Nothing. Fuck off. So let's take this one step further. There's this big house selling all the beer, the Saudis. Everyone else knows that. And guess what? You're not the only one with this brilliant plan of let's not touch our oil reserves. The Soviets and the Chinese do too. They're not stupid. I think the Chinese are objectively evil. The CCP. Not the Chinese people, they're just fucking people. They're not stupid. Respect your enemy. They are thinking the same thing you're thinking. So, we now have to take this to another level. You could say the Soviets, or not Soviets, the Russians are maybe doing the same thing. Whatever. So now the game becomes not simply buy it all up because now we all have our own reserves. It is now, that's all been canceled out, right? It's like the bottom row in Tetris when it just disappears. It's all canceled out. All right. It's it's when the Chrysler Tower beat 40 Wall Street to become the tallest tower. They raised the spire up on the last day of the tower battle, whatever it was, and it pushed it to I think 1,046 or 1,047 feet. Right, that's great, fantastic. Empire State Building comes around, pushes it to 1,250. Empire State Building, I think after that goes to the Sears Tower. Sears Tower goes to World Trade Center. World Trade Center goes to Petronas Towers. Petronas goes to Taipei 101. Taipei 101 goes to, I believe, Burj Khalifa. But so now the Burj Khalifa is sitting at like 2,700 feet. What used to be a respectable tower, 1,000 feet, now it doesn't matter. You, up until 2,700 feet, you're simply matching. So to build a taller tower, it is now only once you've hit 2,700 does it start to become, I guess, noticeable or gain worthy. Is that the right word? Right? If you get sacked 50 yards behind doing some NFL Blitz 2000 scramble, and then the next play you throw for 49 yards, I mean, that's great, but you still need another yard before it's actually like quote unquote profit, forward gain. Is that it? Forward momentum, forward progress. So it all gets canceled out. A 2,700 foot tall tower is still impressive, but if you're going to be the winner, and in a game of life and death, towers not so much, but whatever, you have to be able to push past that. So now the Soviets, the United States, and the Chinese we're doing the same thing. We're pushing our reserves to the limit. No one's letting anyone know what their reserves are, right? But we got to assume they got what we have. They have 100 million beers as well. So that has now all been negated. It's like mutually assured destruction, nuclear weapons. What's the next step become? MIRVs, and then nuclear subs, and then Operation Greenlight, and then defense weapons, SDI, treaty, SALT, sabotage, economic warfare, collapse of the Soviet Union, whatever. So it's all been equaled out. It's all been canceled out. So you now have to go one step further. It's like when kids get a 4. We don't need to keep going into examples. You get what I'm saying. And if you don't, I'd rewind it and follow along. If everyone has one apple and I have 2, what is my lead? It's 1 apple, all right? Okay. So what is now the move? The Chinese, the Russians, North Koreans, the Iranians, they're all going, okay, now we all need to buy out the Saudi house of their beer. Other houses are saving their rice and their canned food. We all need to go to Walmart and get those deli sandwiches, right? And they're having the same realization that you're having at the same time. And that is, they're having the same realization that you're having, and what that realization is that they're having the same realization you're having. It's like it's like in the produce aisle in the store when you look at the mirror or the mirrors facing each other, and it goes into infinity. We're all realizing that we're all realizing that we're all realizing that we're all realizing. So go buy it all out. All right, so now the whole market does its thing. Now it becomes this brief economic war. We'll pay more. No, we'll pay more. No, we'll pay more. Right? Wasn't that the thing in like the mid 2000s where everyone were like, it became this weird profitable thing that it was profitable to buy an oil tanker's worth of oil and then pay for it to stay moored in the harbor. There's some weird phenomenon where that was happening, where we had all these huge gas tankers or oil tankers like docked off. I think it was somewhere in the Gulf and the Arab Gulf, and it was like this weird thing where like that was the profitable thing. So you would get all these weird things where that would be profitable, and then burning it off would be profitable or some shit, or it's now profit. We'd get this weird economic warfare, which is still peaceful relatively. And then that would eventually, right, that would cancel out because we would all be buying, right? And there would be some weird, I guess, like there would be some point of profitability or tactical strategic advantage. Have all these, I don't know, intersecting graphs and shit, and that would be the price point that you want to get it at. Because you can't just spend all your money on the oil, you gotta also have a standing army, and if you don't spend money on the standing army, then that kind of negates the whole strategic reserve thing in general, because now they'll be able to just come in the back door. That's what she said. They should be coming in the back door and steal your oil. And that's what she said if she was intelligent and she understood the strategic reserve crude oil. If the girl you're talking to doesn't understand the strategic oil reserve that I'm getting at, dump that hoe. Because she is not going to be ready for the coming collapse. Alright? Alright, thank you. So then that gets maxed out. Same thing, 2,800 foot tower, 2,900 foot tower. Everyone bumps up, and then that becomes the new norm. It just keeps pushing. It's an addiction. It's opiate withdrawal. It's caffeine binding into the adenosine receptors. It's whatever it takes. It's just continual pushing, which isn't a sustainable model. What is infinite growth on finite resources? That's cancer. Edgy comment about humanity's cancer, whatever. I'm not here to debate the philosophical implications of the end game or the process in which we get to the end game, but rather, how do you win it for right now? Because that's all us short-sighted humans do. Boom. We all eventually end up buying it up. We all hit that sweet spot to buying it versus keeping your military, right? You also can't have the nation collapsing, right? You gotta keep the infrastructure going. It's all of that, it's business. It's just fucking business. With my biology degree, let me lecture you on international geopolitics and energy trade. But eventually, after X number, I'm getting out of breath. Eventually, after X decades, it would become clear that, because then once everyone's buying everything, then you could go one step further. Now we're pushing to a 3,000 foot tower. You go one step further, and you could start projecting at current models. We're all going to buy this out by, we'll just say, a week from now, and we're buying this much every day. Then that means we have three main nations, we could say maybe 4: China, Russia, Iran, America. We're all going at it. So you can now project it. It's now become, right, it's when you spike the ball to run the clock down. You can now start to project to exactly when it's going to end, right? You see players start shaking hands on the field. The game's still, why is the clock? That was always me. I don't get it. The clock's still running. How come they're shaking hands already? How come people are walking in the field? And it's because you're retarded, you dumb bitch. Stop it. Okay. All right. So you now project it. So we've now gone a step further. Strategic reserves, buying up at a competitive price, balancing this, that, and the other thing. Obviously, you're going to have your sabotage and your subterfuge and your intel operations and your propaganda war, cyber war, whatever. You could then fuck with each other's reserves, but primarily it's buying. You can then project it. So we now know that it's going to run out on this day. We're buying beer from the Saudi house on this day. Or we're all going to be buying, we know it's going to run out next Sunday. Well, at a certain point, to those paying attention, not to the normies, but to those paying attention, right? It's like if you understood continuity of government and you started seeing like local bunkers, start seeing a little more activity. Maybe some extra shipments of water. Maybe you saw a couple of generators coming in on a flatbed. It might go, oh, it might be time to make some moves. Honey, we're going to stay in the house in the woods. Why? Just, we are. Bring some water. We're going. Bring some ammo. I mean, that's what Curtis LeMay said to his kids. He said, you're not going to get it. You're kind of a dick. You're not going to get any warning from me. I'm not bringing you to the bunker, and furthermore, I'm not going to tell you when I'm going to the bunker because that could serve as information that could be intercepted, loose lips sink ships. I think he said, pay attention, be alert, be aware of your surroundings. Not bad advice. Shout out Curtis LeMay. Bombs away LeMay. But you might start paying a little more attention to those who are paying attention. So to those who are paying attention and they understand this whole energy battle, and this is occurring over decades, they all know that they're going to purchase out Saudi Arabia's supplies at X day, or Iraq, or whatever. And not only that, you could say, well, they're not going to sell us 100% of theirs, so they're probably going to blot out a little bit. At a certain point, it comes time to make moves. We're going to go take it. But I thought the whole point of the strategic reserves is we're not going to, we can't go, well, no, you can't once there's World War III. But what if World War III hasn't started yet? What if we can go do some things while the world's still cold? Go blot out the oil and go start burning all of that and using it for you. And so, when they eventually run out, you will have been able to purchase more beer from the Saudi house and thus have a greater strategic reserve. The other nations will have had to have dipped into their reserves early. Same thing as, buying the oil and projecting it out a week. Now we can project it out 5 decades. We know each house has 100 million cans of beer. They're going to run out in 30 years. We're going to run out in 35 years. We have the leverage. We won. Now, what's the point of winning? Doesn't really matter because we all die anyway. But seeing as how that's the game we're playing, and it's the game that we've been playing for millennia, that's what it is. So you go there and you occupy it under the guise of an endless war. And it's like when people say Trump or Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama or George Bush are stupid. Bitch, they're in the Oval Office and they're pulling the fucking strings that control the world. They're not stupid. And if they're stupid, you're Terry Schiavo. You're fucking dead. So the idea that we're just in this quagmire in the Middle East, and it's like we're just these dopey, like, well, I guess we're going to go over there with our troops, and we're going to occupy this land, and we're going to fight a losing war in the Middle East. I don't buy it. I don't think Trump is crazy. I think Trump is brilliant. I don't think Biden has dementia. I think he's playing a fucking well-executed act. These people are geniuses. Psychopaths, geniuses, though. I think that's why we're there. And then not only that, you're there, let everyone bicker about why you're there, but you're there. And then when the oil does run out, and we've purchased all of the beer, and we now send the message back home, now tap into the reserves. Your army is already there. That's an army you've been moving for 20 years to get into that position. World War's now started. You have now moved hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of troops there. Tens of thousands of armored vehicles. You've set up air bases, forward operating bases, communication networks. You've mapped out the land. You've occupied it. You've won over the locals. You're using the locals. Shout out CIA. You're doing all of this. You're there. You're already there. You've done it. And so when it comes down to it, we're now using reserves, a game of pennies, picking up the gun with the 1 bullet versus picking up the gun when you have 179 bullets. Each barrel matters. And you've physically moved hundreds of millions of tons of equipment across the fucking world, regardless of the fact. So don't even think of, kind of like earlier with the EMP, the fire, the dust. Don't even think about subsequent. Think about independent, regardless of the oil. Where are we physically on a map? What are the coordinates? We're there. We have this thing. F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration. It's physically, there's this many joules and this many ounces of oil. We have physically moved this much armored matter on this, not even matter, tanks, guns, grenades, MREs. We have moved there. So there is a chunk out of the oil reserve that costs money. That's a non-negotiable. There's no negotiating with physics. That's what it is. So regardless of making us not have to tap into our reserves until a couple years after China and Russia, what have we also done? Our military is now there, so that when the reserves do run out and war starts, we're even another step ahead. So they have to tap into the reserves 5 years before we do. So there's 5 years of reserve points knocked off theirs. So we're now at 100 and they're all at 95. Now you have to move armies. Bitch, that's going to be another 5. They're all now at 90. And we don't go, it's not that, and it's not an even drop. It's not that we're at 100 and they're all at 95, but now everyone's got to move their army, so everyone drops another 5 and it cancels out. No, we've already moved the army. So now we're still at 100. And they're all at 90. And then we'll start eating through our reserves and we'll go down to 89, 88, whatever. But we're now going at a constant rate. But they're also going at a constant rate. And we're going at a constant rate from a higher starting point. We've won. Yeah. And then furthermore, they can't even move their armies across the Pacific to fight you, because now they have to address you coming in from the Middle East. You're now on land already. You've made landfall. I don't know if that's the right term. I have to pee again, but I have a couple more notes to make about this. So you then have to think about, is that not just, you can now replace oil with any term. Water, coal, timber, livestock, grain, rare earth metals, iron, or different ores. Did I say ore? Chemicals used for pharmaceuticals, the raw materials. Again, not patents, not things that can be stolen, just the real policy. Like, where is this matter physically located on the earth? And you would have these things, they would all be being carried out at the same time, they would overlap. So You then have to take it one step further. What if you could occupy that land and then found another oil source? But you didn't want to occupy that, you would buy it out. And what if you do things like the SR-71 Blackbird, where we needed titanium to build its skin, but we couldn't get it because we didn't have enough titanium reserves? Where was the titanium reserves? Soviet Union. So what did we do? The CIA set up, I think, 10 shell companies, and they used it to purchase the titanium ore, which then we used to create the Blackbird, which spied on it. I used the stones to destroy this. The ore, this is a kind of a joke I thought of, is ore is, right, you could say it's soil, part of the soil. We use the Russian soil to spy on the Russian soil. In a literal sense, it's what we did. We took their dirt, molded it into a plane, and then flew over to spy on their dirt. I used the ore to spy on the ore. You could set up shell companies to buy the oil from these other nations. And then you might be saying, well, what about synthetic oil? What if we didn't even have to play this whole oil game? We just found out how to synthesize it. Well, ultimately, that game would run to the same limits. If everyone learned how to synthesize it, eventually it would leak out. The Manhattan Project, Carl Fuchs? Was it Fuchs? The Rosenbergs. Information from the Manhattan Project seeped out to Stalin before we even detonated the first nuke, which is insane. So it's going to leak out. So we then argue that everyone knows about the synthetic oil, and everyone's waiting, because eventually, once everyone's making synthetic oil, the new gold will become the components or the processes for creating said oil. Again, it would all come down to, you have to get an edge, and what would the edge be? To first play the crude oil reserves, right? The fossil fuels. So this game has these tiers and these multiple chess moves ahead that you have to plan for, and contingencies and sabotage and betrayal. Ultimately ending in, we're planning for these dates in 2040, 50, 60, 70. That's what you would do. Now, what about other places where we haven't occupied? You could say maybe the United Arab Emirates. You could say maybe, again, using these front companies to buy from these other nations. Let's say that works. Well, now the limiting factor becomes money. And this actually will be a whole nother episode, but I guess I'll kind of leave it on this. So what would you do with the money? You'd buy it from them. Would you only max out your debit card? No, you'd go into credit. How much? I don't know. Maybe $27 trillion worth. Who owns the debt? People we're eventually going to be at war with. How's that saying go? If you owe me $1 million, you're screwed. If you owe me $1 billion, I'm screwed. If you owe me and now I'm adding my own part. If you owe me $1 trillion, you're dead. So all this debt that China owns our debt. Good. I think that our debt is our most beautifully operated weapon, above the A-bomb, above directed energy weapons in space. It's our debt. Our debt. It's like a game of golf. The lower your score, the better. Guess what? Negative 27 trillion. That means we won. You got duped. You gave us $27 trillion worth of shit that we're not paying you back for. Hey bro, can I have a beer? I'll pay you back. Sure. Can I have 2? I'll pay you. Sure. And you just run up a tab for 4 years of college, and eventually he says, all right, I'm going to war with you. My house on the beach is going to your house on the beach. And you say, fuck you. What do you mean, fuck you? You owe me. Well, we're at war anyway. We've clearly all just decided that we are now going to kill each other. So anything short of that doesn't matter. It falls under that umbrella, including not paying back debts. Well, your credit doesn't matter. Credit doesn't matter in World War III. There is no after. The U.S. debt is the most brilliant thing about America. You would use their money to buy their oil. Not only that, it's like Al Capone, right? Running moonshine in 3 counties. And you borrow, what if you borrowed $10 million from Al Capone in the 20s? Or not even, we won't even say Al Capone, we'll just use modern. Let's say I borrowed $1 billion from a cartel in Mexico, the Sinaloas. And I'm not paying it back. Tommy, you're a moron. They're gonna come fuck you up. Oh, that Mexican cartel? Yeah, they're ruthless. They kill people. What'd you use your money on? I hope it was worth it. Actually, it was. I hired Dale and all of his Delta buddies. I got some guys from the 160th SOAR, and I got my buddy AJ, and he's got a whole fucking fleet of Abrams tanks. Well, what? I used your money to build an army to fight your muscle men coming to collect your money. I won. I stole it out of your back pocket. It's over. We're not giving you any more money. Doesn't matter. I now physically own these tanks. Well, you got to go pay back wherever you bought these tanks from. No, I don't, because now I have the tanks. So it doesn't matter. You won. So America and $27 trillion of debt to China? Good. We're not paying that back. Are you fucking kidding me? We're not paying that back. We're never going to pay it back, ever. And buy up resources. Where's 90%, 30% of the reserves, but where's 90% of the market of rare earth metals in the world? China. What are we doing here? Buying up iPhones, computers, Xboxes. We now own the rare earth metals, and during a war, you would just turn them in, and you'd extract what you needed from them. It's over. We won. And I don't... But I have to be humble, because if I can come to that realization, there's no way war planners in China and the Soviet Union haven't come up with that conclusion too. So what is the next step? I have no idea. And I guess that's why I'm not in the Pentagon. Because they're naturally... unless they really haven't thought of that. Which would either mean A, I'm a genius, which I don't think I know. Or B, there is another step after it. But so it wouldn't just be for oil, it'd be for everything, including buying arms. I don't know. Maybe the Chinese caught on to it, and they're sort of spiking the oil well was COVID, and they were like, "Fuck you," and hey, brilliant move. We're grinding to a halt. Meanwhile, their country's running, and they're preparing for war. Who knows? I swear to God, when old people sneeze, why do they yell? I mean, yell. The answer to that is more complex than using trillions of dollars in unsettled debts to occupy land and extract energy-dense resources from the earth. It's gotta make you think, though. Is SpaceX really just SpaceX? Is that not a front? Is the next step in the game past monetary battle occupying another planet? So when this one goes to thermonuclear war, whoever wins is whoever has an outpost in another planet. That's their NORAD, their backup hard drive. It was the Tic Tac hours. I mean, these things are hidden. I mean, look, Elon Musk is using these rockets to go to Mars, and he said that there's going to be a pressurized version of the Cybertruck that can work on Mars. He said that by taking on global air travel, he'll be able to get us to Mars, and by doing that, he means using self-landing rockets to greatly reduce travel time in the world, and thus completely undercutting and making obsolete the commercial airline industry. He's doing the Boring Company to total holes underneath LA. I think he's practicing to build tunnels on Mars because of radiation. You got to get below the surface. I mean, these things, they're hidden. Are we using COVID as an excuse to bring everyone home because we're getting ready for war? Are Trump and Biden working together to create this election fraud feud, but meanwhile something's happening behind it? Who the fuck knows? And I don't think I have all the answers. I think whatever I've figured out, they've figured out as well. Just like I don't think Trump is stupid, I don't think Biden's stupid. I imagine me sitting here saying, "Oh, China, you so stupid. Letting us take $27 trillion of loans." I imagine that I'm the stupid one. That they've figured that out. And that there's a reason why they're allowing that to happen. I mean, look, it's either I figured it out and they didn't, which is terrifying because that means that I'm smart, which is not true because I'm a retard, or it means that I don't have the answer, which is terrifying because it just means it's even more complex. It's the foggy forest of mirrors, per Dale Comstock. Is this whole thing, this whole battle of oil reserves and occupation and finance and planetary settlement, is the whole thing actually one big operation to act as a front? And is it AI pulling the strings? Because we're looking at the shiny object while it's amassing processing power. Who knows? That was a fun one. 7:16 p.m. Eastern Time, December 28th, Monday, 2020. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. I certainly did, and yeah. I have no idea how to end this. Fuck you. Third thing. Episode 301. Do I have shit in my hair? Episode 301. Another solo rant. Today's guest had a little sick. It's alright. It's December. Everybody's getting sick. That's not a thing. But she will be on Thursday. And it will be an interesting episode. Actually, fuck it. If anybody's interested, it is Helen Patton, granddaughter of General Patton. If you have any questions, please comment them. She'll be coming on Thursday. It's going to be a good time. I'll post that in the community post thingy. Well, what is on my shirt? It's a string. We are solo ranting again. Have a guest at 4, so we got to do this one quick. It is 2:42 p.m. Eastern Time on December 30th? 29th? 30th? It is the 29th. 2020. December 29th, 2020, 2:42 p.m. Eastern Time. And, yeah. So guest bailed. Apparently, I'm just walking in circles. Yeah, guest bailed, and so we're gonna do a solo rant. One of my best friends, and I know I say that term a lot, but I mean legitimately one of my like one of my 4 best friends messaged me earlier, and he had been watching the rants and he enjoyed them because it reminded him of when we would drink in high school, and just how it was genuinely me. regardless of content. So, that's just my own psychopathic. Not everybody agrees with me, and that's okay. That's why this is a beautiful country. But he said just an idea would be to kind of edit it so it's a little less scatterbrained. And I do like the idea of that, and I think in the future that is something I'll do, where maybe it's less of a rant and more of a presentation, or perhaps it won't be that, because you can't, I don't know, maybe you can't get the same content out of a presentation that you can out of a rant. A rant has that freedom. It's abolished, or a non-existent set of parameters, but then you could go back and you could edit. My neck hurts. I hope I'm not having a heart attack. Isn't that what happens in your neck or your shoulder? You get pain. Well, maybe this is how we go. Yeah, so I think in the future, that's something I'll definitely do solo rants and then clean them up. You could probably upload like 2 versions of it. You could do like raw, just what it is, where there's all sorts of just crazy side rants, but then maybe you could clean it up. And that's what I was thinking, clean it up, and I could put what I'm thinking on the screen, like when I'm talking about documents or pulling up Wikipedia articles or citing shit. You could bring it up and kind of have it pan across the screen. That could be cool. That could be really cool, because all the rants I go on, they're very Alex Jones-esque in that like 98% of it I would put money on, that I know I'm like right on the not the speculation, but like the facts and figures. But there's some of it that I'm sure is wrong, and that could discredit the whole rant, because if you find one wrong thing, then the chances are the whole thing is wrong, which isn't true. But I'm looking at it as like the viewer. It's like, it could, like Alex Jones was like very good at saying that Epstein had, not just that Epstein was going to kill himself, but that Epstein had an island, back when even the idea of an Epstein island was a conspiracy. But then, he also talks about interdimensional reptilian aliens, and it's like, so it can kind of stretch credibility. But shout out to my boy David. I probably will do that in the future, but right now, the Solo Rants kind of exist as episodes where a guest, like today, I have back-to-back podcasts. There was no intention of doing a Solo Rant. I've done 10 in the history of this podcast. 3 of those 10 have been in the last week. Just goes to show that like they're not common things. They just kind of happen. That being said, I didn't wake up thinking I was going to do a Solo Rant today, but guest is Helen Patton is not feeling well, and she'll be on Thursday, and I've got a guest at 4, so we're on a Solo Rant. Actually, I have a bit of an earache, and she said she had an earache. I'm gonna turn the fan on. But so the episode I did the other day was on Project 8200, that CIA remote viewing sub-project of Project Stargate under Skip Atwater, Pat Price, Joseph McMoneagle, Hal Puthoff, all those guys, Stansfield Turner, the director of the CIA, and remote viewing, and how sure there was like some crazy shit about like looking at aliens and stuff, but they also did use it to this is where like I need a fact check, but I'm pretty sure they did it to actually find Soviet nuclear subs like in transit, which is insane. I need to go through Annie Jacobsen's Phenomena. I need to read that. I've started it like 3 times, and I get like halfway through it and I don't finish it, and that's happened with several books before. And I just find that there's like a right time for me to, I don't force it. I'll start it and go through halfway through, 2-3 times over the course of a year or 2. And then one day it'll be like, oh, this is a topic I want to read now. And I'll listen to it and I'll go through it, and it's wonderful. That happened with Operation Paperclip by Annie Jacobsen a couple times, where I started to go through it and then I just didn't finish it. And then finally, on like the 3rd attempt, I went through the whole thing, and it's one of my favorite books now. I mean, top 10 favorite books. Operation Paperclip by Annie Jacobsen. Area 51 by Annie Jacobsen. She has some other ones. DARPA's good, but not my top 10. Phenomenon's good, not my top 10. Surprise Kill Vanish is in my top, or not my top 10, but it's a good one. Operation Paperclip by Annie Jacobson. Area 51 by Annie Jacobson. Metamorphosis of Prime Intellect, a sci-fi book by Roger Williams. He comes on here a lot. That's my favorite book, so it's obviously in the top 10. Raven Rock by Garrett Graff. Ghost by Jefferson Morley. Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts. Probably Food of the Gods by Terrence McKenna. That's 7. And I know I'm leaving some out, obviously. Singularity is Near by Ray Kurzweil, 8. But I haven't read that in like 15 years. 2 more. Alchemist by Paulo Coelho, CeeLo. It's 9. It's a 10th. Probably Presidents and UFOs by Larry Holcomb. I mean, truly, yeah. Not that anybody asked. But, yeah, circle back around to Phenomenon sometime. Give that a proper episode. But, so I touched on Project 8200. And, that's on that YouTube channel. It's Redacted. It's Redacted, which is fantastic. I'd only ever watched the Project 8200 episode. I hadn't watched any of the other ones. But last night I made a playlist with all 48 episodes, and I'll post that. I am putting a timer on so I don't miss my next guest. 2:50 now. Probably need to finish this bitch up by 3:30. Yeah, that gives us another hour. So I was listening to some of their stuff last night, and all of their shit's amazing. It's I think they've got like 30,000 subscribers right now. They're definitely gonna blow up into the millions. It's one of those channels. It's one of those channels that you see and you're like, how the fuck there's more people not. It's like Tim Dillon or Curious Droid. It's those sub-million channels you find and you're like, how is this not more? It's kind of along the same lines as that channel or group of channels, Dark 5, Dark Footage, Dark Skies, Dark Docs. That's a dope channel. It's Redacted is a lot like the Dark Docs channel, which has like 7 million subscribers. It's like a hybrid of that and that channel Mustard. That's another sub-million channel that he puts out videos like every 2 months, but they are amazing. 100% factual, none of it's speculation. It's all declassified shit, and he goes in and he makes animations and he's got facts and figures and charts and stuff, and it's, you know, it's scripted and it's very well done. It's super edited and produced, and it's like it's production quality. Cheddar. Is it Cheddar or Mustard? Those are 2 channels. One's Cheddar and I think it's Mustard. Cheddar's a good channel too, but Mustard is that, yeah. Mustard is just, he puts out dope shit. None of those channels have covered the Lockheed Martin CL-1201. I did a solo rant on that, and it's I made a playlist of all the solo rants, and that will be in the description and the top comment to this one as well. I'm just really circling around. We're not diving into anything. So it's Redacted. They had an episode that I discovered last night, and I've probably listened to it about 10 times already. It's like 10 minutes long. I don't watch YouTube videos. I almost exclusively listen. Like 99.95% listen. Not exaggerating. Gotta love those. Gotta love the days following Thanksgiving and Christmas when you lean over a little bit and you feel your rolls and your tits morph together and you get your fupa and your love handles and you're just like, I am just a fucking squishy ball of chewed bubblegum, aren't I? As that U.S. veteran Derek Whita, the jacked guy that's missing a leg, as he once said, you know, you're looking like 280 pounds of chewed bubblegum and you should be looking like 210 pounds of hard dick. Derek White is cool as fuck. But So they talk about on It's Redacted, and it's something I'd heard from Walter Bosley. I love Walter Bosley. Bosley. He has a channel, the Walter Bosley channel. He has been on the podcast The Higher Side Chats, THC, hosted by Greg Carlwood. I discovered him, Higher Side Chats, in like 2017 maybe. I love that podcast. I haven't listened to it in forever. I think I've probably only listened to like 15 of his podcasts. I think he's got like hundreds. But his podcast is amazing. It's all fringe shit. It's underground bases, telekinesis, time travel. It's, it's all, everything is, what he does is he provides like a, I really like it because what he does is it's like an exercise in an open mind. I don't think he personally believes most of it, but what I love about it is he kind of has people on, and he doesn't just give them like the mic, but he also doesn't needle them. Like, where's the evidence of the pyramids being spacecraft? Like, it's all taken with a grain of salt. And he kind of, what he does is he just kind of entertains it, and he doesn't make fun of it. He doesn't embrace it. He just kind of asks questions as you would about anything. If you told me about a crazy football game, like this past, was it Saturday night, whatever, and the Dolphins came back against, was it the Saints, whoever, and won. It's like if you just asked about that and you're like, oh, sure, tell me. Like, tell me about it. He just kind of entertains these ideas very openly, You may be talking about how Cthulhu is controlling the minds of the people in the Federal Reserve or some shit. I mean, real out there, real batshit stuff. But the whole like premise of his podcast is he's like, sure, like what are the mechanisms? Like what is the history of it? It's just because it's so open, just personal opinion, I found a lot of it I can kind of not watch because it's not really like pressed for facts, but some of it's really interesting. Some of it's really, really interesting. Super nice dude. He's just always smoking and drinking. But anyway, he's had on this guy, Walter Bosley. And Walter talks about the airship sightings of 1897, which are a documented thing off the coast of California. I think like 1895 to 1899, primarily in 1897, there were this slew of sightings off the coast of California of these massive airships. They looked like these just big old like steampunk type things. Hot air balloons with big, almost like Da Vinci-esque wings, fabric or whatever, wood wings, and kind of like the Imagination Land blimp from South Park. Imagination Land. We have to send in Kurt Russell. But it is... I remember hanging out with Joe Udell, 2007, and we took a shot every time they said imagination. But there was these sightings of those things. And, I mean, I don't think it's... I mean, there are like sketches from like and you can find them in like old newspapers. Google it, 1897 or don't even just, I would say 1890s airship sightings, California. And yeah, there are all these sketches of like what they saw, and they were all just kind of these balloon type things. But it wasn't, the weird thing was, is if I recall, it wasn't necessarily the same proportions of like a Zeppelin, right? Because a Zeppelin is like, I mean, those can be like 700, 800, 900 feet long. But it has to be that big to carry like any cabin, any respectably sized cabin that actually has like, you would say, a crew. Not like a Goodyear blimp where it's got like that little fucking like go-kart sized cabin and there's just like two guys up there flying around. Like and those were a thing. Those were a thing, and I believe the early 1900s. I could be incredibly wrong on this. 1900s, maybe 1920s. But airships they were trying to become like a commercial thing to kind of compete with luxury cruise ships, and they had pianos that were made of like balsa wood. They had, everything was super lightweight so that you could kind of cruise above the ocean in style. You could get suites, you could get like duplexes. I wish they would come back. But apparently, like, they didn't have the same proportions of, like, to have, 4 bedrooms, this thing has to be like 1,000 feet long. It seemed like there was some other technology used to keep them afloat, whether that's an engine or wings or propellers, but it wasn't. And Walter Bosley goes in, and he's got these 2 lectures. I just searched them, Walter Bosley, the Higher Side Chats. I love them because he talks about this whole steampunky group called NIMSA, NYM, capital N, capital Y, capital M, capital Z, lowercase a, NIMSA. And it's supposed to be this group of Prussian, like, Hermetic, I don't even know what that means, but Prussian Hermetic nationalists who, from like the 1870s, were funded to come over to the United States, and there was and they moved to like California somewhere, to the Sonora, Sonora desert, and they created the Sonora Aero Club, AERO SAC, so Sonora Aero Club, which is kind of a weird predecessor to like the Strategic Air Command, SAC. And there's this guy who was a legitimate figure, Charles A. Delshow, DELLSHAU, who was he was a historical figure. It's like Jesus. Like, you don't necessarily have to believe he's the son of God, but like, he was a dude that walked 2,000 years ago, as was Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, so was Muhammad. Like, these were all people that existed. Rasputin, but how far was I going? Charles Delshow, he was an engineer and a draftsman, and this was before like 3D CAD imaging. And so, like, when you would make a craft, like, you would have to draw every piece of it for like blueprints so that people could look at it, or engineers. I don't know why I'm trying to pretend like I know. Hopefully the audio is a little bit so he drew all these things, and he drew like hundreds of them, these like detailed craft. And they were all like brightly colored, but there were all these weird airships. I mean, really steampunky shit. And it was from like the 1870s to 80s, I think. It might have been 1850s to 1870s. The first one started in like the 1860s, maybe 1850s. I think that's about as early as they go, and they kind of wrapped up around the 1890s, late 1890s. So we'll say a 50-year span, 1850 to 2000. And so Charles Delshow was part of this group. There's another guy, Amos Dolbear, AMOSDOLLBEAR, I think, Amos Dolbear. But he was like the commandant of West Point. Like, these were legitimate historical figures, and like respectable guys in their fields. And they would talk about all these like craft they were building out in the Sonora Desert, and they called it the Sonora Aero Club. And it was like they were just fucking. This is like 50 years before the Wright brothers. And apparently, or allegedly, they went to, I forget the name of his name, but the Secretary of the Department of War. And the Department of War was founded on my birthday, actually, August 7th. And it later became the Department of Defense. But apparently it was the Secretary or whoever, maybe the acting of the Department of War, under Abe Lincoln. Apparently Amos Dolbear, and I could be butchering all this now, but the loose general idea or alleged idea or a claim is accurate in that it's accurate to what Walter Bosley said. Now, how accurate is that? Who knows? But apparently they went to Abe Lincoln's top guy and proposed this thing. And they were like, yo, like, here's this idea for this like flying machine. You could use it to turn the tide of the war. And allegedly they turned it down, said they weren't interested. It didn't have any practical use. Couldn't really go into it. And so the story goes. What we do know, and this is not a conspiracy, this is documented fact in the Army Air Forces, in 1865, perhaps 1864, we know that the Union Army utilized the first hot air balloons against the Confederates. And it's actually at the beginning of Gorgon Stair by Arthur. Is it Arthur Michel? Arthur Holland. Arthur Michel Holland. I want to find his name because it's a legitimately good book that I highly recommend. That's in the top 10. Gorgon Stair by Arthur Holland Michael. Michel. But he talks, and he worked. I don't want to make any claims because I don't know for sure, but I know he worked in the U.S. government, or at least U.S. government-funded think tanks for like drone warfare and AI. He's got a dope Twitter. But his book, Gorgon Stair, Eye in the Sky, Rise of the Gorgon Stair, How It Will Watch Us All and Change the World Forever. An individual I've had on this podcast, episode 17, JP, who was one of my deceased older brother John, two of his best friends, Rob Anton and JP Veriano, both come on this podcast all the time. I love them both. JP was in the Air Force and operated, I think, the camera systems on like a Reaper or a Predator, and he's been on the podcast several times. I think only for the first 2 episodes we actually talked about his time operating the drones, and I know the first one was episode 17. I think it's like it's in the first 20, if not the first 30. Go look up that. Do it now. But he actually worked on the Gorgon Stair program. Gorgon Stair program. This isn't a conspiracy. This is mostly declassified shit. They used it in Baltimore in 2015 for the riots, I think. And it's I went into that a little bit after the election, because the Gorgon Stair is this. It can see everything. I don't need to go into all that right now. Point is I don't want to go down the Gorgon Stair rabbit hole, because that's a fucking podcast right there. That is noted. I'm going to make a note of that right now. Gorgon Stair is definitely a podcast. I don't want to forget where I am. Fuck. Come on. Where was I? Well, I have no idea where. Solo rant. Whatever. I'm now Solo Rant, Gorgon Stair. I am trying to multitask and it's not working. But Arthur Holland, so he wrote the book Gorgon Stair. But so the point of that whole side tangent is that he talks about the use of hot air balloons in like the late Civil War, and that's a documented thing. So the point of that whole fucking Jesus, this, you know what? Shout out David, you were right. These Solo Rants do need a little editing because they are scatterbrained. But fuck, where are we going? Oh, so we do know that the Union Army used hot air balloons, at least 2, against the Confederates, and of course they have this, like, you gotta love the 1800s description of this thing. Actually, wait, why am I trying to go into that long tangential thing? Tyler Morton, active Air Force Colonel Tyler Morton, PhD, has been on this podcast several times. He wrote From Kites to Cold War. That is a fantastic history of airborne ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. Fuck, that one's a good. That's why I don't like making lists of top 10 books, because then I find other ones that I love. But point being, Tyler Morton was on this podcast several times. He's a dope guy. I highly recommend checking out his book From Kites to Cold War. It's not on Audible, but it is on Kindle. It's like $10. Go grab it if that's what you're interested. It's insane. But he talks about the use of hot air balloons in the Civil War. And but even in Europe, I think it was used in like the 1700s between like France and like maybe Britain or something, and they would use them for reconnaissance. I mean, they're up there and they're in these baskets and they're in like 9-piece suits, and they've got like long fucking like single monocle like telescopes, and it's just like of course over there, and I don't know what kind of voice that is. And and there's actually I think it's the earliest documented evidence of a fighter pilot mentality, that sort of jock, cocky ego, because the legend goes that one of the, I guess on the lines of the British, they like shot a cannonball at the basket, the blimp basket, and it, like, obviously it's like a bunch of guys telling stories. Yeah, the bullet went right by my head. It was probably like 1,000 yards away, but the legend goes that this cannonball whizzed right beneath the basket, and the French guy apparently turns around and holds up a middle finger and says something like "Vive la France." If that is not like 200 years preceding, like, Top Gun, like taking the picture. But yeah, so we know hot air balloons were used. And so to bring it back to Walter Bosley, he actually, so he said that, so we now know historically, not even Walter Bosley kind of I love him, but I mean, you can't prove it. But so we do know that airships were used. And yeah, the description of them by the Confederate soldiers, you just gotta love how, like, Victorian, antique even the way of writing was. It wasn't just like, yo, they've got air support, fuck, enemy AC-130. No, instead it was, I think they were like, above yonder in the star-filled firmament lies technology of a great heavenly eye. It's like, they don't even fucking talk like we do. But yeah, so we know that those were used. And so what Walter Bosley hypothesizes is that Amos Dolbear and Charles Delshow were actually not turned away by the Department of War, but rather perhaps publicly said that, but privately did go in to work with the Department of War to act as surveillance. Now, according to Walter Bosley, and this is, again, when I say accurate, it's accurate in relation to Walter Bosley's tale. Now, whether or not Walter Bosley's accurate, but it's like canon, right? It's like canon of Lord of the Rings or something. When you say it's accurate in relation to the accepted canon of Lord of the Rings, not accurate related to were there actual trolls and hobbits, right? So Walter Bosley says that the Sonora Aero Club allegedly, and there's kind of some plot holes in his story, they went to the Department of War. The Department of War turned them down, but we do know in 1864 and 1865 they did use hot air balloons. But he says they went back to the Sonora Desert and tried to break away from the group in Prussia, the NIMSA. Walter puts forward the idea that NIMSA is actually the original military-industrial complex, the technocratic elite 75 years before, up to 100 years before Eisenhower warned of it. That technocratic elite was hot air balloons and, like, steam engines. But in relation, that's what it was. And apparently the Sonora Aero Club was very of the of the Oppenheimer school of thought. They created this thing and then started to backpedal. We shouldn't use this. This is too, we shouldn't be pushing this. Like the guy that made the Gatling gun made it in hopes that it would make war so unbearable that war would end. Because he was like, this thing fires automatically. Surely we'll see the slaughter of everyone and go, wow, war is too much. That didn't work. Everyone was like, dope, we'll take 1,000. So, but apparently these guys in the Sonora Aero Club were very like, we don't want to weaponize this. NIMSA, NYMZA, back in Prussia, they wanted it weaponized. They were like, can we put like a Gatling gun on it? Can we put weapons? Can we drop bombs? Could we put a cannon on it? Sonora Aero Club, they were very Oppenheimer-ish, and were, no, we can't. Or no, we shouldn't. Allegedly, some of the guys in the Sonora Aero Club started dying off. Was that their masters taking them out? Who knows? It's all a thriller. Would make a really good book. Make a really good movie, maybe. A nice series. But extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But there is evidence of Delshau's drafts. We do know that Amos Dolbear was the commandant of West Point. I think it was Amos Dolbear. One of the guys involved in the Sonora Aero Club was the commandant of West Point leading up to World War I. And we know there are 1890s airship sightings of these huge craft with electricity. They had extraordinary light, and as if there was day in the night, which we would call like a spotlight. And they would come, and the reports of these things are that they would come and land, and people would get off. And they were sighted all across the United States, again, allegedly. I gotta pee, and I gotta turn off this fan. I'll be right back. Yeah, so the whole point of this rant, to tie it back to God, take a fucking aspirin. Man, I sure hope aspirin or Tylenol don't have a cumulative effect of killing you, because if they do, they're going to kill me. So the whole point, I guess, of this rant is to bring it back to It's Redacted channel and their claim about really about the Tic Tac off the USS Nimitz. And that claim is, well, it's in relation to all of it. It's that, and I'd heard it from Walter Bosley, and I kind of forgot about it, / threw it out of my mind. And hearing it again on It's Redacted last night kind of like awoken the idea, and kind of like what I do with books, maybe almost prompted a second look. And it is that aliens, beings, whatever, we don't need to put a title on it. What it is are contact with another intelligent life form. Let's just leave it as broad as we can. Doesn't have to be carbon based, doesn't have to be from some planet in the Goldilocks zone, doesn't have to be from this dimension. Intelligent life somewhere else in the universe. What do you mean there's no intelligent life? Because humans aren't. Yeah, fucking nice joke, Boomer. It's that these intelligent sentience makes contact to us in a form that we can accept, that we can digest, that we can relate to. FDR going on fireside chats, right? Talking on the radio, you could say Trump tweeting, right? You could say presidents going on night shows, you know, a picture of Obama smoking weed. Hey, I voted for Obama. I don't know if those are the best examples. Bring it down to, I don't want to say dumb it down. Maybe a therapist talking to a child with puppets. Maybe trying to teach a child to be good, not because it's the right thing to do. Maybe their brains don't really register that. So you kind of start with like the stick and the carrot. You know, it's Santa. And Santa and his fleet of airborne reindeer are going to come down your chimney and and not trying to sound like Neil deGrasse Tyson, where he just tries to break apart normal things into Neil deGrasse Tyson is the epitome of r/I am very smart. You know, he's like tweeted about going to like using a passport in an airport. He's like, I got to use a piece of paper written with language and ink to prove that I can go from one arbitrary area of Earth to. It's like, fuck off. We get it. The whole fucking concept of life is insane. You're not smart for pointing that out, douchebag. But I do like him. It's the idea that this intelligent sentience approaches us in a form that we can relate to. I don't know why I'm trying to dance around it or prep it. It is right now, we see them as UFOs. We see them as going to the USS Nimitz. It's something that went, right? Commander David Fravor says that at altitude that he was at, that an SR-71 going full speed from the second it passed you to the second it disappeared over the horizon is about 60 seconds. That goes Mach 3 to Mach 3.3. Allegedly, Brian Schul said he got it going higher. I think his analogy was it's like having a cheetah on a leash. We know that it went over we know that the Tic Tac disappeared in less than a second. So if you do the math, it comes out to something like Mach 100, Mach 200, which is 5 times faster than an intercontinental ballistic missile, which are fast, right? The X-15 went like Mach 7. The X-43A Wave Rider went Mach 9.7, I believe. That was when I was in high school. They shot 2 off California towards Hawaii, and I think both crashed. The space shuttle upon re-entry is like Mach 20 to 25. I think the Helios spacecraft, which we shot at the sun like 30 years ago, I think that got up to like Mach 100. Point being is, how does the Tic Tac appear? Cylindrical, like a Tic Tac. As Jeremy Corbell described, or as Commander Fravor described, like a ping pong ball being thrown into, like playing beer. Did you ever play beer pong with friends and you didn't have any solo cups, so you used glasses and the game sucked? Because if unless you did a swish, unless you just perfectly plopped it down in the middle of the beer, it would and just fly out. He said it was flying like that, not like a helicopter going back and forth. It was actually, he said it was doing like a cross. Cylindrical, no cockpit, no exhaust plumes, no fins, no. They did say it had 2 little appendages. No fins, no visible propulsion, no necessary thermal difference. I think the Go Fast video, which is there's like 3 primary ones that kind of came out in 2020-ish. Don't rip me apart on that. The Tic Tac, the Go Fast, and the gimbal. The Go Fast is the one they caught with a tracking camera, and the thermal view showed that it was colder than the ocean because it was looking at it from above, and this thing was zipping across the ocean, and they track it. Which doesn't, okay, whatever. But if something's going that fast, there's no heat coming off of it. There's no engine. There's no, I mean, sure, the SR-71, they like would leak like cesium into the exhaust trail because it somehow like dissipated it on the thermal scope. And I think the same thing with like the B-2 bomber. They say its wings are at the forward and back. The leading edge and the trailing edge are like charged. There's a charge difference. I'm not going to pretend like I know about that. Point is, Jesus Christ. Shout out David. You know what? 3rd time I'm shouting you out, David. I do need to edit these in the future sometime because they're all over the place. Is that, so how does the Tic Tac come to us? In layman's terms, it's a super advanced craft that like if something went, I think, over Iran in 2004, there was allegedly a Mach 10 drone. That's within the realm of possibility. I mean, it really is. When Kennedy was president, a year after Kennedy died, the SR-71 flew at 85,000 feet in Mach 3.3. In the 70s, the D-21 tagboard drone launched off of the back of the SR-71 with a radar cross-section 10,000 times smaller. It flew to 100,000 feet and went Mach 5 per Ben Rich in his book Skunkworks. Even though he claims hypersonics aren't possible, he also claims that it went Mach 5 because he said it went 4,000 miles an hour. But if that's possible in the 60s, sure, insane, but not beyond the scope of possibility. We know that DARPA, before they were even DARPA, back when they were just ARPA, we know that they created the internet to connect nuclear bunkers in the 50s, because as Curtis LeMay's deputy Thomas Powers said, without my phone, all I control is my desk, and that's not a very lethal weapon. He, if he can't reach his other bomber fleets or other bunkers other than the one in Offutt, O-F-F-U-T-T, that Air Force base, the one where Bush landed on 9/11, which is also where Curtis LeMay, Bombs-Away LeMay, set up the Strategic Air Command when he took control of that. So we know the internet as we know it. I mean, granted, it was a loose connection, but the idea that there was an internet in the 50s is insane. So the idea that there was a Mach 10 craft in 2004, you can kind of fuck with, right? Sure. Space shuttle in the 80s, Mach 25, sure. But the Tic Tac comes to us as this like Mach 100 at least. It goes back and forth, no visible propulsion, no heat trail, no nothing, seemingly intelligent, and can just zip around like nothing. And if you go back and listen to Fravor, he talks about how there could be a whole time dilation. That's another podcast for another time. Let's not do that right now. We know that with the Spy 1 radar, they said that they actually, when they saw the Tic Tac, that wasn't the first time they saw the Tic Tac. It was actually, they had been noting fleets of these things coming down from 80,000 feet to just above the surface of the ocean, like instantaneously for weeks. So the Tic Tac comes to us as this thing that, like, Mach 10 drone over an Iranian nuclear facility, sure. Absurd, fantastic, but it might have been ours. Tic Tac, I don't know. Same thing, what did we see in World War II? The Foo Fighters, and that's not a conspiracy. Foo Fighters, F-O-O, which Dave Grohl named his band after. The Foo Fighters is actually a phenomenon of these balls of light that would circle U.S. and German bombers and planes. They would go off the wings, they would come in weird patterns, they would show signs of intelligence. Allegedly, they would even fly through the ships down the center, just these balls of light freaking out the crews. They would fuck with their radars and their compasses. FDR actually tasked James Doolittle of the Doolittle Raid. Is it Jimmy? Whatever. Doolittle of the Doolittle Raid. Light's getting a little bright. Of the Doolittle Raid to go find out what these things were. Fuck. So that shows that FDR didn't think that these were ours. Whatever, I'll just turn that thing back up. We know the Germans, so we went and looked at these things in World War II, the Foo Fighters, because we thought they were German, and we now know that the Germans thought that these were Ally. These weren't ours. 1890s, we have the airship. Big craft with electricity. You could go back farther and you could say that if you really want to get out there, you would, maybe it comes across in the form of Jesus, a guy that can allegedly walk on water, turn water into wine, heal people. Would that just be a form of biotechnology or nanotechnology, some sort of healing your genetic material, like real-time cellular restoration. But he just comes in the form of this carpenter's son, right? Is that what this would be, or any religion? You know, they're always these beings of light, angels, feelings of peace and bliss. Do they somehow put your mind at ease at a distance? Is there a way that they, you know, calm your mind? Could they emit a frequency that had the same effect of Valium or Thorazine or Xanax? I mean, cymatics tells us that matter can be formed into any shape from a sound frequency, right? Watch Cymatics by Nigel Stanford. It's like a 3-minute music video. It's fantastic. Could there be a frequency that at a distance can cause the neurotransmitters in your brain to form different patterns which result in fear or bliss or anxiety, right? We have all these things. Is that how these intelligent beings come to us? They come in forms that we, you know, because if you saw a Tic Tac in 2000 BC, sure, it would be fantastic, but that might not be the best way to do it, because the fact that there's anything flying is fantastic, let alone no propulsion or thermal trail. It's just the fact that it's flying at all, so it maybe doesn't have the same impact, right? I wouldn't necessarily bring back a MacBook Pro with the M1 chip to Alan Turing. I might just bring back anything, like a calculator, you know. There's no need to kind of burn that card, you know, use that hand, be like, here's the M1 hand, to look at, because just the fact that there was like an LED screen or a screen at all. So to go back to the 1890s, maybe you don't need to bring back a Mach 10 drone. Maybe it's just the fact that anything's flying at all, a Zeppelin, you know. Maybe you don't need to bring back like the power of a nuclear bomb. Maybe it's just like a bullet. Maybe if I brought a bullet back to like 200 AD, just a loud bang and someone getting hit in the head and no one saw what it was and their head just explodes. I mean, that would seem like a god power. You can kind of see where all these go, right? It would be just something advanced in relation to them. So right, it would be something showing up outside of Earth, an alien craft. Well, what is that edge that they're showing? It would be faster than light travel. So that's how we would go, oh, this is something that's not us. That's what I'm trying to get at, is they come across as a technology that is just at the cusp, but no further than something that is, it evokes a feeling of that's not ours, right? In modern day America, or what your country is like, that's an advanced craft. I don't think that's American. I think that's alien. It's that feeling of that's not ours, right? So if you're some fucking king in a castle, it would be, I don't know, a Zeppelin. You'd be like, that's not ours. Like that Da Vinci guy had some ideas about flying shit, but that's not ours. That's a Zeppelin. That's a big balloon. I don't even know what a balloon is, right? If it was an NFL player, it would be a guy that won 30 straight Super Bowls, put Tom Brady to shame, right? Yeah, that's how you would, you would show up as a powerful force that could just do anything. I think I'm making my point. So because the reality is that they would be so advanced, they would be so Arthur C. Clarke, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, so as not to go so far ahead as to discredit the observer. because if you go too far, it's like the kind of along these lines, the difference between the difference between madness and genius is profit margin. If you're 1 step ahead, they call you a genius. If you're 2 steps ahead, they call you crazy. If you're 3 steps ahead, they burn you at the stake. You wouldn't want to go too far ahead, right? If it was 1897, you don't necessarily want to show up as a Tic Tac, because they're just going to throw you in an insane asylum. Instead, you want to show up as a hot air balloon with a spotlight, just enough that you could kind of believe it, but it's still fantastic and evokes the feeling of that's not ours. So, yeah, the purpose of this rant is I just think that's a really interesting idea. It's this intelligent sentience, whether they're malevolent or benevolent, who knows. But they're here, and they approach us in a way, in a form that we can accept, right? I can't explain to my rest in peace, Oscar. I can't explain to Oscar that barking is bad. A bad owner would beat their animal. Instead, you get a bone. Oscar loves cheese. Quiet. Hey, quiet. And as he learns to be quiet, you give him a piece of cheese. He eats that. He likes it. That dopamine dump. Okay, well, now he starts to learn that, okay, no bark, dopamine. No bark, good. Bark, bad. So I don't come to him trying to explain how it's not nice to bark because it's too loud and the human ear registers this many decibels, and after a long day of work, you can't understand that. Instead, he understands bark bad, no bark good. All right? You don't understand necessarily altruism and what goes around comes around, and everyone's fighting a tough battle. Instead, it's be good, Santa comes. Be bad, Santa gives you coal. It's right. The aliens are almost coming to us as an Eli 5. Explain like I'm 5. ELI, the number 5. Explain like I'm 5. It seems like that's maybe what they do, right? The allegations that UFOs are very interested in nuclear sites and nuclear bomb depots. That's sort of maybe this god tier beings letting us know that that they're here with impunity, that they can hover over the Pentagon or the White House and nothing you do matters. They can buzz your supercarrier fleet. But it also shows that, hey, we're here and we can do anything. So if we wanted to kill you, we already would have, and you wouldn't have known. And right, it's kind of like when MacArthur went to Japan after they surrendered, and he got off the plane with no sidearm, and it was to show that he doesn't need a weapon because he's in charge. There was that ultimate show of power. I think Margaret Thatcher's what was it? Being powerful is like being a woman. If you have to explain you are, then you aren't, which is hilariously controversial now. Just like Kindergarten Cop, boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. Who would have thought that was as controversial as Tank Man at Tiananmen Square? But the UFOs, we can destroy you, and we haven't. The fact that you're seeing us should, it's like a Navy SEALs come out of the bushes and they talk to you. It's like the very fact that they're you see them shows that you weren't the target, right? It's like if you can hear the V2 rocket, then you're not the target. So it seems like UFOs show up, and then what are they doing? They hover over our nuclear sites or nuclear silos. And it's this is what we're interested in. So it's what is, you don't have to be too intelligent to connect the dots. Here's this god tier power, and they're looking at our bombs that could destroy all of humanity. Oh, maybe they don't want us to destroy humanity. It seems right? I think I've made my point. Let's wrap this rant up. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And, yeah, please go subscribe on BitChute and Rumble. I hope not, but it seems that this channel's days are numbered on YouTube for a plethora of reasons. And, God, I need to lose some weight. I got a fat face. Yeah. So, yeah, go subscribe on YouTube and or on BitChute and Rumble. And if you enjoy it, please send it to some friends. I've been told that people have commented that they don't get notifications for this podcast. If they search this podcast, it won't come up. So subscribe to it. Text yourself a link so you can go back to it and open it up. If you don't see new episodes on here, if this channel's getting shadow banned, if it's just banned outright, please, just go check Rumble and BitChute, or check Anchor, or Spotify, or Apple Podcast, or Overcast, or whatever. There are tons. It's on Twitter, it's on Parler, it's on Instagram, it's on Facebook. I got perma banned from Reddit, so you can't go back there anymore. But yeah, spread the podcast, guys. If you enjoy it, please do. If not, that's cool. I'll never charge anyone for anything. This isn't, if you donate on Patreon, thank you very much. That will go towards more equipment on this podcast. It's not going to go to my pocket. This is just going to go to doper and doper equipment and software. No, I'm not going to offer tiers of Patreon benefits. This podcast is available to everybody. Hey, I get Rogan getting that 10th of a billy, but I mean, let's be real. That killed JRE. It did. You can call it what you want. It killed JRE. I love him. He's my inspiration. He helped me get through college. Helped me with a lot of growth. I owe a lot to Joe Rogan. But let's be real. That killed it. That killed it. Which, hey, I fucking, as I said, I'll never charge anyone for this podcast. If somebody comes along with 100 milli, I'll shut the fuck up. But yeah, so no, there will be no benefits to it. The benefit will be you can contribute to it, and it will make the podcast better. I know that sounds really idyllic. Like, okay, sure, Tommy, suck my dick. I don't give a fuck. But I'm just being real. There's not going to be. You're not going to get special content. You're not going to be able to. You're not going to have a badge on your username. I don't even know how to do that, but it's no one gets priority. Watch the podcast, enjoy the podcast. Feel free to comment. Yeah, feel free to comment. If you have any guests, shoot me an email at Tommy's Podcast, TOMMYSPODCAST @gmail and at Proton Mail. I've now had several instances over the last month of like shadow banning on Gmail. So now some of my shit's not even going through to people, but when it goes through on Proton Mail just fine. So, if I don't get back to you, email me in Proton Mail. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy this. Podcast started on December 12th, 2019. Now here we are. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team fucking here. Blah, 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 blah. But it's going to be very exciting to see how this grows in 2021. I am amped. Who knows? A year ago I was trying to do an episode every week. I thought that was a decent pace, right? And now we've got a backdrop, we've got a professional microphone in the mail, 4K webcam got here today. That will be hooked up for tomorrow. Lighting, editing, getting a little better. Get some audio equipment coming. Got like $1,500 of audio equipment coming. These weird cables and mixers and gain amplifiers and a fucking boom so it can be right next to my mouth. There's weird shell that reflects audio. I've put blankets over like the fan and the TV right here because I realized I was creating my own cave of auditory reflection, so maybe that has an effect. So I have the 4K webcam, I have the webcam on the MacBook, and then I also have a GoPro and a Logitech from Mitzi Purdue. Shout out Mitzi. If anyone knows how, I might need to get a... Yeah, and so I have the camera and the audio, and I've got several webcams. I've got 124 terabytes of storage. What I would love to do is, if somebody wants to donate $80,000, get one of those get a Mac Pro, just fucking cranked up, with the terabyte of RAM. That's what I would love to get. I would love to get a Mac Pro with like a petabyte of storage, 100 gigabit Ethernet. That's the goal for this time next year. That's the goal for December 29th, 2021. Mac Pro, completely topped out, dual monitor, several microphones, and I want an array of cameras. All around me, and I want it to be stitched together so that you can view this podcast in like 360 degrees. I'll have to have a studio where I don't have any personal shit because I don't need people snooping around my house, but I would like that. I would like you to be able to see everything. I'd probably chop it off below my waist because I don't need anyone seeing whether or not I'm wearing pants, because that's part of the, let's be real, that's part of the excitement of this podcast. Is he wearing pants? We just don't know. And that's, we don't know if these aliens are coming to us in the form of airships or UFOs or Tic Tacs, but you know what? No, we also don't know. It's Tommy wearing pants. Gravitational waves were predicted by Einstein, and we figured out they were true. You know what we don't know? Am I wearing pants? So I don't want to ruin that, I want to leave a little to the imagination. Are there pants? I don't agree with this guy, this white-skinned, blue-eyed Nazi who talks about Trump and America first. Sure, you don't have to agree with me. That's fine. But I mean, goddamn, I don't know whether or not this guy's wearing pants, and that's why I keep coming back to this podcast. Not for the gap tooth or the poor bladder or the blossoming ego or the fragile, thin skin, or general narcissism. I come back because I don't know whether or not this guy's wearing pants. I mean, and that's, I don't blame you. Another goal for the end of 2021 will be an apparel store for shit. Like, I made this is an Alex Jones hoodie. You love or hate Alex Jones, the dude is entertaining, and that's what I like. The text all over this is actually the transcript of a rant he went on his first time on Joe Rogan on episode 911. It begins with, "The elite are all about transcendence." But yeah, so those are goals for the end of 2021. Maxed out Mac Pro, dual monitors, tons of microphones, whole studio. I want to make the studio like an anechoic chamber, ANECHOIC. Yeah. 4K. Fuck it. By 2020, I want December 21. I want 8K. I want it to be in like 240 frames a second. So if for whatever reason you want to watch it in slow-mo, it can be in slow-mo. And I want it to be like an interactive video where you can like look around 360 degrees. Yeah. That would be dope. I want each episode file to be like a terabyte each. Just fucking unnecessarily detailed video. Because we can. Yeah. Maxed out studio, apparel store, 10,000 subscribers. 10,000 subscribers by this time next year. Maxed out Mac, apparel store, 360-degree podcast experience. Maxed out. 360 apparel store. 10,000 subscribers. But that has nothing to do with your experience. So yeah, maxed out. 360 apparel store. Probably like live stream. I don't like live, but I would like near instant upload. A fucking thriving comment section. I don't know, make a little community out of this shit. Yeah, I don't know. I hope you guys enjoy this as much as I do, because I thoroughly enjoy this. Thank you to everybody that watches. You fucking make this thing real. And that's a lie. I make this shit real. But no, seriously, thank you for watching. Thank you for commenting. I love it. And stay safe, everybody. God bless. Let's finish 2021 strong. And I think my alarm is about to go off any second. So yeah, let's wrap this bitch up. Thanks for being here, everybody. And yeah, that's all I got. Peace. And we are recording. This is crazy. For everybody watching, I ordered a 4K webcam from Apple, and I'm looking at it right now, and it's crazy detailed, except it's getting kind of fuzzy on my face. I hope it's not doing that shit where it cleans up your image like Snapchat filters. I think that's what it's doing. No, don't be gay like that. Please don't be gay like that. I think that's what it's doing, yeah. It looks like it's doing some weird cleanup thing. Because my skin isn't that smooth. Oh, that's gay. Don't do that. Just give me the real image. The real, yeah, why is it cleaning up? That's gay. Now it's a little fuzzy. Yeah, well, for anybody listening, this is episode 303, a solo rant. And, yeah, I hooked up I'm trying something new right now. I don't like that. It's cleaning up everything. It's making everything look like a Snapchat filter. I want 4K because I want to see all of my pores. I want to see my freshly picked clean acne and red eyes. I want to see the full unshaven hairs on my double chin. Don't clean this shit up. I hate Snapchat filters with a passion. They're just not real. It's not reality. I mean, because even like a push-up bra, like that's kind of real. Because it's still something that's there. Like it's an illusion, but it's still there. I hate Snapchat filters because it's not fucking real. There's nothing real about it. You don't look like that in reality. Even striking your best angle on a photo for Instagram or something. You know, what's the girl pose? 1 foot forward with like your heel lifted up to make your butt look better. And hey, it does, and it's fantastic, and I'm not against that. But even that, although an illusion, deceiving, curated, it's still real, right? Yeah, I mean, even makeup. Like, your girl put on makeup, and it's fake, but it's real. Snapchat filters, or whatever the fuck this camera's doing right now, which I am not a fan of, it airbrushes everything. It cleans everything up. No, don't do that. Give me the disgusting shit that is my real face. Yeah, it's making everything look like a weird pastel airbrush shit. Fuck that. I hate that. We don't live in a cartoon. This isn't reality. We can't whitewash reality. Reality is grainy and disgusting. It has pores and blackheads. And it's real, though. All this is fucking... I hate this shit. But it's a fantastic camera. I'm wearing my Alex Jones hoodie. The second time Alex Jones was on Joe Rogan, he went on this podcast, and someone put it to some music, and it's called Deus Ex, Deus-Ex. I'll post the video in the description in the top comment. It's one of my favorite videos on YouTube. It's like 5 minutes long. It came out in like 2016. It's one of my favorite of all time. But yeah, it's weird because you can see all the detail on it. It's crazy. You can see in the background, there's the NORAD safe. Here is a fucking metal shelf with an iPad and shit. But this camera's also giving me a super wide view. So I ordered a huge black, like, California king size. I don't even know if it's going to be big. It'll probably be big enough to go all around this so that it's more of a flat background. Just some other updates. There's 2 people on the Patreon now. That's dope. It's at like $13 a month, which is badass. So everything's going back into the podcast to make it better. So there's a ball and microphone on the way with a boom, or a boom, whatever, a mic stand, whatever. It's got a puff filter. And it's got some weird, like, semi-circle shell to, like, blot out noises. Yeah, and I got some moving blankets. Apparently that's, like, really good at, you don't need to buy expensive, like, sound-absorbing, like, panels. You just get thick moving blankets. And there's a big TV right here, a fan. There's a metal cabinet here. There's some cabinets here. So what I'm going to do is just drape, you won't even be able to see all of them, but what I'm going to do is drape them all in moving blankets and hopefully really muffle out any other reflective noise. This is a wooden table. I'm going to put 2 moving blankets on here, however much it takes to cover it. Really try to get rid of all the reflective surfaces. And in true Tommy fashion, I'm getting OCD, and I want to push it to the absolute limits, but I'm going to do that, and I like it. I mean, this camera is just another step up, and it's fun evolving this thing, watching this thing evolve. And listening more and more now, closer, I pick up, like, Don the Pleb. Whenever he comes on and I go back and listen to his podcast, I notice the audio, how crisp it is. Don's also just got a fucking sexy radio voice, but I notice how crisp it is. And my mom notices it. And yeah, so listening to, like, Tim Dillon, I'm now, like, not to sound like I'm some audiophile now, like, let me tell you about the inner workings of good audio. I'm picking up more now as I listen intently. I mean, there's some blatant, there's very obvious when audio qualities work and it's, like, muffled at a distance, but I'm picking up now and just, like, when it's a really crisp noise and it sounds like the voice is in your ear, versus, like, you can tell when someone's in a kitchen or a garage and there's some echo. So it's fun, and I like trying to figure out this whole audio thing because I like embarking on new shit that I'm bad at. It's sure, you can cite off all the organic chemistry equations that you remembered, but you're not growing. You're not growing as a student until you start on a new chapter of carboxylic acids and shit. And it's like, oh, fuck, SN1 and SN2 reactions. And it's disgusting, and you hate it. But you figure it out. Yeah. And, man, I was thinking about that. I thought about that a lot in college, actually, was for anyone that's taken organic chemistry, you know that you have to start thinking in, like, 3 dimensions. And as Commander Fravor says, we think we live in 3 dimensions, but we really don't. I mean, technically we do. But he was like, even on, in, like, a fighter jet, he's like, the tightest, like, turn you can do, which is, for all intents and purposes, seem like you're turning on a dime. And it would almost look like, zoomed out, it would look like you're still in 2 dimensions. You're just going one way and then going the other. He said that don't fall over, camera. He said that is, said even that tiny little turn is actually, like, the height of, like, the World Trade Center. Something that we look at as, like, a skyscraper. He's like, for a fighter jet, that's, like, that's nothing. That's essentially a 2-dimensional turn. He's like, true 3 dimensions is you're in 3 dimensions, X, Y, Z. And our brain doesn't think in that way. And I remember starting organic chemistry, And I loved organic chemistry. This isn't some like flex, because I failed calculus 3 times. So this I don't care about. No, don't fall over. I don't care about that. Yeah. So it's, why is this all off center? Don't fall over. Yeah, there we go. I barely got a C in physics. Well, I eventually got an A, but point is it's not some like academic flex. I just loved organic chemistry. I think it fed into my OCD tendencies, the ability to perfect something. And, but yeah, so I got, again, I legitimately loved organic chemistry. It's not even like, it's not even like the tough guy that tries to act tough. Like, I fucking love the heat, man. It makes you work harder. And it's like, no, you don't. I love the taste of Everclear. It should burn. No, it shouldn't. You're just being a pussy. You're just being a pussy. You're trying to come across as not that, but that's what you are. I legitimately just loved organic chemistry. And I know that that's like a weed out class. I know people hate it. It's the bane of their existence. I truly loved organic chemistry 1 and 2. I just legitimately loved it. Point is, though, is learning that was weird, because anyone that takes it, you start to learn that, like, you start thinking in 3 dimensions. And I think that's probably why the class is so hard, is because, like, you're really not even wired for it. Yeah, and I remember, like, and as you do them more and more, and you study them more and more, they start to become easier to do. But it almost seems like you're probably increasing like the gray matter or white matter of that part of your brain, of your ability to visualize in 3 dimensions. I feel like that's probably what it has to be, because it does actually get easier, not just because you memorize the equation and not just because you're understanding the material more, but it seems like you're actually boosting the organic hardware, the wetware, the raw processing power to visualize things in that way. Was it Beethoven, Bach, who composed music without deaf? That was in a sentence. Who music deaf? You almost start to, like, you get better and better and better at it, and you can start to almost like run simulations in your head, like very brief simulations. It's like right now it takes like the best supercomputer in the world, like, I'm just pulling numbers out of my ass, but something like 12 hours to simulate like 1 second of like protein folding down to the atomic scale. So you're running these like brief simulations in your head, but you're able to start, and in college organic chemistry, that's all you're doing. You're not breaking new ground. Man, I really don't like how this doesn't give me full. I do not like that it like airbrushes me. That's so gay. Just give me my disgusting face. Yeah, you start to like simulate these things in your head, and you see them unfolding, and you get better and better and better at it. The point is, though, is like you start to. I always wondered while taking these classes, I wish I had like a detailed MRI, or like the recording of an fMRI, a functional magnetic resonant image of your brain lighting up. It's, think about the piano and that part of your brain lights up. Think about tomatoes and this part lights up. I always wondered if you could do like an fMRI, like before, during, and after scan of like a student going into organic chemistry. Like it seems like you're just growing that part of your brain. Ow, my side hurts. Ouch. One of these days I'm just going to drop dead on the podcast. But yeah, there's no purpose to that rant. I'm going to try to do solo rants more, and not just as stopgaps for when a guest doesn't show up, because that's not what this is. Right now I'm just doing this to do this. I'm doing it because I don't know. Oh yeah, that's how we got into this. Organic chem. Doing things you aren't good at because it forces you to grow. Solo Rants, as seemingly easy as they flow off the top of my head, they're really the only episodes I do that are daunting and that kind of make me nervous. Like every once in a while, like a Mike Durant, Charlie Duke, General Spalding. I'd always get I got nervous before those, but I get nervous before I do Solo Rants because it really is off the top of my head. There's nothing. There's no script. There is nothing. I don't know what we're going to be talking about in 2 minutes, and it's sort of like a freestyle in that you can't stop, so you just gotta kind of keep going and dropping and spinning and now I'm thinking about it, and thinking about it doesn't help, but you can't not think about it, because if you think about it, then you're thinking about not thinking about it, and it's just this whirlwind loop. But doing things I'm not good at that forces me to grow. And I'm not good at dieting anymore. And if I started doing that, I wouldn't grow. I would technically shrink. And I need to do that because I can feel my stomach rolling over. But yeah, so let's just fucking go as we go. This is a learning process. You're here with me. Okay, yeah, just off topic. Stop thinking about it, just go. There's a new COVID strain in the UK, and they say it's 70% more infectious or viral or whatever, transmissive. This is never going to end. This is never going to end unless we put an end to it. This is a tool of tyranny. This is medical martial law. It will not stop. And this isn't a Trump thing. This isn't a Biden thing. This isn't a left or a right thing. This is the psychopathic powers that be that love control. And we see it every once in a while. There are these big shifts. 2001, big shift to giving up freedoms and liberties and privacies. 2008, big upward flow of money from the lower and middle to the upper class. We saw that in 28. Smedley Butler says you see that in World War I. You definitely see it in World War II. You see consolidation of power and an upward flow of money. It's a waterfall in reverse. You saw it in 2008, and you're seeing it in 2020. And thank God this year's almost fucking over, but that's not going to change anything. You see the flow of, right now, all the corporations are 6'6". They're 6'6". And all the private businesses are like 5 foot and below. And what the COVID lockdowns are doing is you're raising the water level to 6 foot. And you're drowning everyone else except those that can handle it. And not only are you drowning everyone else and removing competition, they're also lowering down ladders or ropes, or they're throwing buoys to those that do stay up. So those that stay up more and go higher. Those that are down get pushed down further. And hell, maybe that's the real lesson of COVID, is you're getting a conservative, I wouldn't say Republican because I hate the Republican Party. You're getting a more right-leaning guy to now talk about wealth disparity. But hey, touche COVID, 5D chess, you got me. But that's what's happening. It's not going to stop. This is an excuse. We've always been at war with Eurasia. Shoe production, Victory Gin, 1984. It's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. We have the Nazis, we have the commies, we have the terrorists, we have China. This thing is never going to stop. This is just another excuse to push forward shit. I mean, why in the COVID relief bill did it become a felony to stream copyrighted content? Why why were we going to give $700 million to Sudan? I'll tell you why. It's you're laundering money. Everyone that thinks that these politicians are so stupid, we're just giving money to other nations. No, you retard. You're retarded. It's going to NGOs that are linked to these politicians, and it's just making the circuit, and the cash comes back to them a little lighter, but it's theirs. 100% profit, like they said in Goodfellas. That's what this is, right? And there is something, and you can call it a conspiracy all you want, but you look at someone like Alex Jones, right? Epstein killing himself or not killing himself, right? That's become this mainstream normie meme, you know, Merry Christmas and don't forget, and a happy Epstein didn't kill him. It's just the same retarded bullshit. It's cringy. And what am I being a hipster for memes now? Apparently. But Alex Jones was in on the Epstein conspiracy before anyone even knew who he was. And he said that he had an island with a temple. People wrote him off, myself included. So to say that there's not something hairy going on with COVID is just, you're putting your head in the sand. Who knows? Maybe Trump's behind it. Maybe Biden's behind it. Maybe it's CCP. Maybe it's Madagascar. Who knows? But it's hairy. It's hairy, and something it doesn't pass the sniff test. Something just doesn't seem right, in my opinion. I don't claim to know what it is. I think the idea that there's a microchip in I don't think that's it. I think that's a smokescreen. I think that's a diversion. It's probably just a vaccine. It's probably got some shitty side effects like everything else. It's probably doesn't do a whole lot. I don't think that's the meat. I think that's the shiny object over here. This entire thing is a paradigm of control, and you're going to see it. Just like what happened as soon as we banned Alex Jones, now people have accepted that they can ban people, and we accept that socially, and now it becomes easier to deplatform anyone you don't like. It's the same thing with COVID. Once we realize that we can shut down society with COVID and that we can get people to take vaccines, what that really is it's not a conspiracy about vaccines. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm being too optimistic. But what it really is this conditioning for submission, for learned helplessness, for just doing as I'm told. That's what it is. It is now normal to not go anywhere with it is now normal to look at people like they have two heads when they walk into a store without a face diaper on. And that's conditioning. It is 100% conditioning. And I'm as guilty of it as anyone. They've shown that we will do it. Why would they stop? Why would they let go of... I mean, these tyrannical fucks were... Newsom, the mayor of Austin as well. These people were there's pictures of them at parties on Christmas 5 days ago. Big old indoor parties. No masks, nothing. These people don't give a fuck about you. This is all a mechanism of control. And now that there's a new strain, well, isn't that fantastic? Isn't that just convenient? As soon as the old one is on its way out, we got a vaccine, we can go back to normal now. There's a new one coming out. Well, we just got to knock out this one, guys. Yeah, 14 days to flatten the curve. Go fuck yourself. It's the same thing. And guess what? Mark my word, December 30th, 2020 at 10:31 a.m. Eastern Time. There will be a third strain, and a fourth, and a fifth. The next will probably be around this summer, I would think, and the next one after that will be around Christmas, and this is just the new normal. There's going to be increased COVID tracking, contact tracing, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop at all. It's going to become the new norm, and they're just going to shovel it down your throats. They're going to get rid of carpooling. What are they doing? They're getting rid of your right to assemble. That's what it is. Because what they want to do is they want to be able to control 100% of information flow. And it's hard to do that when people can meet in an alley somewhere and they can bring a burner phone, or they can just meet up at a college bar and slip each other an index card that says, let's meet here at this time. It's easy to, we can look at the global dragnet surveillance, the Gorgon stare, the eye in the sky, the big brother just peering up all of our assholes. That's an oppressive system, but you can still get away from it. You can leave your phone at home. Sure, you're getting tracked at stoplights and shit. There's satellites, but CCTVs, other people's cameras, facial recognition software, metadata, but the Internet of Things, fucking Alexa. Man, fucking someone I know sent me a picture of, they have 2 doorbell cameras, and this friend of mine was like, now no one can spook on me. And it was like the most poetic irony that, like, an intelligence agent, they're known as spooks, and it's like you're being spooked on more than ever. But you could still get out of this system of control. You could still kind of get away from the matrix. Again, you go to a bar, you could pull your hat down low, you could put gravel in your shoe so you have a different gait, and yet you could still, you could get on a whatever, let's do this place. You go out into the woods and talk. By removing reality and moving us into a purely virtual world, they can control 100. If I'm trying to watch 2 friends of mine and I hire some private investigators, or even somehow get a buddy at the NSA who plugs me in, they can still meet. They can still go to each other's houses and turn on some music and put some ice in the blender to make margaritas, and then whisper things in each other's ears. Cover your mouth so there's no lip reading. I mean, you can still do shit. But if you two are... If I'm tracking both of you and you're trying to do something, but this whole thing is occurring on a video game, on a map, right? On a, what is it called? Like a GTA 5 online map or Call of Duty map. It doesn't matter, because the thing itself is occurring on this medium. It's occurring in this world where the very essence of it is recorded. There are no secrets, and not in the sense of they record everything. I mean, like, the actual place in which you exist, the entire thing is recorded and controlled. And it seems like the foundations of the legacy media were starting to, cracking, and light was coming through. So what do? You kick everyone inside, and you make it so that they can only interact through phones or screens, MacBooks, whatever. Because that way, they don't have to convince you that your eyes and ears are lying to you. Instead, you don't go outside. You just have this screen to look at, and that's your window into the world. And this screen is digital. Not just from your news sources, but like the actual operating software and like the browser, and it's all owned and controlled from the ground up. Nothing occurs on it that is not recorded. This thing's getting out of focus now. I still need to figure out how to use this thing. We good? There's nothing that happens on there that isn't entirely documented and dictated, and able to is receptive to outside stimuli to predict and perform predictive actions with or on. So in that way, we sort of have moved to a virtual reality matrix in that we don't interact with the real world anymore. We only exist through these little peepholes. And these peepholes are a lot easier to control than reality itself. Again, if I'm going to try to track 1,000 people in real life, I need at least 1,000 private investigators. I need FBI agents. I need NSA taps. If 1,000 of you are just only contacting each other on your Reddit accounts, I can do it all. I don't need anyone. I just need some algorithms. I just need a bot. I just need some programs, and I can track everything you're doing. That's what it is they've bottlenecked our... You don't need to bribe 300 million people. You just need to bribe 100 senators. You don't need to control all of reality. You just need to control the people that I'm looking through. And you don't want to give that back to the people if you're trying to establish a dictatorship or a tyrannical control or whatever. Trump, Biden, this is beyond that. It does not matter. You can control that 1,000 times more effective. You can control it with 100% efficacy. Then that's not hyperbole or exaggeration. I mean 100% efficacy. Nothing happens that you don't see. And then furthermore, you can do things like deplatform people. So you've now created a virtual world, and you can now remove people. So 1984 is here, where you vaporize people. That's what happens. Alex Jones. They deplatformed him, or as Tim Dillon said, they depersoned him. They took him away. They took away his bank accounts, took away his Apple streaming. They took everything. And these are unelected technocratic fucks that Eisenhower warned about. And here they are, and they're doing it. And they're doing it. And with COVID, it's not just that they're big tech anymore. Well, whatever, fuck them. Let's go to the bar. You can still go be the funniest guy at the bar, and people are going to flock to you anyway, regardless of Twitter. Well, no. Now when everything's blocked, now when everything is controlled through a pipeline, just a one peephole through into reality, you can control anything. You can wipe out anybody. Or even more insidious, the most beta cuck faggot retard thing you can do is shadow ban. I have people comment on these videos saying, dude, I have notifications on your channel and I don't get anything when new episodes popped up. I wondered how come you haven't been doing new episodes, and I look and I see there's 11 new Tommy podcasts. Which is why you need to go subscribe on BitChute and Rumble, as well as Phaser TV. Go put your email there. Phaser TV is a guy that came on here, Will Beeler, who's setting up another YouTube alternative, free market. Woo! But it's... The good news is that although the snowball has started rolling down the hill to a technocratic tyranny, it's only rolled a couple of feet. And if we run up really quick, the basketball has started rolling down the really steep driveway. If you run up real quick, you can step in front of it and hit it with the back of your heel and stop it. We can still stop it. And I think how you have to do that is just stop fucking listening. Just stop wearing a mask. Until someone asks you to put it back on, and then put it on, smile, and when they leave, take it off again. And if eventually they say you have to go, well then go. It's... No one drop thinks that they're responsible for the flood. But that's what has to be done. Eventually they're going to stop. But right now it doesn't seem like they will, because it's just one, and we're staring at this mile-high mountain, and we're going, I can't do it. But you can't look at it that way. And it has to start that way. You can't... I mean, the most insidious thing out of all of this is self-censorship, where you don't even have to be banned. They just made an example of someone else, right? I mean, hell, what a great Nazi philosophy. Shoot the troublemaker, or a great plantation owner. Shoot the troublemaker, shoot the uppity black, so the others will fall in line. And if you self-censor yourself, I don't want to post that on Facebook, I don't want to post that on Instagram. If you're worried about friends and family not liking you anymore because of something you post on social media, then these people it's not worth having their love anyway, because my immediate family, my best friends, they all have different political views than me. And I will still fucking take a bullet for them without blinking. If they're not willing to do the same, and they don't have to take a bullet for you. Maybe they just won't do that generally because you're an asshole. But people whose friendship or social interaction with you is predicated upon falling in lockstep, goose step with their beliefs, these people aren't worth being friends with anyway. You know, it's like, how can you be brave to go die on a beach in Normandy, right? And it's like, it's I would imagine, at least I can imagine, at least I imagine there were a lot of guys that was like, I mean, what's the alternative? Like living under a Nazi rule? Like, it's not worth it. So it's like, you know, it's like playing Jeopardy and you're wagering it all. And it's like, why are you wagering it all? And it's like, because the only person that wins any money is the person that comes in first. So it's like, there's no point in coming in a safe second. I don't know if that's how Jeopardy works. But it's kind of like that. And so it's not, as Don the Pleb said, if you're, well, I can't post conservative stuff or pro-Trump stuff or pro-America stuff or anti-WHO, COVID, BLM, Antifa, whatever, because they'll hate me. They hate you anyway. There's nothing to gain. Trust me, I tried like 2 years ago. I was like, you know what? Fuck Trump. I'm just not gonna, I just want my friends back and I'm against it. And I like apologized for my beliefs. You know what happened? Nothing. If anything, people are just like, yeah, you're right. You are a Nazi. So fuck that. Be who you are. And to all my friends on the left, great. I don't want you to like Trump. That's fantastic. Let's agree to disagree. God damn it. But so stop with self-censorship. Post whatever you. I'll tell you what I do. I've literally had friends text me and say you're brave for. That's not bravery, all right? I'm a pussy. But if you do want to call that bravery, sure, then let's roll with it. Do what I do. I post shit. I'm permabanned from Reddit now, but I'll post it for wrong think. I'll post it on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or whatever. I just don't look at notifications. I press the little red color thing, and then I literally just kind of look off the screen, and I press it so it clears, and I look back. I don't even, it's not just that because I used to like not read the comments at all, but I'd still click on it and I'd see which friends did, and I'd be like, oh, I know who they are. It's now I don't even do that. So I've had like a year ago, I had a friend text me that was like, hey man, sorry for what I said on your, and I was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, the huge like thread, and I was like, what? And he was like, the thing you, and I was like, oh dude, I don't read. I don't give a fuck. It's, the way I describe it is it's like Black Hawk Down. It's like when the skinnies would run out with an AK and pop, 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 and then run back. That's what I do. I just run out and just take some pot shots and then you run back in. But yeah, don't censor yourself. Just be who you are. Even if it's terrible. Just be who you are. Because it's a slow boil, and we're moving towards whatever it is we're moving towards. And I don't think it's good. But I think we can still save this bitch. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. So, is that all I got? It seems like the faucet of thoughts just turned off. I guess the thoughts turned off. I feel like my stream I'll try to jump back in. What seems to be coming next, right? Because if you're one step ahead, they call you a genius. If you're 2 steps ahead, they call you insane. Well, the hard thing right now in being a dictator, so in Dictator, this is your subscription at Dictator Weekly. We interviewed 7 dictators. You'll never believe what number 4 I had to say. Right now, the problem is that that people still question orders. They don't just follow orders like good Nazis. So what you need are robots. And because robots don't question. And we've been watching this slow progression with Boston Dynamics over the last, decade and a half. And you could train these things, just like Ace Combat, you could, where they go in and they record like the thoughts of like the best fighter pilot that ever existed, and then they take that brain, that software, and then they just upload it to tens of thousands of drones. It's like, dude, it's a slippery slope. You can just instantly multiply. It'd be like if you just downloaded the brain of Tom Brady and then you had a whole team of drones, or not even that. Imagine if you could upload the brain of Bill Belichick to a bunch of physically fit, perfect specimens, and there would be nothing lost in translation between the coach and the players. It would just be that they're working together. I think that's the next step, is you would just take the best Delta Force guy, upload their brain, turn off free will and morality, and then just Happy Meal that shit. Make 10 million. And you now have 10 million Delta Force soldiers that could do exactly what you tell them to do without question. They work in unison, swarm consciousness. Not only that, they don't have to work through pain. Make them out of carbon fiber. Make them run on solar. Make them fucking communicate with each other wirelessly. They all serve as nodes. They're all just decked out with sensors and electromagnetic communication equipment. And they're all just... And it would even be... Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm forcing this part of the rant now. I slept for like 3 hours last night. So you know what? Let's not force this rant. Let's just let it be what it is. And yeah. I guess we'll come. I might be doing one later today. I guess we'll come back stronger tomorrow, get a good night's sleep, and yeah, I don't want to force this. Not that I don't think there's anything wrong with working hard and pushing through it. But when it's a solo rant and it's based on creativity, it seems like a bad thing to try to force. So can't get blood from a rock. So, yeah. Have a good day, everybody, and I hope you enjoyed this one.